108 AC, Liss. Johanna Swan POV. The ink wetted the parchment as Johanna's hand moved across from left to right in laces, in bows, and in sharp lines, so swimming was she in her thoughts and in her words that she barely registered the door knocking. Come in, she called out absent-mindedly as she continued to write instructions on what to purchase from the trip to Volantis. With the upcoming Doharis festivities, a festivity to which she'd won the rights to provide the entertainment, her very first victory in high society, she needed to make sure that it was a resounding success. A clearing of throats made Johanna blink out of her thoughts, her quill still in her hands, and she looked up and she saw that it was Kryrit, her assistant in most matters these days. Much needed too, she mused, for her counsel was the sword of steel she wielded against their foes. She eyed the elder woman for a brief moment. Kryrit, or Rit as she liked to call the woman, was a beauty, firm rose-petal pink lips that stood out against her pale though marred skin, marred with ancient scars that did not take away from her beauty, a beauty of a kind of wildness emboldened fiery red hair that flowed silk strands of captured fire. Though, she was far from a delicate thing, aside from the scars that spoke of a difficult past, like so many of the other girls in the pillow houses of Liss. It was in her eyes, you see. Blue eyes that still burned with blue flame even now, even after years Johanna had bought Rit her freedom. But then, Johanna considered, it must be the wildling blood in her. Where the other girls chose to set aside their pain, Rit never forgot. Never forgetting the bite of winter. The bite of hunger. And neither did she forget the freedom taken from her. Even when she was beaten into seeming submission or when she was tied and forced upon, she never lost that ferocity of her people. Her own. The same kind of ferocity that Johanna thought wolves must feel when they smelled warm blood on snow. 6 and 10 years a pillow house slave failed to burn that out. No, Johanna thought, her ferocity never dimmed, only changed into the patient kind. The vengeful kind. She almost pitted Baelon ASOIAF for the fate Rit had planned for the slaver. We have a guest, the checkered kind. Ah, well, it was about time. A thrick? She asked and Rit shook her head. No, it's a different one. Brown-haired. Walks like a fighter. Rit paused for a second as her hand went up to her face scarred. If barely, she said as she slid down the right side of her chin with a finger. She eyed Rit for a moment, which the woman understood and gave her a little nod of assurance which made Johanna relax. Nothing was askew with their guest, she accepted, having successfully given the answers to the security phrases. So a knight then most likely. Or mayhaps a guard. She idly wondered if her letter had been too straightforward, too easy to read between the lines of the importance of her request, as she expected him to just send a merchant or a sailor like he usually did. She hadn't thought she needed reinforcements, not for a while at least, but it was certainly welcome if it came sooner. Johanna placed the quill down and spoke calmly, her face a mask of amiability as she eyed the red-haired woman. Has he been entertained? Rit's lips twisted slightly into a faint sneer. He's fucked out. Rit said bluntly, like usual. He got his fill with Myra before I came in. Johanna nodded in understanding, noting the man's choice in a Dornish girl. Aegon's men, sailor, merchant, or knight, as respectful as they were still that. Men. Call him in 10 minutes. Johanna said after a few moments, and Rit's sneer twisted into a faint smirk. She'd make him wait for a little while. Rit left and the 10 minutes passed by quickly, and soon enough her guest was being led into her solar. She eyed the man named Danton carefully. He was young, she thought, no more than 25. He was fairly average in height, and his stature, underneath the barely hidden chainmail underneath his shirt, was nothing impressive either. Even his face, lightly browned by the sun flanked by short strands of brown hair on either side of his head, was forgettable too. Except for that scar that was a little hard to see even so close. Lady Johanna, Danton said with a low dip of the head, and she smiled beautifully at the man in seeming gratitude. I am here on the prince's behalf. Johanna took a few moments before she nodded serenely. Thank you for coming. I appreciate the urgency with which the prince has acted. She paused for a moment before she gestured him inward before she turned towards the table. Would you like a drink, good sir? She asked as she glanced over her shoulder. No, milady. Danton refused, and she noted the term he'd used for her. Milady. She had long since been anything but a lady, though Aegon's men unfailingly referred her with such terms. She even thought that some of them even meant it. Mayhaps, she mused to herself, this one did too, given his lack of correction of her calling him a sir. The Prince, Danton began as she finished pouring herself a glass, and he continued when she turned around to face the man. The prince was surprised by your message, Danton said, and she could tell that he was being careful with his words. That was good at least. At least the prince chose smartly, especially given the importance of her request. The situation has changed. Johanna told the knight as she walked towards the desk and leaned against it, her glass in both of her hands as she looked at the man. Her position was not quite precarious, but it was also far from secure, and with the moves against her by the Lorry's family, one of the major families that owned a significant portion of the pillow houses in Liss, she needed his help. The knight narrowed his eyes and she took it as a prompt to continue. I've made some ambitious decisions. Decisions that do not sit well with a number of powerful families. She paused for a moment as she eyed the knight, carefully gauging his reactions. She was impressed, really. His reactions were muted, careful, and she wondering who this knight really was. He looked Westerosi, that was for sure, but she couldn't tell if he was highborn or common. His accent was common enough, but his words, the way he spoke, acted, was not. Is your position compromised? Danton asked, and she hid her surprise at the question before she shook her head. No, she answered, and it was truthful too. It wasn't anywhere near that, but trouble was brewing, and it was brewing hotly. She learnt not to ignore that instinct. The noble families of Lys were like any other, quick to find insult and quicker still to lash out to threats. They were plotting against her, and it would only be a matter of time before they decided they could get rid of her without repercussions. But it can quickly turn, she said before she drank of her glass, her eyes always on him. After she stopped drinking, she continued, I will need more support. There were not many of Aegon's men in Lys, nothing but a dozen guards supplemented with a few dozen more former slave soldiers she'd purchased, and should things get violent, she didn't think they'd be able to put up much resistance. Normally her men would have been enough, but the Lorry's family were a wealthy one, and a family that often had a representative in the conclave in the past. She wouldn't be able to get her men in position to cut their throats. If only it was a few years later, she thought to herself. She might have been able to poison them instead. As it was, her influence amongst the slaves was nowhere near enough to indirectly attack them, and neither was her influence amongst the noble families strong enough to ensure she wouldn't raise their ire should they discover her retributions, however slim that chance was to be. How many men did you bring? The men on your ship may be enough. If it is bad enough that you need to ask for more help, 30 won't help you. Danton answered as he shook his head before meeting her gaze once more. You believe they will attack? Yes, she answered easily. They're unhappy and may be unhappier still should I continue to find favor. And her pillow houses were beginning to eat at the income of a number of pillow houses. Envy was rising as much as resentment was, and her rise in the social spheres of Lys was being noted by all. The people and the nobles alike. They'd always noted that it would, in accordance to their plans, though it was happening faster than they thought, than even she thought. The heir to the Dohaeris family became enamored with one of her girls, Laura, and through Laura, now his concubine, she was finding more and more favor by the ruling families of Lys. The plan had always been to do it slowly, to win over the influential families and the people, until the moment was right, but when an opportunity arises as it had done now, it had to be taken if only to solidify her position in the upper echelons of society. Danton considered for a long few moments until he nodded very well. I and the 30 men will remain. Danton halted before he eyed her meaningfully. The prince has given me authority to do so, but do know that searching eyes are aplenty. This is not what the prince would have wanted. Not at this stage. Johanna nodded serenely, a mild look of regret on her face. I know. The prince had wanted things to go slowly so that they could avoid attentions until the moment was right, years, decades from now. I will be more careful next time. See that you do. Danton said brusquely. The prince has put much faith on your shoulders. Danton said with narrowed eyes. Faith you think is misplaced. Johanna prodded as she lifted her glass to her lips, even if the thought irked her so. It does not matter what I think. I live to serve our prince. He was opinionated, she thought to herself, he was finding it all distasteful. How hypocritical, she sneered inwardly, given that he'd lain with one of her girls. How knightly. Johanna said mockingly before she drank of her glass, and after she consumed it, she leveled a look at Danton whose expression had tightened slightly. Do not be concerned. Our prince's faith in me will not be betrayed. I owe him a debt that cannot be repaid. Johanna told the knight with a clipped tone before she stood up away from the desk. The 30 will be enough, for now, but I may need more. Danton shook his head. No more will come. The ship will return to inform our prince, but no more will come. Not for some time. Because of the problems with the Pirate King. Johanna lightly probed, and she caught the look of alarm on his face before he stared at her piercingly. You know. It is known amongst the families of the conclave. Johanna confirmed the man's worries. It is a sore point for some. The Mopinar family were concerned, and by proxy so were their allies. The war in the Stepstones was proving to be costly, especially with the involvement of the Bravici. Lys was not like Tyroche, with its formidable trade guilds and their industry, or Mere with its famed artisans and their goods that was sought after as far as Uti. Its pleasure houses were its main industry, the port between the east and the west, and it greatly depended on frictionless waters between the east and the west. And the war with Prince Daemon Targaryen, his conquest funded by Bravici gold and supported by the Valyrian fleet, was impactful to Lys. Not overly much, but enough to be noticed. Westerosi, Bravici, and even Pentosi ships were hardly seen at their ports in the past few moons. The Carthenni, the Giscari, even the Yetish were coming in less numbers, with word of the dangerous waters of the Stepstones spreading even to the Far East. Whilst their economy was far from dented, years of this would not be welcomed, and she even thought that Lys would be happy enough to concede the Stepstones in return for trade to resume, although she doubted they'd ever say as much. She also didn't think mere antagonizing Prince Aegon would be enough to sour Lys on the triarchy. The Mopinar family did not have that kind of influence, but she did think it a grating issue for the family given how the prince was a major income for the family and subsequently a major income for many more minor noble families. The man's expression darkened even further. Are the Lysane involved? Johanna shook her head. They are not the kind to get involved in spats, especially with the prince. The Mopinar family was however influential enough in the politics of the city to disallow others to ruin that prosperous relationship with Prince Aegon. Plus, she had the impression that the triarchy was merely a means to an end. And considering the way the Bravici were supporting Prince Daemon's conquest, she wasn't sure if that end would last beyond a few more years. She expected it to all to come to an end sooner rather later, to be truthful. Mayhaps not in spirit but surely in name, the alliance may remain, but only to sustain cordial relationships with the more powerful Tyrosh and Mir, both of whom would not take betrayal of any kind well. Mayhaps that would change, when Lys was in a position to seek out other alliances. If that changes. If the Lysane disposition to the prince changes. You will be the first to hear of it. The prince had a number of locations in Lys where information could be delivered. With the permanent arrival of Danton and his men, she imagined that a few more would spring up in Lys. Danton looked at her for a long few moments before nodded very well. I will send a few men discreetly to bolster your guard. Through them, you may contact me. It would be best that I and my men remain at a large distance. You'll reside at one of the shops. Johanna stated more than asked. Corinth had a few shops that sold their wares, particularly their porcelain wares, one of the more popular wares sold on Lys. Most had only been familiar with the Yetish kinds, yet these ones that were very clearly Lysane in design, was very popular amongst both the nobility and the freemen. Danton confirmed before he inclined his head. With your leave, milady. Johanna gave it and she watched the man retreat away, even as she could hear him descend down the steps. Soon enough Rit walked in. Did Myra learn anything? Rit shook her head. Who exactly he is? No, she said before she met Johanna's gaze. She did say that he was extremely courteous and even gentle of his own will. Johanna hummed. How odd. Given the impression she had of the man just from their conversation, she thought that he was the kind not to take to pillow houses. He was a ball of contradiction and she wondered how he'd come into service for the prince. And even more so, she wondered why the prince had to send such a man when before he'd been happy enough to use merchants who, albeit had discretion, were not as careful as Danton was. Mayhaps things were changing, she mused to herself, and she considered what that would mean for their plans, for her people. We can put a man on him. Rit suggested, breaking her out of her thoughts. Johanna shook her head. No. It would be unseemly. Plus, she thought it would not go over well at all should it be learned of. She also thought she'd learn enough about the man, and by proxy about his connection to the prince, in the coming moons given that he was staying. Johanna met Rit's gaze. He is an ally. Rit scoffed, but she didn't say anything else, knowing better. She'd heard enough from Rit's skepticism about the prince, and whatever she'd say wouldn't be new. She knew that Rit's trust in men was gone, if it had ever been there. To her, the prince was useful, and only useful until he was no more, which Rit believed would be when Lys was under their control. Rit left shortly afterwards and she returned to her seat, though she couldn't find it within her to continue her work for the day, and instead, she went towards a hidden part of the desk where she kept but one thing. She placed the letter on her desk, the words written in common, though to anyone who could read it, it would appear nothing but gibberish. It was only after she was freed and taught the deciphering keys, had she been able to read the letter, that she'd heard that unforgettable evening by Uthric. To Lady Johanna of House Swan. I am Aegon Targaryen, son of Baelon Targaryen, grandson of King Jaehaerys, first of his name, Prince of the Seven Kingdoms. I first heard of your plight when word reached King's Landing that your lord uncle refused to pay the ransom for your safe return. I will not mince words. It was a scandal when the court heard of it, but it was soon forgotten as lords and ladies lost interest in the story, having already had cast their feeble minds on the next scandal. To much of my shame, so did my house forget your plight. However, I have never forgotten. I could not forget. For how could I forget the fate of an innocent 15-year-old child? You were failed, Johanna of House Swan. You were failed by your kin. You were failed by your countrymen. You were failed by the crown. Words cannot express the depths of sorrow I feel at your fate, nor how you must feel betrayed by your own people. By your own kin. I will not try. Instead, I shall do my best to rectify your fate should you allow me to. You are now a woman grown. By my estimation, you are 9 and 10 years of age. 4 years you have suffered the indignity of slavery. And it is now that I finally have the gold and the influence to end that indignity. I will not lie to you. Your lord uncle will not have you back. I believe you understand this. He believes you tarnished goods. He is a fool for believing so, and a greater fool for abandoning his brother's daughter on such a matter that was out of your control. So I will leave the choice to you what you wish to happen. In every choice, you will be free. That is and will be unchanged. How you express that freedom, is your choice. So the choices I present you is thus. You may join mine and my lady wife's court. Or if you desire a place in King's Landing, I will find you that place. Or if you wish neither of those choices, I will have you taken to Bravus and given enough gold for you to find your place. Those are the easiest choices I can give you. And if you're curious what I mean by easiest choices, well, I have one other choice for you. It is a great challenge and it is a challenge that is mayhaps too much to ask. But I will ask you to consider it. I cannot fully detail what this challenge is, even in such secrecy, but I will say this. There are and will be more like you, innocent girls, and boys, taken from their homes and their families, forced into slavery and indignity. It is my hope that I can help some of these innocents and that is at the heart of the challenge. I believe you will understand a little what it is I might be asking of you. And you may wonder why do this? Why go through all this effort? You would be right to wonder and I hope that you do. Such thinking would serve you well. My endeavors are not completely pure-hearted. I am not that virtuous. But I believe that people deserve a chance and it is my hope that one day people will receive that chance. Mayhaps you find yourself in agreement with me when we meet. Think on your choices and if you have another choice you wish to make, I will consider it. Prince Aegon of House Targaryen. She remembered how she felt when she was read the letter by Uthric. Disbelief. Shock. Anger. Hope. Her eyes closed as she remembered how rooted she was on the bed when the letter was read out to her. It upended everything. She was forgotten. That is what she had believed of herself. What she had grown embittered about. She lost her parents at the hands of the pirates. She lost her freedom and was made a slave. And she lost her maidenhood at the hands of the pirates that captured her, after her uncle refused to pay her ransom, despite fighting bitterly but it was to no avail and in the end it had broken her more than her uncle's refusal had. The rapes afterwards by the other pirates were not but a blur. Only after she arrived in Lys, to this very pillow house she now owned, did she regain some semblance of herself. The women had nurtured her back to health and taught her everything she needed to know to survive and to thrive. The best bed slaves were afforded the best foods, the best wines, the best everything. She became one of those best bed slaves. She learned how to bend men, even angry and forceful ones, to her will and make them gentle in ways they didn't know to be. She softly caressed the letter. She thought that this had been her lot in life now. That this was the best she would ever have. Until Prince Aegon looked for her. Until he shattered her new world just as ably as those pirates had done to the old. No one cared in her own home country and anyone who had cared was long dead and their bones at the bottom of the seas. Save for one prince. A third prince who shouldn't have even known about her lest come all of this way to offer her freedom. The moons since that day had gone quick, having found herself freed within a few days, with means she'd only learnt moons later when she'd learnt several other Westerosi slaves had been freed by the prince's men, and she had trouble committing to a choice, although, Johanna mused to herself, she probably had always made the choice, she just wasn't listening to her heart. Lys had become her home. The ugly and the beautiful. The girls and the women that she'd worked with, she'd broken bread with, who she'd nursed and who'd she'd cried to and who'd comforted her, they'd become her family. Her people. She did not want to abandon them. She already missed them those moons she'd been away from them. She'd met with Prince Aegon and told him that she wanted to hear the fourth choice though he'd surprised her when he all but interrogated her ceaselessly, asking her what she remembered of her lessons with the Stonehelm Maester, what she thought of the pillow house that had been her home for past 4 years, what she thought of the Lysane and so much more, some of it that hadn't made sense at the time. It had been exhaustive and she still remembered vividly the comment he'd made about how she was reacting to his behavior, demure yet seductive, he'd said, all whilst answering with a level voice. He'd apologized with a contrite look after all of that, saying that he needed to be sure that she was the right person for what he wished for Lys. It seemed that she was. He told her of his plans for Lys. You've been powerless all of your life. Now you have the chance to have all the power you desire and it will be for the good of the people. Very rough plans she might add, that was only refined years later, but she knew back then that she wanted it. She wanted it all. It was dangerous, she knew, and if the Lysane nobility knew of the conspiracy that she was leading, she knew she was a dead woman. As would be all of her girls and her followers. But that was life. Without taking risk, you were doomed to wither and die. Johanna folded the letter and returned it to its secret place. She'd begged Uthric not to take it with him, pleading that she'd keep it safe. A soft smile crept on her face. It had gotten Uthric in great trouble with the prince, he'd said a few years later. Her mind returned to the memories of her agreement to the prince's plans and her swearing her loyalty to the prince. He wasn't like any man she'd met before. In truth, she thought privately, it was almost as if he was two people wearing the same skin, an opportunistic man who could be as cold as the winter breeze considering what must be done in Lys, and on the other, a man who was too good to believe could exist with what she'd seen him do for the slaves and the children. Mayhaps that was why she believed that their plans for Lys could work. Two faces that mayhaps could make sure their plans were destined to succeed. It was working thus far, after all, even with this minor hiccup. The Lorry's family would not be the end of her or her dreams. She would see to that, she thought as she shook her head before picking up the quill and once more began to write. Break. 108 AC Port Corinth. He gazed out at the ceiling, the faint light of the soul candle flame illuminating only the corner of their bedroom. He'd been awake for a little while now, possibly quarter of an hour, and he was fairly certain he would not be able to go back to sleep. It was likely several hours before dawn too, which has been around the time he'd been waking up for the past few days, often not getting more than 5 hours sleep. He was restless on the eves of war, restless with thoughts of lost voyages. He slowly got out of bed, but it seemed like it wasn't gently enough as Gale stirred in bed, so much so that her head slowly rose. Aegon. Gale murmured, more asleep than awake. Aegon smiled faintly as he covered her with the silk bed cover. Rest, Aegon whispered quietly as he leaned over and he kissed her on the forehead. She let off a pleased hum before she fell asleep almost as soon as she'd stirred. He remained standing for a few moments, simply watching her sleep, before he got dressed into his clothing and light armor, after which he made his way out of their bedroom and out into the hallway. His eyes went towards his children's bedrooms, who were next door to their own, and quickly checked up on them, one by one. When he had the fort built, construction that took several years to finish even with concrete, though it was somewhat different from concrete given that it was lain instead of poured, and he made sure that the rooms to his children were mere moments away. Their rooms were at the highest point of the fort and was only accessible from one entry point. None of the rooms also had any windows, such was his paranoia, and were as secure as he could make this temporary home. After being satisfied with the sight of his sleeping children, he left their wing of rooms towards the entrance doors that led to the exit of the apartment-esque wing. He undid the locks from within and was met by 3 of his men who stood guard on this shift. "My prince," the guards saluted before he set them at ease. "I'll be going for a flight." Aegon paused for a moment as he looked upon the playing cards that was on the table before he added, "I will be back at dawn." "Of course, my prince," the lead guard said, and soon enough he left them to continue out towards the dragon stables, which was directly connected to the apartment. He reached out to Miss Aragorn, who responded eagerly to his own eagerness for a flight. He walked down the stairs and arrived at the dragon stables that was alight with torches underneath a starless night. The stables were a very large open area in the middle of the fort where each of the dragons had cave-like homes built for them, and saw the dragon keepers and half a dozen guards at the far end of the large stable. He considered the parallels of the stables with the dragon pit of King's Landing. He never liked how far the dragon pit was from the Red Keep. The dragons did not pose a danger to their riders, and honestly, neither did the dragons pose a danger to the rider's family or even the servants if they kept their distance, in most normal circumstances. Normal circumstances being that the riders develop a proper bond with their dragons. Over the past 8 or so years, Gale had developed such a proper bond with Lismaria, and he'd made sure his children did so too with their dragons. With such a proper bond, came also restraint amongst the dragons themselves. Dragons were intelligent beings, smarter than any other animal he knew of save for humans themselves, and they also picked up emotional nuances of their riders, which meant that cohabitation without the need to separate them was more than possible. His gaze went towards the far side, several hundred meters away. The other entry point to the stable lead to the rest of the fort complex, where he and his family spent most of their time when they were in the fort, which was a lot more pleasant. He exchanged a few words with the lead dragon keeper, an aging man who'd worked at the dragon pit of King's Landing, who informed him that they were running low on meat for the dragons. "I'll have Miss Aragorn hunt for a few whales this afternoon," Aegon told the old man. Whilst Galathox, Castoris golden dragon, Polaris grey-blue she-dragon Tyraxes, Valar's black dragon Shrikos, were all old enough and large enough to hunt for themselves, he was reluctant to let them go without his children guiding and teaching them to hunt non-livestock. Their summer islander neighbors would not take well to dragons preying on their livelihoods, especially since so few cattle and goats were reared on Whalano. It was partly why he was focusing on making sure the dragons developed a taste for whale, dolphin, shark, and tuna meat. Thus far, it seemed to help. His attentions turned towards the black serpentine head that stuck out of its cave, a low rumble escaping its throat. Aegon looked towards the old dragon keeper, silently telling him to attend to Shrikos, and the old man bowed his head before departing to attend to the needs of Valar's dragon. The corner of his lip rose in faint amusement as he watched the old dragon keeper direct his younger fellows to get the cleaning tools. That need being specifically dragon excrement that needed to be taken out of Shrikos' abode. Valar's dragon preferred to dump his waste at the back of the stable rather than what most of the other dragons preferred, which was to dump their excrement in flight. Why Shrikos did so, none of them knew, especially since none of the dragons were chained into their stables and could freely fly out, but Aegon thought that Valar's playfulness probably influenced Shrikos in some form or another. Finally, Miss Aragorn strode out into the open ground out from his stable, the ground shaking dully as Miss Aragorn walked upon his wing fingers and hind legs. Miss Aragorn had grown larger and larger over the past 5 years, so much so that he was either as large as Caraxes or only slightly smaller than the Blood Wyrm, who was 3 and 10 years Miss Aragorn's elder. The old dragon keeper suggested it would not take Miss Aragorn long to grow to the size of Vermithor, mayhaps another 10 to 5 and 10 years, and if that growth sustained after that, it was possible that Miss Aragorn would reach the size of Meraxes by the time he was 60 or 70 years of age. Maybe even Viagar decades later. The other interesting point the dragon keeper mentioned was that Polaris she-dragon, Tyraxes, was growing as faster than Miss Aragorn at his greatest growth rate, and by now it was catching up to Galathox and Shrikos, both of whom had hatched in the cribs of Castaris and Valar when Tyraxes was 3 years younger. He'd wondered if it was because how Tyraxes was hatched with blood sacrifice and pyre set aflame with dragon flame from Lismaria and Miss Aragorn. The egg that Tyraxes had hatched from had turned into stone not long after they departed Dragonstone and away from the fires of Dragonmont. Lismaria had yet to lay any clutches, and as the boys grew, Polaris was beginning to feel left out as Valar and Castaris visited and fed their dragons. Aegon knew that it was possible to hatch dragon eggs that turned into stone. Daenerys had done it with blood sacrifice and maybe because of some kind of magical shenanigans that came from the Red Comet. As he delved deeper into magic, he realized that it was a crude yet effective way. Feeding the flames of a pyre with the flesh of a living person, flames that have always been associated with life and creation, along with the flesh of a dead person, the symbol of death, underneath a symbol of magic, a red comet, it all culminated in feeding, offering enough magic, life and death to ignite stone-cold eggs back to life. Fire made flesh. Flesh made of fire and magic and death. He did not think that event was a fluke at all and was certain that Daenerys probably had some help, divine or mayhaps with the help of Blood Raven, in carrying out that ritual during the precise moment of that red comet, whether she knew it or not. Not for the first time did he lament not reading the damn books. Fortunately, he knew enough about magic by then to figure out how he can get Polaris stone dragon egg to hatch. Valyrians, most specifically Dragon Lord Valyrians, were likely nearly as magical as children of the forest were. That was becoming clearer the more texts and evidence he gathered. The simple truth was, House Targaryen was chimeric. Genetically speaking, of course. When it is said that Targaryens are kin to the dragons, it should be noted that it is literal. Just as a child of the forest should be considered in a very literal sense too. The ancient Valyrians, long after they tamed the dragons, were infamous for practicing vile blood magic and dark sorcery. Gargassos was a prime example of this evil act where they would mate beast and man to create half-man creatures. Would it be a surprise to anyone to think that the ancient Valyrians already had a wealth of knowledge on how to do that because they had done it to themselves, mayhaps in order to develop characteristics that dragons could smell and sense to make dragon bonds more natural, thus removing the necessity of dragon horns? In any case, with that kinship, the, for a lack of a better word, magicalness of their blood was orders of magnitude greater than the blood sacrifice of a normal person. The innate value of Dragon Lord blood, in terms of life and in terms of magic, was more valuable in rituals for magic than the sacrifice and death of an ordinary person. Daenerys, should she have shed her blood onto the stone eggs, quite possibly could have hatched the eggs underneath the red comet and gotten the eggs to hatch as well. He remembered something about Melisandre sacrificing Robert Baratheon's kids to the pyres to see into the future or something like that because they supposedly had king's blood, but he wondered if she sacrificed the poor children because of the Targaryen blood instead of some kind of esoteric, wishy-washy notion that there was something divine about being king. In any case, he'd worked with Gale to draw out some of Polaris' blood to smear it onto the stone dragon egg before having both Lismaria and Miss Aragorn set a pyre aflame on which the stone egg had rested upon for over 2 days. Dragon flame was similarly orders of magnitude more magical than anything else he knew of, save for weirwood trees. Beings of fire and magic that could spit out explosive napalm like nothing else. If there was anything magical enough like the occurrence of a red comet to provide the fuel needed to spark, it was their flames. And it worked. The stone egg hatched, and as soon as Polaris picked up the drakeling, the bond had been established. Whilst the method was proving to be successful, and possibly led to larger dragons, he also considered that it might have been the influx of magic at that early stage that could be more important than the method in which dragons hatched. But then again, he could just be plainly wrong on both counts, and that it was nothing more than chance and whimsy that factored into the growth of dragons. After all, Miss Aragorn had been a runt until years later and somehow began to grow rapidly after Aegon recovered a little from his depression and nihilism. Miss Aragorn lowly rumbled and gruffly warbled as he set his great serpentine eyes on Aegon, drawing his attentions, and the corners of Aegon's lips ticked upwards as he walked over towards his impatient dragon. He placed his hand on Miss Aragorn's warm snout as his dragon arched his neck and placed his body closer to the ground so that Aegon could climb atop. Aegon obliged and began to climb atop his dragon, and soon enough he was strapped into his saddle. Miss Aragorn extended out his wings, wings that filled up almost a third of the width of the stables, and after several earth-shaking steps, Miss Aragorn began to flap his wings and took them away, out into the starless night. An hour or so later, the wind howled mutely against his ears this far up, and the sounds of Miss Aragorn's fleshy membrane wavering against the push of the wind were louder this high up above the clouds. It was a comforting sound, the sound of beating wings. A sound that combined with Miss Aragorn's soft breathing that he could feel through the saddle itself. He could feel the inhale, and the exhale and the resultant sharper sound of thin membrane shaking against the wind after that exhale, and it was a symphony of peaceful music that he cherished so very much. Peaceful music, he mused as his gaze remained affixed onto the stars that hung so very far in the night sky above the clouds, that seemed only fleeting with all that was going on, with all that needed to be done. For a little while, he could forget about everything. Forgetting about long-term plots with distant aims, forgetting about war, forgetting about the West, and simply fly under the stars with the wind smashing into his face. It wasn't long before the sun crept out of the horizon, slowly hiding away the stars with its light, and Aegon sighed knowing that it was time to return. He directed Miss Aragorn to return as they were likely hundreds of miles away from home. Miss Aragorn roared before he changed direction to the south to Baelon, to home. Home. Aegon obsessed on that word, on the notion as they fly towards Corinth. Corinth wasn't home. Not quite. Not for him, not for his people. Aegon straightened in his seat slightly before he glanced with a hard look towards the side of his saddle, and he kept glancing at it even as they landed a few miles from the town of Corinth atop a hill near the farming fields as the first lights of dawn lit at the world. Home. Aegon said with a tired sigh in his voice, the urge to resist to unravel the major source of his restlessness slowly breaking apart. He could remember it as if it was yesterday. He'd been so excited, so certain, and he still was to an extent, that there had to be another landmass, another continent, that he based much of his family and his people's future on that certainty. Whilst the common folk did not know exactly where the lands he'd promised them were, there were still too many people who knew of his dream of lands in the West, and anything short of finding it would make him lose face and credibility. Both of which were dangerous things to lose in such a brutal world, even if he'd worked hard in tightening the loyalties of his people to him and his plans. Naturally, it helped that objectively the common folk from Dragonstone were substantially better off. But unfortunately, the longer the Lady Dawn and Discovery were away, the longer they did not return, the more the pressure grew on him to abandon his drive to the west and to settle for lands that he knew were achievable to be made theirs. Aegon's expression tightened as a dark shadow flashed across his face. He hated the idea of settling anywhere subpar, and he hated that it was becoming a reality sooner than later, and he hated that they'd have to settle somewhere in Essos. Aegon's hands tightened on the handle of the saddle, and the soft sound of leather creaking filled his ears as he zeroed into that idea. He didn't want to settle in Essos, especially on the mainland. It was a losing strategy. And truthfully, that was because of for one reason and one reason only. The Faceless Men. He'd seen what they could do and he honestly feared them. Not because they could kill him, but because at any stage, at any point, they could destroy what he was building, and they could kill his family with near impunity. He had no defense against them, and the only thing he might have working in favor for him was that the price for his and his family's heads was too high for anyone to be capable of paying. But would the price be still too high should he be perceived to be an intolerable enemy by a coalition of free cities? If he stomped on the free cities, if he became a neighbor in either the valleys of the Painted Mountains or in the lands of the old kingdom of Sarnar in northern Essos, he would not be able to live cordially with slaving cities on both sides of his lands, and he expected some kind of response should he destroy Slavers Bay and disrupt the slave trade. And living cordially with the slaving societies was not an option he could accept because he knew the consequences of turning a blind eye. Values he was instilling into his burgeoning society would erode away and blend in with the societies around them. Just as China and India influenced Asia. Just as the Phoenicians and the Minoans influenced Greece and the Levant. Just as Greece influenced Rome. Just as Persia influenced the Arabs. And just as Rome influenced Europe. That left only Morak, both Morak Islands, as the truly viable option to settle. Lightly settled, with only Faroes and Port Morak as the major settlement, totaling somewhere around 80,000 in population, dotted with numerous villages around the western coastline that were small in numbers due to the constant slave raids which grimly made it a relatively easy place to conquer. But both islands were poor. According to the reports, the islands lacked natural resources beyond wood, coal, and iron, which he suspected was why it was never truly settled by either the Giscari or the Yetish. The plains that it boasted in the north was semi-arid with only a few plains suitable for intensive farm, whilst in the south there was dense rain forests. The major redeeming qualities was that it would be a veritable hub of commerce and trading, with a little work, and that Yeti had much of the resources that his people would need, and he could conquer Karth and the neighbouring cities with relatively little attention from the rest of Essos, who rarely cast their eyes that far east. It was a solid B-grade land and truthfully not the worst option to have. But it was not the best option. Returning to Westeros was obviously out. The more time he got to think about the hive mind trees and their bitter servants, the more suspicious he was getting about their view towards humanity in general. It didn't help that the dance seemed to be well on its way based on the reports he was getting from Celis and the others in King's Landing. Truth to be told, he reached out towards the hidden pocket beside his seat and took out a roll made out of thick reed and placed it in his lap. He undid the fastening loops before he opened the top of the roll, and he took out the map that had lain protected within. He did not think anywhere in the old world was the right place to settle. He eyed the rolled up map with a tired look, a look akin to weary worn leather, and he swept his hand heavily across his face before he, moments later, returned the reed roll into the pocket and opened up the map and gazed upon it with accusing eyes. He really hoped that he wasn't wrong and that there was something west. It would be perfect, a new land, a new beginning, a new system of governance. It was idealistic. The land of the free. Say what you will about the Americans, but they knew how to create dreams and principles that echoed through time. Ideas were hard to kill, and founding such a nation on such principles would be difficult to destroy or alter. He'd have the time, the freedom, the legitimacy, to shape and craft the society he wanted to create, a society that could last generations and a society his family could maintain and rule whilst working together to change the rest of the world in safety. And yet, chances were, such ideas and dreams were nothing but a pipe dream, nothing but a lost attempt to reshape what it means to be Valyrian. Miss Aragorn growled with animalistic intent, and Aegon snapped out of his dark thoughts. Aegon smiled faintly as Miss Aragorn reared his head towards him. "I know, my friend," Aegon said as he rolled up the map before he extended out his hand and affectionately tapped the steel-like scales of his companion. "I'm not losing hope," he said with a faint smile, though it was fleeting. "There is still time." That was true enough, he mused to himself, a little more hopeful. With their looming war in the Basilisk Isles, which was sure to take many moons, mayhaps even a year could pass before he returned. Anything could happen, he mused to himself as his eyes trailed across the features of Westeros, of Essos, of all of the known world, and of the features of Sotho-Rhyos that had their origins from old Summer Islander maps held in the libraries of Prince Jala's family palace. He might be proven right by the time he returned, greeted by the sight of the Lady Dawn and discovery from their voyage west having found their new home. His hand traced across the map he had made, which included the features of the copies of those ancient maps, and he stared at the western coastline of Sotho-Rhyos that went south 1,000 leagues, a coastline that his people had confirmed to be accurate and had followed down south several hundred leagues more. A coastline that may well extend thousands of leagues before they went around east. His people had not seen an end to the western coastline of Sotho-Rhyos, and the Summer Islanders, in their maps or in their oral chronicles, hadn't either. According to the oral historians that kept track of the stories and accomplishments of their people, the maps, though the ones he'd seen, were not the originals and had been made only a few centuries ago from other copies, which themselves were copies of other copies were made during the height of their era of exploration. An era of exploration that had lasted for almost a century and had seen the Summer Islanders travel from the southern coasts of Westeros and Essos, establishing contact and trade with the native peoples of those lands. Yet, they hadn't only explored towards those parts of the world. No, they had done much more than that. Aegon's eyes drifted towards the northern tip of Sotho-Rhyos that trended down southward on both sides of the continent. Their people had traveled further south than anyone else had in millennia, as far as he could tell, on both sides. Almost to the same degree as they gone to Westeros and Essos. But the only difference was that many of their explorers had gone lost when they went south and west, and those that had returned claimed that the oceans were depthless and could grow as tall as mountains even when the skies were clear, whilst there were obscure songs that warned of coasts of storm. When three princes never returned, the oral historian had said their people believed their gods had spoken and that they should abandon the exploration to the south, a belief that the Summer Islanders still held today, and a belief that was reinforced whenever the Summer Islanders did set foot on Sotho-Rhyos, a continent that felt Summer Islander, Giscari, and even the Valyrians with all of their magic, alike. Which hadn't happened, according to the oral historians, for many lifetimes. The Summer Islanders even had poems about the continent. One particular eerie poem about the continent detailed the story of a crew that once walked at the edges of Sotho-Rhyos that were sucked into the dark forests with sweet song that preyed on the natural curiosity of the Summer Islanders, only to find themselves trapped by a great evil for all of time. From all of the histories he could gather, Essosi and Westerosi, he didn't think the Summer Islanders were likely all that far off from the truth as his mind went towards the mysteries of Yin. And what a mystery Yin was, he mused to himself. The name Yin was also a mystery that he could find no origin for. It lacked any etymological links to Giscari, Valyrian or the Summer tongue. It could be a Unic word or a derivative of it, but he was doubtful given how old Yin likely was. No one knew the origins of the ruins, or the people who may have built it. Some claimed that it was older than time itself, and in a certain way, it was probably true. Rumored to be thousands of years old, it was quite possible that it was one of the first cities in Planetos history, especially given the continent that it was on. And it was also made from oily black stone, the same kind of oily black stone found in Yiti and in Asai, an irresistible link to the ancient civilization of the Empire of the Dawn. Was Yin the first to create it, and were they the first civilization to fall into ruin because of the use of foul magic, foulness that still lingered today? He shook his head after he sighed, shaking away those thoughts of mystery and magic, and instead refocused on the map once more. Despite all of the stories and poems of doom and horror about Sotho-Rhyos, he had far more on his mind when he'd seen those ancient maps for the first time. He'd seen something familiar in them. He'd felt something deep in his core. He leaned forward in his saddle, his hand slowly clawing at the map before he relaxed and traced alongside the western coastline of Sothorios past the inland indent with his index finger, a coastline that was about trending southward at about 40 degrees. A shape he was very familiar with. It was unreasonable. Hopeful. But it was not utterly, not totally, and not completely unreasonable. It was a feeling that he could not shake. Even now with the ship still lost. A feeling of surety that he had never felt as strongly as then. And as his people confirmed the shape of western Sothorios, only a few years after they settled in Wallano, he'd felt more assured than ever about his beliefs west. Beyond being the coked-up apocalyptic version of Africa and its diseases, it was the shape that had given him hope, that had given him the idea, the belief, that there was truly something west of Sothorios, west of the Summer Islands. His gaze went towards West Eros and western Essos, his gaze following the contours of East-West Eros, the teeth of West Eros, and the western coastline of Essos. He hadn't even thought at all about the shape of the continents or about tectonic plates until he'd seen the Summer Islander maps of Sothorios, the trigger that made everything to begin to click in his mind. It was so clear to see that, once upon a time, millions upon millions of years ago, Essos and West Eros were connected entirely, rather than simply at the foot as they apparently had been some thousands of years ago. Once upon a time, West Eros and Essos were completely one landmass. Much like how Earth had been. When he'd returned to West Eros, he'd requested from Old Town books on the matter of earthquakes and he'd gotten them, that is to say that there were very few instances of earthquakes happening. And despite his immense distrust of Old Town, he didn't think they would lie about something as mundane as earthquakes, fact or legend, so that meant it was very likely that the tectonic plate that West Eros had sat upon pulled away from the SSE plate. He gazed at the rugged coastline of eastern West Eros. It was also quite possible that the western parts of the Vale and most of the south of it had merged with northern parts of West Eros, a bit like how India had collided with the Asiatic plate. He turned his gaze towards the Bone Mountains. And a bit like those mountains, Aegon mused to himself. It was quite possible that there had been, or still was, another tectonic plate at the far end of Essos, the Asai plate, that was being pushed against the western Essos plate, creating the Bone Mountains. Though he wasn't sure what could cause the so-called the Great Sand Sea, some chasm that was deep as the Bone Mountains were high. He looked away from that mystery and he traced his hand across the other mountainous region. The Painted Mountains. They could also be a result of tectonic plates, though their elevations were significantly lesser than that of the Bone Mountains and more on par with the Vale Mountains. It reminded him a little of the Alps, or mayhaps more apt to consider them to be akin to the Scottish Highlands, just a few 100 million years less further along when it came to erosion. A thin smile grew. Another mirror amongst a house of mirrors. Whilst the main odd ones out geographically wise were West Eros and Oldhos, where neither had easily direct mirrors, the people of West Eros did. The Dornish were clearly some sort of hybrid of North Africa and Spain, the Reach, the Westerlands and the other kingdoms, all variants of European peoples in culture and in appearance. The Northerners, or rather first men, were some kind of Celtic, Anglo-Saxon hybrid with similar traditions as that of ancient England and Scotland. A Game of Thrones might have been some kind of juiced-up War of the Roses plus probably a whole load of other historical wars, but the people of West Eros was very clearly fashioned after Western Europe. And Essos, with its Roman, Assyrian, Mongolian and even Phoenician-inspired peoples west of the Bone Mountains, along with the Far East civilizations east of it, it was clear that West Eros and Essos were the equivalent of Eurasia. The Summer Isles and Noth were the West African civilizations with influences of the Caribbean cultures, and quite possibly were the representatives of all of sub-Saharan Africa given the magical toxic wasteland that was Sothorios. And, Aegon mused, if one looked at the northern coast of Sothorios and Slavers Bay, you could see that the pieces fit, just as Morik could fit into the eastern parts of Sothorios. A Planetos version of Pangaea, he thought as he looked at it with a critical eye. Which meant, he thought as his eyes looked at the map with sharpness. The local versions of the Americas could exist. Given that so many of the places, people, even the tectonic plates were familiar. Why would the West not be similar? Mayhaps not in geographic shape but certainly climate, resources, location. He sighed heavily before he turned towards the rising sun. The main problem he had with his theories, a problem he still hasn't solved, was Oldhos. Oldhos was as equally concerning as the missing crew of his ship's West was. It poked holes in his overlays. Even now, years later, he did not have an equivalence for this mysterious continent. Was it like Southeast Asia? Was it like Australia? Was it like America? Was he completely and utterly wrong about the West? Could the Sunset Sea just be a massive watery desert that puts the Pacific to shame? His hand went up to his beard as he turned back towards the map, towards Oldhos, unconsciously picking at it as his eyes bored into the map that lay in his lap. The Yetish had never really explored it, from what he was able to understand from all of the books and the reports his sailors gave to him about what the Yetish traders and scholars knew, despite it being on their very doorstep, relatively speaking. And without knowing how far east Oldhos went, he didn't know how much land there actually might be on this world that was the same size as Earth. He turned his gaze back towards the Seven Kingdoms and traced his finger along the measurements he'd made of the continent based on the known dimensions of the wall, which was 100 leagues, which was about 300 miles. Which meant that the Seven Kingdoms were about 2/3 to 5/6 the size of Australia, and if one included the lands beyond the wall, it was very likely that Westeros could have a land area of anywhere between 1.25 to 1.5 times of Australia. Essos, west of the Bone Mountains, was anywhere between 1.5 to 2 times the size of the Seven Kingdoms. You could say the same for the lands east of the Bone Mountains, which still had eastern regions that were not completely mapped out. So in total, the land masses of the Seven Kingdoms and Essos accounted for 4 or 5 Seven Kingdoms, which can be anywhere between 10 to 15 million square miles. Earth, for comparison, had about 60 million square miles of land, which mean there was anything between 45 to 50 million square miles of land that were unmapped. Planetos was not Earth, that was obvious, but there were far too many similarities, in both people and in climate zones those same peoples inhabited, to ignore that there was a high likelihood that similar lands existed in the unexplored regions. And if one considered, for argument's sake, that Sothorios was anywhere between 3 to 6 times the size of Westeros, with Old Hos to be considered to be about the same as Sothorios, it still left anywhere between 9 to 14 million square miles of land should both Sothorios and Old Hos be 6 times as large as the Seven Kingdoms. His gaze went towards Shivering Sea. Ib and the always winter region, which he suspected connected Westeros to Essos, probably accounted for a significant portion of that land, and probably the South Pole as well, given that there has been evidence to suggest the rotating gyres of Planetos was the same as Earth, but even so, there was still huge amounts of land area that was unaccounted for. That was if Planetos was like Earth in terms of land area, which wasn't obviously guaranteed. Still, he thought to himself as he thought on the Lady Dawn and Discovery that were out west, he was at least comforted by evidence that he had not been baseless in his suppositions that there was undiscovered land out west. The accounts of strong winds pushing against the Lady Dawn and Discovery in the early moons of exploration suggested clearly that winds and the ocean currents were about the same as that of Earth, earning another tick for his belief that there was another landmass somewhere west. Aegon rolled up the map, though he held onto it for a few moments as he looked towards the rising sun. He also hadn't ignored the possibility of what it could mean should he be right, and the choice he would have should the worst of what he feared was also true. The chances of finding civilization on this landmass was high. Especially if it was anything like the Americas. Aegon's expression turned grim. He wasn't quite sure if he hoped that there were no people or if he hoped that there were people. The chances that the landmass was like Sothorios was rather high, given that it was likely that it would sit at or slightly above the equator where Lady Dawn and Discovery were mapping out last he knew. If there were people, chances were that it was a habitable place, and brutally, if it was anything like America, chances were that it wouldn't be his people that would die of disease and sickness, and war. Aegon's expression lost its grimness and a difficult expression instead made its way onto his face. He'd thought about it, about what he'd do if there was a civilization on this landmass, a weaker civilization. Would he replicate what had been done in his own world? Destroy the civilizations completely purposely with arms and disease, regardless of how alien or inalien and savage or civilized they may seem. Could he do it? Condemn those people? He knew no civilization established itself without bloodshed, or advanced. It was delusional to think otherwise. Should their people make landfall on their land, war was more than likely, especially if the civilizations were anything like the Native Americans or the Aztecs. Of course, there was also the possibility that these people were more advanced than his people, either in technology or in magic. For all he knew, they could be some unholy mix of old Valyria and the children of the forest. Aegon shook his head before he leaned forward and tapped Miss Aragorn's scales. "To the fort, my friend," he said, and soon enough they were airborne once more. And, as the fort came into view, Aegon pushed thoughts of West End possibilities out of his mind. There was no point thinking about it. There was still much more that needed to be done in the immediate future. For now. Break. 108 AC Port Corinth. Sir Gala Annis POV. Gala Annis watched with his arms folded as the lieutenants drilled their men. Swords clanged, arrows soared, and shields clashed, all amidst the barking sounds of orders and chastisement by the commanding officers. For the past week, this had been the common sight from dawn to dusk as they prepared for their soon-to-begin war in the Basilisk Isles. It was a thing of beauty, Gala Annis thought with a smirk. Just as it would be a thing of beauty to finally taste battle after so many years of peace. 3,500 men and 1 dragon shall soon depart for those accursed islands, and he couldn't wait to see it all burn down to the ground. A laugh beside broke him out of his thoughts, and he saw Murrow look at him with a smirk of his own. "Thinking of death, blood, and destruction, are ye?" "Something like that," Gala Annis said. "Can't say that I am not looking forward to it either," Murrow said after a few moments. "Though how much battle we'll see, I don't know." Gala Annis glanced at Murrow with a quizzical look. Murrow continued, "The Princess Dragon could burn it all down before we ever set foot on those damn islands." "A dragon can't conquer," Gala Annis reasoned with Murrow. "I bet it can destroy." Moreau said meaningfully. He'd spoken with the prince, and though the aim was to tear down this so-called king of the Basilisk Isles, it was also to destroy as many of the corsair strongholds as possible. And many of these strongholds were in defensible areas that a dragon's flames could not touch. You know that there are places only men can reach. Gala Ennis pointed out, and some of them will have slave pens. The prince won't want to burn them down. True enough. Moreau allowed, albeit somewhat begrudgingly, and Gala Ennis eyed his longtime friend. He knew when there was something bothering him. Is there something you wanted to say, old friend? Gala Ennis asked. Moreau looked back at him, and for a moment he thought Moreau would admit whatever was bothering him. Moreau shook his head. No, there is nothing. Gala Ennis eyed his friend for a few heartbeats before he nodded. If he didn't want to say anything, even if it seemed it was bothering him, so be it. He returned his attentions to the drills, and in some instances intervened to correct the men. In some instances their feet, in others the way they locked their shields, but in general he nor the lieutenants rarely were needed to intervene. The men were all required to train even if they were carrying out their work. Fishermen, farmers, craftsmen, and shipbuilders alike, all trained and kept up their skills. There was less emphasis on physical training when they were not in active duty, but the physical training was still kept up. Just as lessons on tactics and strategy was given on a once in 3 moons period. This was carried over even amongst the reserves, those who could be called upon if it ever became necessary and were given greater freedom from duty for less pay. The prince was martially focused, and Gala Ennis suspected it was because in the near future, they may well be needed. The prince believed there to be lands in the west, with the kind of surety of Dennis the Dreamer, and Gala Ennis suspected that these lands may not be as empty that the prince would hope for. It did not go unnoticed that Edmund, one of the finer lieutenants that Gala Ennis had considered to be a good choice for commander in the years to come, had left with the ships that had gone west with over 50 men at arms. Neither did it go unnoticed that many of the freed slaves were young boys, either around the age when martial training started or around the age when they would come into their manhood. Cheaper to buy and train than buying soldiers, and Gala Ennis cynically thought, more willing to learn to fight than most, if only to learn how to retain their freedoms, and more easily ensured that their loyalties did not fray. Hours later, the training drills came to an end, and he and Moreau made their way towards the harbor where the ships were being loaded with provisions. It wouldn't be long now, only 5 days before it was time to leave. The ships they would take would be a mixture of the old and the new ship designs. The carracks, which were already larger than the average SSE carrack, would be supplemented with galleons, what the prince called the huge ships that were the flagships of their fleet. They had about 8 of these ships. 2 of them were out west, and another 2 due to go out east to Uti with half a dozen carracks not long after they left for the Basilisk Isles, whilst one would remain docked at the port, leaving them with 3 ships to which to attack the pirates. And each galleon would lead 10 carracks that would be armed with scorpions and jar bolts, with their 3,500 men split across those ships. Looks like we've captured another one. Moreau commented, and Gala Ennis turned his attentions towards where Moreau was looking. And lo and behold, an SSE carrack was being guided into the harbour by a pair of Corinthian carracks. A roar was heard, and he turned his attentions towards it and saw Prince Aegon's dragon sweeping past the harbour. How do you think he does it? Moreau asked. What do you mean? You know what I mean. Moreau stated, a little annoyed, and Gala Ennis turned to him. After seeing Gala Ennis's irritated but nonplussed look, Moreau looked at him unimpressed before finally adding, the whole scouting thing. Gala Ennis's eyebrows raised before he shrugged. I don't know. And truthfully, he didn't care. The Targaryens were not normal men and women. There was a reason why it is said that the Targaryens were closer to gods than they were to men. Why should it be surprising that the prince can command a dragon the way he does? The dragon lords of old could do far more than that, according to the stories. Is that what has been bothering you? Gala Ennis asked after he glanced at his friend. You think the prince will be able to do something the same to take glory away? After seeing his friend's face, Gala Ennis laughed. May the 7 help his foolish friend. He slapped Moreau's back. You know the prince. We won't be robbed of the glory. I'm more concerned of that dragon robbing our glory. Moreau muttered, though he could see that it was in jest. Gala Ennis laughed. Should I inform the prince that you've got a rivalry with his dragon? Moreau's look of alarm made him laugh even louder. There is no rivalry. Of course not. Gala Ennis said after he calmed down and looked at Moreau with a raised eyebrow. No man ever could. He shook his head. Enough. Let's go see if there were any survivors this time. A few days another ship was caught, and the pirates had all been executed as soon as they were disarmed and taken captive. There would be no mercy for pirates. None for the pirates that thought themselves predators around the shores of Baelon, and none for the pirates that they'd soon come to visit in the Basilisk Isles. There would only be death and fire. Break. 108 AC Port Corinth. Valar POV. Valar watched with trepidation as the ships were loaded with supplies, the gravity of the situation dawning on him, as if all of the weight of Shrikos was on his chest. He knew that there were bad men, pirates, that had hurt their people, and that father was going to punish them. Good, Valar had thought when his father had told them a fortnight ago, but now, on the day father was going, now he didn't want father to leave. He wanted father to remain with them. He looked to his elder brothers who stood by him as mother spoke to one of their guards. His brothers hadn't been concerned, saying that they were proud that their father was going to get their people back, that their father was going to show that he was a dragon and they would soon know what it means to pull at the tail of the dragon. At least that is what they looked like, but Valar didn't believe them when they said so. They were being brave for father. Like he was showing himself to be brave. It was a while later that he saw father coming towards them, donned in his blue and red clothing that he'd only seen father wear when he was meeting Prince Jala. Father bore a serious look on his face, Valar could see as he neared, and gestured towards the guards before he looked towards them, and that serious look faded. Father crouched down beside them, the chainmail underneath his clothing lowly clinking with a dim chime, one that came to a stop as their father's bearded face was on the same level as their own. "My boys," their father said with a soft sigh, though it bore hints of pride as he looked to them, one hand placed on Polaris' neck and shoulder whilst the other was on Valar's shoulder as Casterys stood in the middle of them. Father smiled softly, as he seemed to look at each one of them with a long, trailing look, his eyes searching all of theirs, as if he was trying to burn their faces into his mind. After a long few moments of silence when none spoke, not he or his brothers, father broke that silence with his rumbling voice. "What are our house words? Under our wings, we protect." They all said in unison, in obedience, and their father smiled with a pleased crinkle around his eyes and he nodded slowly, heavily. It was different words to the Targaryen words of fire and blood, but father had said that those words were words that were part of protect, that it was their duty as the guardians of their people to watch over and help and make sure everyone who followed their family was protected, with fire and blood if need be. "Under our wings, we protect." His father repeated quietly to them, the creases around his eyes increasing in weight, in depth, in severity. "Those are heavy words, my sons." Father smiled softly at them through his beard and Valar could feel his father's grip on his shoulder tighten slightly. "They carry a responsibility that is greater than ourselves. A responsibility that we swear we uphold every time we say our family words. Do you boys know what it is?" Father asked them, and Polaris was the first to speak up. "That we shield our people and our family against all those that want to harm us." Father smiled at Polaris and nodded. Casterys was the next one to speak up. "That we stand tall and fight when we have to." Father nodded again. Valar spoke up, though he was less assured than his older brothers were when he did, "that we always should be brave." Polaris and Casterys gave him a look of really, and Valar flushed a little. "Don't look at your brother like that," father gently admonished his elder brothers with a look, and his brothers looked sheepishly at the ground. None of them liked to disappoint father. "You boys took the good ones, Valar did well," father said with a praising note in his voice, and Valar beamed at the praise. Father smiled at him and gave him a nod before father grew serious and he straightened up a little, as did his brothers. "All of the things you have said is true," father told them, the seriousness in his voice was unmissable. "And that is why I must go and defeat the pirates who have harmed our people and seek to harm more of us." Valar nodded understandingly, but he couldn't help but feel his worry rise. "We did nothing to them," Polaris muttered darkly, his expression twisting. "And that doesn't matter," father told Polaris with a note of understanding in his voice as he looked at him before he looked to Casterys, then to Valar. "Sometimes bad people just want to hurt you because it is good for them to do so, even if you did nothing to them, even if you were friendly," father told them seriously. Father continued, this time with a heavy, almost sad smile. "It isn't fair, I know. I would much rather be here and watch you boys and little Solanise and Rena grow up, but this is my duty," father told them with great gravity in his voice. "My duty to our people and my duty to you boys, your baby siblings and your mother cannot be ignored, cannot be evaded, and it is not a duty I will shirk from, my sons," his father said to them, his mismatching eyes trailing across from Valar to Polaris to Casterys, his serious expression breaking slightly as Valar felt father's hand tighten even more so on his shoulder. "And it is a duty that I will carry out with the best of my abilities so that everyone here in Corinth, our people and our family, is safe against our enemies." Valar was only 7, but he knew that duty was important. He wasn't entirely sure what duty exactly meant, but he knew it was about doing the right thing. And, as father told them about his duty, Valar couldn't help but feel angry against their enemies for making father having to do his duty. "I know you will win, father," Valar burst out, but when he spoke again it was a lot surer yet with more weight in his voice. "I know you will win." His elder brothers echoed his words. Father smiled at them all with a look of fondness as he rubbed all of their hairs with his giant hands. Whilst father lost his smile, there was still that look of fondness in his face that lingered for a while before that also went away as father spoke up, again with seriousness. "Just as you have faith in me, my sons, I have faith in you that you will carry out the very serious task I will set on all 3 of you." Valar's eyes widened in surprise. Casterys and Polaris were the same, but Casterys recovered the first as his expression settled in determination. "What do you ask of us, father?" "I ask of you to hold true to our family words, my boys." Father said with a deep smile to them. Your wings may be small yet but you're all dragons. And with those wings of yours, I ask you to look after your brothers and your little siblings, to help your mother and do as she asks, to train hard and to learn everything your tutors set before you, and to be the guardians of our people. Father said to them with a serious look before his eyes darted between the brothers. Can you do that for me, my sons? Yes. Yes, we will, father. We swear. All three of the brothers swore to their father and their father pulled them all into him, basically squashing them to his chest. Valar heard a noise escape their father's throat and for a moment he thought father sounded a lot like Shriko's when his belly was filled. Valar felt his father kiss him on the top of his head and heard him sigh heavily before he pulled away from them, and Valar saw the proud look on their father's face and Valar felt doubly determined to make sure father would be proud of him when he returned. Good. Father said proudly after a few moments before he stood up and looked behind towards the ships where Sir Gaelanis was waiting with a few other of the guards. Valar could see that they were waiting on father. He turned around and looked down at them. It's time, my sons. Soon enough Valar was with his brothers and mother with their guards at the docks with a lot of their people, watching the ships go. Some of the women and girls were looking upset and Valar turned around and looked at his mother. His mother didn't look upset at all, she looked very confident. His mother must have seen him looking because she looked down at him and smiled softly at him and he felt the worries that he was feeling fade away. He smiled back at mother before he looked towards the ships. Father would return, Valar thought fiercely to himself and he turned towards the skies as he heard Miss Aragorn's roar. And he would return victorious, after delivering fire and blood to their enemies. Break. New lands, 2 moons later. Captain Bryce POV. 4 days passed as the expedition inland from the eastern side continued and finally they managed to get out of the dangerous and hot forest at the eastern coast. The beasts that dwelled in those forests were different from the large beasts in the northwest. Which was better, Bryce thought with a scowl as he remembered the damnable demon birds that were taller than men and more aggressive than the lion-like cats. He was glad precautions were made for the voyage west because he wasn't sure many of them would have been able to defend and kill those beasts had they not had their spears and their swords. Even as it was, they lost one of their men to injuries sustained when one of the birds with their dagger-like claws gored him from groin to navel. Thankfully, no other such death had happened. Especially once they hunted down as many of the demon birds in the area as they could. He let off a satisfied grumble. It helped of course that the birds were damn good eating too. A bit too tough for his liking but it was certainly good enough considering for many moons all they ate was meager dried and cured meat thrice a week. In any case, there were other large beasts in the northwest too, huge dragon-scaled rats that could form into a ball and tumble away, some kind of hairy beast that was larger than bear but as docile as a mouse, large cats though smaller than a lion that hunted in small groups, lizard lions that seemed to be a little smaller than the ones in the neck and other more familiar looking animals like the deer with the horns instead of antlers. Thus far, in the eastern forest, the animals seemed smaller though still as queer as the animals on the other side of the mountains. Bright songbirds that seemed to be cousins to the ones on Waelano, vicious looking black and white monkeys that had teeth the sizes of knives, and many other such beasts. These animals were more like the animals on the islands to the north. Fortunately, he thought as he huffed as he climbed up the steep hill, his walking stick digging into the ground, the beasts were not as he feared they might come across. He feared mayhaps there would be wyverns or basilisks or apes the size of men but they found none. These animals were strange, yes, some looked to be very dangerous, but they would be easily rid of once they cleared out the lands of the beasts. Especially in the northern parts of the land where he thought the prince might want to choose to settle, especially upstream of the river where it was more defensible. As he climbed, he looked around. The terrain deeper inland some 10 or 2 and 10 leagues from the beaches and the forest on the eastern side of the land were more windswept, and far hillier. The draft of the wind was mild however, no doubt because of the warmer air that was coming in from the oceans. He looked towards the ground as he continued to climb. Much of the land here was hilly and grassy, closer to the mountains, drier too, with kinds of trees and shrubbery he was not familiar with and markedly different from the somewhat wetter forest below. Not suitable for farming, to be sure, but not terrible either. Still, it was a good thing that the northern parts of the land west of the mountains had much better soil for farming because otherwise, he thought they might have to settle on the smaller islands in the north rather than the lands he was on now. Or mayhaps they'd find better soil further south, he mused to himself as he continued on climbing. They had not managed to go all the way around yet, despite being here for the better part of 2 moons, but they did find out that the lands were much taller than they were wider. The cartographers had estimated that the parts they'd explored thus far, from the western side to the eastern side, it was about 95 leagues across but they mentioned that it was likely it will be much wider the further they go down south. Bryce grimaced as he heaved himself upward along particularly trickier part of the ground. He caught the look of concern from Tobin but he waved him off with a disgruntled look on his face. He might be old but wasn't so old that he needed help walking, he thought as he scoffed. Besides, he was gaining in strength after so many moons out on sea so before long he'd soon outdo the irksome youths. How far up do you still want to go? The familiar voice of Edmund asked, and he turned towards the man. Edmund was a tall boy, man, not yet seen 22 name days, and he was the knight that was in charge of the 50 men-at-arms that had come on this voyage. He'd been crucial in maintaining order. He was grateful for the man because had Edmund been a lesser man and listened to the mutinous fools, they would never have found what they were looking for. Not too far, Bryce said with an exertion of breath before he gestured towards the taller hills, mayhaps 2 or 3 leagues away. That far? I wish to see if there are any valleys on the other side or if it is much of the sameness. You think it could be another place to lay a village? Edmund asked. There were a few places that Bryce and Elric, the former miner turned cartographer, had made sure to mark out as places of interest, as the prince called them. Places that either should be looked at for mining or places that should be looked at to place settlements. Most of the settlements were, of course, on the northwestern side, where it was flatter even if some places were much higher up than the coasts, but Bryce wanted to make sure they could find a few places on this side of the mountain. Elric privately told him that these hills could possess silver and gold veins, claiming that they reminded him of hills of the Golden Tooth. He wasn't convinced by that claim, but in the case that it was true, he wanted to make sure of the places for towns and villages. Mayhaps. We will find out once we're there, won't we? Bryce said, a little annoyed as he glanced at the man. Edmund only looked a little amused by his tone, having already familiarized himself with the Bryce's curtness. I suppose we will. Edmund said as they continued to climb up, though he noted that the man said it somewhat strangely and he glanced at the man. You look like you want to say something, Bryce said with an annoyed note to his voice as he more or less pushed the man to speak his mind. Edmund lost the look of amusement as he spoke. Mayhaps we'll find a people there. Bryce clenched his walking stick, though his face did not change. We have not found anything before. I doubt we'll find anything now. There were a number of places in the north that would have been prime land to claim. If there were a people, why wouldn't they have done so? True. Edmund allowed before he looked towards the mountains. But the Lady Dawn may find something by the time we've returned to the shores. He gazed towards the west, where Edmund was looking, and saw the mountains that towered in the distance. He had not seen mountains that tall before, and he'd been to a number of ports in the vale where the mountains loomed. As far they could tell, the mountain range was one that went from north to south. They did not know how far it went, but it seemed to go very far down. Mayhaps towards the very end of the land. She might find something. If she does, she does. Bryce said to the man before he added, no point thinking about it now. Though if he were to be truthful, he had thought about it for these past few moons, almost as soon as he saw the land. It was hard not to. Especially considering how well armed they were for this voyage. The crew did not know it, but the prince had told him, Edmund and Locke, the captain of the Lady Dawn, that there may well be peoples on these lands. And from the actions of the prince, to arm them with armor and castle-forged steel spears, swords and excellent bows, it was not hard to understand that the prince was concerned that they might encounter barbarians. They kept on walking for another few hours before they finally managed to get over the range of hills, and much to his disappointment, there were no river valleys on the other side. Instead, there was only more forests, though they seemed to be of a different kind than the ones by the eastern shore. Still, there was potential here too. Mayhaps not for a large settlement, but certainly for a logging town. All in all, everything he'd seen so far was not bad at all. Lands for farms, lands for cattle and sheep, lands that may well boast gold and silver, and weather that was warm but not overly sweating, especially in the higher grounds north where many of the fertile lands were located. Bryce thought with satisfaction that this indeed would make a fine home. They remained where they were as night approached, and their party of 25 pitched the tents and dug in the stew that was cooked by the cabin hand. A stew made out of demon bird and some kind of beets that they'd seen some of the animals dig out of the ground, and a few other herbs that were the same as those they were familiar with. The trek back was uneventful, for the most part, and 3 days later they arrived back at the shore where Discovery anchored in the distance. And she wasn't alone either, for the Lady Dawn was there too. Bryce got on board of the Discovery, where he found Heron Locke and his right-hand man, Rhodey Fisherman, waiting on him. Locke. Still alive, I see. Bryce greeted with a gruff tone as he shook the man's hand. Locke gave him a mild amused grin. You'll croak before I do, old man. You're only 4 name days younger than I am. Bryce said with a glare, though there was little heat in it. Locke chuckled before he shook his head, after which Bryce could see him lose some of that levity that came naturally to him. Bryce eyed him carefully and saw that there was something he was keeping to himself. He turned towards Tobin. Bring me that gasket of summer wine. Tobin saluted before he scurried off. Soon enough he was in his captain's cabin with Locke, Fisherman, and Edmund on the other of his desk, all of them nursing glasses of wine. You found something? Bryce commented as he shared his gaze between the two men. Fisherman looked uncomfortable whilst Locke was more composed. Yes. Locke said finally as he inclined his head, and he smiled a little as he continued to speak. Be assured, I have not found any villages or cities. That does not assure me at all. Bryce said in a low growl with irritation and concern. You found people then? Or evidence of them? A weathered boat some several hundred feet from the shores. Locke said, and Bryce and Edmund let off a breath, both of them in shock. Only a boat? Edmund asked with sharp eyes. Only a boat. Locke said with a sigh. My men and I looked it over. It looks old. Very old. And there were no bones. Locke hesitated for a moment before he added. Not quite true, we found some bones that were shaped into spearheads. Bryce leaned back in his chair. Human bones? He asked, and his voice was quiet. Locke and Fisherman exchanged looks before Locke answered, we don't think so. I don't think we have any bones that are that thick. At least that's some comfort. Bryce muttered before he cleared his throat and asked, what size was this boat? No larger than a fishing boat. Locke stated before he frowned slightly and added. It was thin though, thinner than a fishing boat and almost like a small version of a long boat, though it was carved out from a single felled tree with the walls of the boat no thicker than a third of the width of the finger, Locke said as he raised his finger. It looked like it could only house mayhaps half a dozen men too. Fisherman contributed. Locke nodded in agreement. That can't have traveled far. Bryce stated critically as he thought it over. The waters around these lands were dangerous. At times there seemed to be no winds, and on others, the waters rocked and heaved with waves the size of mountains. Even with their huge ships, it was no easy feat to travel those waters. He could not imagine that these people could have come very far, and it was a consideration that the rest of the men also understood. It meant that these people were on this land. Somewhere. How far down the eastern coast was this? Edmund asked. Mayhaps 5 dozen or 6 dozen leagues down the coast. Fisherman answered before he added, we turned back after we found the boat. Good decision. Edmund said with a nod before Edmund turned to Bryce. I think we need to head back now. We've delayed it long enough already. There was urgency in his voice. Bryce looked to Edmund before he looked to Locke and Fisherman. Both of them seemed to be in agreement. No doubt they were frightful, and he expected the rest of the crew of the Lady Dawn to be the same, and the crew of the Dawn too once they know of it, if they didn't already. The bone spearhead did indicate that the people were more than likely savages, and their people were almost certainly, no definitely, outnumbered. In truth, even if they did not find any evidence of people, he would have wanted to send one of their ships back anyway. By now, they have been away for more than 6 moons by his estimation. It may well take another 4 moons to return to Corinth. Very well. Bryce decided. The prince would have expected more from us, but I agree. We'll leave to inform him of the lands and the possibility that we will not be alone on this land. As the leader of the voyage, the decision fell to him, within reason, and though he did not think he'd be able to suggest anything other than for them to return without being removed as captain. The decision very obviously relieved all of the other men in the cabin. Yes, Bryce thought, he could not have disagreed. We'll head back after we've replenished our stores and our water in the north. There was no need to rush back like frightened children. Plus, he thought, the ships needed to be prepped for the long journey. Still, Bryce wanted to know a few more things. He leaned forward. And you're certain you saw nothing else? It may have been simply some old boat. Nothing, sir. Fisherman answered before he glanced to Locke, who simply waved him to continue. He did. There were no felled trees by the forest line, and there was nothing to make us think there were any people. Fisherman frowned. If they ever did anything, it would have been many years ago. The boat looked very old and very rotten. Bryce nodded to that explanation. Very well. Bryce said after a few moments. Return to the Lady Dawn. We'll make sail to the mouth of the river at dawn. Bryce said as he gestured Edmund to remain. After they were left alone, Bryce said, inform the crew about the boat if they don't know already, but tell them that it is just a shipwreck. They won't believe that. Edmund said dubiously. Bryce glared at the man. Better that than to let them think up stupid legends. He could already see the tall tales spreading in Corinth, about giant man-beasts with teeth the size of spearheads. He'd rather not gain the prince's ire and come to face a dragon. The last thing they needed would be to spook people about these lands. I will inform them. Edmund said after a few moments as he eyed Bryce. You're concerned? Of course I'm concerned. Bryce snapped. There might be savages on the other of the mountains. Savages that might well be only a few leagues south from where I'll be recommending the prince to come see. Why would I not be concerned? Edmund grimaced, but he nodded. I understand. Edmund said heavily before he clenched his fist. But we are few, and chances are that they are many. It is better they do not know of us until we return with more numbers. Bryce let off a deep breath. I know. He said tiredly. I do not disagree with that. I simply wish we could know more. Were the people savages? Were they beasts in men's skin? Or were they friendly and a civilized people? Did they have a city? If they were using bone spearheads, he was quite sure they were savages, but he could not be sure. For all he knew, they could have some dark sorcery to make the bone spearheads harder than steel. Tisk. He'd forgotten to ask Locke for the bone spearhead, so he'd have a look. I do not disagree, Edmund said wryly before he shook his head. Still, I do not think the prince will be disappointed with our voyage. Edmund said knowingly. On that account, Bryce could agree wholeheartedly and he smiled slightly. Bryce said with a nod. They found lands in the west, lands that promised to be fruitful and lands that may well prove to possess gold and silver. There were 4 main islands north of these lands, all of them wild and all of them green and lush, and to top of it, the largest island was the largest island he'd seen save for the 3 largest islands in the Summer Isles. And all of what they have seen was completely unclaimed. The prince will be pleased with what we have found. Bryce agreed. Edmund smiled before he drank of the wine. The smile only got sharper when he spoke next. Do you think he'll let me have that westerly island? Bryce snorted before he leveled a glare at the man. You can ask him for it. I won't miss ya if his dragon eats you alive, shirt and all. Prince Aegon did promise us all lands that we could choose. Edmund said with a grin that matched the glint in his eyes. Why not a whole island? And how are you going to manage that, Lord Edmund of Westerly Isle? Bryce asked skeptically with a mocking note in his voice. You know our people are less than 50,000. Most of us will live in or by the capital once it is raised. That'll be my problem to solve. Edmund said with a laugh in his voice, though he lost it as he spoke next, and it was desirous Lord Edmund of Westerly Isle. I like the sound of that. Bryce shook his head. Well, I don't. Bryce said as he gestured the man to leave. Go and bother someone else with your ravings. Edmund chuckled as he got up, but before he turned to leave he looked at Bryce. Think about it, Bryce. Edmund turned serious. This is an opportunity that almost never comes again. To rise beyond our station. Bryce met the man's gaze. Bryce saw that the 22 man had covetous eyes. He could not blame the man, given that back home, in Westeros, men like Edmund and himself would not have found a way out of their villages, and would have toiled away for their lord, had they not found their way to the prince. And now they had the chance to become lords themselves. We have both already risen above our station, Sir Edmund. Bryce told the knight as he leaned forward, never wavering from the man's eyes. You can read because the prince has made sure you can, an ability that even some lords cannot do. You were a squire to a knight that otherwise would not have even bothered to glance at you. Bryce straightened himself out a little. You have earned your right to be a knight, and you have earned the prince's trust to become a leader of men and have been entrusted to guard the souls of these 2 ships. You have risen above your station, Sir Edmund. Do not cheapen yourself or the confidence the prince has put in you by having covetous desires that only bastards and godless heathens are ought to have. Edmund bristled at his words, and for a moment Bryce thought that Edmund would attack him. Only when Edmund's shoulders slackened did he release his breath. You're right, of course, Captain. Edmund said with a chastised look. Please accept my apologies for my words. I accept. Bryce said with an incline of the head. Still, he wasn't sure if the apology extended any further than the admission. Mayhaps best not to ask. They would still have a long journey back home. Edmund left moments later, leaving Bryce to himself. Bryce stared at the door for a long few moments. He wondered how many more of their men were thinking like Edmund was thinking. He shook his head. It wasn't his problem. No, that was a problem for the prince. 108 AC, the Red Keep. Otto Hightower POV. Otto watched the foreign-dressed man wait with the men carrying in the small crate at the bottom of the stairs, waiting to be brought into the Red Keep. His gaze washed over the men, intently studying them, and he could see that they were low-born, yet they wore fair-quality garments typically expected of the merchant class. One of the guards that escorted them in walked towards him. My lord Hand. The guard bowed his head. These are the men who claim to be sent on behalf of Prince Aegon the Elder. The guard brought out 2 letters and Otto took them and he inspected the seal on the letters. Both of them had the Targaryen seal, the same seal he'd seen 4 years ago, the last correspondence between the Iron Throne and the 3rd son of Baelon. Otto flipped the letters over and saw that one was addressed to King Viserys and the other to the Lord Hand, and he began to open the letter addressed to him. It was standard procedure, to address towards someone of high rank in the capital when letters came from foreign dignitaries or merchants who wished an audience with the king. It's the prince's handwriting, Otto recognized after he read through the letter. He closed the letter after having read through the inconsequential content, which only bore to assuage that it did come from the prince himself and what the gifts were, and Otto dismissively waved the men to come up. Have the rooms by the servants' quarters prepared. Otto said with cool eyes as he eyed the prince's men once more before returning his gaze towards the guard as he began to turn away. And search the crate thoroughly. It was later during the evening meal when he was with his daughter, the queen, Viserys and Rhaenyra, that he had the gifts brought that were held within the crate. Your brother has brought gifts for his namesake and nephew whilst bringing gifts for Rhaenyra and Alicent. Otto told them before the gifts were brought in by the servants. Ah! Viserys said exuberantly as he got up from his seat and made his way towards the gifts, as did Rhaenyra, though his daughter Alicent sent him a quizzical look to which he only nodded slightly before she also got up to inspect the gifts. The gifts were worthy, Otto had to concede. 2-foot-tall ivory statuettes of dragons and lighthouses were amongst the gifts given to the royal family. His daughter received a jade gemstone necklace, Rhaenyra a diadem made of gold crowned with violet gems, whilst his grandson received a dagger with ornately designed hilt that respected both of his heritage. Extravagant gifts that he was sure could command a fortune all but a few houses could afford to part with at the best of times. And Viserys would know it too, Otto thought with disgruntlement, and would only embolden the man to seek to return the wayward prince to Viserys' side. Otto walked towards Viserys, who was in conversation with Rhaenyra about one of the statuettes, about whether or not it resembled Baelryan or Vermithor more, and he gestured Alicent to intercede when he needed her to. After she understood, he spoke up, "Your Grace," Otto said respectfully, drawing Viserys' attentions. Rhaenyra pivoted away towards Alicent, who called on her, and Otto decided then to lean in slightly, saying, "Your brother wrote back." He fished out the letter with the unbroken seal, the seal unbroken despite his own curiosity what the wayward third prince wrote, from his inside pocket, and Viserys sighed the letter with bright curiosity as he handed it over to the man. "May I suggest you read it later?" Otto said cautiously as he looked meaningfully to the girls. Viserys visibly warred with himself, before he conceded with a tight smile. "Very well," Viserys said as he tucked away the letter and turned towards the girls, happily discussing the gifts and where they might display in court. It was later, when he and Viserys were alone, that Viserys broke the seal. Otto watched Viserys keenly as he read the letter, the excited gleam in his eyes slowly dimming as he read further down the letter, and Otto felt a sense of relief at the growing and marked display of disappointment on Viserys' face. He had not been pleased with the prospect of the return of the all but self-exiled prince who Otto believed was problematic. Not in the problematic sense that Daemon was, no, thank the Seven, Aegon the Elder was not a threat like Daemon was. His years in court and his time as Lord Hand during the old king's reign made it clear that Aegon the Elder held contempt for the court and its people. The third son of Baelon valued keeping hold of his grudges more than he did the new position he'd found himself, despite having all of the opportunity to bolster his position at court and in the realm. As the man married to the old king's last daughter, who was clearly in favor with the old king in his last years, and as the brother of the next king, Aegon could have ensured that he was a major political force on top of being a knight and a dragon rider. The man eschewed it all, and Otto was glad for it. He'd been surprised to see the old king include Aegon the Elder as much as he did in the last years of his reign, and it quickly became apparent that it was not because the boy was married to his only living daughter that he'd done so. The simple truth was, Aegon the Elder was more competent than either of his elder brothers in almost every manner. That early promise of the boy's intelligence Otto had been informed of by the maesters coming into fruition in full. And Viserys, even if he was fortunately more sentimental than he was understanding of Aegon's skills, knew at some level that Aegon would be a boon for his reign. And Otto did not want that man anywhere near Viserys, for he believed, knew, his influence over Viserys would wane in ways that Daemon could never achieve. Daemon, Otto thought with a contemptuous grimace, was a cruel, selfing, violent deviant that thought of nothing else than his own desires and his vices, and Viserys, despite the undeserved love he held for Daemon, knew this, at least deep down, and it had not been difficult to sway Viserys to his ways of thinking in most instances. Aegon the Elder, however? The man was clever, when he wanted to be, and persuasive. He'd seen enough of his persuasiveness when the old king reigned and when Prince Baelon still lived, having convinced the Targaryen men to let him take Dragonstone under his charge, allowing him to develop the ports and towns of Dragonstone when it should have fallen to Viserys as Baelon's heir to manage the seat, which, in the end, had costed the Iron Throne substantial taxes when Aegon absconded away with half of the population and almost all of the shipbuilders when he left. Not only that, he'd also convinced them to radically change the housing system of King's Landing whilst getting the old king to invest in the sewage system that Aegon the Elder had successfully argued was costly and ineffective with the way it dealt with the waste of the small folk and the way it ran from street to street. All this whilst figuring out how to make glass of almost perfect quality that not even the mere glass makers could produce, and bartering a contract with the Iron Bank when he was still yet barely a man grown. And despite the point that an agreement should never have been brought to Bravos when such industry could have transformed King's Landing, he grudgingly had to admit that the contract was at least adequate, especially given that it was a constant stream of gold that would only increase when the Stepstones debacle was settled. Some of his kin in Old Town and the maesters believed that the achievement is attributed to that half-maester Edwin, but Otto did not underestimate the third prince. The maesters that had been around during the third prince's early years had much to say about the man, about his intellect and the close relationship he once bore with the late Grand Maester Elissar, who was said to highly regard the prince. And from what he'd seen of the third prince, Otto acknowledged that there was a sharp mind underneath that head of silver hair. Viserys knew that too, even if Otto thought that Viserys was blind to his youngest brother, who considered Aegon the Elder's achievements to be a joint matter with his sire when it was clear that his youngest brother who should be credited in full. Which, of course, Otto believed likely contributed to Aegon the Elder's decision to depart from the kingdoms. The relationship between Viserys and Aegon had never quite recovered after the Princess Gale debacle, when the third prince had been accused of distasteful rumors that saw none of the royal family refute at the time. He'd been skeptical about the rumors when he'd first heard about, as he did not think Queen Ali's Anne would have left Aegon the Elder to remain free with how much the old woman had loved that girl, and the later announcement by the old king vindicated that skepticism, even if he was sure it was not the truth. Nevertheless, the broken relationship between the brothers, the major faults of Aegon the Elder, faults of willfulness, stubbornness, and wrath, made him relatively assured that Viserys' offer would be rejected. He refused. Otto looked Viserys, who slumped in his chair, and Otto suppressed a smile as Viserys gazed up at Otto with a tired, saddened smile. I had hoped. Viserys trailed off. Your brother has made a life in the Summer Isles. A successful life if the quality of the gifts is anything to go by. Otto told Viserys carefully. Although he did not expect it to be this successful. They did not have an active spy network there, as much as he wanted there to be, but there were plenty in Lotus Port that would inform their people amongst the old town merchant ships about the affairs of the island. In truth, he wasn't sure what to make of the reports. The settlement Aegon built, named queerly as Corinth neither Valyrian or Endel, was reportedly said to be made completely of wet stone that when dried was as hard as any stone found on the Summer Isles, and was said to boast city walls 10 feet tall and homes that were all built with the wet stone. Some of their spies had seen the stone, for there were roads built around Lotus Port that had these stones. Unfortunately, they did not know how it was made or even who created in the first place, only that Corinth had sent men to lay the wet stone. There wasn't much else they could find out about the settlement, for the place rarely entertained any outsiders beyond the neighboring Summer Islander villagers and the traders of Lotus Port, as per the agreement made between the Prince of Wallano and Aegon. One thing was clear, however. The industry that had been on Dragonstone had clearly improved, for it seemed like much of the gold Aegon made was spent on buying the freedoms of the slaves of Lys and the disputed lands, an expensive affair that he'd considered had to taking more than the income of the Bravasi glass industry. He'd sent a raven to his brother some moons ago about the matters there. The prince was more successful in trading that he thought he'd be, and mayhaps there was more happening there that they needed to know, especially since there were 5 dragon riders on those isles, more than the rest of the Targaryens combined. It could be those ridiculous ships were not as much a gimmick as he thought they were. He said as much. Viserys said with a miserable laugh as he gestured Otto towards the letter, and Otto took the letter and read it. Otto kept his expression the same as he read it, though he was surprised by some of it, especially the tone with which Aegon had written with. It was cold, formal, more so than one could expect between brothers. He'd thanked Viserys for the position and the offer of lands, but politely declined, stating that he did not foresee himself and his family returning in next few years, and that he did not wish for Viserys to leave the important post unoccupied for too long. The only parts of the letters that were warm was in regards to Rhaenyra and Aegon, whom he wished best fortunes and that one day he'd get to meet his namesake and see Rhaenyra once more. Ironically, there was no mention of Aegon's own children. Otto looked away to the letter and looked towards Viserys, who turned to look towards his Valyria model with a faraway look. A life? Viserys murmured softly, seemingly speaking to himself. What life? Viserys shook his head before continuing. What life can he possibly have that is better than one with his own people? His own family? Viserys asked, and Otto was certain it was not to him, not entirely anyway. You know what's been said about him, Otto? Viserys spoke up after a moment as he returned his gaze to Otto, that he is as much a flesh peddler as the rest of the 7 damned SSC. Viserys said with a set jaw. Without Aegon present to defend himself and his actions, the nobles that had seen their overtures batted away by the man had taken the opportunity to fuel rumors that his purchasing of slaves was not as pious as some would believe. Otto had brought the news of the rumors to Viserys, and he'd been wroth by the attack on his brother's character. Viserys would have learned of it sooner or later from the Master of Whispers, but Otto had seen an opportunity to win over some of the nobles and lords to his way of thinking. Otto had presented an opportunity to Viserys to deal with the rumors, and he'd done so during the last courtly festivities, where Viserys had addressed the matter by toasting his brother for his pious deeds alongside several influential septons, effectively defanging the rumors lest they be deemed to be doubting the words of the king and the faith. None of that would have happened if he was here, where people could see him do the good work against slavery. Viserys sighed. I should have offered to help him with this cause of his. Maybe that would have made the difference. I cannot answer for your brother's desires, your grace. Otto said with a pause as he eyed the man for a moment before continuing. I did not know him as well as you did. Otto said in a half lie. In truth, he did not understand either, why Aegon threw away everything. Aegon would have gotten what almost all second sons wish for. A lordship, land, and an elder brother whose ear could be bent. Viserys scoffed as he shook his head. I do not think anyone knows him at all save for Gale. Viserys sighed. Save for Ema, he added with a sad note to his voice. Otto artfully thinned his lips, the only indication of his displeasure of the mention of that woman. That woman never seemed to stop haunting the place despite her ashes long having cast into the wines. Prince Aegon's men are still in King's Landing, your grace. Otto said, redirecting the conversation as he placed the letter onto the table. I can have them called up if you wish to have them take a letter to your brother. Viserys slightly turned towards him, meeting his gaze before he looked away from Otto, wearing still that disappointed look. No, he said after a little while. There is nothing to share with Aegon. He does not wish to return, and it seems like there is nothing I can say or do to convince him otherwise. Viserys shook his head. One brother who craves more than it is his to have, and another who craves nothing more but to reject all that he could have granted to him on a silver platter. Viserys chuckled with a rasp before he sighed heavily and turned towards Otto. If only my brothers were like you. Thank the seven they were not, Otto thought. He'd never have gotten this close otherwise. I live to serve, your grace. Viserys smiled gratefully before nodding towards him. Go. I've kept you enough. Your grace. Otto bowed before he left. He made his way through the holdfast, towards his next destination, and as he arrived at his tower, he found his informant waiting by the guards. As soon as they were left alone in his office, he asked without delay, did you find out where they are going? They are. Though they have stated that they are due to the Vale to deliver gifts for Prince Baelon and Lady Royce. Otto suffocated the grimace that came across his face as he thought of that displeasing problem. He'd still not been able to convince Viserys to go back on the betrothal between Baelon and Rhaenyra. His correspondence with Lady Royce was positive, however, keen as she was to preserve her line and prevent her kin from usurping the house from underneath her. As it was, Lady Royce was keen to have Baelon marry a daughter of the Vale instead of the princess, which was a much more palatable eventuality for almost everyone involved. Having Rhaenyra marry Daemon's spawn was a nightmare that was only surpassed by the deviant marrying the girl himself. He could see it with utmost clarity, the danger of uniting the claims of Daemon through Baelon and Viserys through Rhaenyra. The rightful claim of his grandson would be placed under unacceptable threat even if he managed to win the Westerlands and the Stormlands to his grandson's cause. Having a queen as a ruler of the Seven Kingdoms would be unacceptable to the lords of the realm, but having a Targaryen king, even if he was to be consort, could be twisted into an acceptable compromise for most lords. He would never see that outcome come to breathe a single breath. And neither would House Hightower or their allies. Thankfully, Daemon was as much a threat to himself as he was to his grandson, and Lady Royce's hatred for Daemon and her own concerns for her son was the opening with which he'd convince her to allow the betrothal to simply fall apart. She'd gain a full heir of her house's name, which he'd see done, and which would have the discontented kinsman step away, and her son would still have ties, blood ties to the royal family that mayhaps one day would yield a queen of House Royce. It was a cleaner solution than having the boy killed. For now, Rhaenyra would marry someone else should Viserys be opposed to marrying his grandson to the girl, someone more manageable that could be won over. Unfortunately, he knew that as princess, a dragon-riding princess at that, there were only a few houses worthy of her hand. And the two houses that he knew had the best chances of convincing Viserys were both two houses that he would do his best to ensure they did not succeed. They've hired a ship then? Otto asked, returning to the matter at hand. Yes, my lord. Although I do not know where after they'd go. Otto dismissed the point. Likely they'd return to King's Landing before riding out to Tumbleton, where they'd go down the Mander, like they'd done to get here. It was an option that some merchants were taking rather than brave the stepstones with the way it was. Otto briefly considered if he should do more than idly keeping watch, but decided in the end that there was little point, and as such, he dismissed the man, telling him to keep him apprised on their guests, and soon he was left alone in his office. Break. 108 AC Old Town, Clover Tavern. Celis POV. She peered over the balcony of the Clover Tavern, looking over the buildings and the river that fed out of Old Town. It was a pretty city, with labyrinth cobblestone streets that snaked in and out to lead into markets and shops in the unlikeliest of places. There was a charm to it, she supposed, but she found the piousness of the people in the city distasteful. There was a superficiality to it that seemed worse than what she was used to in Lys, where folk could switch from one faith to another several times in a lifetime. She herself had followed one faith only to switch to another when it caught her fancy, only for her to decide none of them suited her. But those who truly believed, those who could swear that they were of a faith, they rarely were so contrary to what she'd seen in this city, where septons could take pleasure of the flesh and pleasure of the mind, yet straightforwardly give a sermon of the evils of lust and sinful debauchery, when not a night ago that same septon had a tongue in places that would cause even the most adventurous Westerosi to shield their ears before partaking a riot to hang the sinning septon. Of course, it wasn't only the septons that were two-faced. Many of the people were too, in a supposed holy city. But she supposed folk, high-born or low-born, were the same wherever they were. The same kinds of merchants would cheat you in bold-faced lies when their faith decried such actions, and the same kinds of guards took bribes and in the other hand would give such hard-earned coin to the faith, who would in turn spend but a pittance of coin on the people. And then there was the crooks and cutthroats who roamed the streets as easily as they did in King's Landing, and as long as they did not make too much of a problem for the city guard and the high towers, they were almost free to act as they pleased. When they'd first set up their pillow houses here in Old Town, they'd had to contend with these kinds of people much more than they had to in King's Landing. It took over a year and more men sent by the prince for the problem to go away, finally edging out the crooks and their competing pillow houses, which had to have their support ripped out from the city guard and a few noblemen who protected them. And now, 3 years later, they managed to, as the prince would say, monopolize the pleasure market in the city. They catered to almost all vices, even introducing desires to men who did not know they had it, and they'd become almost as ingrained within the city as the jewelries and the perfumes and the wines and the fruits, though they were in the crevices, in the hidden cracks in plain sight, in taverns next to the shops that mothers and wives and servants would go and purchase goods. Which, she thought, suited this city of contradiction. And now, she mused as she gazed upon a high tower ship passing through deeper into the city towards the port that were reserved for the high towers, all of that effort over the years would soon come to an end. She was almost regretful for it, all of the effort that had gone into wresting some control in the city would be gone in just a few weeks should everything go to plan. It was why she was here too. She'd received a message from Minisha, her deputy who oversaw the pillow houses they owned in Old Town whilst Celis had King's Landing, that one of the girls had snared a target with access and would likely be attempting the plot in the next moon or two. She'd gotten the girls to delay until she got there, for it was quite likely that the attempt could only happen once lest they raise suspicions, and now, after a moon having been here and meticulously going over the plan with the girl, they were ready. They only needed the opportunity now. She would have been peeved to be pulled away from King's Landing for this, regardless of the pretty buildings that was unlike much of King's Landing, especially in the hasty manner she'd gotten herself to this, quite frankly, distasteful city, at least in comparison to King's Landing where there was an appeal to its chaotic nature, but given the importance the prince had placed on this, more important than providing him information on matters of King's Landing and his family, she was rather curious to understand why the prince valued these items so much. She knew of the legends about the items, legends that claimed they could be used to see over mountains, seas, and deserts, that they give visions and dreams, all a part of stories and legends that told of Valeria and its sorceries, but she had thought them no more than tall tales told to glorify the past, to glorify the achievements of Lys. We slaughtered the dragon lords and their dragons despite their sorceries, despite all of their power and magic. Yet, that the prince wanted these above all else she was tasked to do made her consider that mayhaps there was some truth to the tales. After all, the Targaryens would be the kind of family to know about it. She shook her head. It was a shame she wouldn't be able to ask the prince about his interest in these items and what he planned with them, but unfortunately she'd remain in Westeros for the foreseeable future even when they ended their work in Old Town. That wasn't to say she would leave it. She'd leave the questioning to Minisha when she and the others who'd take the opportunity made their way to Corinth and leave the life behind with their promised riches and simple lives. She peered over the city for a little while, most of the time her gaze falling on the street directly below, until finally, she could see the familiar figures approaching the tavern. Finally, she thought. He was here. She'd received a message from King's Landing only a few days after she'd arrived in Old Town, that a situation had cropped up, one may interest the prince, and the princess. She'd been exasperated at the, honestly, irritating timing. Why couldn't the girl be found when she was still in the damnable city? She shook off the thought as she turned around and made her way back inside. She'd had the girl delivered to her to Old Town through a rather indirect way. She could rely on the proud family members of the low birth knights and squires the prince took with him to keep their mouths shut lest they bring shame, but the girl did arrive a fortnight ago. The girl was every bit what she should be, though had she not been certain that her people had surely confirmed her origin and timing, she might have thought that the girl might have been one of the few remaining dragon seeds of Dragonstone. She'd gotten a message out to Uthric in King's Landing after his return from Runestone, who had been amongst their people delivering the gifts to the prince's family in King's Landing and later in Runestone, which she suspected had been the real reason why he was in Westeros in the first place, to not board the ship that had returned to Corinth via the Mander. The risk through the stepstones was still far too great, and now he was finally here. Whilst she trusted Minisha and their guardsmen with much, she did not want more to know of the girl's origin at present, even if she was a bastard and of seeming no importance. She knew better. Royal bastards were problematic, but Targaryen bastards, especially given that only of their blood could bond with a dragon? Whilst King Viserys' rule was not in danger, per se, she could see that it was quite weak. Even those among the ground like her, far from the lofty heights of the Red Keep, those who paid attention, could see that King Viserys' rule was not as strong as a dragon king's rule should be. Too many would seek to use her against Daemon and mayhaps against the Targaryens in general should it be known, and given the enemies the man had in Essos and Westeros, hurting the man's reputation and his already harmed relations with his wife and his heir would be the least harmful way she could see the girl being used. She felt for the girl and decided to intervene. And she knew that the prince and the princess would feel for the girl too, and admittedly she knew that she'd been richly rewarded for the service of bringing the girl to them. She'd been tempted to let Uthric take the girl on the ship that departed via the Mander, but she thought it better for the girl to leave with the 4 ships amongst more of their people and with a knight like Uthric. Uthric would make sure that the girl was protected above all else. She made her way downstairs, passing down the 3rd and 4th floor hallways filled with occupied rooms as she got into the middle floors, and smiled once she saw the burly knight amongst the guards and a few of the girls, enjoying some cool mead. He was a well-liked man, as kind as he was strong, and he never seemed anything but genuine with his words and his deeds, especially to the girls who often kept a mask of one or another kind amongst most if not all men. Uthric Celis said with a warm smile, and it pleased her to see her smile reciprocated on his face. She'd thought of betting the man, more than a few times, but had thought the better of it. Not at the cost of changing things irreparably. She knew well enough to know the signs of a man who verged on viewing her as more than an acquaintance, than a friend even, if given the opportunity. She was not opposed to something more, but as it was nothing but a mere consideration that would break away when given much thought. Her role demanded her full attentions and at times would command her body, and whilst she was fond of the man, she was fonder still of the position she held. Celis. Uthric said with an easy smile as he got up and she waved him off, her smile falling off and his expression was one of surprise before it turned into understanding, which made way for a question. It can wait. Enjoy your drink, we can discuss the matter later. Celis told him as she turned around and gestured for the tavern girls to bring over plenty of drink to Uthric's table. Whilst their taverns were in reality pleasure houses, they were also still plain and simple taverns where folk could get their drink with ordinary rooms on the second floor weary travelers could use to stay a night or two. She left Uthric and the small celebration not long after the plentiful drink arrived, and after she'd had a word with one of the girls who'd take Uthric to her, she made her way to the rooms out in the back where the girls who weren't working slept, next to the guards' quarter, and entered the secluded room at the very back. Ilara, a fellow Lysane and one of her trusted friends, looked towards her as Celis entered the room, ceasing her sewing which she oddly picked up in King's Landing. She said that it helped her with her boredom, and at times Celis wondered if she wasn't giving enough work to her friend. Still, she had to say that she quite liked the woolen hats Ilara bribed her with. Her gaze turned towards the other occupier in the room and Celis saw that she was asleep. She fell asleep a little ago. Ilara offered to Celis as she walked towards the child. The child looked peaceful, her tiny lips parting as she inhaled and inhaled, her silver blonde hair askew across her tiny little face as she slept. She looks more at rest now. Celis commented, remembering how restless the child had been when she'd first came, calling for her mother repeatedly. She's getting used to me. Ilara said with an obvious smile in her voice, and she turned to her old friend and saw her eyeing the child quite dearly. Ilara had always been the more caring out of the courtesans, a mother hen really. She'd looked out for the new girls more than any other, even if the new girls were difficult to help acclimate to their new life. It wasn't entirely selfless, however. Out of all of them, only Ilara had given birth, and it had been a girl too. Ilara hadn't even had the opportunity to name her daughter before she was taken from her, a punishment given to her for getting with child and a reminder to everyone what would befall them should they make any such mistakes. It was a threat that was more feared than 100 lashings was. Celis believed that part of Ilara's kindness, part of her self-given mother role was because of that lost child. Developing from out of guilt and developing a need to mother any new and young girl that came to their pillow house because she would want her child to be looked after like she was looking after other women's daughters. I suppose before I know it she'll be knitting little hats. Celis said with a wry smile, and Ilara quietly laughed as she looked to the girl. I think this one is a little too wild for that. Ilara said with a hum. Celis wryly thought like her father. It was a few hours later that Uthric arrived, merrier but not drunk. He'd never been a man who liked to lose his senses with drink, questions clearly written on his face. By that time, the girl had awoken and Celis and Ilara entertained the child, and it was amidst this that Uthric arrived. What was urgent enough you had me ride hard to arrive here? Uthric finally asked after looking queerly at the scene. You're looking at the urgency, dear Uthric. Celis said with a playful smile as she sat back away from the child who was eyeing Uthric curiously but also a little warily. Who that? The girl asked as she pointed at Uthric and looked to Ilara for answers. That is dear Uthric, a friend. Celis helpfully supplied to the young girl. Fiend. The girl asked with heavy frown, tasting the word on her tongue in a way that's supposed to help her decipher the meaning. Friend. Ilara corrected and distracted the child enough to set her off into a rambling mood. Celis returned her gaze to Uthric and she saw his confused expression and she sighed before she stood up from her seat. Who is she? Uthric asked as he eyed the girl before eyeing Celis in an almost accusing manner. None of ours. Celis said with an easy smile that verged on amusement. Besides, I think you can tell, can't you? Celis said, a suggestive note in her voice as she returned her attentions to the girl. And Uthric did the same, though this time with narrowed eyes. The girl was no older, mayhaps 3 name days old, you couldn't quite tell, not when the child was born amongst the poor folk, and she could only guess at the approximate age given that the timing fitted, with a crown of light golden and silver hair with a very familiar and very particular shade of amethyst eyes. Eyes that were always a shade deeper than most eyes belonging to the most Valyrian-looking Lysane or Volantine. A shade that they'd seen before in The Princess and the Prince. The king? Uthric asked quietly, lowly, his body tense and stiff. Celis smirked playfully and Uthric somehow managed to tense even more. Her playfulness abated as she decided to set him at ease. Well, just slightly. Daemons. She doubted the maid would have been allowed to live long enough to give birth had it been the king's. Not with a Hightower queen and a Hightower hand. Uthric relaxed slightly as he turned his eyes to the child. You're sure the girls? Uthric trailed off as the child looked to them with wide inquisitive familiar eyes, and Uthric turned to her and Celis only raised her eyebrow in answer. It was her bread and butter, to find out secrets, wherever they may be. Uthric sighed before he eyed the girl once more. The mother. Gave her up for 50 gold dragons. Celis answered with a shrug. The gold dragons would help her parents and her siblings for years to come. After it was found out that the mother was pregnant by the Red Keep staff, who doubtlessly informed someone, likely the Hand, she was let go with nothing. The girl's family depended on the income of her work in the Red Keep and the money had been drying up at that point. They had only been just getting by when word had reached their ears of a former maid of the Red Keep having a Valyrian child for a daughter. Admittedly, it was a surprise for it to have stayed a secret for so long and it would be something she'd need to rectify significantly when she returned. There should be no way this should have remained secret for so long. The family seemed to have kept the girl hidden but even so, she had her ears in the Red Keep. Why did not of that reach her? Someone had suppressed it exceedingly well but she also suspected there was another player who was within the city itself, that had kept things quiet. If that was the case, which was a major reason why she believed the girl was being saved for use later, then it would explain much. Uthric sighed heavily and shook his head before he glared at her slightly. When you said you had something for me, I thought it would be something else. Celi's tickling laughter rang before she smiled at him coyly. I will have that something else soon too, my dear knight. Celi said with aplomb. Uthric eyed her with curiosity and surprise really. Celis smiled and nodded before telling him that she expected it to be done within the moon. Uthric looked ponderous for a moment. I could leave now but if it is set to end in a moon or less then I see no reason why I can't wait. Uthric said finally before he turned to the child and asked after few moments. What is her name? Her mother named her Bryaneai. Celis answered. A Stormlander name. Uthric said critically before he smiled a little amused as he glanced at her. It suits her very well. The Stormlanders were known to be a brash and fiery lot and generally liked to be associated with storms. And given the little storm this girl was, in both name and in happenstance, she thought that yes, the girl suited all the above. 15 days later. Celis leaned against the wall of the room in the corridor perpendicular to the main corridor with straining ears, the main corridor where the culmination of years of plotting was being played out in a room at the far end of the hallway, and as she waited and listened, the faint sounds of delight and pleasure in the other rooms ever present, she finally heard the dull and distant sound of items being broken, like the sound of porcelain breaking one house down the street. She eyed her guards and nodded slightly and the men straightened up a little, looking suitably intimidating, and she angled her ear once more over the edge of the wall. She heard a very audible and groaning no stemming from an old and weathered voice and a faint smile cut across her beautiful face, satisfaction almost creeping within her but she kept it tight, bound, as she continued to strain her ear. She heard Elia's frantic and raised voice though her words were too muted for her to understand it. If the girl wasn't set to get enough gold to set her up for life, she'd have given the girl more for the way she seemed genuine. Her performance was as good as what Celis could do though Celis doubted she could pull off the innocent little lamb as well Elia could with her small figure and her moon-round face that bore bright brown eyes that could endear her to even the most cutthroat sellsword. Despite all of that, she would have been worried for the safety of Elia for what the old man had broken would see him most certainly disgraced and Celis knew very well what men could do when they were in a fit of rage, and in fear. But she'd watched their interactions for the past week and knew the old man was quite in love with the girl, she thought with wry amusement before it was lost after she heard their door clinking open and she peered her head over the edge of the wall. She peered with narrowed as the old man, pale-faced with red-blotted circles on his cheeks, so red and so contrasting on his pale face that it seemed as if he'd been hit on both sides of his face, shuffled out of the door with a speed that seemed to be supernatural for a man that age. I'm so sorry, Archmaester. Elia cried out with a pitiful whimper, her lips, even from this distance, could be seen to wobble, shake, her face drenched in misery and regret as she shuffled after the old man in hastily thrown on sheets to cover her modesty. I should have been more careful. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so excited to reward you, we wouldn't rolled off bed. Celis strode over with her hands clasped together, her steps silent as she readied herself for her act in this charade, the men behind less so subtle but given the way Elia angled the Archmaester away from them, they'd be sure to sneak up on him, especially with the way he was so, off-tilt. Hush now, my dear Elia, the Archmaester said with a tight face, his eyes wild yet under control though it seemed to be fraying. It was an accident, it wasn't your fault, the Archmaester said as he clutched on the bag tighter, the faint tinkles of broken porcelain unmistakable and the Archmeister's face pinched in pain as he glanced down at the bag. Elia's face morphed into further despair, her hands rising to cover her face though her hands were unable to stop her words, muffled they may be. Oh but was. They were priceless. Yes said they were 100 years old. And now you got to explain to your friends what happened. Elia cried out. It made the Archmaester panic as he stepped up to Elia. No, there will be no explanation needed, Elia, the Archmaester said with a strained smile. Just forget about it, please. Is there something wrong? Celis's hard voice cut through and both Elia and the Archmaester jumped at the sudden arrival. Elia's expression turned into horror as she stammered out, my lady, her eyes flickering to the suitably intimidating men behind Celis. Quiet girl. Celis said with a stern and commanding note in her voice, her eyes scathing as she looked at Elia before she turned her gaze to the Archmaester, her expression softening and turning friendly yet concerned. Has the girl displeased you? If she has. Celise glanced at Elia, her eyes turning cold. I'm sure we can compensate you for any inconvenience and slights, good Ser. Celise said as she returned her gaze to the Archmaester. No, the Archmaester said quickly, his eyes flittering to the horror-struck and almost shaking Elia, and Celise could see that the man was coming to conclusions as he looked to the men behind her. And like a love-struck fool. There is no problem, truly. The Archmaester said. You don't need to do anything, the Archmaester added as he looked to the men behind Celise, his already pale face paling further, and she watched the old man back away a little after he'd glanced at Elia, seemingly evaluating her value to him and finally having come to his senses. She'd seen it enough times, men who sought lost youths in the bosoms of those old enough to be their grandchilds, seeking to fulfill their yearnings of better days. She imagined, as she intently studied the old man who looked older than he did when he'd arrived not more than an hour ago, closer to the gates of the faceless god, that such thrills were slowly leaving the old man as everything that transpired and is transpiring this evening was hitting him. Are you certain, good sir? Celise continued as she eyed Elia disdainfully. We value our customers in this establishment. We wouldn't want to lose you. I am. The Archmaester said with a tight smile, the word customer causing him to twitch somewhat as she drove further what he was coming to remember in the knife in his chest. Now my word should settle the matter, should it not? Celise morphed her face to look begrudging. Of course, good sir. The Archmaester nodded quickly and made to leave, his aged feet hurrying. Artos. The Archmaester stopped at the call of his name and he slowly turned. Elia's expression was vulnerable as she spoke. Will I see you again on the morrow? Her voice timid, soft, like a mewling cat about to die from a mangled paw. Of course. The Archmaester smiled falsely. I will see you on the morrow. The Archmaester said quickly before he hurried along, and Celise watched the man go as she heard his steps down the stairs. Celise turned to her guards. Dairon. She said, addressing the younger guardsman. You know what to do. Of course. Dairon said with a hard nod before he began to walk away. He'd tell the others to begin moving their people and stuff to the ships docked at the ports. The Archmaester would not be able to hide this disaster for very long, and with the citadel so deeply entwined in the affairs of the old town and with the high towers, it would be only a matter of time before they would come for an accounting. Her and her people would long be gone by then. She turned to the other guardsmen. Go and follow the esteemed Archmaester. Make sure he doesn't see you follow him. When he gets to the citadel, return. Celise told the man. Whilst they had limited eyes in the citadel, most of their customers from the citadel were but acolytes or young maesters who unfortunately did not have a liking towards magic as the prince might have hoped for. They could not obvious in their questioning. From the information they were able to glean off of the Archmaester, the conclave would likely try and keep the loss of the items secret whilst they try and recover them in secret and quietly. It would be an embarrassment for the truth to come out and questions may be raised about the citadel, and the conclave wouldn't stand for that. They were almost as much as a moral authority as they were a learned authority. For one of their leaders to give away their treasured treasures, one that the maesters used as an example to initiate their fellows into their ranks, well. Elia's expression of vulnerable little lamb twisted into a look of victory, of triumph. I was great, wasn't I? Elia said with a bright grin, her youthful face standing out ever more so. You were. Celise said with a kind smile before she eyed the open door. The items are undamaged, yes? Celise questioned as she began to walk into the room, the smell of perfume and musk prevalent, a cursory glance given to the Lycaena-made seven-tailed whip and the straps that hung from the ceiling. Of course, Elia said happily, and why wouldn't she be? Whilst all of the girls would earn a fortune for their work here once the prince had what he wanted to ensure that the girls wouldn't sabotage one another to the detriment of the whole, the girl who managed to get it would get thrice the amount. Most of the girls had already worked in the pillow houses of Old Town most of their lives, and when Celise and her people took them over, they'd won the girls over with promises and deeds and better care, and eventually developed a code of trust. Most of the girls had, cynically but grimly rightly, thought that they'd die out in the streets as soon as their beauty waned and their breasts sagged, something they'd seen plenty of times over their years in the pillow houses. The faith wouldn't take them in, for they were sinful creatures too far gone, whilst no man would take them, for they were spoiled goods. The option of going to Corinth to start anew was an attractive proposition, one that also scratched an itch that flared at the idea, the adventure of it all, for most of these girls and women had never seen a place outside the city walls. The coin reward would set them for most of their life too, and some even considered to be a worthy dowry should they find a husband to settle with. She walked over to the bed and reached down underneath the bed and pulled at the hinge, which unveiled an opening in the floorboard, and Elia reached out and grabbed the bag, which clanked, and Elia opened the bag and revealed 4 long spiral-like dragon glass candles, 1 green and 3 black, and she eyed them intently. The Archmaester was rather deviant in his desires, especially once he'd been exposed to the ideas of some of the more specialist Lycaena ways of pleasure. And the entire act had, an act he'd been exposed to over the weeks and moons, been pre-planned, orchestrated, from start to finish, so that this accident was believable, genuine. It was mayhaps too much, too detailed, but she always found that deception so well hidden that it is no less true than truth itself, a satisfying ending. She carefully took out one of the glass candles and she couldn't help but marvel at them. Not at their odd and somewhat disturbing shape, but rather about how similar they were to the replicas. The shattered dragon glass candles that the Archmaester had taken away with him were replicas, fakes, that had been reproduced years ago in Corinth. And from the looks of it, she thought as she handled one of the real ones, they had been, very good fakes. The prince must have had some kind of description of them, she thought to herself. Very well done, Elia. Celis said finally as she glanced at the girl. Go and pack your things. We'll all soon leave before sunrise. By now, she expected their gold and much of their supplies and their goods were on the ships at port, ships that been making regular trips to the arbor and other close settlements in order to shake off any suspicions. Carefully moving their people as to not to raise suspicion would be trickiest part. Of course. Elia said with a smile on her face before hurrying away and leaving Celis with the glass candles. A few hours later she was with Uthric, Ilara, and the child, the room looking bare as much of their items were taken to the ships. She handed the glass candles to Uthric, who she decided may as well take hold of as well as the child's life, and Uthric inspected one of the glass candles keenly and she could see him visibly become more disappointed. Does it do anything? He asked. Nothing as far as we can tell. Celis said with a graceful shrug. It hasn't done anything for any of the girls. Elia had said the Archmaester told her that the glass candles once upon a time gave off unpleasant bright lights that seemed to show colors unlike anything else, but in the last 200 years, the candles had gone out, like a flame would once it was done burning. The Archmaester claimed that the doom was responsible, and Celis wryly thought what else could be responsible? The magic of the Dragon Lords was extinguished and all that remained of their magic was in the veins of the Targaryens, and probably in the Lysanae, she mused to herself. It had been why she tried it and then had Ilara and a few others try it too. So it's fake. Uthric said disappointed as the girl in Ilara's arms reached out for the glass candles. Mayhaps. Celis conceded. But the Archmaester thought otherwise, and so had many more Archmaesters before him. Uthric shook his head. Well, it'll be a matter for the prince to figure out. The girl made some needy noise and Uthric glanced at her before carefully handing it to her. It was almost comical, the way it happened, the way their expressions twisted. Celis' eyebrows raised almost up to her hairline and her mouth slightly went ajar as the black dragon glass candle lit up with an unnatural gleam, an unnatural light, that seemed to twist and turn into all kinds of colors, as if colors were like the waves themselves falling against the shore before breaking. Bryaneai was delighted, her mangled words of pretty the only words said, and when, in her excitable state, almost caused her to drop the dragon glass candle, Uthric took it out of the girl's hand, at which point it lost its light, though she almost could see something still lingering around the candle. The three adults glanced at one another before peering almost comically simultaneously at the three-named child who hungrily clawed towards the glass candle, Ilara struggling to keep the girl in her arms, and their silence was only broken when Uthric cleared his throat rather in a strained way. Mayhaps it's not as fake as I thought. Uthric said as he looked to the girl with new eyes before he looked at the glass candle, this time with a lot more wariness. Celis' lips twitched as she calculatingly looked at the little girl. The reaction of the glass candle should probably quell all doubts about her origin. No, I don't think so either, she murmured with interest. Break. 108 AC, Summer Sea. By the time he woke, it was well into the night, only the light of the crescent moon avoiding total pitch blackness, as expected given that waking hours before dawn was by now the default for him. Aegon peeled himself off of his bed, the steel in his chainmail clinking as he did so, and took the cask of water from beside the bed and drank it, the swaying ship on ever-moving ocean barely registering in his mind. After he had his thirst satiated, he moved towards the rack and unsheathed his bastard sword, twisting his wrist for a few moments before he fell into his stance, his breathing now changed into one of measured breaths and exhales. He wasn't sure how long he exercised his stances and his movements, oftentimes when he fell into such a trance he'd lose a sense of time, but eventually he was broken out of his trance when he felt the creeping touch of Miss Aragorn in his mind and an image between the clouds came to the forefront of his mind before he tightened close the connection. It stopped him in mid-motion, and Aegon sheathed his sword before he made way towards the door that led out of the captain's quarter. He seemed to be able to focus more when he was out in the open, breathing in the salty air. Aegon walked past his guards, waving them off as they moved to move with him, with a brisk pace, and soon enough he was on the main deck, amongst the night crew. First light would not peer over the horizon for some time yet, an absence of hues of reds and oranges amidst the presence of the bright crescent moon, he noted as he walked towards the forecastle deck, passing the men on night duty, with only the light of the moon lighting his way, the push into his mind by Miss Aragorn growing stronger, and Aegon let his bonded dragon in after he'd settled at the forecastle deck. Images, snapshots really, flashed to the forefront of his mind, images of dark endless blue ocean curving beyond the horizons, yet, amongst that endless blue, there was an island far below. Miss Aragorn turned his serpentine eyes onto the island, descending all the time, until he saw pinpricks of yellow light at the eastern coast of the island. Miss Aragorn dove further down and Aegon pushed feelings of caution through his bond with the dragon so as to not give away his presence, and despite the displeasure he felt from Miss Aragorn, the dragon obeyed as he passed and circled the island away from the light of the moon, keeping his presence hidden. Aegon continued to see through the eyes of Miss Aragorn, watching and studying the pirate lair with intense scrutiny until he felt satisfied that the information they squeezed out over the moons from the pirates married with the information he was seeing right now of the pirate lair named Black Sty. As the first lights of dawn appeared, Aegon pushed Miss Aragorn towards the northern parts of the island where there was a large outcrop of steep and jagged rocks he could to wait until the moment was right. By the time he was done with Miss Aragorn, those first lights were at sea level and he settled down with a heavy breath, the fires of battle beginning to warm in his veins. When more of the sun shone through and more of the crew began to wake, Aegon brought out a roll and laid it out atop the desk, his eyes washing over the map which bore the Basilisk Isles, Noth, and the Summer Isles. He traced his finger along the path they'd taken from Port Corinth. 3/4 of a moon they'd been at sea since they'd set sail towards the Basilisk Isles, having come about from the southern coast of the Naughty Coast. There'd been 2 reasons for that. 1, that sea lane was more or less completely unused by merchant ships, as any who wished to reach the Summer Isles from the east would do so from well north of Noth, closer to the broken Valyrian Peninsula, avoiding as much as possible the pirates from the Basilisk Isles, and so they could be assured that their fleet would be unseen for longer and have a greater chance of avoiding escapees. And the other? Well, any ships that they did encounter were almost certainly pirate ships. The Naughty did not trade, nor did they have coastal towns or cities, only in the interior deep within the valleys of the island were their settlements, one of them large enough to be called a city, he thought as he recalled the images Miss Aragorn had shown him as the dragon flew over the skies of Noth, and so there were no reasons for ships to be there, save for one reason. He'd been proven right, with regards to pirate ships hanging off of the coast, as they made their way to the westernmost Basilisk Isles. It hadn't been long before they found 8 war galleys hanging off of the southeastern coast of Isle of Butterflies, waiting until dusk fell before they'd sent out rowing boats to the coast in time for when night fell, when the deadly disease-carrying butterflies were not active. They'd fallen upon the pirates like a plague, Miss Aragorn burning one of their ships in warning and another when they made to run, and they'd surrendered when they knew that they had no hope of escaping or fighting their way out. They'd executed the majority of the pirates on that first day and the rest in the day after having lied to and tortured the rest into giving up information. The 200 Naughty on those war galleys, most of them women and children, were given the rowboats the slavers had used and had gone back to their homeland. They encountered one another slaving fleet a little further north, though this time he didn't use Miss Aragorn, given that it was likely there were slaves on board and he didn't want to burn them alive like he had likely done before. They lost 6 men during that battle, but they'd saved another 100 Naughty from enslavement. A steep price, in his opinion, their loss, but a price that his people were not turning away from paying, though it remained on his mind. Naturally, the pirates had been once again tortured and killed after their usefulness expired, much of what they knew adding to what they'd extracted before. It should bother him how easy it was for him to disregard the lives of people and how easy it was for him to torture those he considered to be lesser, to be filth. The fact that it did not bother him worried him. Aegon shook his head and refocused on the map, though a sigh escaped his lips as he stared at the map with old annoyance. Maps of this era were lacking for the most part when it came to distances and accuracy. Getting from A to B depended more on the navigating skill of the sailors who'd, through experience and shadowing others, know the journeys from A to B. With the compasses, he'd reduced some of that need of years of experience that was required, but they were still many years away from developing tools that could measure longitudinal distances and allow them to make maps of accuracy. The cross staff they used, a rectangular wooden staff with a scale that included severe cross pieces of graduated lengths which would be used one cross piece at a time whilst holding the end of the staff to their eye whilst sliding the cross piece to block the sun at the upper edge before lining up the horizon at the lower edge to measure latitude, was accurate enough to measure their latitude, but it was developing a tool to measure longitudinal distances that would be key. Of course, much of that would depend on developing timekeeping instruments, clocks, to compare local time measured by the sun or the stars with the local time at a reference location, and he and his people were not yet close to developing a mechanical clock, let alone develop pocket watches he remembered seeing in movies. Thankfully, he had Miss Aragorn and the strange bond he had with the dragon, mitigating some of the restrictions that would have made this campaign more difficult than it should hopefully be. As it was, he thought as he stared at the map, he estimated they were only some 8 hours sail away from Black Sty with good wines, the first pirate lair they'd hit in this island-hopping campaign, based on Miss Aragorn journeys over the past few days, who he could guesstimate how fast he flew when he was on cruise mode. Most of the pirates in the Basilisk Isles have made common cause with a pirate named Sathos son, a Lysane by birth, who crowned himself king of the Basilisk Isles a few years ago. Aegon's eyes grew darker. Since Xandero Hor, a Cartine pirate, resettled the islands some 30 years ago, after a century of the Basilisk Isles having been shunned because of the Red Death that swept across the Basilisk Isles, killing practically everyone on those damnable islands, the infestation of piracy had grown dramatically, especially around the broken Valyrian Peninsula shipping lanes where preying on merchant ships and enslaving of their crews was a common enough occurrence that no one traded with the East without some form of escort ships. Within less than 30 years since Zandero Hor paved the way at the Basilisk Isles, nests of pirate lairs and slave pens cropped up like filthy weeds. The Basilisk Isles had become so much a problem that the Free Cities had sent a number of expeditions to the Isles, aiming to shatter the pirates who'd become a problem even for them, but none of them worked, only truly inspiring more brutal and more organized pirates. And this pirate king was a consequence of one such expedition. Sa-thos-san was a turncoat. Though to call him only a turncoat would be underestimating the man who finagled himself an understanding with the Triarchy, specifically Mir. Lys had sent a fleet of 50 ships to clear out the Basilisk Isles after a ship carrying a few Lysane noblemen was attacked and captured, which had been led by Sa-thos-san. Instead, the man and his fleet turned their coats and became pirates themselves, conquering Talos, the Isle of Tears and a few other settlements before eventually winning himself a crown amongst a den of slavers and murderers. And under him, under Sa-thos-san, the pirates were in danger of becoming more than just menaces. He'd heard the rumors his merchants had heard from the city markets across Essos, of slave traders reaching agreements with pirates, and it seemed like he should have paid more attention back then. The pirates were getting political under Sa-thos-san and his people were suffering because of it. He heard footsteps up the wooden stairs and he turned towards the sounds and saw Dareth, his second in command on the ship. The man, somewhere in his late 20s or early 30s, was a Kingslander by origin, specifically from Cobbler's Square, where he'd born and raised until he worked at the harbour at King's Landing. He'd been amongst the earliest who decided to move to Dragonstone when word travelled of the opportunities on the island. "My prince." Dareth bowed and Aegon gestured him to be at ease. "Dareth." Aegon acknowledged as he rolled up the map and stood up, his gaze set towards his right where much of the fleet were. Their fleet was a fleet of 39 ships, 6 of them, his included, were galleon-type ships with carvel-built hulls with openings for scorpion bolts, the same kind that were returning from the Far East, and the same kind that he'd sent out west. The majority of the rest of the fleet were Corinth-built carracks, practical fortresses on the open water, 3/4 of them with scorpion turrets on the main deck and the last quarter equipped with modified artillery weaponry that can fire jarbolt projectiles. The Corinthian carracks were about 20 to 30% larger than the carracks built by the Bravici and about 5% larger than the original designs, the local woods facilitating much of that size due to the woods being lighter and more buoyant, and much of the lessons they'd learnt over the years had gone in to build the Corinthian carracks. Every morning since they'd been at sea, which had been for the past 3/4 of a moon, they'd meet at the forecastle deck, and use signals to relay to the captains of the other ships using a bastardized form of Morse code with a handheld tool that had thin reflective sheet of polished and oiled silver. He did not know Morse code, but he knew enough of the principle to basically make up an equivalent language code. It did not need to be complicated, the signals, and he'd simplified instructions and communication as much as he could. For instance, land ahead was 4 reflections with 10-second pauses in between, whilst the fast reflection signals after that was meant to indicate the number of hours. "We'll reach Black Sty just after midday at our current speed if we don't slow our approach," Aegon said as he looked upon the galleon he knew Gale Ennis was on. On the other side, the nearest galleon would have Lucian, and each of the commanders would command a third of the fleet, a fleet that bore 3,500 men-at-arms and knights along with 3,000 more sailors who could fashion as bowmen and scorpion artillerymen. Later on, when the majority of the heavier populated islands was scoured clean, they'd be tasked to hunt for any stragglers. "We'll have to slow our approach by half, my prince, if we want to get use the dying Sunday," Dareth remarked as he glanced at the sun before looking at how fast they were sailing. Aegon nodded slightly. "Aye, we will." Aegon acknowledged before adding, "We'll relay the orders to captains that to cut our speed and that today is the day we hit them hard." Sunset would bolster their cover for a while as they approached the island, allowing them to get closer than they would during midday. By the time they could see their ships coming, it would be too late. "Yes, my prince," Dareth said as he straightened a little, and Aegon patted the man on the shoulder, earning him a gratuitous smile. Soon enough the signals were given and the message having been passed down the chain. They'd been fortunate enough to avoid storms on this journey, allowing their formation to be unhindered. Expected, since during the spring season the seas were most often calm. With word that they'd soon be arriving at the first island in the Basilisk Isles and to cut their speed, the men across the fleet would prepare themselves for the battle, and the Harbinger, the name of the ship he was on, was no different. And neither was he. Over the years he never wavered in his martial training, spending a few hours each day training with his knights or by himself, or with the Umbra warriors whenever they came to Corinth, in order to maintain his strength and speed. Partly to set an example to his people, and in particular the liberated slaves, many of whom had never even carried sharpened tool in their lives before, instilling in them the necessity of being able to use a weapon. The games, the training yards, all of it, was gearing his people into accepting the idea of being a martial people, that one's fate and that of their family depended on their ability to fight, and it was working. Another part was because of his own fears for the safety of his family and people, driving him to make sure he was as good as he could be. The choice to leave relatively safe Westeros with his children in tow was always scratching at his mind, the danger he was putting them in. Westeros was no safe place either, not for Targaryen princes and princesses, but that was a more passive, cold underhanded danger rather than the hot ever-present danger that was Essos. Wallano was a peaceful place with a people who he admired and respected, but its surroundings were neither peaceful or admirable, which had been why he'd ensured that Corinth was in a defensible place and secluded from most everything else. The choices of trading with their neighbors, slaver cities and the free cities, was partly because of that in mind, to build at least something of a trading relationship with them in the wake of him buying slaves for the purpose of setting them free amongst his people, the charade he orchestrated with Mopanar long having fallen apart, heavily leaning into the notion that it is harder to be enemies when you traded with one another. It left a bitter taste in his mouth, to trade with them, but given how profitable it was and how much it was allowing him to build up the resources of his people, necessity preceded all else. He and his people were not in a position to do more. Be more. Not yet. When the pirates first attacked, he thought that the slaver cities had taken insult anyway and were orchestrating attacks, failing in his almost appeasing strategy. He'd thought wrong. Instead it was because he'd changed the status quo with the creation of better quality glass, something that earned him the enmity of a politically powerful guild and subsequently the enmity of a powerful member of a powerful alliance. Actions have consequences, more so in this damnable world where consequences could be catastrophic and deadly in an almost satirical fashion. As he held his scabbard, having been left alone after being fitted with his armor, his eyes washed over it, studying every dink and damage of the sheath. The pirate predations were a wake-up call, of a sort. And what he'd do next would be amongst the most important decisions he'd take. He knew he could not fail to be brutal, fail to be utterly ruthless. The galleon ship design, the concrete he recreated, and the myriad of other inventions he was doling out would make his people a target for the wider world. They were no 7 kingdoms, a sleeping behemoth unfortunately too divided to pose a threat to the world order when not threatened or roused, and sooner or later, perhaps sooner if his forced assumption about that some of the compasses of his captured people had fallen in dangerous hands, attentions would be directed to him and his people to take what they had. The strong ate the weak in this world, and mercy was not a language that most of this world understood, or wanted to understand. It was heard, instead, as weakness and an invitation for exploitation, and destroying the Basilisk Isles brutally to make an example would buy him some credibility, he thought with a bitter taste, but he also knew that it would not be enough. Their people were still insignificant and so was their combat potential, regardless if he had dragons. Waging a war against the likes of Mir and the Triarchy wouldn't be possible, not with the people he had, and everyone would know it. Aegon set his jaw, his eyes as hard as flint as he set the scabbard in place on his waist, and for a long moment he just stood there, thinking, wondering. If only it was confirmed that there were lands in the west. So much was on hold until he had some kind of confirmation, something, whether it was great news or awful news mattered not. Finally, he moved and he was amongst his men once more. Hours and hours had passed, and Aegon practiced with his men and went over the descriptions of Blackstye with the men, with the information they'd garnered from the pirates, and soon enough, midday had come upon them. The weight felt unbearable as the ocean crashed against the hull, the ship cutting through the surface of water like Valyrian steel does through flesh, the sounds of his men and the sounds of the creaking wood a distant noise. Watching and waiting until the sight of land arrived. Until, finally, land was seen. Land ahoy! Rang around him and bells were rung to signal the rest of the fleet into formation, the hubbub within the ship, the fleet, rising to a crescendo. Aegon commanded the ship to let loose the sails and the other ships followed suit, and he paused for a moment to eye the looming island with an inscrutable look. The information the pirates had given was that there was only one settlement on Blackstye, the very settlement they were heading towards, where there was enough flat land for a base to be built and for livestock to feed in comparison to the rest of the island, which was mostly windswept rocks upon rocks. It was a defensible position, this base, with jagged cliffs and rock at their back and only one real way in. A feature that was almost certain to be replicated across the Basilisk Isles. Aegon clenched the hilt of his sword as he swept away, back down the steps towards the main deck where the men were. Men! Aegon shouted, drawing attention to himself, and he found himself beset with over 200 pair of eyes, his steps carrying forward until he was at the very center. He could practically feel their nerves, their worries, their fear. That they'd die like half a dozen of their comrades had died already. On that island, Aegon began as he swept his hand towards the island. Stands before you the ones who wish to destroy all that you hold dear. Aegon said aloud, straining his voice so that the farthest reaches of the ship can hear him. The same ilk who have taken our fellows from our ships and have haunted our coasts seeking to take more of our people. Aegon shouted with an impassioned voice before he rolled his eyes across the faces of the men who would be fighting for him. He could see the effects his words were having. Good. They think they can do that without suffering for it, and men, are we going to make them suffer for it? Aegon bellowed as he unsheathed his word. They'll suffer. Are we going to show them our rage? Yes, my prince. Are we going to show them that pirates and cutthroats are no match for the men of Corinth? Aegon roared and his men roared with him, shouting their agreement, and Aegon directed his sword towards the island, and he waited amidst a hail of roars across the ships as he watched the pirate ships begin to move towards them and few moving away, and Aegon, through his bond, made his feelings clear to Miss Aragorn. Soon enough, the moment came and Miss Aragorn's roar was deafening, rage and fury mixed together in a cacophony of noise, and it was hard not to imagine the primal fear that must have settled at the back of their enemy's spine. Amidst the dying light of the sun, Miss Aragorn's hauntingly large figure was a looming nightmare, casting shadows over entire ships as he swept down, his great wings larger than the sails of his ships, larger and longer than even the sails of the galleons, and then bright blue flames flashed into existing, bright blue flames erupted out from Miss Aragorn, lighting up ship after ship at the docks, an apocalyptic sight as ships were turned into wicks, fueling the fires that were set ablaze by the creature of magic. Miss Aragorn turned his attentions to the ships seeking to escape, lighting them up with an ease that was almost disbelieving, and mayhaps he imagined some of the pirates were desperate to wake up from this nightmare, from this massacre. The roar of approval on the ships sailed through the air as easily as the smells of burning wood began to enter their nostrils, and with that fire in their hearts amidst the fires of Miss Aragorn, they descended into their rowboats when they were close enough to the shores. By the time they could see individual people on the shores of the island, they could see the panic Miss Aragorn had inspired in the pirates as he made passes at the shores and the base when the pirates had gathered in any large force, and it wasn't long before Aegon jumped out of the rowboat, the light of the blue fires that cast a haunting scene lighting their way. For Corinth and its people. One of his men beside him shouted out as they ran towards the pirates and their base, and amidst the battle cry of his men, there were 4 that were discernible. For Corinth. For the prince. House Targaryen. Fire and blood. The first blood his sword tasted had not been the first sword that tasted pirate blood, but Aegon cared not as he, with a hungry flame within his chest, descended down on the somewhat organized pirates. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aegon ducked underneath an axe, his steel blade already singing through the air as he severed the axe hand at the elbow, blood spattering against his helm and the pirate's face flashing with an expression shock, and Aegon swung back and took the man's head before moving forward, onto the next. Aegon lost himself to the battle, his rage and his fears keeping him going like the air he sucked in with every swing, with every slash and hack, and the adrenaline of fighting at the edge of death fueling his tiring muscles and quelling the strain in his lungs as he cut down 1, 3, 6 more, until he saw no more before him and he peered across the battle set alight by the blue fires of the shores. He could see it now, the pirates were surrendering and pleading for mercy even as they saw some of the ones at the front being cut down mid-sentence. Tell the men to accept the surrenders. Aegon told the 2 guards closest to him, and the men nodded with a quick "my prince" before they went off to do as he told them. By the time the dust settled and the fires lessened as the cold bite of night sunk into them, they ended up with some 120 living pirates and some 400 dead ones on the shores, not including the likely equal or more number of pirates killed in Miss Aragorn's flames. A third of the living 120 were pirates fished from the waters as some of the fleet circled around to catch any strays, whilst half of the rest had locked themselves in the base whilst their fellows died outside of it. Aegon eyed the tied-up pirates with a disdainful look as he walked past them and towards the base which had been pried open. Aegon eyed the base with its battlements having dripped melting stone onto the ground before the entrance before he walked through it, and came a sight that stirred into a sense of exhaustion. Slaves, hundreds, if not over 1,000, mayhaps more, were being fed and watered from the ample supplies of the base, and as one of them stood up, over the campfire, he could see the ribs in the man's naked chest. Most of the slaves looked naughty or summer islander, though it was clear the pirates' predation wasn't kept to people minding their own business in their homes. The steel in his gauntlet clinked as he clenched hard, unable to wrench his gaze away from the evil that stared him in the face, and it took considerable effort to wrench his thoughts of retribution to those men waiting for their fate outside the base. After he'd gotten some clarity, he began to consider why the pirates had kept so many here. He considered mayhaps they were waiting for the pirates they killed. He'd found out when he'd have them questioned thoroughly. My prince. Trita's hulking form moved towards him as the rest of the men moved around them, and Aegon could see the grim face on Trita's face. Aegon nodded slightly as the man came into closer view, one that was understood by the large man. Trita's had a sense of justice, a kind of justice that made sense in this world, one that was black and white where nothing was off limits to those who did not operate in the limits that Trita's himself held himself to. How many? Aegon asked, and Trita's glanced at the victims. We've counted over 200, my prince, but I believe we have not yet counted the last few slave pens we've opened up. Trita's turned back to him, his expression shadowed. Many of them will die, my prince. Aegon thought as much. He was beginning to think that mayhaps they were also waiting for other slaving ships to come and take the victims, as the ships they had destroyed would not be enough to transport all of them. Very clearly whoever they were waiting for hadn't been for a rush, and the victims were thus forced to ration to stretch out the food. Come, Aegon said after a few moments as he saw the person who might be able to provide a solution and moved towards him. Trita's followed his gaze and grumbled as he followed Aegon. Rhodey. Aegon called out calmly, and the man straightened out a little. He could see the man was somewhat tired as he looked him over. My prince. Aegon smiled grimly as he nodded, though it fell off as he spoke. If we pack 5 or 6 of our ships with these people, can we take them back to Corinth, my prince? Rhodey asked with surprise on his face before he lost it and grimaced slightly as he turned and looked at the victims. I don't know, my prince. Aegon could hear the uncertainty that stemmed from not willing to say the truth. Speak truly, Rhodey. You know I prefer it above all else. Rhodey sighed. Of course, my prince, I doubt half of them will live even if the wines are good. They need time to heal and eat and drink. Most are very weak and the ones that aren't weak are on the verge of being weak. Rhodey shook his head. They are better served to stay here until they are less starved to death. And to Noth? Aegon asked quietly as he turned to look at the victims. He doubted the supplies that were left on this island would last. The victims needed to eat to recover their strength, and the only reason the supplies probably didn't run out was because they were being rationed, even if the pirates ate heartily. Doubtless thinking that they could just leave if it got too low. Rhodey sighed. I think more would be able to survive that journey. Rhodey didn't need to say that plenty would still die from the journey. Aegon clenched his teeth subtly as he thought over the choice he was left with. Awful choices. He couldn't part with too much of his own supplies, for whilst he ensured they had enough for a year-long campaign, the food was spread amongst their ships, and should they lose more than a few, they'll lose potentially months' worth of food. And there was no guarantee that the food they left behind here wouldn't end up in pirate hands, as he considered the possibility of slaving ships arriving to be a real possibility. He also couldn't spare men to protect this island and the victims. He forcibly made himself calm down and turned to Tratos with a cold look. He needed answers to help him decide. Tratos, do whatever it takes to get the answers. You have my complete permission. Aegon said in a cold voice. Aegon ignored the gleam in Tratos' eyes. A few days later, Tratos and company extracted the information they needed. There was a slaving fleet inbound, but they were late by over a moon, and after they sent a ship to check, the slaving ship wouldn't be coming by for another half a moon now. It was why they'd sent another run at Noth. Fabiar. Aegon called out the 44 named a dragon seed captain as he stood over a laid-out map with his commanders, the leading captains and a few knights that lead men. You will lead 3 ships back with the naughty to Noth. Aegon said as he glided his finger across the map and landing on the island. It will take us 3 or 4 days to get to Red Gash. Aegon said as he set his finger on the next pirate lair in these cursed island chain. It was a smaller pirate lair, more of a stop after setting off or to Talon, the main slave market of the Basilisk Isles. To and fro from Noth should take you 11 days on full sail, enough time for you to catch up when we make sail towards Talon. Aegon said as he looked up and scanned the faces of his men. They had not expected the slaves to be in such a poor condition. They'd hoped, though it was with high hope, that they could get hundreds of fighting men amongst the slaves, and instead, they had only 100 strong enough that could adequately fight, and another 100 who could be relied upon with a bow, and that would only be when they made way to Talon. They'd have to be more careful now, even with their superior armor and weapons. They'd already lost almost 3 dozen men to the assault on the beach, and another 5 dozen who were injured, most of whom could not fight again for moons. Faber said with a sigh before he caught himself and added quickly, my prince. I can make it happen. Faber said with a more resolute voice. Good. Aegon said with a nod. The 3 ships will only truly have sailors when they make sail for Noth, but the loss of the ships will be felt. Most of the women and children that were weaker of naughty descent will leave for Noth, as they were the more vulnerable, and fortunately, the naughty that remained were understanding of it. In truth, they were simply glad that Aegon and his men weren't slavers, and with the weapons of the slavers and a few hundred other men who were not as weakened with hunger and illness, they felt as if they could defend themselves if the slaving ships arrived. Though a few of the naughty were coming with the fleet as well, most of them younger men who felt like all young men felt at one point or another in their lives, and Aegon would use the opportunity to learn more of their people and their culture. If we encounter more like these camps, my prince? Sir Baelon asked intently before adding, we can't keep doing this. We also can't do nothing, Ser. Sir Doric remarked with a frown, a recently made knight who impressed Aegon with his intuitive grasp of battle tactics. I'm not saying we do nothing. Sir Baelon said with narrowed eyes. Just that we can't keep sending ships and men away. There were 1,000 pirates on this island alone, more than what our information told us there were. Who is to say that other islands won't have twice as much, or even 5 times as much? The more ships we have, the more options we have. Enough. Aegon said sternly, ending the conversation before it could devolve into argument. Both of you are right. Aegon said after he'd seen from their faces that tempers had been kept at bay. We can't do this again. Not if we want to completely destroy the pirates and end their threat completely. Aegon said with a grim look as he met his people's gazes. Which means we have to make sure we do what we have set out as fast as possible and as efficiently as possible. Aegon said as his finger traced from island to island to island before pressing his fist into the center of the Basilisk Isles. That is the best way we can make sure these people remain free and alive. Aegon got their acceptance from their faces as they nodded, some grimly and other more determined, but nevertheless, the compact that bound them reaffirmed, and Aegon turned his gaze towards Sir Tratos. Has the pit been dug? Aegon asked in a deceptively calm voice. My prince. Tratos confirmed. Aegon nodded before his eyes turned cold. Then at dawn, their sentence shall be carried out, and Aegon ended the meeting on that note. Dawn had come and the biting cold of the night still lingered as the pirates were led into the pit, fearful and all too aware that they were soon to be dead. Some begged for mercy. Some looked on hatefully. And some looked defeated. Miss Aragorn low growl as he brought down his head beside Aegon shook the loose sand, but Aegon paid it no mind as he fixed his gaze to the now overcrowded pit. Not everyone had followed their death march with grace. Pieces of them were now settling in Miss Aragorn's stomach. It seemed they'd decided that dying by dragon fire was preferable than being bit into half pieces and forced to watch your lower half cooked and eaten. A crowd had assembled. A crowd of the would-be slaves and a crowd of his people. All of them silent. All of them waiting. Aegon made them wait a little longer. His eyes moved from one pirate face to another, all of them stripped of most of their clothes. It was disturbing, the calm he felt, the assuredness that settled within him, despite the mass killing he was but a word away from causing. Shouldn't he be shaking? Shouldn't he be raging and screaming at himself, at the world, at what he was going to do? They were scum. Vile, sadistic, and wretched humans. But human. Human in the most awful ways, yes, but human nonetheless. Where was his inner voice to tell him that this was wrong? Why was it absent? Miss Aragorn growled once more, licks of blue flame escaping from his maw. Aegon glanced at his dragon, meeting the huge eye of his other half of his soul. Unspoken communication passed between them which seemed to last an age, until, finally, Aegon broke the eye contact and turned towards the pirates, some of whom whimpered and still begged and others who only stared. Dracarys. A torrent of blue flame was cast, the sound of it as majestic as it was horrific, the very air around it shimmering and distorting, and he felt his armor warming by simple proximity, but the heat never touched him, never harmed him. The screams were agony itself, the way their voices distorted with pain and later with the distortion of their throats as it melted, and almost as soon as the screams came, the screams ended, agony ended, and with a single torrent of flame, over 100 souls were ended within a few blinks of an eye. At the command of a single word. Chapter 14. Late 108 AC, Basilisk Isles. Sir Makar Roma East POV. Red Gash. His rowboat swept past corsair ships that burnt like candle flame, the songs that were sung by his fellows, his brethren, seemed as if they kept the ships burning with merely their desires, their lust and hunger for vengeance, for the blood of those who once prowled those ships, that called those ships sweet home, only to grow dissatisfied when too many were fed to hungry green and blue flames that feasted on their life and flesh and bones, consuming them whole until there was nothing left. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Nothing but anticipation, a moment that seemed to be transfixed into becoming unending time, yet, it never took hold, for his feet set upon the sands of Red Gash, and sparked time into moving faster than it ought to move. His feet battered the ground, the grasping ground, the shifting sands, yet, he felt as if he was flying, fleet of feet, swift with sword, his lungs lacking in taxation for his blood, for his desire pulled at his might, at his wish to live, at his pride, and his sword swung and would swing with intent, with furious, deadly, intent. Shouts, and chaos, screams, and anarchy, sounds of flesh and bone cut and torn asunder, and bedlam, into the fray they went, rang and rang and rang, so did the steel, until the mists and fogs of war clouded his vision until all he saw was those to kill. His sword rose and fell within a blink of an eye, less than a blink of an eye, a man, corsair he may be but a man he was still, was without much of his arm, and death came at this man, this deserving man, moments later as his sword cut through the pitiful leather armor and opened him up from chest to navel, blood spewing, blood dripping, his life seeping out of him in dreadful lethal amounts, his face was forever etched in agony and fear and knowing despair at the coming of death. Such despair. Makar moved onward, forward, never sparing another glance at the dead man, to the next one unfortunate enough to come across him, to the next man to make dead. 1. 2. 8. Makar lost count, his sword swinging and battering, his body moving almost as if it was its own being, with its own wants and desires, wants of death and wants of vengeance, and he let himself fall into the abyss of these wants and desires, his mind, his thoughts, made empty, for there was no space, for there was no room for anything but the battle, but the wants and desires that would see him live and others dead. A horrific sound shook the battlefield. A shaking, shocking sound. A quaking, quivering melody. The sands beneath his feet moving like turbulent water of a once gentle river, or like the earth moving beneath the hoofs of 10,000 panicked, frightened horses. A sound that ate at his subconscious mind even if his conscious mind said, "Fire and blood is not ours to receive." The battle came to a halt, the feeling of dismay precipitated in the air, so rich and dewy it seemed, as a shadow the size of the blood moon loomed above them. There was something majestically dread-inducing about the sound of dragon fire, 1,000 times worse than the sounds of crackling fire, and 1,000 times worse than the sound of steel cutting through flesh and bone, a physical representation of one's helplessness against fate, against destiny, against the inevitable. A torrent of blue-white flames that made even the most beautiful blue jewel anyone ever set their eyes upon look ordinary, the fire tearing, burning, through the field of pirates, columns of men, like a sharpened knife though the belly of freshly caught fish, their agonizing panicked cries made in horror, made in terror, cries and begs of mercy, cut short, and their last moments of life forever remembered in the ash they left behind, in the ash that was, and would be, carried by the fleeting, but ever-present gusts of wind and the sour salty sea. In the distance, the far distance, between the rows upon rows of men and steel and shields, he briefly glimpsed the prince battling amidst the sea of men and amidst the fringes of blue fire, a whistling blur of death, and he lost sight of the prince just as soon as he'd seen him. Makar returned to the fold with his sword tightened under his grip, and he threw himself back into the battle, his sword, one amongst many hundreds of others, of more, cut short the breaths and lives of those who were lucky enough to escape the quick deaths that the breaths of death provided, with, instead, the shedding of blood. Ample, copious, boundless blood. He was not sure when, how, but still, the rivers of blood came to an end and the stream of death fell away into silhouettes of dancing blue fires, dancing joyfully, murderously, unendingly, as the metal of their enemies whittled away into the form of prostrating figures, desperately praying with their shaking bodies for mercy, before the prince who gazed down upon them with a beard dripping in blood and his armor bathed in the blood and guts and flesh of their fellows. Mercy that never came. That would never come. He stood by amongst his fellows as necks snapped, broke and ropes whipped sharply, sparks of life ended just as sudden as they intended for the lives of those unfortunate ones that had come across these pirates on unforgiving seas to end, forever altered, clasped in chains and into lives of misery and servitude and early death. Mercy. Mercy was a luxury none of these pirates, these men, would receive from them. These pirates brooked none of it unto others and thus they would receive none of it. And their steel, their conviction, both made in the forges of labor and fire, demanded no less than the end of all that they were, all that they represented. Makar had looked upon those they'd freed. At Black Sty. At Red Gash. And he saw, they all saw, the thousands and more slaves that were freed. The gratitude. The relief. The disbelief. Makar had never known the chains of slavery. He had been but a boy of Dragonstone. Low birth, a son of a poor fisher, but nonetheless, he'd been fortunate. Fortunate to be born on Dragonstone, on the lands of the dragon lords who his ancestors had come with, and fortunate to be given the opportunity to rise to knighthood when Prince Aegon gave him and his brothers the chance to squire for knights of the realm and got to learn to fight. To learn to read. To learn. So many of these people had been like him. Fortunate to be born in peaceful lands but never fortunate enough to live protected in the lands of the last greats of Valyria. Never fortunate enough to feel the warmth of House Targaryen. It came at the cost of 40 of his fellows, his brethren, whose pyres they all watched burn into ash and their ash collected to be returned home to their people. Men who died for the vengeance of Corinth, for the liberty of others, and 100 more were injured in their duty. Yet, Makar thought as he cut down his 6th pirate on the white beachy shores of Talon weeks later, he knew that such losses did not weaken the collective resolve of the men of Corinth. No. Blue-white flames burned and burned and burned in the distance, on the coasts, mixed and intermingled the fires of sickly green flames, like the fires that burned in the bellies of his fellows, his brethren, sickening them into bringing ills and torment to those who practiced and brought ills and torment to so many innocents. Makar brought his sword down in a wide arc, so fast and hard that the air shrieked around it, and his sword found purchase where neck met shoulder, stilling his victim with almost immediacy, before Makar pulled back and let the warm blood flow so it would ran dry. Makar moved and moved and moved, faster, stronger, his blows sharper, and his injuries, the cut on his thigh received on Black Sty and the bruised bone on his left arm gifted on Red Gash, did little to halt him in his quest to kill as many as he could. It would be an insult, to let his healing injuries prevent him from joining his fellows in driving the pirates to the stranger who beckons them so. As the pirates were chased away from their prized market of slaves and their beaches of barter, wrenched bloodily from their claws, from their wicked talons, those many few retreated back into their dark, lightless refuge, the honeycombed caves that seemed abyssal in depth and abyssal in waiting hunger for the blood of his fellows. That hunger was never seen fulfilled. Wails and screams, fused in melodious agony, echoed off of the mazing blazing walls of the cave that he gazed into with its torrents of racing fire, green licks of flames that danced with furious and tempestuous delight as the sickly green fires reached out at the air, carrying the wails and screams with them on their way out. Wails and screams that ended far sooner than the green fires did. Makar walked amongst his fellows in the red and brown graced grounds of the market square, a ground that stank of blood and shit, where people were sold in the same fashion as his father would have sold his largest catches in King's Landing. They saw 10,000 more slaves freed from the grasps of Talon, people of such variety that called places as far as Langholm, even men that could not be said to be men, creatures that bore skin and looks of men but were short yet more muscular than any men he'd seen before with long arms and heavy jaws and squat faces, though nonetheless these creatures had fought alongside the other enslaved men as they escaped and fought with their chains or their squirreled away filed iron weapons, throwing the pirates in much welcomed disarray. Beyond the liberated peoples, Talon was a prize. As a market to sell catches of rarity, it was well stocked in provisions, and with a little aid of the tortured pirates and the former slaves themselves, entire crates of gold and silver was taken from Talon, adding to the sacks of gold and silver they took from the ships they boarded. The cost, however, had been high. Over 100 of their fellows had died, thrice times the lives they'd lost thus far, and as many were injured. A steep cost. Yet still a cost that had not chipped at their resolve. Not when they saw what the sacrifice of their fellows had wielded. What their sacrifice would wield. For many of them, for the men of Corinth who'd once called Dragonstone and West Eros home, slavery was an affront. An evil that would see the seven curse you to the seven hells. But, as they came to know the slaves that the prince and the princess had freed in their boundless goodness and piety, as they all, as a people, opened their homes and their lives and their families to these children and people, such feelings of affront had only deepened, and Makar knew that for many, to strike open the chains of these people had been a tribute to those back home whom they called friend, or foster son, or foster daughter. And, as they welcomed almost 2,000 former slaves amongst their ranks, 2,000 swords and bows joining their quest to scour clean the cursed islands of the pirates and their pirate king, their host of locusts grew ever more ravenous to consume all and leave behind nothing but barren and dead wastelands. The weeks rolled on by. Grey waters. Bloody rock. Misty shores. Each of these cursed islands were fallen upon, and each of these islands were left behind with burning and ash-ridden lairs, its captives set free, and 500 more of the thousands joined in their cause of leaving behind nothing but dead pirates. Their ships would come to these lesser shores, though cursed they were still, with greetings of burnt of wrecks adrift in the bays and the wrecked harbors, the pirates that still lived only to live further until they met their end by steel. Pirate lair after pirate lair was hollowed out, their gold and their food and much of their precious ill-used ships, all that which survived the fires of vengeance, taken as spoils of war, as blood debt owed by dead men, as they moved from one island to another island like the first instances of skipping stone onto the surface of lakes, quickly, rapidly, their deeds long felt after they were done being made. Ships that thought themselves gruesome and fearsome with severed heads festooning their hulls and their decks, seeking to build a legend spoken in horrified whisper, were not but ships to feed to the depths of the seas, as their prideful hulls and their boastful masts were but wicks to the green and blue flames, the fear they once stoked in the hearts of others made to turn inward as their lungs filled with ash or fire or sea water, their burgeoning legend, once one of striking fear, instead turned into one of warning, warning of what it means to pull at the tail of a dragon. By the time they arrived at the Isle of Tears with their blockading ships, the seat of power of this king of the Basilisk Isles, they came with 53 ships and over 9,000 men. 3,000 sailors of Corinth. 3,000 fighting men of Corinth. And 3,000 men who were destined to be of Corinth. All united in one cause. The only cause. The cause of fire and blood. Of course you're writing in that stupid book of yours. The familiar sound of his brother broke him out of his thoughts, out of his writing, and Makar looked up to see his elder brother look at him with an exasperated but knowing look. Out of all of his brothers, Makar was the most studious, the one who took full advantage to learn and learn and learn. His father had recognized his curiosity and difference to his brother and once said to him that had he the coin, he'd have sent Makar to the citadel so as to have him become a healer. In truth, Makar was rather glad that his father never managed to scrounge up the cost needed for a commoner to learn at the citadel, for he would never have been a good healer. His talents, Makar mused, had lain in the arts, not in the sciences. You need to stop calling whatever you don't understand as stupid, Lomaris. Makar said with a humorous note to his voice. Pa. As if anyone wants to understand your flowery words, Lomaris said with a roll of the eyes before he sat by Makar with a heavy thud. His brother breathed out heavily, as if he'd run a tremendous gauntlet, but Makar knew that it was out of boredom. Out of all of his 4 brothers, Lomaris was the most easily bored. Unless it was about fighting, and at present no one was exactly in the mood to be battered by his brother just so that his boredom would wane away. You look like you want to write yourself. Makar said with a raised eyebrow. Lomaris turned him with a scowl on his face, but it was not offensive in meaning, not truly. I'll leave the storytelling to you, little brother. Lomaris shook his head. Nay, I'm just restless, is all. Lomaris said after a brief pause. Makar closed his journal, his eyes scanning his brother's face before he turned his head towards the distance, towards the Isle of Tears, which sat in the distance with tantalizing. No word when we'll attack yet? Makar asked somewhat quietly. If they'd attack. The Isle of Tears was not a normal island. It was an island that was different from the lairs, the markets, and the strongholds that they assaulted thus far. This was a seat of power that was as much a town as it was a stronghold. And over 10, near enough mayhaps 20,000 people lived there. And many amongst its denizens were not but people. Runaway slaves mixed as easily as slavers in that town. Just as the children of former slaves mixed with that of slavers, and that of slaves. Almost different from the lairs and strongholds they scoured clean. They'd wrung out the truths out of the pirates about this town that saw those San has made his own, and the town was a ball of contradiction, a ball of chaos that, Makar supposed in an odd and grim way, made sense. These pirates lived by a kind of code, one that meant the strong would always find a place amongst the strong, regardless of your past. Whether that past meant nobility, or common, or slave, mattered not. Makar looked upon the town in the distance. Of course, none of those people mattered. Such people were of the same ilk as the pirates. Cutthroats and murderers and slavers and those that profited from them. What really mattered was the innocents, few they may be, that they were reluctant to let die in either dragon fire or as flesh shields. They had not been as thorough as they'd hoped, in this scouring. Some ships had escaped during their last battles and some of those ships, surprisingly, had come to the Isle of Tears to warn them about their coming. Who knew that the pirates had such code of brotherhood amongst themselves? A few of their people had fortunately seen the ships escaping and the prince, rather than have his dragon hunt down those ships, had taken to burn down most of the pirate ships that had been anchored in the harbors here well before they arrived, but it also meant that they no longer had the element of surprise. As it was, the defenses within the town were made formidable and assaulting it would cause many of their men to die, and they could see the slaves that had been nailed to posts outside of the town wooden walls with the far eyes. A warning and a promise, Makar had thought to himself. None. Lomari said with a faint scowl before he sighed and continued, we've burned down all of the ships, the ones that hadn't been by the prince's dragon anyway, and the few lairs around the limits of the islands that the pirates did not think cursed or too close to Gagasos, so the town folk and pirates have no chance of escape. And there are a few men the island already making sure that none are able to escape into the jungles should they bypass the burning trees. The prince had burned the jungles around the town, which was situated on the northern coast of the island, which sharply rose into dense and hilly jungle once you were less than a league outside the bounds of the town. So nothing has changed since yesterday. Makar surmised. Or the day before. No. Lomaris admitted, and I doubt Zahn is interested in negotiating anything. They'd sent a ship to the bay of the town and managed to get an envoy from Sathos Zahn to approach the day they arrived. The prince of course didn't trust that anyone they'd sent in wouldn't just be captured or worse, die, and so they'd managed to signal at the town for them to send someone to speak with. The terms had been simple. For the town to surrender and that the prince would not kill everyone in the town in return. Of course, the envoy had demands of his own, one that could be summarized as leave with some of our gold and we promise not to attack you ever again. It was idiotic in truth, and apparently no matter what Sir Galanis had threatened the envoy with seemed to change this stance of the pirates. Of course not, Makar muttered, he knows he's dead, no matter he does. And he'd rather see everyone dead amidst him than die alone. Lomaris said with a grunt before his shoulders slumped slightly and a faint scowl formed on his face. I'm surprised he hasn't been killed yet. Makar said aloud what everyone probably was thinking. The pirates stood a better chance of surviving if they turned on their leader. Of course, there was one glaring reason why they hadn't yet. I think our reputation has scared them into following Zahn. Lomaris said with a wry smile before it turned grim, we should have been more thorough. Makar suspected that the tales of the escaped pirate ships had scared the townfolk into following Sathos Zahn to the bitter end. An end that may well come for everyone in that cursed town. Do you think the prince will do it? Makar asked after a long moment of silence. I'd rather not see our people die for those who stand by pirates. Lomaris said in a hard voice, and Makar turned to look at his brother who gazed upon the town. And neither would our prince. It is only a matter before it happens. The look on his brother's face was resolute in this belief, and he suspected that it was what everyone must feel and think. Makar was in two minds about it. He agreed with his brother, but he also thought this was different from burning fields of fighting men with dragon fire. Innocent people would die. Makar sighed slightly as he turned away from his brother's gaze and turned towards the town that loomed in the far distance. Yet he couldn't help but think that there was little saving those people anyway. The resolve of the pirates to make it as hard as people was clear. Hours later. The sound of a deafening roar shook him out of his sleep and almost out of his hammock, and, as he grabbed hold of the sides, he exchanged looks with one of his comrades who was in the hammock next to him before both of them jumped out and grabbed their easily put on pieces of armor and swords, joining the others who were racing up to get to the main deck. And, as they walked up the steps, the blazing sound of the war horns rang around them, and they all knew that they were to attack to town. As he arrived at the main deck, the light of the sun, though waning it was as the sun amply peeked out of the horizon, and they saw the giant figure of the prince's dragon, and as he tightened the knots to his armor, Makar paused for a moment, ignoring all of the movements, all of the splashes of water that came with the rowboats being brought down into the water, and instead, gazed upon the dragon who set a direct path to the town. And Makar knew, everyone knew, that the prince had decided to end it all. Makar saw some arrows, some that looked like mayhaps ballista, fired at Miss Aragorn, but they were useless as the dragon passed down low and opened its maw. The flames that left Miss Aragorn's maw were almost the width of the dragon itself, and even from this distance, Makar heard the terrible sound of dragon fire moments after it was breathed out. Makar. Makar snapped out of staring and saw his brother angrily beckon Makar to him, and Makar moved out of his stillness and hastily arrived at the rope ship ladders and descended down. As they rowed toward shores, the sight of Miss Aragorn passing over and over again, spewing dragon fire, was impossible to tear one's gaze away from it. Smoke and blue fire struggled against one another to rise higher than the other, and it looked like the sight of the seven hells themselves, brought to the earth by the passing dragon who looked, through the fire and the smoke, like it was sent by the seven to judge and accurse the town folk for their sins. By the time they arrived at the shores they were not amongst the first to arrive. The fires that had burned had largely gone out, and so had the clouds of smoke, and Makar could see his fellows walking around into and around the town. The strong wooden walls that sheltered and protected the town were no more, burned down into ash. And as they walked into the town, Makar saw that it was much the same within the once walls. Smoke and ash and mist filled the air, and there was nothing else but ash and burnt wood to smell. No blood. No shit. Nothing but ash and burning. Makar had not seen behind the walls, but he could imagine where homes had once stood from the way molten stone and rubble collapsed into themselves. And as Makar saw more buildings, further into the town he walked, buildings that were less burnt to ash though still crumbled and molten, and he could see how closely built all of the buildings must have been. Survivors, his brother said with surprise in his voice, and pointed towards the distance where some of the smoke was less clouding their sight. And buildings that are more or less intact. Makar commented with almost disbelief as he looked upon the largest building through the fog of smoke. It still had tasted the licks of fire, but it seemed to be moderately saved. The prince must have done it on purpose, though how the prince managed to keep them so protected, Makar could not know. By the time night came, Makar and his fellows had chained up the survivors they could find, some of whom had been lucky enough to escape both the fire and the smoke, or mayhaps unlucky, whilst parties had been sent out into the surroundings to track any that managed to get away. The man who brought all of this vengeance, Sathos-san, was amongst the survivors. Makar had caught the angry expression on their prince's face, one that was accompanied with the constant low angry growling of Miss Aragorn, who had taken roost at the center of the burnt husked-out town, as the prince gazed upon the survivors of this destruction, and it was not a difficult decision to stay clear of the prince. He looked as if he was the stranger himself, with that anger on his face. Makar understood, at least he thought he understood. He knew that the prince was a good man. He'd known of the prince and his good deeds, deeds the prince had done before Prince Aegon had even grown into manhood, deeds that he did for the people of Dragonstone and the poor of King's Landing, and since they arrived at Corinth, he'd gotten to see firsthand how good the prince and the princess truly were. And for the prince to be pushed into causing such indiscriminate death? It was no wonder the prince was so angry. Still, he felt no pity for Sathos-san and the men and the people who'd survived. The keep in which Sathos-san had barricaded himself in had over 200 people with him, and when the destruction had come to an end and the flames died out, mostly, the doors to the keep had opened, and Sathos-san, along with his family, were led out by the survivors who'd cast away their weapons. It seemed like they hoped that bringing out their king to the prince would earn them leniency. It would remain that hope. For the next week, after the bodies of the town folk found underneath rubble had been burnt, there had been so many, the prince had them scour the town for any valuables that might have been left intact, at locations the survivors had been persuaded into telling them. They found molten and dirty gold and silver in many places, though in some locations, they managed to find some intact caches of gold and jewelry, but the majority of the coin they seized had been in the keep of Sathos-san, which also had other treasures like jewelries, even a number of Valyrian steel daggers, and some cask that had that pyromancer for Orlin excited according to the rumors. There might have been more, for the pirates claimed the rest of the gold was at the bottom of the sea, in wrecks that had sunk after the prince's dragon had burnt them down, and the prince had some of the survivors try and bring these supposed treasures from the bottom of the sea for much of the week, but nothing came of it. Makar didn't think it wasn't for the lack of trying, for the promise of their crimes being forgiven had been motivation enough for them to try honestly. And now it was time for the executions to happen. Makar stared as the ropes were being hung around the necks of the men, over 150 of them, many of whom were looking very weak. They'd been barely fed and watered, intentionally so, and now they could barely muster the energy to rage at them. Makar glanced at the few that would be spared the ropes. Women and children mostly, and a few that had been the slaves fortunate enough to be within the keep, or those who managed to find shelter in the dungeons of their masters' homes. All in all, only 1 in 30 would live out of over 4 and 10,000 people that called this town home. Makar heard rumors that the summer Icelanders that had come with them had agreed to take them in when they returned home when the prince asked them to. Makar hoped that the children, which included several of Sathos-san's grandchildren and a daughter, would use this chance they were given to start anew. Whilst the sins of the father were not inherited, they were not forgotten. One by one, the men were pushed off, and one by one the ropes snapped, and so did their necks. The only noise that disrupted the sounds of breaking necks had been the sobs of the children and the cheers of his fellows. And as the last neck was broken and his life ended, so was this war. Men. The prince began, his eyes sweeping across them all as they stood crowded together, their attentions captured by the prince who stood before them, in the center, in front of the hanging dead men, the figure whom they all revolved around, for whom they had fought for. We did not ask for this war, the prince told them, his tone severe, and gestured towards the hanging dead men. But we have not turned away from it, and we have shown them the folly of setting against the people of Corinth. Deafening cheers rang around as chants of Corinth. Fire and blood, and House Targaryen, rang around. We have avenged our brethren who were taken by the scum, and we have taken everything from in return. Their gold, their ships, and their lives." Jubilant cheers rang once more. "And each and every one of you have done your duty for our people and to my house, and for that you will receive a share of the spoils to do with as you will." The cheers that followed were even louder. Whilst they had not fought as hard for gold like swell swords are wont to do, gold was always welcomed by everyone. "We also shall not forget the men that we have lost. The men who died for their duty shall have their spoils shared amongst their closest kin." The tone of the prince was more solemn now and the cheers were more subdued, but Makar, like them, looked upon the prince with approval and reverence. "We do not forget our own," the prince said with a nod before he continued. "The rest of the spoils shall be taken in the name of our people so that we may use these once ill-gotten coin for the betterment of our own. And, we shall return home." The prince unsheathed his sword and raised it up into the air triumphantly. The cheers that followed last long into the night. As did the song and merriment that night. The day after, it was confirmed that most of the fleet would sail to the islands that still had the former slaves there and either take them along to the summer isles, or give them enough supplies to last until they sent ships to come and pick them up. The rest of the fleet would go to the Isle of Toads with the prince, though why he did not know. On the eve before they were set to leave, as he wrote in his journal by one of the campfires on his lonesome, adding his latest additions to his chronicling of the war, he heard someone call out his name and he looked up and saw it was one of the prince's guards, and his eyes widened when he saw that it was the prince himself. He quickly stood up and bowed from the hip. "My prince," Makar said with deep respect and reverence. The prince inclined his head slightly as he gestured for Makar to stand back up. "Sit with me," the prince said as he moved to take a seat on one of the pieces of rubble. Makar did as he was bid and he looked to the prince. He wasn't sure what the prince wanted him for. He'd spoken with the prince on numerous occasions, and even duelled against the prince once, but each interaction had been very much short and not like the interactions the prince had with some of the other higher-ranked knights. The prince's gaze fell upon Makar's journal and Makar thought he could see Prince Aegon look pleased. "I have heard from your commander that you often spend your free hours writing in that journal of yours." Makar was surprised at that and for a moment he began to grow worried. Was Prince Aegon taking offense at his chronicling of the war? "Be at ease, Sir Makar." The prince's voice was sharp and cut through his thoughts, and Makar met the prince's gaze again, which was piercing. "I have no issue with you writing the war as it took place. On the contrary, I fully support it," the prince told him, and Makar couldn't help but look very surprised. "I find it refreshing to see a warrior, a knight, to take the chance to write the story as he had lived it rather than a maester or scholar many years after the battle or war took place," the prince further said, and then looked to the crackling fires. Makar's words spilled out before he realized. "My prince." The prince returned his gaze at Makar and there was questioning in his eyes. Makar looked away from them, but nonetheless he answered the unasked question as a child. "I loved the stories that the elders of the village would tell us children." "Would one of these elders be old Gran Nisena?" Makar turned around sharply and saw the prince look at him with an amused glint in his eyes. "You knew her?" Makar asked with a shocked note in his voice. Old Gran was often amongst their mothers looking after them as children when their fathers were out at sea or working by the port, or later the docks. Everyone who was born on Dragonstone would have known her. Briefly the prince said with a slight nod. "I had the chance to meet her when some of the shipbuilders kept using her name as a threat." Makar couldn't help but laugh. Old Gran was beloved to many of us, though she could be mightier with her words than a giant with an axe could ever be. It was a shame she never quite managed to show me her might, but I saw moments of it," the prince said with a faint smile. "If there was any commoner that could dare speak in ways like she'd spoken to countless of men strong enough to break her in half, it would have been old Nesai." "I interrupted you, Sir Makar, please continue." The prince brought him back to what he was going to say, and Makar told the prince. He told the prince of his wonder at the tales of Aegon the Conqueror, and how he was reminded of it all whenever he saw glimpses of the dragons. He told the prince of how interested he was in the histories of houses and the wars that were fought, and when he was taught how to read and write by the scholars, he couldn't help but want to write himself and leave a piece of himself in history as one of the men who had lived it. By the time he'd finished, more wood had to be added to the fire to keep it burning. After a little while, the prince stood up and Makar looked up at the prince, who glanced at him. "Keep writing, Sir Makar," the prince said to him. "One day, I'd like to read what you have written of this day." The prince turned away from Makar. "Keep it truthful. Not only to the events that had happened today, but also what you thought of it. And mayhaps some of our future descendants will take heed of the violence and ugliness that comes with war." The prince finished before he walked away with his guards, leaving behind Makar to his thoughts. And his journal. Break. Late 108 AC Isle of Tears. The flaps of his tent open and his guards escorted in the men who'd asked to meet with him. "Greetings, my prince." The men gave the traditional summer islander greetings of a smile on a bowed head and their right hand placed in the center of their chest. Typically, the right hand would be offered to greet where the middle finger snaps the middle finger of the person you are shaking, but as Aegon was a prince and the men before him not, the lower ranked individual was to do as the men were doing now. Aegon eyed the men that stood before him, tall men that were taller than Aegon was. There was a variety of them, some bore skin as brown as hardwood trees and others as dark as ink. He'd gotten to know where such skin tones belonged over the years. The summer Icelanders with the darker skins tended to be from isles like Yhala or Maluya, whilst the lighter-skinned ones tended to be from Waelano, Kajay, or Umbaru, though the nobility were a range of skin tones since intermarriages between princely and lordly houses was very common. Aegon set his eyes on the man that the men behind him had followed. "Greetings." Aegon returned to them in the summer tongue. "May peace be upon you." The summer Icelanders looked pleased with the use of their native tongue. Aegon wasn't fluent in the summer tongue, the sentence structure was a bit different to much he was used to, but he could understand it and get by speaking it. "And may peace be upon you." The summer Icelanders returned to him and Aegon gestured the men to sit down in his tent. These 5 men had been amongst those who had fought beside his people after they'd been liberated from Talon. For that, he would not refuse their request to meet with him, even if he knew that the main man before him was of noble stock. "Your name?" "Sodabas Coxos, you're a son of an Umbaru noble family, are you not?" The Dragon Prince asked him, his eyes boring into him intently. "Yes, the Lord of the Golden Vale is my great-uncle. Baelon Coxos. I was raised alongside my cousins." Sodabas answered him. "I'm not familiar with your great-uncle, but I am familiar with Balhaz Coxos." The name seemed to be familiar to Sodabas. "Ah, yes, he is my second cousin. He is a good warrior." Aegon told the man truthfully. Balhaz was amongst the Umbaru warriors that Aegon had sparred with. He was great with a spear. "As are you, my prince." Sodabas said gracefully before adding, "The tales of your prowess are not exaggerated," the man said with praise in his voice. Aegon eyed the man intently. "So you were still in the Isles before your capture?" Aegon asked, moving away from the flattery. "I was." Sodabas said soberly. 4 moons ago, I was journeying on Yhala along the west coast with my people, after my business in Ebonhead was complete, and take a boat from one of the villages on the northern coast to Umbaru. The Indigo Straits were, all things considered, not that far apart from each other and a fishing boat could easily make the journey, for the waters were rather gentle in between the islands. When it wasn't the rainy season. "I see," Aegon said as he sat back in his chair with a grave look on his face. "I am gladdened that me and my people were in time to prevent your misery from growing." From what they gathered, the slaves from Talon were expected to leave for Slavers Bay in the next 3 or 4 moons. During spring and summer, the pirates and slavers, a time where the summer isles were less patrolled because of their religious festivals and gatherings, did the bulk of their slaving in that period. "And you have my eternal gratitude for preventing more of my people to feel the chains around their wrists. It is why I am here, in fact." Sodabas said. "No debt is owed, only friendship," Aegon told the man, and for the most part it was true. He hated slavery with a passion and his empathy was strong for the enslaved. Of course, Aegon thought with ever-growing darkness, there was another part of him that wished to use the returned people of the Summer Isles for his own purposes. Sodabas shook his head. "You are owed more than my friendship, and many of my friends agree with me." Sodabas looked at Aegon and met his eyes. "I owe you my life. I offer it to you in service." The words were said in Summer tongue and Aegon knew somewhat the connotations behind it. Like most cultures, the Summer Isles had codes of honor, and one of those codes was the idea of repaying the debt owed for the saving of their life. From what he could understand, it had come from being a culture of seafarers, where people depended on one another to do their part. When a ship was wrecked and their survivors found by a passing ship or village, and their lives saved, there was an expectation that the individual or individuals repaid that kindness in some form. "You wish to become one of my guards?" Aegon asked the man before his gaze turned to the rest of the Summer Icelanders, asking the same with his eyes. "I am not adequate enough with a spear or sword to be one of your guards, my prince, nor do I expect to my adequacy with a bow to be enough." Sodabas said with humility. "The other men who wish to serve you as well are better served than I am in that regard. But I am a speaker of 7 different tongues and I am good at diplomacy. I have often been sent by my great-uncle to act as his voice." 7 languages was impressive, Aegon had to admit. Aegon was fluent with Common and High Valyrian. Passable with the Summer tongue. And English and Greek didn't count. The diplomacy part, however, he did have a number of people who Aegon could see being decent diplomats, if he needed them to be, but most of them were former Bravasi or other freedmen and he didn't exactly trust them, even if some of them had intermarried with his people. There was some aspects that he made sure those people didn't know, like how to produce compasses or the missions to the west. He was fairly sure they would not betray him, but he wouldn't give them the opportunity to. He didn't trust this Summer Islander either, but he was at least sure that the debts that was owed to Aegon and his people was strong enough and he didn't have obvious an incentive to betray Aegon. "How many other men wish to serve me and the people of Corinth?" Aegon asked. 700 of us. Sodabas answered. 700 out of the 2,000. Mayhaps it would be more when the rest of the freed slaves were taken to Lotus Port. Aegon stared Sodabas with an intense gaze, almost trying to see the truth of his words in the man's face. 700 men, men who could fight, was significant to absorb in his small army. Enough to be problematic. Could he risk it? Betrayal was always on his mind. The reasons and causes behind it. How he interacted with people. His own actions that may earn him betrayal. One slip was enough to bring the end of all that he cherished and all that he fought for. Was fighting for. His entire purpose of being. He made sure he understood his people. The people from Dragonstone. The people of Lys. The people from Bravus. The people from Volantis. What drove them? What made him earn their loyalties? And as he studied the man before him, he had to weigh up the chances of if he could be sure that he could earn their loyalties even after the gratitude of being freed waned away. If he could expect them to fall within the expectations of how they'd behave. Very well. Aegon said, having decided. I will speak with Sir Baelon and inform him to take you with him to Corinth when the fleet returns to the Summer Isles. The relief and happiness on their faces was clear to see, but Aegon remained hard-faced. One slip. Hours later, as sunset arrived, Aegon watched the bulk of the fleet go. The majority of the fleet and men were returning home, though before they left, they'd swing by the islands that bore the liberated slaves and take them to Port Lotus. Some of them may elect to stay with his people, most probably would not. Aegon's expression turned into cold stone. None of his people had been found amongst the slaves they'd liberated. Not one. Son had said that they'd made sure to sell those slaves first and said that he'd had them sold to Volantis and to Mirian. His sailors could be anywhere now. Some estate down the Rhoyne. Or mayhaps already killed in the fighting pits of Mirian. The leather of his gloves creaked under his fists. Or mayhaps, being worked like a chattel slave. Fortunately, he'd gotten the names of the men that Son and his men sold slaves to, and mayhaps they could return them home. Aegon's forcibly lessened his clenched fists and sighed silently, and focused on the leaving ships, knowing he could do nothing for his people. Not yet. The minority were all from all kinds of places, even as far as Yeti, Karth, or Ling. Aegon had instructed his captains to inform the Easterners that they'd be taken to Port Lotus, where they might be able to chart a ship home, but also to offer them a stay at Port Corinth and join the trading fleet back home when the ships returned. He expected quite a few of the Far Easterners to accept his offer of stay. He wanted to learn more of their homelands and what opportunities they might know of that would benefit his people and his family. Mayhaps he'd learn of a way to safely transport silkworms across the seas. Most of the slaves were of Summer Islander or Naughty descent who Aegon would see go home. The Summer Icelanders would be able to get to their home isles rather easily, for the Icelanders traded amongst each other every day, and none of the captains of those ships would refuse another Islander freeboard, not in these circumstances. The Naughty were more of a special case. He'd taken the chance to speak with the very few Naughty who decided who help with the ship alongside his sailors, and he couldn't help but admire their people. And pity them somewhat. Not because he thought less of them, no, far from that. He'd seen their settlements and their city around the center of the island atop Aragorn. They were a developed civilization at a similar state as the rest of the civilizations of this world. No, his pity was regarding their culture, their peaceful and serene way of life, which would never survive in this world. Or in his old world in any time before the 21st century. A people who practiced extreme pacifism, who preferred to make music and would not kill anything, not even animals, for sustenance, was a people who would always be targeted for the very things that made them a people to admire. Aegon's expression darkened. If it had not been for the butterfly fever, these people and their culture would have long been cast into the abyss of history, the last remnants of their people only remembered by the quirks of facial and racial features in their descendants in the cities of Slavers Bay. Vengeance and anger had boiled within him when his people had been enslaved, but now that he'd come across the slave pens, the hopelessness, the starvation, the smells of rot and decay. He turns around and gazed upon the blackened and dead land. Such feelings of rage and vengeance had been boiled out of him when he'd come to the decision to unleash Aragorn's flames upon thousands of people, and in its stead, had come grim soberness and solemnity. He'd killed thousands of innocents along with thousands of guilty people. Sacking and killing were easy things to say, and easier to contemplate, but coming to face the harsh reality of what it meant as it had now, was another thing. He could say that he had no other choice. He would be right to. And people understood. His men understood. Their people would understand too. For what else could he have done? To attack conventionally and risk the death of hundreds if not more than 1,000 of his men? To siege and starve them out, waiting for moons and risk their escape? His duty had been to his people. To see them return to their families. Even at the cost of other people. Even at the cost of his humanity. As he walked through the dead town, towards Aragorn, the thought that had grown into a blossoming tree in his mind kept pushing to the front of his mind. Despite the grimness he felt, despite the sadness he felt for the deaths he caused, the guilt at the deaths of innocents, he would do it again. And again. And again. If there has been one thing made clear to him on this campaign, it was that softness was a penalty that would be exacted on you, on your people. I will be back in the morning. Aegon told his guards as Miss Aragorn came closer to the ground to let him climb aboard. Of course, my prince, one of the guards said, and as Aegon climbed into his saddle and he spared a glance at his surroundings. They lost too many of their people to these accursed islands. They lost almost 250 men in this campaign. Over double that were injured, with a significant number unable to fight again. That same, unrelenting thought kept on coming to the forefront of his mind. They needed more people. They needed more soldiers. Wherever they settled, may it be east or west, they needed more people. And they needed a reputation, one that made other pause from attacking them, or dare to enslave his people. These people of this world, they understood only one thing. And Aegon, as Miss Aragorn rose to his full height and after several shaking steps took flight, and Aegon would see they could come to see his people be understood. After almost an hour of flight, they came into view of their destination, a destination that was hard to miss amidst jungle and greenery. Black walls of fused stone greeted them as they neared the ruins of Gogossos, ruins that seemed to stretch far towards the coast with overgrown weeds and trees nestled between the buildings, or in most cases, within the buildings themselves. And as they flew lower and over the ruined city, Aegon saw magnificent black statues of gargoyles and sphinxes and dragons, and the remnants of the distinct architectures of differing heritages. Pyramidal and spiral foundations dotted the ruined city, though many of the spiral and Romanesque buildings were in far better shape than most of the pyramidal structures. This city was a monument to all that had been wrong with Valyria. Built upon the carcass of the Giscari, a people whom Valyria had learnt far too much from, foul magics had purported to have happened in this 10th free city. Magics that warped and twisted and befouled people into half-creatures and halflings, stripping people of the last thing they had left, their very nature. Aegon bid Miss Aragorn to fly lower and to land on one of the flanking towers, which was large enough for Miss Aragorn to land upon. After Miss Aragorn landed, somewhat inelegantly, Aegon set his gaze once more upon the ruins of Gogossos. The air was thick and the quietness was eerie. Quietness that was only broken by the rustling of leaves and the calls of birds. This city may have hosted over 100,000 people. Once upon a time. Aegon was not saddened to see it lie in ruins. Aegon set his sights upon the massive domed building that stood at the center of the city, that stood out amongst the trees that dominated all of the surroundings. It seemed like the building had once upon a time stood within a city square, where all roads seemed to lead to it, and so the trees had the greatest space to grow in. Aegon's expression darkened as he thought on why that was. Gogossos was the capital of chattel slavery, at best equal to what is practiced in Slaver's Bay and at worst. Aegon quieted his thoughts as he stared upon the ruins of Gogossos. What he'd seen in the Basilisk Isles was nothing but a small part of what this world wrought onto itself. Brutality, cruelty, and sheer inhumanity. What a legacy Valyria and its people left behind. Amidst all of the wonders and magic Valyria left behind, however meager they may be in comparison to all that was lost, Valyria's true legacy was before him. Not House Targaryen. Not Valyrian steel. Not even the Valyrian ethnicities. No. It was their culture which propagated such horror and inhumanity that remains their greatest legacy, a legacy that practically had an entire continent practice inhumanity and reveled in it, save for one city at the very edge of it. From sheep herders to slave masters of unparalleled cruelty. Aegon and Miss Aragorn remained atop that flanking tower long into the night, and only after dawn came, did Aegon and Miss Aragorn leave, but his thoughts never quieted as he left the ruins of a dead city behind in the distance. Break. Late 108 AC Isle of Tears. For Orlin POV. For Orlin stared greedily at the cask as he deliberately took his time to remove the cork from the cask, and breathed in the smells of rotten flesh and spoiled meat with a look of bliss on his face as his eyelids drooped low. He'd never smelled anything sweeter, anything grander, than what he was smelling now. For years, decades, he'd wanted this liquid but could never find it anywhere. Not in Volantis. Not in the other free cities, not even amongst the merchants of Slaver's Bay. More than a few times he thought to go to Qarth and brave the chance to purchase even a measly vial from whomever may have it. He always stepped away from that decision, knowing that to go to the seat of power of the warlocks of Qarth would likely spell his doom. The first account he could find of them had been a century before the doom, where tales of powerful magic users had fashioned themselves a power within Carthenny society, and since the doom, tales of their influence had remained present on Essos. Where they may have come from, or where they learnt their magic, no one could truly say, but there were tales of a Valyrian sorcerer that matches around the time that the warlocks came into power, a Valyrian sorcerer that returned from Qarth with incredible wealth and a fleet worth of slaves. Mayhaps they were granted some kind of magic by this Valyrian sorcerer in return for the gold and the slaves, or mayhaps they'd learnt magic where most others not Valyrian had learnt their magic, in Asai. He rather considered the tale of the Valyrian sorcerer to be truer than not, for the kinds of magic the warlocks were capable of, a form of immortality, divination, and illusions that could make one believe to have lived an entire life in the space of a heartbeat, were not the kinds of magic one learnt from Asai. But the lack of a name of this Valyrian sorcerer was the most glaring fault in the story. This Valyrian sorcerer was also claimed to have visited as far as the Wall and the Five Forts, though whether or not this was true, just as whether or not the man had existed, who could say? He did not believe the warlocks were capable of creating their own magics, otherwise they would have been able to do more than simply live off of their tonic and unknown desires for the past 2 and some centuries. So yes, whilst the warlocks of Karth were charlatans, fools that played with magic that was beyond their grasp and left them into husks and unable to leave their rotting keep for a lengthy time, they were powerful in magic and they'd see him coming. For Orlan carefully placed the cork back into the cask. Who knew that he'd find such priceless treasure when he'd been forced to come on this accursed expedition? The flaps to his tent opened and he turned his gaze towards it. For Orlan. The prince's voice was sharp and stern as he walked towards For Orlan. When he'd met Prince Aegon after being invited to Dragonstone with promises of reward and funding, he'd thought the prince was not but a child unknowing of what the meaning of magic truly was. His questions had certainly such rings to it. And For Orlan had thought to use the boy to learn the secrets of the last Dragon Lord family. Even if it was said the Targaryens were a lowly ranked family of the 40 families, it was sure to be that they had a wealth of knowledge in their possession. Unfortunately for him, both of his initial thoughts had been wrong. Prince Aegon was far from the naive boy he thought the prince to be, and the Targaryens were just as unknowing of magic as most were, despite their dragons. Still, For Orlan mused, they were making progress to rediscover much of what was lost, even if the prince was reticent to delve into the true might of magic. It frustrated him greatly, but he knew he could nothing to raise any suspicion on his loyalty to the prince, for he knew he'd be dead the moment he was acting outside of the prince's orders. He was watched too carefully by the prince and the acolytes the prince made him take from amongst his own people, and whilst he could likely escape and return to Volantis, so that he could experiment freely, Volantis had its own dangers and threats that could see him in far worse conditions. Plus, For Orlan thought irritated, he'd not left the Alchemist Guild in Volantis in good standing, not after the books he'd taken with him from their libraries. For now, he was safest with the prince. If you want to use it, go ahead, the prince said, and For Orlan looked to him only to see piercing eyes gazing at For Orlan. And as the prince sat down across from him, the prince added, and if you die because of the poison, it'll be on your head. For Orlan's face twisted in a pained scowl before he nodded tightly. Fine, we'll wait until we're in Corinth. One of the acolytes can test it first. Not without them knowing what it actually is, the prince said sternly as he sat back in his chair with a look of displeasure on his face. Yes, I know, no trapping people. For Orlan said, somewhat agitated. The prince said nothing in response to that, instead turned his attentions to the cask. You truly believe it is Shade of the Evening? The prince asked the same question he'd asked when he received word about the discovery. Yes. For Orlan said once more as he glanced at the prince before also looking at the cask with unbridled attention. It is without doubt Shade of the Evening. He knew almost everything about it, the tales, the myths, the things it could do. The only things he did not know even partly was where the tree from which the leaves are used to make the drink came from, or exactly what it would do for him. There were differing accounts about the substance. Some were gruesome whilst others seemed to be too good to be true. He hoped it was leaning heavily to the accounts that were too good to be true. Without a doubt, For Orlan. The prince said, and For Orlan saw the prince looking at him with a raised eyebrow. I thought you better than to assume that is without a doubt is Shade of the Evening. The instances of Shade of the Evening leaving Karth can be summarily counted on one hand. The prince closed his fist, indicating 0. Yes, not even For Orlan could contest that. He'd never found any source either. Saw-those-san confirmed it, did he not? For Orlan returned before adding, why would he lie about it knowing that we'd test it? When asked about the cask, Saw-those-san claimed that he'd boarded a ship out by Karth, a ship that bore sails with a drop of blue and a backdrop of white sails, a heraldry or ownership he'd never seen before, and found it to be escorting 2 withered bald men with disturbing blue eyes. He and his men killed the bald men and took their wares and their ship, which according to Saw-those-san claimed was head to Bravus, and Saw-those-san said that the ship had carried the single greatest treasury he'd ever caught before. The cask looked strange and the liquid seemed to be show blue light even in the dark, and Saw-those-san had kept it on a whim, thinking it something like poison. He did. The prince said with a nod. But he was willing to say and do anything to convince us to spare his daughter and grandchildren. That he claims he never had it tested alarms me, however, the prince said as he glanced at the cask. The higher powers terrify lesser men. For Orlan said scornfully to the prince before he lost the look as he gazed upon the hard and cold look of the prince. They should terrify all men, For Orlan, the prince said in a quieter tone before the prince sighed, although I think this will just cause you to go on a hell of a trip. For Orlan frowned at what the prince said, but before he could ask, the prince continued as he peered at For Orlan, do you truly think it'll help us fill the gaps? For Orlan considered it for a moment. There were 2 things the prince wanted to recreate above all else, fused dragonstone and Valyrian steel. And present, they were only somewhat on the right path to recreating the fused stone the dragon lords were famous for. But with the prince refusing any sacrifice, even that of pirates and vagabonds, they were forced to find another path. For Orlan met the prince's gaze briefly before looking at the cask. The prince was not accepting that all Valyrian magic, even the most ancient kinds like fused stone and Valyrian steel, had been a product of the sacrifice of dozens, mayhaps hundreds, or thousands, powering these great feats of magic with the life and blood of these sacrifices. The most frustrating part of it all was that despite the evidence and personal accounts of what Shadowbinders and the priests of Arhala could do with sacrifices, the prince was unmoved from this position of his and said that without certainty that it is how the Valyrians had created fused stone and Valyrian steel, he'd not even think of it. The prince claimed that not all Valyrian magic required human sacrifice, and the solid rumors that the Kohori can reforge Valyrian steel without human sacrifice was something that the prince considered to be a truer accounting than the hearsay of others. They'd found that Valyrian steel dagger that the prince had been gifted by Jaehaerys could not melt even slightly under temperatures that were great enough to make normal steel behave like water. Under dragon fire, however, it took many days of the prince, his dragon, and the blacksmiths to restore the dagger. The prince was under the impression that the secret of fused stone and Valyrian steel was not in human sacrifice but with the dragons. For Orlan could not discount the idea, but he could not see how it all fitted together. Neither could the prince. The latest try had the prince use his dragon's flames and his fire magic to almost create fused dragon stone, but it was not enough. Was it a matter of more repeated bursts of dragon fire? Or was there another component that was missing? And what about Valyrian steel? There were some stories, legends truly, that claimed that the Valyrians used their dragons in forges and with fire magic and blood crafted Valyrian steel. He'd long ago discounted such simple theories, for it made the Valyrian sorcerers as nothing but glorified blacksmiths, and he would still discount. Mayhaps. Forerland finally said. He continued, it is said that anyone who consumes Shade of the Evening will see and hear the truths laid before you. Mayhaps whomever consumed the drink before the Valyrian steel will see the truth about it. The prince looked at him wearily. I can't say that I am convinced. No, neither was Fororlan. It is mayhaps the only way we might find some clues. Else there is always Asai. The prince smirked slightly, amusement and challenge dancing in his mismatching eyes. If you're volunteering. I haven't the time to go on such a detour. Fororlan said a little too quickly. The prince had asked him a few times if he wished to go to Asai, to learn, but Fororlan had no wish to set foot on that accursed land. He'd seen what that cursed land did to one of the wisdoms of the guild, and he looked as if he was a mere toe away from death, which wasn't even the worst of it. No, the worst of it was the drastic change in his demeanor. Where once there had been arrogance and intellect in his eyes, now there was cruelty and emptiness. He'd disappeared a few years before Fororlan left Volantis, but it was rumored that the other wisdoms had him fearfully killed to stop him from carrying out some ritual that was even too horrible to speak of. Fororlan sighed slightly and he spoke without thinking. All of this would be easier if you just... Fororlan trailed off, realizing what he said, and he stiffened as he looked at the prince, memories of the same face he'd seen the prince wear when he'd been clad in blood and flesh flashing at the forefront of his mind. And like the last time. The prince narrowed his eyes, or the times before that. The prince's voice turned low, threatening, and Fororlan looked away from his gaze. The answer is no. I will not have our magic be tainted by the kinds of practices that doomed the civilization of my ancestors. Nothing good can come from the kinds of magic you wish to try and discover or rediscover. Look at me. Fororlan looked, and he paled slightly under the prince's hard and piercing gaze. The light of the torches seemed to dim and flicker, and Fororlan began to pale even further. Do you understand? The prince's voice was quiet, but the danger in it was unmistakable, as was the danger he could feel on his very skin. Yes, my prince. The prince stared at him a while longer before he sat back once more. We'll be leaving for the Isle of Toads on the break of light, the prince told him before he looked away from Fororlan and towards the skull of a brindled man, taken from Talon, which he'd add to his collection when he was back in Corinth. Fororlan peeked at that. He had never gone to those ruins, nor had he come across the strange peoples that are said to inhabit that island. The brindled men that he got to examine, the dead and the living, made it clear that there were truths to the strange peoples of this part of the world. It was fascinating to see how truly unnatural they looked. And how much they struggled to speak, and when they did speak, they spoke with high pitches like that of a hysterical woman. No, worse than a hysterical woman. He knew that Essos was also home to some of these kinds of creatures that he'd seen bones of, so it wasn't entirely surprising to see a brindled man. And mayhaps the tales of the toadstone were true also. He stared at the prince, who kept looking at the skull. The oily black stone was a matter of interest to the prince as well, who believed that it may be a remnant of the time of the Dawn Age, and mayhaps may lead to explain the mysteries of what had befallen these civilizations. Fororlan suspected the prince believed that these civilizations may have practiced foul magics that had come bring about their ends, but Fororlan was doubtful of that. Else, Asai would have joined them in Demise, whose city was built almost entirely by the stone. Of course, my prince. Break. Late 108 AC Corinth. Polaris POV. His eyes remained closed as his back and his head moved, up and down, along with the breaths that were breathed in and breaths that were breathed out. Nasally breathing and low guttural throaty sounds was all that he heard around him, and Polaris was never more relaxed, even as he felt Tyrax's breathing on his face. At times, when he was just with her, alone, he felt as if he was feeling two things at the same time, but it never felt different. Like it was two different things. It wasn't like the feeling of the cool river around your ankles and the heat of the sun, two things that were different but felt at the same time, but rather it was like the taste of lemon tarts, sweet and bitter all at once, mixing but different at the same time. It was more like that, the two feelings that he was feeling at present from himself, and from Tyrax's. He and his brothers were allowed to spend most of a day every week with their dragons, as opposed to a few hours every other day during the week, whenever they did their duties and their learnings and their training. He heard her grumble slightly and images crept into his mind of himself relaxing on her belly and Polari's laugh was only slightly stopped at the top of his throat. He knew what she wanted and she was more of a princess than Rena was. Mayhaps it was because of the way he was spoiling her, like Castoris says he was, but Polaris was happy enough to do it. He didn't fully remember, but he remembered enough, of the jealousy and sadness he felt for not having a dragon like father and mother and Castoris and Valar had. And he remembered the first time he'd seen Tyrax's and when she'd nipped at his fingers when he'd reached out to her. Even now, it was still a memory that was very clear in his mind and it was his most favorite memory ever. So he didn't care that he was spoiling his Tyrax's and if she wanted him to sing to her, he'd sing to her. Polaris cleared his throat slightly and then he began. Fire breather. Winged leader. But two heads. To a third sing. Polaris sang, the first few sentences to the lullaby that father and mother used to sing to him as a child. His parents told them that it was one of the few remaining Targaryen family songs that they still had, and father said that he thought that it mayhaps as old as Valyria itself. Mayhaps it was true, for Tyraxes seemed most pleased whenever he sang it to her. From my voice, the fires have spoken. And the price has been paid. With blood magic. Polaris opened his eyes slightly and turned his head towards Tyraxes who was staring at him with her large yellow eyes. He continued with a growing smile to which Tyraxes gave a guttural growl with words of flame. With clear eyes. To bind the three. To you I sing. Tyraxes showed her teeth and the growing smile on Polaris' face grew even larger. As one we gather. And with three heads. We shall fly as we were destined. Polaris sang a little quieter as Tyrax bent her neck and got to him closer, close enough for her head to almost rest on Polaris' thigh, and he finished with almost a whisper. Beautifully, freely. He loved the song, the lullaby. It always felt right, whenever he sung it, as if it was part of his very blood, part of Tyrax's blood. The other songs were a bit like this, though they were also very different. Where this song felt to him had to be sung to a dragon, the others felt like they had to be sung to the ancient Valyrian gods. Plus, Polaris thought with a scrunched up face as his eyes closed, the words were not nice at all. Mother hadn't been pleased at all that father had taught them the words and the meanings behind them, at 6 name days old. Father had said, then, that it was part of their history and they should know it so that they can learn from it. Father could be strange like that, sometimes, where he often told them terrible things, and would ask them questions, like what they thought, and then tell them what he thought and why it was right or wrong or how it could be done differently. Polaris drifted away to the feeling of warm breath on his face and he was roused up from his half-sleep when he heard the shout Polaris. And Polaris recognized the voice, his twin brother. Tyraxes growled slightly and Polaris lightly tapped on her neck. Easy, Tyraxes. He's annoying, yes, but he is my annoying brother. Funny. Castoris said with a mild glare before he spoke up again with an excited look. We've got people coming from West Eros. Lots of them. Polaris peeked at that. Really? Yes, really. I overheard one of the guards speak to mother about it. Are they visitors? Polaris asked as he got up, his hand absently stroking Tyrax's neck scales. They rarely got visitors from outside of the Summer Isles, and when they did, it was from like Lys or Bravus, and never West Eros. How would I know? Castoris said exasperated. I only overheard that there were lots of people from West Eros. Castoris pointed out. That was true. Polaris nodded. Okay, let's go. Polaris gave Tyraxes a hug goodbye and a promise to come see her later, and soon enough they were making them down the hill with the guards escorting them. Apparently, mother was already at the port with Sir Cedric and Valar was at one of the horsing training yards in the town. Should we get Valar first? You know he'll be moaning all day if we find something out without him. Castoris groaned. But it's on the other side of town. Castoris said with frustration in his voice before he continued with a heavy sigh. But you're right. Valar wouldn't stop complaining if we excluded him again like last time. They'd gone to see the little Valyrian monkeys that were kept in the big cages by the healers' buildings, the monkeys that came all the way from Qohor, who were set to give birth to babies. Valar hadn't stopped complaining about that for 3 whole days. We can take the ponies there and get to the port quicker. Polaris said, and Castoris nodded and they quickened their pace. Yes, we'll do that. By the time they were riding towards the port, they had seen quite a few people walking down towards Corinth, and Polaris could see that most were women of Westerosi descent. Why do you think they're here? Valar asked their elder brother as he glanced towards another crowd some way ahead. I don't know. Castoris admitted before Castoris turned to one of their 4 guards who were riding on either side of them. Do you know, sire? His brother asked the guard. I don't, my prince, the guard said dutifully. Mayhaps they heard of Corinth and decided to come and make a life here, like others. That makes sense. Castoris said with a frown. But why so many women? I do not know why, my prince. Castoris, we can ask mother. Polaris said to his brother. Mother would have the answers. From what Castoris had overheard, mother must have known about it. Castoris looked to Polaris with dubious eyes, which Valair also did, and Polaris knew what they meant and simply shrugged. We're here anyway, mother might. None of them said anything further as they arrived at the port, knowing that the chances that their mother would order the guards to take them back was rather great. When they saw their mother with Edwin and Uthric, they saw Edwin carrying a small crate and mother carrying a baby in her arms. Did mother bring Rena or Solanise with her? Polaris wondered. The guards noticed them and ushered them closer, and when mother had set her eyes upon them, it was clear to see she was angry to see them. Polaris noticed that the babe in mother's arms was neither of his younger siblings. No, this babe was much older and different looking. Who was this babe? Why are you here? Mother demanded from them. We wanted to know who had come to Corinth, mother. Castoris said with a sheepish smile, and Valair and Polaris nodded in agreement. Mother's look was withering before she set them to the guards. Why did you not stop them? My princess, our orders are to protect and serve the princes. We could not stop them, my princess. One of the guards, Cardin, said with a sorry look on his face. Mother sighed and wearily looked at them all. From now on, unless I say otherwise, you are to make sure they are not anywhere they are not meant to be. Of course, my princess. Cardin and the other guards said. Mother looked to them, but before she could speak, Valair asked the question they all wanted to know. Who is that, mother? Valair asked with deep curiosity. Mother looked surprised by the question, and the large babe in mother's arms turned to look at them and began to speak in common. Mother looked down at the babe and then back at them and sighed before she said. This is your cousin by your uncle Damon. Her name is Braenei. That isn't a Valyrian name, Castoris said with a scrunched up nose. Who named her that? He asked with surprise and dubiousness in his face. Her mother, of course, their mother, said Drilly, and Polaris laughed a little at Castoris' indignant face. Still, Polaris had many more questions. Why isn't she with cousin Baelon and their mother? Polaris asked, a little confused. His mother looked a little uncomfortable before she smiled a little wearily. Your cousin was born to a different mother than Lady Royce. Oh. Polaris only said. That meant that the girl was a bastard. His father had explained to them what it meant. Father had said that there were 2 kinds of bastards, bastards by nature and bastards by innocence, and that bastards by innocent were no different than trueborn. That doesn't matter, Castoris said with a shrug and eyed their mother intently. She'll stay with us, right? She's family. Yes. Valair said in agreement, and Polaris nodded his own agreement silently. Polaris knew that being a bastard had little to do if you were good or bad. Almost all of the former slaves in Corinth were probably bastards anyway, and there was nothing wrong with them. His mother looked pridefully at them and smiled softly as she spoke. Yes, she'll stay with us. At least for a little while. Because Uncle Damon is fighting in the Stepstones. Valair asked knowingly and with a nod. It made sense, Polaris thought. If Uncle Damon was away, then it was probably best to keep watch for her until the war over. Yes. Because Uncle Damon is fighting in the Stepstones. Their mother said a little impatiently before she looked to their guards and said, take them back to the keep and make sure they don't leave. Their muted protestations fell on deaf ears, and soon enough they were journeying back to their home. Moons later, 109 AC. Polaris was training in the yard, like most mornings, though the commotion that he saw around Sir Cedric was strange. Even stranger was the way Sir Cedric ran off. What is going on? Castoris asked one of the guards, a question that had been on his mind also, but the guards knew nothing. As much as they wanted to go and find out, Polaris knew that their mother would have their hides if the guards said they'd ran out, and so they did their training and set it aside to find out later. When later came, the news had already been spread to everyone. Finally. Valair said excited as they looked towards the port, but unfortunately, they couldn't quite see the ships. They took far too long. Valair swiveled his head towards Polaris and Castoris, his eyes wide with excitement. What do you think they saw? Krakens? Giants. Everyone knows giants live north of the wall, Polaris said drily. Mayhaps these are different giants. Valair returned. Mayhaps they are the same as giants as to us as they are to giants. Valair said with a laugh in his voice. Mayhaps they saw dragons. Castoris said in the same way their father spoke, and Polaris groaned inaudibly. You think so? Valair asked excitedly. Mayhaps. Castoris said, and Polaris could see the excited look on his brother's face. Or mayhaps they found new beasts. New beasts, new land. Yes, Polaris thought, that was mayhaps more the case. Every land had their own kinds of beasts. Westeros had wolves and shadow cats. Essos had lions and birds as big as wolves, whilst Sothorios had wyverns and huge serpents. Do you think they'll be as large as our dragons? Valar asked them before he looked back towards the port. Nothing can be as big as our dragons, Casterys said strongly. Krakens are said to be bigger than Baelon the Dread. Polaris commented, and Casterys looked at him with some annoyance. Krakens cheat. Their tails don't count. Tentacles. Polaris corrected, and Casterys rolled his eyes. Anyway, Casterys said, still some annoyance in his voice, which went away when his face brightened up, I can't wait to hear what they found. Beasts and all. You truly think they found land? Valar asked them, and for a moment they thought about it. They all knew the story. Father had said there was land west, and everyone believed Father. Some of the boys they trained with even thought that the Seven had blessed the prince with a vision of these lands. They wouldn't have come back if they hadn't. Casterys reasoned, breaking the silence. Polaris mayhaps thought, wouldn't they have come back also if they found nothing? The hours that went by afterwards had gone quick, and it had also been strange. Polaris saw more of the guards and men-at-arms walking around, and saw the gates to Corinth close as well. And they found out why later that evening, when Mother told them the reason why. Land had indeed been found, west of the Summer Isles. Chapter 15. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. 109 AC, Port Corinth. Gale POV. She could hear the discontentedness even this far away as she walked towards the twin set of doors of the room deep in the cargo hold, and she began to walk a little faster. The guards opened the twin set of doors for her, and over 100 heads swiveled towards her, the discontented noises dying down as they saw her. She had them kept in the port, at least until she could speak with them. Already, when she rode through the town, news had filtered that Lady Dawn and Discovery had returned, and her own riding with haste did not quell the waggling tongues. Whatever news her people had brought over, she needed to make sure that it would not get to their enemies, or at the very least delay it as much as possible. Whilst Corinth was secluded and protected, it was still visited by people who often came from Lotus Port. Only a few were willing to make that journey, but still that was plenty enough. Not only that, she didn't want the Summer Islander villagers to know either. Which was why she had Sir Cedric sent home anyone not of Corinth and closed the gates of their town. Truthfully, she wasn't sure when they'd reopen, and if their hopes had come true, then mayhaps they may not be opened until Aegon was back. My princess rang around as Captains Bryce and Locke went down on their knee and bowed their heads to her, which the other men followed in suit, and she smiled at them as she gestured them to stand up. Men of Corinth, Gale began, her expression sincere and kind as she studied their faces. They looked tired, but they looked in good condition still. I would like to say, firstly, I am relieved to see you all return healthy and hale. Gale told them with genuine sentiment behind her voice, and she let it show on her expression. Truly, she was happy to see her people return safely and whole. Her words seemed to make the men more at ease, happier, and her smile turned a little gentler as she spoke. Your journey has been difficult, I can see that on your faces, and our people owe you gratitude and more, and you will be rewarded for your service. I will admit, Gale said with a pause as she looked at them with a hint of sadness. I was beginning to lose faith that we had lost you. My princess. A few times, we certainly thought we would be lost too. Captain Bryce said with a chuckle in his voice, and a few of the men chuckled also, whilst a few others agreed with eyes and yeses. But the Seven watched over us and saw to it that we came to find the lands they showed our prince. Captain Bryce said happily, and just like that, a switch happened and the men were raucous in their celebrations. And so were the guards that had been in the room and the guards that escorted her in. As for Gale, she felt a weight she never thought she was carrying release from her body. She'd heard the rumors when she rode in, from the guards, that they did find land, but hearing it was everything. Absolutely everything. And, she felt relief, sheer relief, that finally, they could truly start to build their lives. My love, you should be here to hear this first, Gale thought to herself. Gale raised her hand and the guards assisted in quieting the room down. Truly? You have found it? Captain Bryce lost the cheeriness and nodded seriously. My princess. Captain Bryce looked around, towards the men, and she noticed his gaze lingered on some of them, one of them being, was it Edmund? She noted it away as she refocused on Bryce when he spoke once more. It is good, no, it is great land. Cauldron says that the soil should take easily to our crops. Land's huge too. And there are islands that are as good as the mainland. She continued to listen as Captain Bryce continued to describe the land, some of the other men interjecting and telling her their own observations, and she realized she'd been listening to them speak for some time. She stopped them and her expression fell slightly as seriousness crept in. We will have time to discuss your incredible findings, good sirs. Gale said before she paused slightly as she glanced at the guards and then back at the men. I am sure you have heard of our people going to war with the Basilisk Isles. Grumblings in confirmation rang around to her question. She nodded serenely. We have many enemies, good sirs. Enemies who would see us harmed and our people killed, she said to them with a sobering note in her voice, and the men looked disquieted by her words. She moved to set them at ease. My husband and our people will prevail over the enemies in the Basilisk Isles, of that, there is little doubt. However, Gale looked to them all. They are not the only enemy. And that is why we must be careful that we do not let this land, a treasure that the slaver cities would love to take for themselves. The noise rose and Gale raised her hand once more and quieted them down. I know. Gale said to them with a kind smile, it is not their land, it is ours, and we must all do our part to keep it that way, and that is why I must ask you to swear to secrecy, to not disclose where these lands are and not to leave Corinth. My princess, you think we would betray you? Captain Locke asked with indignant shock, and it was a shock that was mirrored by most. No. Gale said firmly as she shook her head before she looked them and met their eyes. I do not believe for a moment you would betray our people, nor do I believe you would betray House Targaryen. At that, there was some looks of confusion and she understood. Then why am I asking for this? Because of our enemies. Gale told them, and it was true as well. Many of you wish to tell your families, do you not? She posed to them and she could see the truth of it. I understand. Gale said with a kind look on her face. You wish to tell them of your great achievement that has never been achieved before. You wish to tell them of the lands you saw, the seas you braved. I understand, good sirs, and I am not taking that from you. Gale shook her head. All I am asking of you is to not share any details of what you have found until my husband and our people have returned from the war. Gale looked to them again. Think of it. Think of how excited you were to find our new land. Then think of how the rest of our people will feel. Gale paused for a moment as she looked to them, and she saw that they were beginning to understand. Our enemies would not find it difficult to learn at that point of the location in the land itself. Gale told them. They could not sail the seas in their ships to get to our land, my princess. One of the men said, and there was agreement. Mayhaps. But it is not impossible, I imagine, to be able to get there in a carrack. Everyone looked to the captains, who exchanged a look. It is not impossible, but they would most certainly lose 2 or 3 in 5 if they tried. 4 in 5 without our compasses and without the guide of our findings of the trade wines. And do you think the slaver cities would care? When they see lives as cheap? And should they get a hold of you out at sea in some great misfortune, would they not learn that it could be possible? At that, Gale could see that they were accepting of the need of secrecy, and she remained there for a little while whilst she extracted the oaths of secrecy from them. She knew that she could not rely on them keeping their oaths, for words were wind most oft, but the prospect of losing out on their rewards and the pressure that would come from keeping silent when all others were, especially before her, their princess and wife of their liege lord, would give them pause in loosening their tongue. Besides, she'd also make sure that none of the men would get to leave Corinth until Aegon returned. She'd noted a few who were reluctant in giving the oaths, and she'd have them especially watched amongst them all. She did not like distrusting her own people, especially people whom had done her family and their people such a great service, but Aegon's cautiousness and cynicism had rubbed off on her. And when matters to securing her children's inheritance, and that of her people, she would not shirk away from doing and saying what was necessary. She told the men that they could tell their families they found the land the prince had been blessed visions of, though not where it was located nor the journey that it took to get there. She could not expect them to keep the secret holy, not for moons, not from their families, but she expected anything more to be kept secret. She'd press the point further later this day to address the townsfolk to ensure that the people do not speak of the land with any outsiders. It may be moons or worse longer before Aegon and their people returned. Sir Uthric, Gale called as they watched the men walk towards the town, to their wives and their families, the merriment of their voices travelling through the air. Yes, my princess. The ever-dutiful Sir Uthric responded, and she turned to the 24-named old man. He was of brown of hair and brown of eyes, with skin that was sunbeaten, with features that made it difficult to say where his origins may lie. He could as easily seem to be from Pentos as he could in sunnier parts of the Reach, and it was that ambiguity that made him someone best suited for the work Aegon needed him for. Clever as a fox, born out of the need to survive in King's Landing as a boy not yet grown a man when his parents had died on the road at the hands of bandits, he was a man had learned to walk in between the lines of society. Aegon had learned of Uthric not long after they'd married, after the bandits who'd killed his parents had been sent to the wall, each with one hand, and had decided to take Uthric into their household as a squire to one of their knights. It hadn't taken them long to know the value of Uthric, who was raised as well as a son of a noble, having been a son of a wealthy merchant, and it was to their fortune that a man like Uthric was one of the truest men she'd come to know. I will have to delay your return to Westeros, she told the man with a dour note to her voice. It was a decision she was not making lightly, but the needs here were greater. The reports that Uthric had provided her of the status of their family in King's Landing and in the Vale was deeply concerning to Gale, and she knew it would be to Aegon too. The surprising news of Viserys' firstborn son made it clear that they needed to change the way information flowed back to them. The long distance between the Summer Isles and the affairs of the realm did not help matters, of course, but for them to only know the birth of Viserys' son so long after was not good enough. Much of their information gathering of the realm over the years was far more passive than it was in Lys or Volantis, where they were actively working in their own interests, whereas in the realm, much of their efforts being largely concentrated towards Old Town and securing their foundations within King's Landing and simply keeping track of the players in the capital. That would change when Uthric returned to King's Landing. The Hightower hold in King's Landing was growing ever so more with each day Otto Hightower remained as hand. Viserys' steward, an Elon Malice, a son of lesser nobility of Claw Isle, had died in 107 AC to summer fever, and in his stead, a lesser noble from the Reach was chosen as Viserys' steward of his household. Similarly, other lesser yet ignorable appointments were made to the Red Keep and in King's Landing, from the bailiffs to the Lord Confessors, slowly filling King's Landing with men of twinned loyalties. It bore signs that Viserys' authority, and House Targaryen's authority, was slowly being eaten away. Uthric would be there in King's Landing with Celis, and find out more about what is happening with Viserys. Viserys often threw tourneys every few years, some more extravagant than others if they coincided with a name day or some such, and Uthric would partake in these tourneys and learn more from the nobility that would attend. As much as the common folk knew of the affairs of the nobility, it was not enough nor it was wholly credible. By obtaining credible sources amongst Viserys' court and that of the nobility closest to either the Hightowers or the nobles on the small council, they'd come to understand the situation around Viserys better. Though, this want of hers to understand was more to quell her fears that Viserys was not as blind as he seemed to be. "I understand, my princess, and I agree," Uthric said with a little smile, one that was lost moments later. "There won't be a moment where the men will lose sight of them." Gale smiled at Uthric before she looked away from him. Whilst they'd control the coming and goings into Corinth, the farmers would still need to get to the fields and plantations, whilst the port would need its harbormen and its shipbuilders. Speaking of the port, she'd need to speak with Baneth Stolly, the master of ships, and see what the status of their stores of hardwoods and copper, which was used to sheathe the bottoms of the galleon ship type. From what the men said, getting to these new lands in anything less than the galleons was placing one's entire fate in the hands of the Seven, and she knew that they'd need to build many more of the ship type. One ship could carry, safely, over 50 and 200, though a minimum of a fourth to a fifth of the people needed to man the ship. To get all of their people there, it would take far too long with their current fleet of galleons. She winced as she thought of the cost necessary to build so many ships and the labor they'd need. She shook her head. She would not think of it today, not when there were more immediate issues to deal with as her mind returned to ensuring security. She thought it would be achievable for some of the men of Lady Dawn and Discovery to make their escape from Corinth unless their movements were tracked. She could not see a reason why they would, though, for the honor, prestige, and the lands the men would receive from their own people would not be found elsewhere. "I hope it is an unnecessary undertaking," Gale said softly. "As do I, my princess, but better to have wasted effort than live to regret not having provided the effort it may have needed," Uthric said kindly. Gale inclined her head slightly. "I can agree to that, Sir Uthric." Later on, when she returned to the town, passing through the before-closed gate that closed once more after she was through, she paused when Sir Cedric made his way to her. "My Princess." Cedric bowed to her and Gale bid him to rise and speak. "We've secured the town and visitors have all gone." "Well done, Sir Cedric. It is a worry off of my shoulders," Gale told him before she eyed him curiously. She noted that there was more he wanted to say. "Speak, Sir Cedric. You have worries you wish to tell me. People are asking questions," Cedric said respectively, but it was clear what he was trying to say. She smiled at him. "As expected," Gale said to him. By now, the sailors had returned and were with their families. The rest of the townsfolk were dying to know what they had found. She added, "Tell the townsfolk to gather in the central square. I will address them." To not address the issue at hand would have only caused problems later, and this way, she could ask them to keep discretion, in a similar way she'd asked the sailors. Sir Cedric nodded and bowed to her before he walked away in a rush, and Gale sighed slightly. "Return soon, my love. We need you here," Gale thought to herself before she steeled herself and prepared the words she'd need to say to the people. Break. 109 AC Lys. Johanna Swan POV. Johanna sat back in her seat as she eyed the informant keenly. So they brought the skull of Sathos San to the conclave meeting. A ship of Corinth had arrived a day or so ago, so she'd known the success of the war against the Pirate King within the hour, and it hadn't been difficult to understand the meaning of bringing the skull of a traitor to Lys back to Lys. What she didn't quite know was how they'd react to it. The conclave was not a monolith of agreement. There were interests and counter-interests, and those who simply deigned be difficult because they didn't like one other for some personal slight or familial grudge. Divisive, difficult, and treacherous. And whilst she hadn't been a pleasure slave during the time of the treason, the tale of Sathos San and his betrayal was very well known and very much a collective sore point amongst the nobility and even the freedmen. They did. Her informant confirmed. Her informant was a freedman who worked in the conclave assembly, the building from which the conclave ruled and where most of the political power, outside of ballrooms and feasts, was practiced. He was her in-between with some of the slaves that served the conclave members drinks and food, who she'd managed to turn over 6 moons ago once her business with the Lorry's family had come to an end, when she'd pulled out their teeth. Figuratively. For now. What were their reactions? Johanna asked intently, and Rit beside her shuffled ever so slightly, barely noticeable, but enough, and Johanna knew that Rit was also interested in their reactions. Some were pleased, others, not. Her informant told her before adding the names of the conclave members who were pleased and those who were not, at least according to the servant. A few names were surprising, and she let the man continue as he spoke of the rest what the servant had relayed back to her informant. After her informant finished with all that he was told, she let him leave with a bag of gold and remained with Rit, digesting all that she heard. It was clear that no one was unhappy to see Sathos-san dead. The man had been a cause of embarrassment for Lys since he'd taken over 50 warships and thousands of men with him when he defected. Significant gold was lost with the loss of the ships and the soldiers themselves, more than half having been slave soldiers, and it had been a blow to the prestige of Lys. So all in all, Johanna believed that they were silently cheering at the man's demise. Still, it doesn't change the fact that the situation was rather awkward for the conclave. Sathos-san had reached an agreement with the Triarchy, at the insistence of Mir and the indifference of Tyrosh, to which Lys had been pressured to agree on with great annoyance, and as such, the act of killing Sathos-san was not one that the Triarchy as a whole should be pleased about. And so, Lys was in a bind. Johanna imagined news of the death of Sathos-san, the traitor to Lys, would spread, and the freemen and many of the nobility would be pleased to hear about that news. Should Mir demand further action against Prince Aegon, such news would be unwelcome by many and mayhaps even cause unrest amongst some of the families. Making an unnecessary enemy at this stage was not desired at all, especially one that more beneficial as, at the very least, a neutral trading partner. The Mopinar family would be one of those families, who are Prince Aegon's biggest supporter, in a certain way. Granted, her informant had said that the conclave thought such a demand from Mir is unlikely to come, especially since none of them wanted another dragon lord to join into the War of the Stepstones, which was becoming a major headache. More than it already was. Only a moon ago, the Triarchy had convinced Dorne into the alliance, boosting their numbers and ships in the Stepstones whilst also hiring more swell sword companies, all in a bid to wrestle control away from Prince Daemon, who'd secured all but 2 of the islands and looked set to win the conflict and take the Stepstones in his name. A money drain that was growing into a pit that devoured gold. To act against Prince Aegon at this point would be the height of folly, for his victory in the Basilisk Isles bore grave tinting in the eyes of many Lysaene on what may come to the Stepstones and possibility of victory should the younger brother be allowed to join with the middle son of Baelon. And then there was the possibility that the King Viserys may well be roused from his inaction should 2 of his brothers join to wage war against the Triarchy. Mir was likely wise enough to understand the precariousness of the situation and would have to sacrifice their vendetta, if only to stave away causing tensions within the alliance. Tyrosh was unlikely to remain indifferent now to their petty schemes, and the conclave would welcome the end of Mir's grievances. And truly, Johanna wondered, what Mir hoped to accomplish and what they would now get, was honestly something Johanna did not fully understand. At best, Mir could have hoped to damage the trading capabilities of Corinth to an irreparable state. Corinth could not be destroyed, not with 2 dragon riders, so all they could have hoped for was to damage the income of Prince Aegon. Nothing more, and nothing less, and so the action of involving pirates was nothing more than a petty means of vengeance, and all it did was wake the sleeping dragon. And earn Mir an enemy that it could do well without having. It was a childish and petty way to earn oneself an enemy. Whether Mir liked it or not, glassmaking, superior glassmaking, was being produced in Bravus. The secret was out, and Bravus, despite the blockades, was managing to find corridors in the Stepstones in which to travel her ships out from, even if the numbers were less than what they used to be. And that was not even considering that Bravus was making hand over fist through the land trade routes to Qohor, Norvos and beyond, and its trade with West Eros. Mir should be thinking of ways to recover superiority of its glass rather than lash out because they no longer had monopoly over glass making like it was doing with sending pirates to harass Prince Aegon and his people, which completely backfired. But she didn't think Mir would see the long term, rather, she expected that Mir would do something foolish again, and cause the dragon to rear his head to the city-state. And Mir would demand support from Tyrosh and Lys in the scheme. Whether or not the 2 other free cities would join in with the scheme and foot the bill of the scheme, whether it may be gold or men, she didn't know. The message that came with the skull of Sathos-san was one of friendship, and such a message would not be unnoticed by the Lysaene. For all that the Lysaene nobility knew that the Prince Aegon clearly disliked slavery, something that the Mopinar family blissfully ignored, which she found humorous, they also knew that Prince Aegon had been dealing with them with friendly terms regardless of the conflict that the city waged against his brother. The trade goods of Corinth were very well welcomed, and there was rarely a noble household that didn't have one of the expensively designed porcelain sets of wares. And now this, when Prince Aegon could clearly hold them as equally responsible as the rest of the Triarchy. Johanna imagined that some were probably thinking of not turning away from the further displays of friendship. Of course, one could also consider the skull as a warning, and it was probable that some likely did think it a warning, just as some could see these overtures as weakness, though she expected those be fools that were more bark than bite. "What are you thinking in that head of yours?" Rit asked, breaking Johanna out of her thoughts. "A few thousand things," Johanna said a little airily, and Rit looked at her with unimpressed eyes. Johanna smiled amused before she lost it a little. "Just thinking about what we've heard," Johanna said honestly before adding a little ponderously, "and what we should do." Rit hummed as she sat back. "Is there much we can do?" Rit asked with a tilted head before she added, "Mayhaps the best thing we can do, is to do nothing and simply observe." Johanna had considered that. More would unfold. Johanna conceded, and with more unfolding, more options and paths would become apparent. Rit nodded slightly. If what the informant said is true, then it is only a matter of time before interests clash. Rit smirked. "We can use that." Johanna traced her fingers on the arm of the chair. "There is no guarantee of that. The war in the Stepstones has bound the Triarchy in eternal alliance. As long as the war in the Triarchy was ongoing, and strong, she didn't think any of the free cities could stomach being the cause of the loss of face. Plus, Tyrosh was much too much in Mir's corner at present, and Lys could run the risk of facing a diarchy that was mayhaps as strong as Volantis had been when Lys had been conquered. The Conclave likely were very keenly aware of that. No guarantee, true. Rit's eyes gleamed slightly, but I'm sure we can work towards unraveling the seams, no. Rit's tone was as mischievous as it was dangerous. Johanna liked it a lot. Yes, yes we can. Their route to power had depended on many, many things, and the key one of them had been the necessity for the Triarchy to end unamicably. The Triarchy was ruled by 33 magisters, 11 from each daughter, and each of these magisters had their own interests and demands. Thus far, the conflict of the Stepstones had forced these heads to pull into the same direction, and she'd feared that as long as the war continued, and mayhaps years after it ended, the Stepstones would be the mud that bound the stones of the alliance together. But, the naked hand of friendship of Prince Aegon was likely to cause some of the Lysane heads to mayhaps slightly pull in other directions. A wedge that Johanna could use to push things further apart, and should things fall in just about the right way, she could mayhaps create the right bushfire to take down the entire alliance. Of course, eventually she'd also need Tyrosh and Mir to be distracted with something else and allow her enemies to be isolated and alone with no hope for assistance from the Tyroshi or the Mirish. "We need people in Tyrosh," Johanna said after a few moments. Rit eyed her curiously, and Johanna continued, "We might find opportunities there to help our cause. If they could find avenues to foster discord towards Mir and Lys there, it would make fraying the alliance easier." "It will be tough," Rit said a little dubiously. "We don't know anyone there, and trying to cause something to happen there without one of us there, well. Which is why we will start slow," Johanna said reassuringly before adding, "It's not like the alliance is likely to end any time soon, not when the Stepstones are still being fought over and largely in Prince Daemon's hand. Besides, it wasn't as it would be terribly difficult to find willing local collaborators. Everyone sought more power, more wealth. They just needed to find the right men who were willing to take the risk and rise to power." Rit considered it for a few moments. "There are a few businesses in Tyrosh we could potentially get involved in, to start with." Rit looked somewhat bemused and irritated, all at the same time. "I'm sure there are ailing bakeries we can take over." Johanna laughed. Amongst many other things, Tyrosh was quite well known for its marvelous sweets and pastries, like honey fingers. She looked to Rit slyly. "I could give you the duties to oversee our Tyrosh, if you're interested. I'm sure their famed artisans can fashion a tasteful wolfskin apron." The glare that Rit sent her was as cold as the famed wall of West Eros, and, yet, all it did was make Johanna laugh even more, even as Rit began to form what would undoubtedly be an acidic and brutal retort. Break. 109 AC, Isle of Toads. The first thing Aegon noticed when he set foot on the Isle of Toads was the stillness. A stillness that he was not quite able to adequately put to place, yet it was stillness that he sensed keenly. It was not the air, though the air was humid, nor was it the sun, of blazing heat as it had been out on sea and on the other islands, and it was not the smell which was of sea and flora, no, it was simply something else. He'd dismissed it shortly after, when he noticed none of the others had felt it, and considered it not but an anticipatory reaction to what they were coming to see. The second thing Aegon noticed when he set foot on the Isle of Toads, was the rumors of the people here was overblown and exaggerated, whilst at the same times the rumors had strong basis of truth within them, truths that Aegon found startling discombobulating as he caught the looks of some of the people who retreated into the wilderness beyond the beach line. Aegon glanced at his guards who were beside and behind him, for Orlan and one of the acolytes, Dorland, each of their expressions uneasy as they walked on overgrown paths deeper into the interior of this eerie island. It wasn't hard to see what they thought of this place, and its people. The pirates they'd interrogated had said they avoided this cursed island, for fear that they'd catch whatever ailment the people of this island suffered from, and he'd, at least originally, considered it to be superstitious. No longer did he consider it superstitious. They made it into one of the villages some half-hour from the coast, where there was a congregation of barely clothed people, young and old, by their huts, and whom Aegon had a chance to have a better, closer look of. "May the seven watch over us," one of the guards muttered, and it was echoed by the others, all except Aegon and For Orlin, who was far too preoccupied with the people here, much like Aegon was. There was, indeed, a fish-like quality to the features of the people here, widened faces that seemed to be slightly too narrow yet at the same time, far too wide. Skin that seemed to be faintly but noticeably murky green in pigmentation, and eyes that were extraordinarily large, too alien to be wholly human, with irises that were as black as the night, different than the dark brown eyes of men all elsewhere. The brindled men that he'd come across had seemed to be more human in comparison, even if they were a vivid throwback to ancient origins and divergences. These humans, these fish-like people, were more alien than they were, and so too seemed to be their conduct, which was frightful and animalistic in small but distinct ways, as they congregated and dispersed in the same way schools of fish would move any time they tried to approach these people. The surroundings by their huts bore no signs of farming, though they possessed hunting spears and stone tools, but in all, they seemed to be exceptionally primitive in comparison to the rest of this world. Any attempt to try and speak with them was met with strange guttural sounds with clicking reverberations underneath it that seemed as if it was generated within their very throats like a trombone, far from what human voices should be capable of, and he found himself wishing that he had the ruthlessness to make them to talk with him. He had so many questions. What their tales and their myths spoke of their origins, what they knew of the histories of this island and Sothorios and even the wider world, but they were as uninterested in speaking with him as they were uninterested in the sight of his dragon, who flew over him in passes, something he found so strange and unnerving. The brindled men were far more talkative of their origins, though they were almost as clueless as Aegon was, when it came to their origins, claiming that their people had always simply been and could share no tales of where they came from. In the end, he decided to simply bypass them, much to For Orlin's dismay, who wished to do what Aegon refused to lower himself to, and go straight to the idol that spoke of ancient legacy, of ancient might and wonder and horror, and what may provide some clues about these people and about the people of the ancient world. A legacy that seemed to dot all corners of the known world. From the Basilisk Isles to Asai. From Asai to the Five Forts. From Five Forts to the Sea Stone Chair. The only thing that these places had in common, outside of their legends that spoke of gods, was, of course, that man was at the center of the making of these creations. Ancient tales remembered down the generations that breathed life into the legends of ancient man, legends that spoke of works of great wonder and horror, remembered still long after their ignoble ends, legends that spoke of titanic civilizations that fell and degraded and twisted into cursed places where evil and horror loomed and breathed and stifled. And, as they walked further inland, the feeling that he'd dismissed earlier had reared its ugly head, the whiplash of the feeling smacked Aegon into tremendous clarity, the idea of this place being another these cursed places being realized instantly. As Aegon and company reached the entrance eerie ruin of a town, he walked with a presence of foreboding walking alongside him, a presence that had grown the nearer he came to this certain cursed place, a presence that was clinging onto him with terrible clinginess made of hunger and avarice, growing stronger as he neared the ruins where the ancient idol loomed but a few hundred feet away. "Do you feel that?" Aegon asked For Orlin as he gazed upon the man and the acolyte and the other guards and saw that they were all as if they were walking on eggshells, unsettled and uneased, though, he could see that it was more innate, like the feeling one who thought he was being watched from that dark corner in the room would get. "There is something." For Orlin asked with a deep frown as he turned to Aegon. "Is that what I am feeling?" The man asked curiously but also warily, and Aegon could feel the eyes of the rest of the men on him. "Was it truly that subtle? If what you're feeling is the breeze, then yes." Aegon lied calmly as he turned back towards the approaching idol. "This far into the jungle, the air should be still. There may be an underground cavern nearby." Inducing panic in his people about the danger they were very much in would be counterproductive right now. As he glanced into his right where the wind rustled the leaves and the trunks of the tall grey-brown trees, a sound that seemed to enhance the sense of danger, and Aegon could only recall one instance when he felt such great unease, and that had been when he ventured deeper inland on the God's Eye. There was something other here. "I see." For Orlin said, a little confused before looking forward once more. It was clear that only Aegon truly felt the clingy hunger and avarice that seemed to pervade through the very air as they neared the idol, and he knew, then, that whatever he was feeling was deeply magical, and deeply wrong. Aegon had been feeling more and more attunement to the magic that pervaded this world the more he learned and the more he experimented. He could compare it somewhat to that of developing a skill of wine tasting, whereby one could taste the intricacies of flavors within the structure of wines, and as he grew more capable in magic, so did his sense of magic attunement. Aegon pulled on his bond with Miss Aragorn, initially for comfort, and later for greater protection as the presence that surrounded them, faded a little but not wholly. Light cast down through the winding and twisting branches of the banyan-esque trees down at the ruins of this ruin of a town, a crumbling and crumbled town once filled with homes of stone and mortar, now all but rubble and broken stone, so different than what the fish-like people down closer by the coast built for shelter. Regression. Complete societal collapse. Those were the thoughts that crept into his mind, as he thought on what could have led to these people to live no better than animals in the shadows of this ruined town that might well have, once upon a time, he thought as he looked at the encroaching jungle, been a city, a capital. There was plenty said of Gagasos and Zamatar, a once Giskari city turned into a Valyrian holding that promptly was abandoned because of the general inhospitable nature of Sothorios, even at the coast, but little was said about the Isle of Toads. Even during the period of Valyria's dominance, little survived of any tales about the island when they settled the Basilisk Isles thousands of years ago. It was odd. Almost as if it was specifically meant to remain a blank page in the history of the world. Even old Rhoynar cities that were claimed to have been cursed had tales and stories about them and stories of when the freehold had taken to try and settle the lands of the defeated Rhoynar, only for them to die of grayscale that seemed to live and breathe within the very soil and water of the cursed lands. And there was nothing of the sort here, not truly, he thought as they begun to approach the 40 feet tall idol that sat upon a stone pedestal. The light that cast down upon it, that touched it, was meager, but it was enough to see the idol in full detail, a crudely carved idol out of gleaming midnight black stone in the shape of a gigantic toad. Magnificent! For Orlan said with awe as they stopped before the idol, and Aegon signaled his men to remain at full attention as he looked upon them with a hard-faced expression. They understood. They felt it. Not perhaps the malignant hunger and avarice that rolled off of the thing, but on some level? He glanced towards the idol, looking at the ground on which it stood. The earth was cracked, dry, as if it was parched of water for years, mayhaps decades, and there was not a sight of green around it, as if the toadstone was an anathema to life itself. Aegon glanced towards the other buildings and saw plants and trees breaking through the former foundations and walls of the homes. Aegon returned his gaze back to the idol, and he stared at the idol, his face twisting in contempt and deep weariness as he felt the flood of hunger and avarice streaming out of it with near unending waves. Miss Aragorn, stay close. Aegon tried to communicate with urgency in his bond. He did not like this thing. Not one bit. His hand fell towards his dragon glass dagger that hung on his waist, though whether or not it'd be much use, he wasn't entirely sure, and wasn't that a damn pity? Aegon remained silent as For Orlan talked with the acolyte about the oily black stone, hypothesizing what it might be made of, and Aegon did not contribute to the discussions, his gaze and attentions far too set on the head of the toadstone, barely blinking in the process for concern that the moment he did not watch the thing carefully would spell their doom. The commentary of For Orlan was nothing new, however. About how the oily black stone may have been created and how it could endure for such a long time. As always, sacrificial magic was the main culprit, and he did not disagree as his face twisted ever more as the intensity of the malignant presence grew. Some of the theories, which extended to fused stone, was the element of human sacrifice, to utilize life and death in such a way to power magic to bring about a lifelike component to ordinarily immutable and lifeless material like stone, and shape it using the sacrifice and fire, a symbol of life and creation and change, and shape it into permanence, harder and stronger and longer lasting than anything else. He disagreed with this being the way fused stone was created, predominantly because he believed that dragon fire on its own was enough to bring the kind of permanence fused stone shows. Dragon fire was the epitome of creation, born out of the maw of a being made of magic and life and death, a creature that by all rights, should not exist and, based on its mass and its bones, should not be able to fly as easily as it could do, save for dragons could, because they were practically the living embodiment of creation itself. Dragons exists, though they should not, just as life, with all of its variety, should not exist, and yet it does. In only a few instances in infinite possibilities, life sprang out of existence through chance and change, and life begot life, miracles made manifest. Life was a piece of magic all of its own, creation warped into the essence of every little living thing, and dragons were representatives of creation at its highest order, beings that should not be possible and yet were, beings that could breathe fire that could be used to sustain yet also to destroy, and it was for those reasons that Aegon believed that dragon fire and manipulation of that breath of creation was enough to change stone into the shape and hardness he wanted. And when he was at Dragonstone, walking in the halls made of fused stone, he never got any other feeling than that it was meant to be a citadel, as intended, as shaped into being, and should he return this very day, with his greater magical senses, he knew he'd feel the very same of the Targaryen home that he once felt distantly. But this thing. Aegon looked upon the idol with contempt and deep wariness. This stone was pure wrongness. It was as if all the negative emotions that had ever been felt by humanity was contained within the very atoms of the stone, seeping out of pores in oily blackness. Avarice. Malice. Wrath. Madness. Black of stone holding within the blackest of that which exists in the hearts of men. Whatever magic created this. It was so very different than the embodiment dragon fire had, creation and destruction, two sides of the same coin, and instead, Aegon thought that it bore the embodiment of contempt for life, that life was nothing special, nothing but a tool to be used, fed upon, leaving it twisted and changed for its amusement. Aegon noticed For Orlan edging closer to the stone, and Aegon snapped his full attentions to For Orlan, the fool that he was. Stop moving to the stone, For Orlan. For Orlan stopped in his tracks at Aegon's harsh tone and turned towards Aegon. Aegon met For Orlan's gaze. Don't touch it. Aegon's voice was sharp, unwavering, and Aegon glanced at the malignant thing. That thing will leave a mark on you, and it is not a mark you wish to have. For Orlan looked to him with increasing wariness as the guards beside Aegon shuffled uncomfortably. The talk of magic had been unnerving them, and now Aegon's words were spooking them. Not a situation he wanted to get into. Fear could make men do all kinds of things, even to men they had great amounts of loyalty to. What do you mean? For Orlan asked with a heavy frown as he stole glancing at the toadstone, and Aegon was increasingly getting irate, the presence that was pressing down on them, him, playing on his irritability. Move away from the toadstone, For Orlan, now. Aegon said harshly, and For Orlan did as he bid, though it was reluctant. Aegon cared not, only that For Orlan did as ordered. Everyone had taken a few steps away from the oily black idol now too. T is malignant, this stone. Aegon said as he turned his gaze away from For Orlan and towards the toadstone idol. It is hungry and it wishes to feed upon you. It has wanted to feed on all of us the moment we set foot on this accursed isle. The stories of the pirates that thought this island accursed were making a lot more sense. Doubtless that they once tried to make this island of one of theirs, only to meet well-deserved tragedy. Aegon was beginning to think that some of those fish-like people might not have always been the natives of this island. A chill ran down the spine of Aegon as he thought on it further, his gaze boring onto the head of the toad idol. Could that be it? Like a malignant tumor, this idol meant to metastasize, infiltrate, changing the very being of those who were swayed under its influence. The black eyes of the toad idol snapped towards him with suddenness, avaricious murder radiated from black crystal eyes, the ever-present presence now grown to suffocating density of horrific proportions, and Aegon paled with deathly whiteness under the impossible gaze and the awful, evil intent that was hung on the very edges of visual perception. Aegon felt reality drift away from him as the radiating avarice struck him still, as if he was falling into a pit of emptiness, of nothingness, pulled towards eyes made of abyssal darkness that lie waiting at the bottom of the pit. It was only with the will to live akin to that of a wounded wolf before a bear that knew it would die if he did not fight that he managed to shear himself out from that stillness, and he clung onto that will with all that he could as he pulled it, with all of his might, on his bond with Miss Aragorn. Miss Aragorn. Aegon all but bellowed out, and, as he felt something around the toadstone change with devouring corrupting qualities, Aegon threw away all pretense of composure and dignity and screamed for his dragon, horror and terror seeping into his voice as he palmed his dragon glass dagger. Miss Aragorn. Miss Aragorn, Dracarys. Run, you fools, run now. Aegon pulled at the nape of For Orlan's clothes as he turned around to run, and his expression of terror and horror changed even further as black eldritch wisps exuded out of the toadstone with impossible clarity, and Aegon, with deathly sense of self-preservation, threw For Orlan forward, forcing him to run, and bolted forward like his very life depended on it, and it very much did. Miss Aragorn's bellow of flames had come only moments later, and he felt respite from the overbearing presence that seemed to shrink under the flames, and Aegon commanded Miss Aragorn not to land on this cursed land, but all of that was becoming a distant danger as Aegon noticed bulging eyes amongst the tree lines. Enemies beside us. Aegon shouted out. They ran on the miserable path back to the shore. One of the fish people drew near to Aegon, and Aegon, in one swell movement, ducked under the grasping arms and jabbed the dragon glass dagger into the neck of the creature, and he promptly let go of the dagger, unwilling as he was to waste precious seconds to pull the dagger out. Aegon unsheathed his Valyrian steel dagger, unwilling as he was to run full tilt with a bastard sword in hand, and continued to bolt down the slopes towards the distant, seemingly a lifetime away shore. Aegon reached to Miss Aragorn and ordered his dragon far away from this hell hole. Aegon had lost count how many fish people he had cut or killed, or how many of their party remained, a party that had been 5 and 10 strong. The sounds of screams and shouts of his name bitterly ignored as he still felt the clinging hunger reaching out to them, and the moment the shore arrived was a moment that Aegon felt was far too long in the making. On the water, now, now. Aegon bellowed out as the men by the boats were alarmed by the sight of him and his men running towards him. Aegon reached out to Miss Aragorn, and he felt the agitation within Miss Aragorn, and he sent out feelings of warmth and gratitude and brotherhood to his dragon, and it calmed Miss Aragorn down. Only when Aegon arrived by the boats did he notice that only 8 of his people managed to make it out of the jungle, and one of them that had not made it was For Orlan. My prince, one of the guards said with uneven breath, pale-faced as the lot of them. I saw one of the creatures drag him into the jungle. Fuck. What the fuck was wrong with this world? My prince, what was that evil? Another of the guards that had made it out asked him with a tremulous voice as they settled within the boat. Dorland, the young acolyte who survived, spoke up next, his voice almost dead as he looked. That thing was their god. The guards in the boat began to mutter prayers from the 7-pointed star, and honestly, Aegon did not blame them one bit as he sought to control his shaking hands, the cold that seeped into Aegon feeling as if it reached bone deep. Dorland has the right of it, Aegon said in slight shakiness as he glanced to his men. The ache and guilt he felt at the fate of his men left behind almost overwhelming him. He never felt as terrified as he did in that moment. The terror that thing invoked in him was almost spiritual. He had not been afraid for his life, but rather his very soul. But he is wrong. That thing was no god. It is a demon from the pits of hell, cursed and bound to stone on the lands of the living. Aegon said grimly, though it was not the complete truth. Whilst he did think the thing was bound and cursed into that oily black stone, he didn't think it was a demon, at least not with religious connotations. No, he was beginning to think that these entities were not deities, not in the classical sense, but rather terrible products of man and their deeds. The men muttered with agreeing notes to their voices before some of them fell into another series of prayers, and Aegon looked upon their terrified visages with a solemn look, the pang of guilt of the men they left behind feeling as strong a dagger to the heart. Men. Aegon drew their attentions and he continued with solemnity, I failed you. I failed our men left behind in bowels of that cursed isle, may the seven have mercy on their souls. You have my apologies. My prince, one of the guards said shakily with a bowed head, had you not told us to run when you said so, I do not think any of us would have survived that hell. Murmurs of agreement and firm yet terrified nods were given all around by the men who had been there, though Aegon's feeling of guilt never lessened. He'd known that that place was cursed almost from the beginning. None of his people had needed to die if only he wasn't so struck and determined with finding answers to questions that he was considering may not have needed to be answered. Aegon smiled strained before he nodded slightly before he lost and sighed heavily and said, we must not speak of this ever again to a living soul. The evil on this island, forsaken as it is by the light of the seven, must not be revisited by any of our people. Aegon looked to his people with sharp eyes. Is that understood? Aegon spoke with a sternness that took every ounce of his being to conjure up, a feat that surprised him despite the way he was so off balance and honestly, terrified. The agreement he gotten from his men was easy, and the men who were rowing them back to the fleet were too frightened and disturbed by the discussions to disagree. When he arrived on board of the ship, he ordered the fleet to return to Port Corinth post haste. Still agitated and guilt-wrought as he was, he only settled down his nerves somewhat when he arrived in the lone comforts of his captain's room. Aegon fell into his chair like sack of meat and clutched his head in his worn hands. What actually was this damned world? That was more than just magic, no, that was far more than just magic. It was an entity starved yet with such power that Aegon was unsure that it could ever be destroyed in any capacity, regardless of the magic he or anyone learned. God! What did these people do to create such a thing? Aegon pulled his head out from his hands and sat back in his chair, his hand washing over his face before he stared at the door with an almost empty gaze. He wasn't even sure that it was people who created this thing, but the terribleness he felt from the thing was just a bit too human, even if it was hyper-warped. Could it be? Did these people commit great and terrible acts of evil in some kind of ritual that warped the very essences of themselves, and their victims, into such an entity? No. Aegon thought as he sighed heavily. That didn't make sense. What would be purpose of it? All actions had a root of logic in it, roots of purpose. What could these people gain from doing whatever they did to create that entity? He doubted he'd ever learned that reason, he thought with a sigh before Aegon cast his thoughts towards the God's Eye and the old gods. Aegon was sure, especially now more than ever as he thought on it, that the old gods and this entity were of the same family, even if they were different in nature. The presence he'd felt from them was one of watching, unwelcomeness. It had felt more personal than the blind avarice and malice he felt from this entity, and he was beginning to understand what they truly were. God! Aegon stared at the wooden ceiling. He really needed to work around that oath he got himself into. Whatever the old gods were, they may not be as malicious as this entity had been, but it is clear that these were not friends of humanity, regardless if they had been created or born out of humanity, or others like the children of the forest. These things were wild, other, beyond human understanding, beyond good and evil. A low mirthless chuckle escaped Aegon's throat. He was extremely glad he did not pursue his curiosity into the jungles of Sothorios and set foot into Yin. He could only imagine what horrors that cursed place would have. He could only imagine the things in that place had absconded away with the Roiner settlers to do what they will with those poor people. Aegon grimaced as horror crept into him unwontedly with the chill of winter cold. No, he could not imagine, he corrected, and he closed his eyes momentarily as he forced himself to do away with his thoughts. He reached out to Miss Aragorn, and his dragon responded with urgency and concern, showing images of himself flying over Aegon's fleet, and Aegon smiled softly as he soothed his dragon and once more let Miss Aragorn feel his undying gratitude for coming to his rescue. He was not sure he would have escaped had it not been for Miss Aragorn distraction. Recollections of the black eldritch fucking tentacled things he'd caught a glimpse of coming to the forefront of his mind, and he shuddered with the entirety of his body. God, it was going to give him nightmares for years to come. Aegon sighed with a slight shudder in his voice as he clenched his fists slightly. He severely underestimated the kinds of things that hide between the crevices of this world. And that stone was nothing like fused stone. Aegon only barely managed to resist the urge to shudder once more as he thought on that thing that was coming alive. That stone was alive in some way. Alive in a way that Aegon did not understand, and honestly, he was questioning his sanity for still having interest in understanding it. Aegon swallowed dryly. There were more of these things in the world, and one of them was used a damn throne chair in the Iron Islands, and Aegon blanched as he thought on fucking eldritch kraken monster gods hiding in the deep influencing the Ironborn. God. He was way out of his depth. So so far out of his depth. He heard a knock on his door and Aegon realized that over an hour had passed since he'd arrived in his cabin and, after he took in a deep breath, he called out to the guard to let the man in and he recentered himself, somewhat. Dorland was no longer pale-faced though he was still shaken up, and honestly, he doubted any of them would not be shaken up for some time to come. Sit, Dorland. Aegon said as he watched the young man walk further into his cabin and Aegon studied the man silently. He was amongst For Orlan's most favored acolytes, someone For Orlan had chosen personally to be his assistant in most matters. Dorland was a clever man, one who could grasp most problems with an ease unfound amongst almost all of the acolytes, and For Orlan depended heavily on the man's intuition for the experiments in alchemy the alchemists thought up. How are you feeling? Aegon asked the man with inquisitive eyes. Dorland smiled weakly as well as a man who came to face the gates of the Seven Hells and managed to escape from it with his life could feel, my prince. Aegon scoffed and his bearded face twisted into an understanding grimace. He simply said before he sighed inaudibly. I am sorry for the loss of For Orlan, you were close with him. Dorland nodded slightly and there was a shadow that fell on the man's face. He was my mentor. A bastard, yes, but he taught me all that I know. I will mourn his loss. Dorland said before he shook his head and looked to Aegon. You do not believe it was a demon, do you, my prince? Aegon smiled faintly before he shook his head. If only it were that simply, Dorland. No, I think it is something worse than a demon for I do not think we would have been left to deal with matters of the gods had it truly been a demon. If only it was a demon, at least I'd have salt and pentagrams and the like as a starting point on how to get fucking rid of them, Aegon thought half-jokingly. You think it's magic? Dorland asked with low horror in his subdued voice and Aegon could understand. For someone like Dorland, like it had been for Aegon, magic was this wonderful mysterious forbidden thing, like the beautiful wife of your neighbor, something to be aware of but not never think of or touch. This event shattered that illusion. I think that thing is an outcome of magic yet not of magic itself. Aegon said carefully as he studied the man's reactions. The ancient legends still remembered thousands of years later are not so mythological as we once believed. Aegon said mirthlessly as he leaned back in his chair, his gaze still intent on the man's face. One thing he was absolutely sure of, he wanted to make sure that their forays into magic never reached, whatever point those civilizations did to create such entities. And for that to happen, he needed hate for such magics to be institutionalized within the fabric of the Alchemists Guild just like hate for all magic was institutionalized by the Citadel of Old Town. He did not think stopping studies into magic was going to be helpful in the long run, not when they were aware of the entities and kinds of magics that were out there. The Citadel of Old Town were foolish in this regard, pushing towards a future of no magic when in the rest of the world, there were potentially dozens of places that practiced the art with terrifying ability, or bore scars of the practice in terrifying ways. And knowing as he did that the long night was coming in the next few centuries, an event that had also happened in the Far East during the Empire of the Dawn as their findings were indicating, not knowing and understanding was dangerous. As traumatizing this event had been, it was the kind of trauma that needed to scab over and rebuild their skin into being tougher than ever. I need your assistance in making sure we never create that kind of thing, Dorland. Aegon said with intensity in his voice, his face struck with utmost seriousness. Dorland flinched under Aegon's gaze though Aegon suspected it was more because of remembrance of the close brush to death he'd faced. They all faced. I understand, my prince. Dorland said after a few moments and he sighed heavily before he heaved himself upward and looked to Aegon with determination. I will not let the guild fall into the trappings of the past. It will only lead to destruction over everything and damnation. I know that very well now. Dorland said with a hollow edge to his voice. Yes, you do, Aegon thought grimly. There was also little doubt that For Orlan likely dismissed Aegon's concerns and barring of investigating the potential of sacrifices in his conversations with Dorland and likely with a few others that the man trusted somewhat. No, Aegon thought as he watched Dorland leave his cabin, there is nothing that can justify that avenue of magic that mayhaps well had caused the doom of the mightiest of civilizations. And, until Aegon had any kind of clue of how to destroy such things, the best they could do is simply to continue to understand magic whilst ensuring they never reach for whatever caused those things to exist. The days after the event had been quiet, much needed quiet, and the weeks that followed as they traveled on the seas had lifted much of the tension and stress that had taken hold of the crew in the wake of the event. Aegon busied himself with his journal, doing his best to forget the horror that had nearly claimed his life, though he failed more often than he would want to admit, and instead, pushed himself in the matters of the present and the future as he thought of the next steps his people should take, whilst also being in constant contact with Miss Aragorn, seeing through his eyes and still images as his dragon roamed the skies and ate from the seas and the islands, before Miss Aragorn flew back to Corinth. And it was then, when Miss Aragorn arrived in Corinth, that Aegon noticed the oddities around the town and the port. The port was overfilled with ships, indication that his people had returned, but there were also more galleons than there should be. And the moment Aegon realized what ships they were, a great degree of relief washed over him, happiness that his sailors had returned from the mission west. Aegon afterwards had then guided Miss Aragorn to land in the port by the Lady Dawn and Discovery in hope that Gale would understand that he was seeing through Miss Aragorn's eyes. It took a little while and some panic amongst his people, but eventually Gale, with Lysmaria in tow, came and understood why Miss Aragorn was making a nuisance of himself, and it was then that he learnt that the mission was successful. Aegon had barely managed to resist the urge to laugh out loud like a madman. The relief, the vindication, the triumph, felt so overwhelming, finally casting away the shadows of the horror that was the Isle of Toads. The days since his ships were still over a week away from arriving at Port Corinth had gone like a blur, the plans he'd been making over the past few weeks cast aside. He had been coming to a point that he was deciding he should begin settlement plans of Morag, the negativity of the Isle of Toads and the acceptance that he couldn't rely on hope and belief in his estimations when it came to the matters of the safety of his family and his people. But now, finally, he had the final peace he'd longed for ever since, and, as Aegon stood on the deck of his ship, gazing out to the open sea as they were but a few days' sail away, Aegon thought on what needed to happen now. Finding land had only ever been the very first step. Twin roars broke him out of his thoughts and he turned towards the source, and he saw Miss Aragorn, Lysmaria, and what looked like two of his son's dragons flying. No, he thought as he stared at the dragons, a gleam in his mismatched eyes. The true work only started now. Chapter 16. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. 109 AC, Port Corinth. The ships arrived at the edges of the port on the wide deep river, the crowded harbour making it difficult to get further into the protected banks of port. His 8 galleons and his carracks, of both Corinth make and Bravacy, were as far as the eye, well over 100 of them docked, and the sight of them stirred something great within him. His fleet was amongst the largest in Westeros and Western Essos, only rivaled truly by the city-states, though none owed an individual fleet like he did, and certainly no fleet could boast a make-up of carracks, which were the 3rd largest tonnage of ships in this world, trailing only behind his galleons and the Ebane's whaling ships. And Aegon knew that he was only the facilitator of such marvel. The people who chose to come with him, the people he successfully recruited, and the people who he gotten free and adapted to this new way of life, the success of Corinth and their soon-to-be homeland could be levied directly to them, those who worked with him and trusted in his ideas and his ambitions. His knowledge and his ideas would have died an ignoble death without these people, and Aegon was forever grateful to them as he gazed upon the very symbol of his people's burgeoning greatness. The other ships that had come with Aegon made to moor at the edges of the port rather than follow Aegon's ship into the inner parts of the port when they saw they were being signalled. Twin roars made him look upward, and he saw Lysmaria and Miss Aragorn flying over him. Over the past few days, Miss Aragorn had been accompanied in flight by his wife's dragon or by 1 or 2 of his children's dragons, as much a signal as any that Corinth knew of his coming. And, as the ship traversed slowly further into the port with only 4 unaft sails, towards the free piers by the inner part of the port, where the shipyard was as well, passing by lanes of docked ships on both sides of the river, Aegon could see a crowd of men waiting by one of the few free piers, and the ship made way to it. The sails were cast off and the ship coasted, and when they were close enough, the crew threw a line ashore at the bow before also sending down a longer line at the stern. The men at the dock reeled in the lines, pivoting and adjusting so that the stern would brought around to be parallel with the pier. And, as the final adjustments were made and the Aegon eyed the crowd of men as the anchor was lowered into the water, many of whom had been the men who had fought with him amongst the men who were tasked to protect Corinth in their absence, and he saw the happy faces that were adorned on all of their faces. Their happiness at simply seeing him was something he cherished greatly, seeing how much he meant to his people. Sir Cedric and Sir Baelon were amongst the men waiting on the pier as they descended down from the ship on the gangway. "My prince," Sir Cedric said with a bow that was followed by the rest of his men, and Sir Cedric continued, with a smile on his face, "Welcome home." "Sir Cedric." Aegon acknowledged with a ghost of a smile, "It is good to be amongst you all." Aegon said before he looked to Sir Baelon, "No problems on the sail back?" "No, my prince. Trouble-free." Sir Baelon said with a savage grin on his face, "The waters are scoured free from infestation." Of course, there was quite likely a number of pirate hideouts that they managed to miss, or ships that gotten away, but for now, none of them would be emboldened to cause trouble for quite some time, which was good enough for Aegon. By now he expected the ship he'd sent to Lys to have arrived there, and soon enough word would be spread about his evisceration of the pirates. "And the freedmen and women? Have we gotten them all safety?" Sir Baelon's grin faded as he nodded seriously. "Yes, my prince. We had to send 24 ships back to the islands once we returned the naughty to their homeland, but everyone has returned now, and the ship we sent ahead arrived in Corinth post-haste. The ships picked the majority of the freed peoples that been left on Talon." "And how many elected to make Corinth home?" Aegon asked curiously. 700 summer Icelanders had pledged to himself, along with a few other hundreds of people who were likely to accept a place amongst his people, but how far it went, he wasn't sure. The most intrepid likely were going to use the ships that Aegon had no use for, cogs and other kinds of irregular ships salvaged from the Basilisk Isles, which he told his people to hand over to the former slaves to do as they wished when they arrived at Lotus Port. Others likely would find their passage home in some way or another with some of the coin they spared for the people which should see them pay their way to somewhere, even if it may not be entirely back to home. Some 3,000, my prince. Sir Baelon said, much to Aegon's surprise. That was far more than he expected. That many? Aegon asked seriously as they walked off of the pier and onto solid ground, and Aegon came to a stop momentarily. He'd asked Sir Baelon and the others before they departed to get a measure of the freedmen wishing to stay. Most of the ones who wish to remain are commoners or had been slaves even before their capture. It seems many think they'll find better lives amongst us than back home, wherever that may be, especially amongst those who hail east of Slavers Bay, where a shipmate is a poor man's and looked down upon work. Sir Baelon said to him before adding, though some of us suspect that they're afraid they'll be captured at sea once more. Understandable, Aegon mused, and honestly, he was rather pleased. They would need more adult hands. How many are Far Easterners? Aegon asked curiously. Some 100 or 200. Sir Baelon said before eyeing Sir Cedric. Excellent, Aegon mused to himself. Whilst these Yetish or the Lengees were not the cream of the crop of their respective civilizations, they were sure to be useful in some way or another, especially given that they were shiphands or in a similar kind of position in society, and he would come to know what they knew, that which could not be learned in the few ports that these societies opened for foreigners. Not sure, but I'll check the census. Sir Cedric answered the unasked question. Sir Cedric, outside of his duties as a commander of the forces, was mainly responsible for keeping the peace within Corinth, much like a Lord Commander of the City Guard, which Aegon would eventually elevate him to when they arrived in their new lands, and part of that role was to be intimately involved in the affairs of the town, which included knowing exactly who called Corinth home. And so Sir Cedric had access to the census, a census that Aegon made sure was done every time they added to their population. That must be a sixth or mayhaps a fifth of them that decided to stay. Aegon said, a note of query in his voice. The Far Easterners were almost directly opposite to the Summer Icelanders. Xenophobic and distant, even amongst themselves. These are not the best of them. Sir Baelon said with a grimace, short of stature and of common looks. They don't speak much common either. Not surprising. And they probably don't speak a lick of High Valyrian either. It is a problem amongst most of the new people, my prince. The princess has assigned the learned men to see to their lessons. Sir Cedric added, and Aegon suppressed the desire to smile at his wife's actions, though the longing for her grew within him. Aegon instead nodded, though he could see Sir Baelon still wishing to speak of the matter. He gestured the man to speak. Sir Baelon paused for a moment before he spoke up, this time his voice bearing some weight as he spoke. Prince Jalla wishes to speak with you, my prince. Aegon glanced back at the ship and the men who were unloading the ship of the share of spoils that had been portioned on his ship. Aegon turned back to Sir Baelon and Sir Cedric and gestured them to walk with him. Is Prince Jalla displeased with the thousands of people we dropped off at his city? Aegon asked calmly as he eyed Sir Baelon with a keen look. He does not show it, but yes, my prince. Sir Baelon said soberly. The returned Summer Icelanders were of course greeted warmly, but as you know, not all freedmen are Summer Icelanders, and they number in the thousands. The Summer Icelanders would be taken wherever they called home by the sailors of Baelon once the return celebrations were complete. In the distant past, when the Summer Icelanders were yet intrepid explorers, the Summer Icelanders used to throw festivals to celebrate the departure of the sailors and to honor the gods so that the sailors would return home safely. Another party would be thrown to welcome the sailors back from their adventures, thanking the gods. In the present time, that tradition was still active, although there was a darker element to it whereby the welcoming back festival was also made for those who managed to make their way home after forced departure. And, regardless of where exactly the Summer Icelanders were from, every island welcomed back any of those who came from the Isles. It was once described to Aegon that the tradition of this festival came in the decades after Xanda Kuo, the heroine and the one and only queen of the Summer Isles. Aegon nodded before gesturing Sir Baelon to continue. The pirates had prowled the seas and taken captive many ships and the people within them, and so there were many different ethnicities amongst the freedmen. Not as many as the Naughty or the Summer Icelanders, of course, who remained the preferred, easiest and most numerous targets, but still sizable enough. He hadn't imagined that the nobility of Baelon would be happy to receive thousands of foreigners in their capital city, given the concern over Corinth. Had it not been for the silver we set aside for the freedmen who wished to wait and take a ship to wherever they consider home, I fear we may have had bigger problems. Sir Baelon finished. The Summer Icelanders were not a xenophobic people, if anything they were a overly friendly people who took hospitality to a whole other level. Aegon loved this, amongst many other things, about the people, and it was something that his people had also come to like and incorporate into their lives, but Aegon also knew that there were factors involved in Prince Jalla's discontent. Effectively, Corinth and its autonomy was a concern for Prince Jalla amongst his nobles who were used to the stern and harsh rule of Jalla's uncle. And with Aegon and his family here, effectively portioned away a significant portion of land that was no longer Summer Islander land in their eyes, it was point of attack for Prince Jalla's political opponents. Not enough to back another of the same family to issue a formal challenge, which ironically is probably because Aegon and his men were here, but enough to be a persistent irritant to Prince Jala. It didn't help that Prince Jala's wife, a daughter of a powerful Baelon noble, definitely did not like him. In truth, the gifts, the stone roads and host of other techniques and technologies like improved yield of foodstuffs, should have earned him some leeway with the nobility of Baelon, and it did with many, yet, as always, there were those who saw opportunity for advancement or engineering discourse. I will deal with the matter, Aegon said with a nod, ending the topic there. He'd planned on meeting with Prince Jala anyway regarding his plans for the future of Corinth and Slavers Bay along with his and his people's departure from Baelon. This displeasure was related to all of that anyway, so Prince Jala should be extremely happy by the end of it all. Speaking of the future, Aegon paused as he looked towards the galleons that literally sailed to the future. Their future. Aegon's eyes gleamed as he spoke. I see that our victory in the Basilisk Isles is not the only thing we must celebrate. Aegon turned back towards the men, a faint but pleased smile forming in his face, one that could never convey the relief and happiness he felt. The ships were like the physical representation of hope to Aegon, tantalizing and seductive in the way they suggested everything he hoped for was but a sail away. Though I would not be surprised if I had missed the celebrations, Aegon said. Sir Cedric smiled whilst the men beside him chuckled slightly. The cheer has been going on for moons, so the Lady Dawn and Discovery have been back that long then. Gale had indicated success to Miss Aragorn, but not much more than that. Though I do not think any of us will refuse another festival, my prince. Aegon's smile grew, and it was one of genuine happiness before he let it go as he said, fill me in as much as you can as we walk, Cedric. I am sure there is much that has happened over the past few moons. Aegon paused for a moment as he looked towards the distance to the fort. Sir Baelon Aenys was the next to speak up. The royal family has been informed. They will meet us in the town, my prince. Aegon turned to Baelon Aenys and nodded to the man appreciatively. After Aegon got on top of his horse, Sir Cedric asked, I have not seen For Orlin, my prince, is he on one of the other ships? The men who had come down with him visibly looked uncomfortable, especially one of the men who had been there on the island with him. We lost a few men on the Isle of Toads. For Orlin was amongst them, Aegon said to Sir Cedric with a grim note, and it surprised Cedric and Baelon Aenys. Aegon eyed Baelon Aenys as he spoke, make sure the families get their due. Of course, my prince. Sir Baelon Aenys said with a nod, and the conversation about the deaths on Isle of Toads was ended, much to Aegon's pleasure. His unwaking hours were bothered enough as it was with what happened there. He'd hear none of it awake if he could help it. On the half-hour journey towards the town atop steeds, Sir Cedric informed him of the happenings of Corinth since their departure to the Basilisk Isles. Not much had changed, that is until the two galleons returned from the west. Thankfully Gale had acted quickly as they discussed should the ships return during his campaign and sealed off Corinth from the outside world as much as possible. Aegon idly wondered if that was also partly why Prince Jala was upset before he refocused his attentions to Sir Cedric. The man spoke of discretion the men of the two ships had taken thanks to Gale's work and word, much to Aegon's relief as it was a point of concern for him, especially since such a finding would eventually get out regardless of what measures you put in place. And, given that the people of Corinth knew now of the so-called Promised Lands, even if they did not know where, Aegon was quite sure that others keeping an eye on his affairs would or already knew of the discovery. It would mean that they were on a clock now. In truth, they'd been on the clock the moment the ships returned from the west. Sooner or later, the known world would learn of the discovery and where it was. They'd need to act fast and hard. Sir Cedric also informed him of Sir Uthric's return with a host of women, which was said with suppressed amusement, and Aegon knew that the well-liked Nightcombe spy had likely suffered through a number of jokes about it, which also included Minisha, the woman who Selyse had entrusted Oldtown to, and Aegon was extremely pleased about that success. How opportune too, Aegon mused to himself, that they got the glass candles before they returned to the new lands. He'd need to work fast in figuring out how they worked. He had some clue, thanks to his persistent search of Valyrian literature, but he'd need to figure it out soon as he wanted to send the men to the new lands soon. When they arrived in town, passing through the gates of Corinth, they arrived to cheers and chants of tens of thousands of people, the entire town, and chants such as House Targaryen and Prince Aegon the Blessed. And, as Aegon waved at the people, Aegon found it difficult not to smile at the virulent welcome these people, young and old, were bestowing on him, and for once, the thoughts of public relations and public opinion and how fickle it all was, faded away as he took in the welcome. Aegon caught sight of his family at the foot of the fort, guarded by his men and away from the crowd, and Aegon felt the welcome fade away as took in their sight, the swell of love he felt for his wife and children making it seem as if his chest was ballooning. He took in their smiles, their happiness, their waves with utmost want. Everything he was doing, and would be doing, was for them. The killing, the plots and schemes, the barbarism he'd visit on their enemies, all of it was for them and the world he'd carve out for them. Aegon found it near impossible to take his gaze away from them, but he managed and turned his attentions to the crowd as he made his steed come to a stop, and Aegon raised his arm high to signal for their silence. It took a few moments, but finally, silence descended upon them and Aegon spoke. Men, women, and children of Corinth. Aegon began with a strong and loud voice, his eyes peering from side to side as he met their gazes, his words spoken in High Valyrian. When I and our men left for the Basilisk Isles, we left with a deep craving for justice and righteous anger in our hearts. Aegon said to the crowd who seemed to hang on to every word he spoke. To punish these slavers who dared to put chains on our people whom we know as neighbors and friends and as family. Aegon said with some anger creeping in his voice before he formed his hand into a fist. And when we left the Basilisk Isles, we left with our judgment rendered and no more shall these slavers trouble our people. Aegon said with triumph in his voice. This seemed to break the seal and raucous cheer erupted and Aegon looked triumphantly at his people as they chanted his name and his house with vigor. Aegon once more signaled the people to quietness and they did as he bid and he continued and now that I have returned to see our people have found the land of my visions. Aegon said to his people before he raised his arms. Land of my visions. A load of crock but infinitely more understandable to the people than his mere intuitions that came from a life in another world. He was relieved, in truth, that his intuition paid off. The guilt of deceiving his people was considerably lessened by the findings. Aegon looked upon his people with hidden grim eyes. And yet he would deceive them more. Leaning into religion was a dangerous game, especially since Aegon knew that God or gods or entities most certainly existed but he also knew that religion was amongst the greatest unifiers of civilization. And, unfortunately, there was also the part that the faith of the Seven was almost inherently at odds with Aegon and his family, humans who bore high attunement to magic. It was why he began to remove the influence of the faith by carefully ensuring there were no septons or septas amongst his people so that he could mold the next generation of religious officials in line with that of his family. He disliked it but it was necessary to take further hold of the faith. It was critical for the survival of his family and it was important for his future plans with the incorporation of conscientious and limited application of magic into his society. Our righteous deeds have not been ignored and the gods have seen fit to reward our people with the safe return of our sailors who showed us the way to the bountiful land the gods showed me in my dreams. Aegon said with a cheer in his voice and his people responded to that cheer, religious fervor mixing with the adulation they felt for him. Amongst the cheers, the most prevalent chant was Aegon the Blessed and Aegon the Dreamer and much to his displeasure he also heard Aegon the Prophet. Where did that come from, he wondered to himself before he wreaked his mind away from it as Aegon brought down his arms, his expression serious once more. And as he spoke, the fervor reduced in volume however, we must remain vigilant and we must remain focused, my people. We have enemies with blackness in their hearts and we must be sure not to let them destroy us or steal from us. We are of Corinth and we must stand together for only together shall we prevail. Aegon said to his people and the soberness of his words was felt by his people. One of the things he always made sure was that his people knew the sense of strong community, the sense of unity and togetherness. He knew though that it would never be enough for people were complex for no one person will have the exact same drives and wants as others have. Even amongst so-called lowborn. And with the opportunities these people would have, and had, that complexity would deepen but, with the culture of a deep sense of community, such complexity may be metered away from treason and self-interest at the detriment of the whole. And, as Aegon looked upon his people, he also knew that appealing to the people, as a man seeking their help, as a dragon-riding prince appealing for their help and their cooperation, would tie them to him further emotionally and ensure they'd do all that he wished with almost zero complaint. People wanted to feel useful, and he'd make sure his people feel it deeply. But I have faith. Aegon continued as he smiled upon his people. Our journey to the promised lands is yet long and there are many challenges that we must overcome and conquer but Aegon said as he raised his hand, his voice rising as well I have no doubts that we will conquer them, just as we conquered the Basilisk Isles. Aegon smiled as the volume of the crow rose and Aegon raised his voice even louder as he spoke once more. And I have no doubts that, you, my people, will work with me to achieve all that we set our eyes to for you possess the same spirit and faith of the men and women who came with Aenus the exile had and the very same spirit and faith the men and women who aided Aegon the Conqueror in his conquest of Westeros possessed. All hail House Targaryen! Aegon the Blessed! House Targaryen! The cheers Aegon received then had been the loudest and the most raucous till date, almost verging on zealotry and Aegon did not enjoy it anywhere near as much as he had enjoyed the warm welcome he received. He played on history, achievements of others, and used it for own means, his own narrative, bolstering their egos, making them feel as important and as critical to the success of House Targaryen as the men and women who came before them. Aegon's eyes washed over the faces of his people. And how many of these people cheering had brothers, fathers, sons amongst the 200 and more who died in service to their people, to Aegon? Do they cheer him despite the deaths of their loved ones, deaths to which Aegon had led them to? Would they still cheer him when he asked for more of their brothers, fathers, sons? Aegon pushed the thought back down into his mind, and he did his part, his duty, and stoically basked in the adulation and the moment of triumph. Some time later, finally, he was free enough to go and see his family, what he wanted the most all of this time. Father! The triplet excitable voices of his eldest sons rang out as they made their way to him as he got off of his steed, and Aegon smiled warmly at his sons as they came to him. He could see them wishing to engulf him in a hug, but, as princes, with so many people watching them still, decorum was maintained. It seems that his time away has made his sons grow somewhat. My sons. Aegon said warmly as placed one hand on Polaris' shoulder and the other on Casterys with Valar in between his elder brothers, and Aegon crouched down so that his eyes were level with theirs. They've grown taller, Aegon realized. Valar mayhaps by an inch and his elder brothers about the same or just about less. Growing physically as well as mentally. Father. Casterys began before he looked to his brothers, whom he nodded to before he looked to Aegon again, wearing the same face that Aegon wore when he was dealing with matters of state. We have done our duty as you asked. Aegon was amused and he was tempted to make light of the situation, but a single look to the boys was telling enough that it would damage their self-esteem if he was to make, what they would see, mockery of the situation. Aegon glanced at Gale, who held Rhaenyra's in her arms, and saw her smile at him with an encouraging look. Aegon sought to look back at the boys, but he caught look of Sonorys in the arms of one of the maids, but also another child in the hands of another maid, one that looked to be about 2 or 3 name days. He set aside for now as he refocused on his eldest sons. I had no doubt that you would waver in your duties, my sons. Aegon said with all of the seriousness they earned. Sir Cedric had nothing but good words to say about your conduct in my absence. The pleased looks on their little faces was adorable, and he wanted to do nothing but engulf them in a bear hug. We have missed you, father. Valar said in Greek, his voice a little emotional, and Aegon couldn't help but ruffle his son's hair before he let it rest on his head. It must have been hard for the boys for him to be away for so long, when he had never been away this long, at least as far as they remember. For all of their maturity, they were still but little children deeply attached to their parents. And I have missed you too, Valar, Polaris, Casterys. Very dearly. Aegon said to them quietly but meaningfully, and he continued, this time with a warm smile on his face, we will spend this evening together, just us boys, and you can tell or ask me anything. This made the boys extremely happy, and they all nodded happily at him, and he rose back up. Aegon. Gale said warmly as she approached him, and Aegon smiled with a half-hidden fondness at her. He didn't need to hear her words to see how happy she was to see him. Gale. Aegon's voice was kept calm even though gentleness crept into his voice, as much wanted said words were kept at bay at the tip of his tongue. Father. Rhaenyra happily cried out and seemed to want to jump out of Gale's arms, and Aegon chuckled softly as he moved towards Gale and took his daughter from her arms. The girl laughed as he hoisted her up into the air. Have you missed your father, my little princess? Giggles of yes in her babbling sentences streamed out of her as she clutched onto Aegon's neck as he balanced her on his arm, and, as Aegon walked up towards his family's fort that functioned as a keep, he walked with his family by his side, the heavy weight off of his shoulders for the time being. Hours later, being in the presence of his family had felt sweeter than the sweetest honeyed tea could ever taste, and he basked in it as they spent much of the morning and midday with one another, Rhaenyra and Solanise sitting atop a knee each, as Aegon conversed with his wife and his eldest sons on either side of him, with Rex the grey-haired female hound happily laying by his feet. A family that seemed to have grown in his absence with the addition of Brienne, his niece by Daemon, who looked as if she could be a daughter of his, he mused as he looked upon the girl who sat in Gale's lap. It seems like the girl had acclimatized to his family rather well, and his family to her. He would have to ask Gale who the girl's mother was later when he was alone with Gale. Knowing how much Daemon disliked anything non-Valyrian, whomever this girl's mother was, who was most certainly a Westerosi with the name she'd given the girl, the mother must have special in some way. The topic of discussion had not touched upon the war he waged, though. Aegon knew that his sons were likely conspiring to ask those questions later, away from their mother's disapproving looks, and rather, the discussion was constrained to what the boys had done in the time Aegon had been away, along with the topic of the new lands, a topic that featured heavily in their conversations as the boys came up names for the lands and what to name the beasts that may reside there. All too soon, dusk arrived and his promise to his sons was upkept, the youngest 3 children having been taken away by Gale and the maids, one of whom was Elara, one of the women who came from Old Town, and Aegon went to the stables with the boys. It was then that they began to ask him questions they'd craved to ask. Father, what was the war like? Polaris asked the foremost question, the boy leaning against his dragon Tyraxes, his voice riddled with interest and awe, and, as Aegon gazed upon his other sons whose own dragons were napping behind them as they congregated in the central chamber of the dragon stables, he saw they all held the same childlike curiosity. Curiosity that bore hints of starstruck wonder that was enhanced by stories of glorious battle and victory. Aegon had tried to teach his sons about the true nature of all he knew, tempered though it may be, but had not quite managed to impart any lessons on the topic of war since they were just so young. And, as he looked upon their faces, still only almost 9 and 8 name days old, their child faces, he knew still that he'd need to begin such lessons sooner rather than later, equipping them with as much words of advice and thought as he could. He hated it, the thought that they'd ever need it, but Aegon knew with the malevolent entities that hid in the crevices of this world and the brutality of many of the peoples of this world, they may eventually come to lean on his lessons. He'd do all he could for his sons never to come to face such things, but he knew that it was a wishful thought. He could die at any time, and with the plans he had in mind, Aegon knew that there was a chance of it. What do you think the war was like? Aegon asked the boys intently as he looked them all in the eye as his gaze swept from one son to another. Sir Baelon and Sir Muro have been back for some time now. Aegon smiled at his as he leaned back against the stool on which he sat. I'm sure you have asked them such questions many times. The sheepish look on Valér's face and the looks exchanged by the twins was answer enough, and Aegon raised only an eyebrow in response, waiting on them to reply. Casterese was the first to answer. Well, Sir Muro said that everyone fought nobly and that the pirates stood no chance against them. And he also said that our cause was righteous, so makes sense. Of course we won. Valère said with a shrug of the shoulders. Everyone did fight nobly, and yes, our cause was righteous, Aegon said with a nod of the head before he looked sharply at his boys, but none of that matters in war. Aegon's sharp voice surprised his sons, and Aegon sighed silently before he continued, his voice calmer. Do you know of the Rhoynar? Aegon asked his sons. They are the Dornish now, right? Valère asked with a frown on his face. No, the Rhoynar came to Dorne, but not all Dornish are Rhoynar. Polaris corrected his younger brother. Correct, Polaris. Aegon said with a nod before he expanded. The Rhoynar were a people who lived on the banks of the river Rhoyne in Essos, a river they worshipped as a goddess and where they carved out their cities and their civilization. Aegon said as picked up one of the staffs of the dragon keepers. He dragged the butt of the staff against the stone floor, creating a white line against the grey stone. They were ancient civilization, proud and mighty with sorcery different but similar to that of old Valyria. Aegon said before he tapped onto the end of the line, and when Valyria began to colonize at the mouth of the river Rhoyne and expanded more and more northward, Aegon said as he dragged the butt of the staff further upward on the line. Tensions with the Rhoynar arose, until, one day, tensions made way for conflict, and conflict made way for war. Aegon said to his sons, and he saw that they were listening. Why were they fighting? Casterese asked with a frown. No one knows for certain, much of what happened was very long time ago and only tales of men and scars of the land remain, and there is never only a single reason for war, but I would say that it is likely that the Rhoynar fought because they did not like the Valyrians coming into their lands. Aegon said to his sons. The colonies of Valyria likely kept encroaching into the lands of the Rhoynar, likely for a combination of territory and resources, and eventually, skirmishes led to Saring and Saring led to conflicts until one day, and it doesn't matter which side attacked first, conflicts turned into war that invited the full attentions of the 40 families, a death sentence. So, the Rhoynar had cause? Casterese asked a little hesitantly, and Aegon smiled at his eldest. They did, and they fought nobly, and they fought with a righteous cause. Aegon said as his smile dropped off, his voice dropping down low. And in the end, no matter how valiantly the Rhoynar fought or how righteous their cause was, Valyria won and destroyed their civilization, leaving only behind their legacy in the form of Nymere's 10,000 ships, who was smart enough to know that fighting against Valyria was a lost cause. Aegon seized the staff with both of his hands as he gazed upon his sons, his gaze trailing from one set of eyes to another and another. Whatever your reasons for war, in the end all wars are the same. There is no honor or chivalry in battle and war, there is only survival and winning. Against the pirates, we were better armed, we attacked with surprise and speed, and we had a dragon. We destroyed the pirates, and we were the only ones remaining in the Basilisk Isles. That is what war is, and that why we won. Aegon stared intensely at his sons. Not because we were noble, not because we're righteous, and not because the gods favored us. Aegon told his sons firmly. Casterese and Polaris seemed to be deep in thought at what Aegon said, whilst Valère looked as if he had a question he wanted to ask, and so, Aegon waved a few of his fingers of his hands that remained firmly gripped on the staff, gesturing the boy to ask his question. Were the Rhoynar wrong to fight against old Valyria then, father? Aegon sighed, this time audibly before he hummed softly. That is a difficult question, Valère. Aegon said as he eyed his son with a gentle smile. The tale of the Rhoynar reminded Aegon with the stories of the Punic Wars, two civilizations that locked horns with inevitability, one ascendant and another an old superpower, and the inevitability of the destruction of one of the civilizations. The Rhoynar were Carthage, a powerful people that were strong in magic, rightly prideful, and old Valyria had climbed to the upper echelons of civilization with the memories of the destruction of the Giscari Empire still strong. Conflict was inevitable and compromise all but impossible, and every war that was fought, until the last, made that impossibility ever greater. Yes and no. Aegon answered, and Aegon smiled at the look of confusion on his son's face. Most things in life are not a simple yes and no answer, Valère, and this is a difficult topic. Aegon tapped the butt of the staff against the stone floor. Yes, the Rhoynar were wrong to fight against old Valyria because their chances of winning were zero. Aegon said with a grim note in his voice. Even if the Rhoynar developed magics to better kill dragons, the Rhoynar would not have been able to assault the peninsula of Valyria, mountainous and populous as it was. He'd seen some of the old maps of Valyria, he could see how the Giscari Empire were not able to drive into the heartlands of the lands of always summer. The northern mountains of the peninsula, now torn asunder like much of Valyria, were treacherous were akin to Valyrian steel gates that shut out invaders. And the passes that led in and out of Valyria, they could be better fortified than the pass of Thermopylae could be. The only recourse the Rhoynar had would be to assault Valyria by ship, and the Rhoynar had no experience with that. And so, they were facing an enemy, a prideful enemy that could recover and lick their wounds behind their mountains, train their men and slaves, develop counters for their magic, mayhaps even clad their dragons in Valyrian steel armor, and soon enough Valyria would be back at their throats, eager to deliver a fatal strike. Like Rome during its Republic heydays, old Valyria was vastly more powerful. They had more men, their homeland couldn't be attacked, and they had hundreds of dragons. The Rhoynar stood no chance at victory. Aegon told them grimly before he continued, his gaze trailing across the faces of his sons. So why do I say that they were not wrong to fight against old Valyria? Aegon posed to his sons before he smiled somewhat darkly, because it matters what you fight for. Aegon told his sons before his smile turned gentler. In war, you must have an objective, something that you wish to achieve through war, like fighting for the security and future of your people. Valyria, old Valyria was incredibly powerful, and the Rhoynar were not blind to this. But they also knew that old Valyria was a danger to their society, their culture, and their civilization, even if they did not fight. And so, they came to a choice that they'd rather fight now, gamble that they may win completely against old Valyria however slight that chance may be, rather than what they thought was losing long term when they were too weak to fight back. Aegon told his sons. Whether or not that was true, Aegon did not know, but he suspected that it played a factor in their decisions to fight. And like Carthage during the Second Punic War, they thought they could make Valyria yield and gain concessions, vastly underestimating who the Valyrians were, like Carthage did with Rome. And so, they decided that warring with old Valyria in order to survive was necessary, even though they knew that it was likely they'd lose everything, and in the end they lost everything and their people are all but forgotten to the world. Aegon told his sons. That is the nature of war, my sons. Aegon said grimly to his sons. In war, you either win or you lose. That is what all war is like. Aegon continued. In war, nothing matters but winning and survival, and the reasons why you are going to war, however righteous or just or necessary it may be, it must be weighed against the information you have ready at hand. How strong your enemy is. What your enemy thinks, how they behave, what they value, what they would do if they win, all that and more must go in your thinking before you decide to go to war. Aegon's hands tightened on his staff as he looked upon his sons. My lesson to you on this, not for you to compare the Rhoynar old Valyria war with the war we waged against the pirates and slavers of the Basilisk Isles, but it is for you to understand that right or wrong, when you are in battle and when you waging war against another, such distinctions do not matter, and that the only reason you should go to war for is if you have the right reasons for war, and if you can bear the consequences what such fighting will bring to your family and people who will suffer the consequences, whatever they may be, because of your decision. Aegon said as he looked upon his sons, who looked very interested in what Aegon had to say. Aegon smiled at his sons, and it was somewhat light, so different from the topic of discussion in time. You will come to know more of this kind of topic. But not today. I have spoken enough on this matter with you this evening. Their looks of protests did not sway Aegon, and he leveled a look onto them that made them swallow their protestations. Now Aegon began once more as he tapped the butt of the staff against the stone floor. Shrykos and Gaelathox opened their eyes at the sound before they closed them once more. Was that all you wished to speak of with your father, or do you want to know what names for our new land I was thinking of choosing? Aegon smiled to himself when his sons fired questions and names at him, and for the next hour or two, Aegon simply spent it talking with his sons, before Gale arrived and sent the boys to bed, for it was long overdue they retired for the night. Gale went to check with Bryaneai and Rena, whilst Aegon went to go see Solanise, only to find him fast asleep, and he was first in their chambers. And Aegon, as he removed all his clothing with the exception of his tunic and small johns, he felt the biting grip of exhaustion gripping onto him. Aegon glanced at the desk, the light of the candles illuminating the maps that were strewn atop it, and Aegon fought the exhaustion as he made his way there. Aegon traced his fingers on top of the map of the new lands, a map that Aegon had only seen today and only briefly. The lead cartographer, Elric, had created it from all of the maps the other cartographers had made of the lands they'd seen and walked upon. The lands east of the Silver Mountains, a name one of the cartographers had come up with because of the way the snow-topped peaks looked like polished silver, were likely where their capital and farmlands would be located. Flatland and richly watered by the long, deep and wide river, that they still hadn't quite managed to determine where it sourced from, with mountains and hills to the east and a long coastline to the northeast from the mouth of the river that bore cliffs and white sand beaches that lead to untouched forests kilometers deep into the interior. On the west side of the river, the land was flatter, where there were also forests, similar in kind as that of the Sumi Isles, but also flooded grasslands. Even if further south was more mountainous than he accounted for, even if there was desert as air and water circulation was shielded away from the land by the mountains, everything was present for a civilization to thrive. Even the largest island, an island he was leaning on calling Draconis, would have been enough for what he wished to build, he thought as he stared intensely at the map, so much so, that he barely heard Gale enter their chambers. The haze of tiredness he was fighting dispersed away when he felt Gale wrap her arms around his midriff, simply holding him gently. He was still for a few moments before he relaxed and he could feel her rest her head against his back. They remained like that for a little while, both of them content to be in the other's presence. Aegon closed his eyes slightly. He'd been in love before in his old life but he never loved anyone as much as he loved Gale. Her kindness. Her understanding. Her support. The way she smiled at him. The way she affected others with simply who she was. A purple flower that reigned in the hearts of all those who could not help but be enraptured by her presence. Is it everything you dreamed of? He heard her ask him quietly. Everything and more. Aegon responded as he turned around and smiled softly at her as he placed his hands on her arms. I have missed you, my eternal flame. Aegon quietly to her as his hands drifted down to capture hers. They did not have much time to catch up, not with one another, and he'd yearned to spend days only with her. Unfortunately, it was not a luxury he could spare right now, not when he needed to know so much and enact so much more. Gale leaned forward and placed her head onto his chest and sighed contentedly as their hands unraveled and instead took to hold onto one another. "And Gale said softly against his chest, and he felt his tunic ruffle as she spoke. I have not slept easily since the day you left." Gale admitted to him and Aegon chuckled softly as he rested his chin on her head. "It hasn't been easy for me either." Aegon told her quietly, gently. Not a day had gone where he did not cast his thoughts to his family and their safety, despite the presence of his wife's and his children's dragons ensuring that wherever they were, their safety was as secured as this world allowed. But the comfort of the knowledge that I could trust in you to protect our family in my absence made it tolerable. Aegon said truthfully to Gale. Gale was not a warrior but she knew just as well how to protect their family. With words, with kindness which came naturally to her and with understanding. His discussions and his lessons had only been a springboard for her and she developed herself as a ruler in her own right, in a way that fitted perfectly like a glove around a steel hand. Proof enough was the way she dealt with the situation with the Lady Dawn and Discovery. The crews of that ship were all accounted for and, as far as Sir Cedric was concerned, fully compliant with what was asked by Gale from them. It could have gone wrong, slights could have been perceived, but Gale had disarmed them readily and inspired faithfulness in them to her. Of course, Aegon knew that sooner or later, if not already since the entire town knew, some of whom were farmers who interacted directly with summer Icelanders outside of the town, news of their discovery would leak but it would not be a fault of Gale for if not anything short of a magical spell to keep their entire people silent could they achieve total secrecy. Gale unfurled herself from his chest and looked up to Aegon and smiled somewhat, the corners of her eyes softening as she gazed up on him, though, there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes only tolerable. She teased though there was hint of challenge in her words. Not relief? Not a sense of assurance? You should pick your words more wisely, dear husband. I know you have it in you given the way you spoke to our people. Gale said with a raised eyebrow. Aegon laughed quietly, a fond smile forming on his face as he spoke, his eyes intense as he met her beautiful violet gems for eyes. My apologies, my fair princess. The fond smile dropped off slightly, his expression setting in solemnness. I mean to say that the knowledge that you, rider of Lismaria, the queen of the summer sea, were protecting our little treasures, brought more solace and peace of mind to me that even if the gods declared to me that they were watching over them, it would not compare to the solace, peace of mind, you brought to me. Aegon finished as he leaned closer to her face, his hands placing themselves on the valley of her back, gently, carefully, pulling her closer to him. The soft minuscule smile on her face grew as he spoke, the desired effects of his words playing out on her face and she whispered, to him, better. And Aegon leaned forward, down, and captured her lips with his own, the kiss tender, gentle, as his beard touched against her beautiful elven-like skin. Their kiss was slow, gently, even as they lost all idea of anything beyond the other as they lost themselves to each other, and Aegon wasn't sure how long they had been kissing when they stopped and pressed their foreheads against one another. You make me feel at peace, Gale. Aegon said quietly with his eyes closed. He felt her hands seizing his tunic in her grips and when he felt her head move away from his own, he opened his eyes only to welcome the lovely sight of her beautiful eyes. Long moments seemed to pass before her hand went to his, seizing it, as she stepped back and pulled him forth, towards the bed, though, neither of them slept much that night for they came to familiarize one another with each other's body with a hunger that even a dragon would struggle to ever feel. The next day Aegon spent much of the morning discussing some of the plans Gale had, plans that Aegon agreed with or adjusted, and it was also later that day that they had Elric and the captains of the Lady Dawn brought to them and he spent hours with them going over through their findings. The kinds of forests they'd described and noted, were a mixture of both temperate and tropical forests, and he wasn't surprised. He'd worked out that the Summer Isles sat above the equator, with Yahala just north of the equator line, and these lands, from the findings of the captains using the astrolabe, they found that the position of the new lands was further north than the Summer Isles and about the same latitude as Valeria. The weather on the western side was cooler than the weather on the eastern side, beyond the mountains, despite being at a higher altitude. Aegon thought it strange, and he considered that mayhaps it was because of the weather system that was bringing warmer air from the equator whilst cooler air was coming the north. It explained why the forests on the east were certainly more tropical than the west, but, in any case, whatever the cause, it would be something for future generations to figure out. When it came to farmland, it was clear that the western side of the new lands would be prime farmland. The marshes or wetlands or flooded grasslands, he wasn't sure what classification to give the features, were perfect for rice fields. His farmers were familiar with rice fields, and though they were few planted by Corinth, and even less consumed by the people, he'd see rice fields to be amongst the first to be planted. Rice was high in calorific value and, if he remembered correctly, it was second only to maize, whilst also taking up less acreage than wheat or barley. And since he had no idea where to even find maize in this world, chances were that maize did exist in this land, but they would be wild, and Aegon had little clue how to properly cultivate wild plants into foodstuffs. Rice would do well to become a staple in the diet of his people. More food meant more people, and more people meant greater security. There was a good reason why Asia always had the largest population in the world, and the reason could solely put to the feet of rice, the miracle food. He'd need to task his cooking staff to experiment with rice. It was not wholly consumed by anyone, not even Aegon had tried rice beyond that first few instances, and he'd need to familiarize his people to the foodstuffs. And with the abundant spices they had? Well, he was sure he could convert his people to enjoy spicy rice. In any case, Aegon mused as he looked upon the rest of the land. The grasslands and the forests, once cleared, were ideal for a myriad of crops. The rivers that fed into the marshlands could be diverted into canals to feed the drier parts of the grasslands if rainfall was limited, which he doubted, whilst the forests could be cut down and the soil worked. He'd been concerned that the soil was poor quality, but from what the cartographers were able to tell, that was only truly the case for forests in the east, which seemed to be perpetually wet. Another thing that concerned Aegon, as it would mean any cutting of trees might cause the soil to wash away, and Aegon was happy to hear it. Aegon studied the places his people marked out as places of interest, places where settlements and the capital could be laid down, and Aegon found little wrong with the suggestions, only that some of the places were too far away from quarries. At the beginning, they needed to have settlements with easily accessible quarries, and though Aegon was contemplating the use of dragons to ship stone, the very thought wildly amused and intrigued Aegon like nothing else, and probably would make his ancestors curse his very name. He tempered it with realism. The good news was that the first upstream the river went, the higher altitude of the land surrounding the river, and there were a few potential quarry sites nearby. And, with the river, they could ship tons of limestone from the coastline upstream for use of the more extravagant and stunning buildings he wanted to build. Yes, Aegon would build upstream of the river, surrounded by rugged land, he decided. The capital needed to be in a central location so that as the population grew, all roads would lead to it. All roads lead to Rome. 2 days later. Gentlemen, Aegon said with a nod to the men who walked into the room that passed for a council chamber. My prince, my princess. Aegon looked at each of the men for a moment before he spoke. You all know that the work truly begins now. Aegon said to the men. Some nodded, some were more serious-faced. Aegon walked around the table and gestured to the map that cartographer made. The land we have found, with work, will be a perfect new home for our people, but the work to get there will be equal to it. Aegon said back in his chair as he peered down at his council members before his eyes settled on Barrows. Barrows. Aegon began, and the man straightened up a little. You will be sailing to Yiti and Leng within the moon with a trade fleet of 25 carracks. The number of ships surprised Barrows and some of the council members. Gems, perfumes, purple heart, ivory, anything you can get your hands on that you or the Far Easterners in Corinth think would be valued by the Yitish and Lengese shall be traded for silver and gold. Aegon told Barrows. Your one and only objective is to make those ships overflowing with coin. You will do this twice, mayhaps thrice. If the timescale he was working proved to be too tight, the additional coin from the journey might prove useful. He was tempted to request Barrows purchase as many books from Uti as possible, he may yet do on the second trip, but for now, gold and coin were master. Barrows nodded and a devious smile came across his face, and if the opportunity worms along, I'll be sure to seize it. Barrows said, and Aegon smiled thinly as he inclined his head to the man. Silk would be an important trade, at least at the beginning. An easy cash cow that was easily securable that he doubted the means of theft would be replicated any time soon by Western Essos or West Eros, especially if his burgeoning intelligence division improved and remained effective long after his death. And, should the man manage it, Aegon would richly reward the man. He knew the kind of man Barrows was. A man not driven by coin, not entirely, but mostly driven by the need to win and win well at the expense of others. If the man had been born in his time, the man would have probably been an equity fund manager. Or a corporate lawyer. That coin will be necessary to bolster our departure. Aegon said to the council members, my lady wife has accounted for the coin we possess once the appropriate share had been apportioned to the men. Aegon said with a nod to Muro and Galneries, and we have a great surplus of coin that we can use to increase the citizenry of our future land. Aegon said, still evading using terms like kingdom and the like. His talks with his wife yesterday had been long and very fruitful, and some of the ideas she was coming up with were fairly good, including the proposal to increase their citizenry beyond what they had been purchasing over the years. Having seen the scale of the land, even if he suspected, it was clear that they needed many people for their state to catch up, so to speak, with the rest of the powers of Westeros, and Essos and Aegon much preferred the citizenry to be those born of the generation that owed everything to Aegon and his family. Not that Gale had seen it that way. Gale's mind was not as cynical, thinking more of the need of people they would have to tend to the farms and to fill the lands, which was needed, but ultimately, Aegon thought it best that they bind allegiances as tightly as they could manage. The relationships they'd developed with the slave masters of Lys was good. The stepstones affecting Lys as much as it was fortunately a boon, allowing them to have a pick of the slaves that meet the criteria they set out, and the captains knew what to look out for, as terrible as it sounded, in prospective new citizens. And it is why we will be purchasing 10,000 Valyrians in the next moon and another 20,000 in 4 purchases spanning over the next year. Gale said to the council, much to the surprise of all with the exception of himself and Edwin. How much will all of that cost us, my princess? Barrows asked. All in all, it will cost us 60 and 100,000 gold coins. Gale said to the council members, and several balked at the cost. Gale smiled reassuringly at the balking men. The gold we took from the pirates was 4 times that amount, and we have over 200,000 coins in gold and thrice that in silver coins left from the Basilisk Isle plunder. We won't even be touching our reserves quite yet. Plunder. Aegon looked askance at his wife. He could see some wry amusement from the way the bottom corner of her mouth was slightly raised, but not more than that. Aegon suppressed the smile and looked to the council members. The 10,000 shall be adults, equal number of men and women, old enough to work where we need them to work but young enough to take wife or husband from amongst our people. The 20,000 after that shall be largely children. Integrating such a large number in one go would be a challenge, but Corinth was a well-oiled machine at this point, and Aegon had little doubt the institutions they created would be able to integrate them. And, since the adults would majorly in the age range of 7 and 10 and 5 and 20, he expected little trouble from their integration into society, especially since they'd eased them into society by preparing them for their work whilst also taking on lessons and training which they would have a choice in deciding. We'd need to expand the town to fit them, my prince. We've already taken in some 3,000 freedmen and women. Soros pointed out. And that brings me to the next point. Aegon said with nod. Prior to their arrival, we will send out 3,000 of our people to the islands on the 8 galleons, 9 if there is time, and over the next year, we will do so again though in larger numbers. So that's why I'm leaving with only Carracks? Barrows shrewdly asked. Aegon smiled thinly. At present, only the galleons are sturdy enough, large enough, to brave the seas even if storms were to hit. That wasn't quite true, but it was close enough that none questioned it, not even Baneth. Baneth was a shipbuilder, not a sailor. Aegon gestured to the Targaryen Islands before he glanced at Soros, the chief builder and master of masonry. We will need 100 of your finest men to go with them. Half of them will be on the Targaryen Islands and build a settlement there to function as a resting place and a place to store emergency goods and foodstuffs. Soros eyed the islands and Aegon could visibly see the gears turning. I will get you their names, my prince. Soros paused momentarily. And the other half? The other half will help build settlements and anything else the men will need. Aegon turned his gaze to Bodrin, the master of agriculture. The most important task will fall on your shoulders, Bodrin. Aegon said with intensity in his eyes. Bodrin raised up a little and looked to Aegon somewhat concerned. I need you to pick an assortment of farmers that can deal with the hardship of getting acres upon acres of land turned into farmland. Aegon said with utmost seriousness. All of this would not work if there were not fields upon fields of farmland ready when the majority of his people set foot on the new lands. Bodrin looked concerned. I've heard the descriptions of the land, my prince, and whilst they seem to be as fertile as the lands of Corinth, they are but wild, and it will take great effort to turn tens of thousands of acres of land into productive land enough to feed our people. I know, Bodrin, Aegon assured the man, and it is half the reason why we are buying the freedoms of so many able-bodied men in the numbers that we are. And the reward the men will receive for their work will make it worth it. Gale added to the conversation, and when she had the attention of the men she said each man sent out on this mission will receive 200 acres of farmland to be owned by the man and his heir in perpetuity. In time that may grow. Bodrin was shocked by the offer, and to be honest, Aegon wasn't surprised. Common folk in Westeros did not own farmland. They were free laborers who got assigned a portion of the land and kept a percentage of their crop yields which they sold and consumed. The larger percentage would be taken by the lord of the land, who would, with collaboration with the lord paramount, sell on the crop, like to the north, the Stormlands, or elsewhere. Common folk very rarely owned any farmland, at best owning their own homes in towns and villages, and even those who did own their land, never owned significant acreage. In Corinth, it was somewhat the same, though different, as Aegon paid the farmers for their work and allowed them to keep a percentage of their yield to feed themselves or to sell it on at the same price Aegon sold the produce to Corinth. The farmers would also get a percentage of the profits of the sales of their produce, ensuring that they kept delivering high yields. The entire town, in truth, was a closed system, of a sort, since they did sell to the summer islander villages, but eventually that would change as not long after they settle these new lands. Granting lands to farmers would be the start of that. Many will jump at that opportunity, my prince. I can also foresee many being unhappy at not being offered the chance. Baudrin said humbly. Not surprising. Being owners of prime farmland is a good way to ensure the prosperity of your house. The opportunity will come again several times, Baudrin. You may assure the farmers of that. And it was true too. The men who took up farming were the reason why they were as successful as they were. Of the more than 10,000 people who had left with him from Dragonstone, 2,000 had picked up the plough and within a year and a half managed to turn these long abandoned land into good productive land. And as they freed more people and some of those people took up the plough as well, more and more land become farmland until 6 years later, where they turned 60,000 acres into productive farmland that fed Corinth and the nearby villages. They'll be glad to hear it. Baudrin said, relieved though still somewhat concerned. We will need more hands to clear the land. Aegon nodded and turned to Gaelaenis. The men-at-arms we send to protect the farmers and builders will need to help with that. Sir Gaelaenis nodded somewhat contemplatively. I'll make a list. Do so, but keep in mind that it is unlikely to yield any true action outside of beast slaying and that they will be expected to help. Aegon warned Sir Gaelaenis. I understand, my prince. I will pick the most dutiful. Sir Gaelaenis said with a bowed head. Aegon nodded shortly before he eyed Murrow. With the arrival of our new citizens, we'll have farmers we can move into full-time men-at-arms. Sound out those who would be interested. Aegon told Murrow. With fighting men departing to the new lands, they'd need train more. They had about 14 garrisons, about 15 including the 700 summer Icelanders, 7,500 soldiers including knights. Aegon wanted to send a full garrison, leaving them with only 7,000 men. A good number for their size, especially given that their population was around 55,000 or so, but with the plans Aegon had for Slavers Bay, even should the plans with the Umbra warriors and Prince Jalla pan out, it was not much at all. And, until he was comfortable in knowing that the newly arrived were integrated into society, he was not keen on having them armed and trained, not in such large numbers. Once the opportunities for farmers and farmhands becomes known, they will be reluctant. Gale pointed out and Aegon turned to her and nodded slightly. He expected the farmhands to be the most interested. Almost all of the farmhands were former slaves who had come in the last few years, those who preferred the simple life of farming than any of the other trades in town, which was competitive and low-paying, at least when you were starting at the bottom, whilst being a farmhand paid well from the onset. Yes. Which is also why the promise of owning farmland will be extended to any who pick up a sword, spear, or bow. Aegon said to the council. Many may choose to take that option instead of residing in our future city, my prince. Soros said, somewhat concerned as he raised an eyebrow. A people of farmers. Murrow muttered with somewhat of a disturbed look, and Aegon was sure he heard several phrases that rang of dismay under his breath. Nothing wrong with farming. Baudrin muttered. No, there's nothing wrong with farming. Aegon agreed with a look at Baudrin before he continued, but it is not going to be all there is. Aegon turned to look to Soros. Not all are suited for a life of hard labor like farming. I doubt too many will take up the choice. Besides, the opportunities in the future capital will be plentiful for our people, especially as craftsmen, shipbuilders, learned men, and more shall have the promise ownership of their homes built from good stone. And, given what Aegon and Edwin had cooked up over the years, new industries were set to come into fruition in the coming decades, industries that would employ tens of thousands of people. Plus, Aegon mused, with how isolated this land was from the rest of the known world, their people would undoubtedly be a seafaring people. The sea trading industry would be a major employer. Soros. Aegon began as he looked upon the master builder. Yes, my prince. Soros asked curiously. The plans for the city, have you still kept it safely? Soros' eyes widened slightly before a look of interest came across his face. Yes, I have, my prince. Soros paused for a moment as he met Aegon's eyes. You wish me to revisit it? Soros' voice contained unbridled want. I do. Aegon said with a thin smile, hidden though it may be behind his beard. The city was a city built on the influences of Roman, Grecian, and Renaissance that he remembered from his old life, with major influences from the architectural school of thought that Soros and his fellow builders had come to know. Though we do not know the kinds of stones the new lands possess, outside of the found sources of diabase and limestone was almost a given because of the warmer waters and the shallow waters, though the diabase was a surprise. It's quite likely that the land has or had active volcanoes. Aegon wasn't too sure how to feel to settle a land that might have active volcanoes. I expect there to be at least granite to be found on this land, somewhere. Nevertheless, I want you to consider any and all types of rocks for use of construction in our new land. Aegon told Soros before adding they'll be expected to help survey the land for sites of quarries. The quarries would be a major influencer as to where they'd found their capital on the mainland. Are we not using our whetstone to build, my prince? Barrows asked in surprise. It is to be supplementary to construction, not a whole replacement. Aegon's eyes shone somewhat intensely. Our capital shall be the queen of cities, Barrows, and we shall build it with the finest stone that we can get our hands on. Soros looked extremely pleased with that statement. No doubt, there was some fear within him that Aegon would prefer concrete than stone. No. Concrete would not be used, if he could help it, within the city, and would mainly be reserved to build buildings further at the frontiers of the new lands. Speaking of building. Baneth Aegon's voice was sharp when he called out the name of the master of ships. How many galleons can we make with our current stores? Baneth frowned heavily and was quiet for a few moments before he spoke. We can get 5 galleons made, my prince, mayhaps 6, though I cannot say for certain. Baneth responded before he met Aegon's gaze. We will need more hardwood and copper beyond that. Mayhaps more steel and whale oil too. Aegon hummed silently. We can get more hardwood from the forests of Wayland and from Ombaru. Copper may be more difficult. Aegon said with a glance to the rest of the people on the council. Before they left, they purchased an obscene amount of copper from House Royce. The Summer Isles were poor generally speaking in metals, and he made sure he thought ahead with the purchase of copper and production of steel ingots. Newgis is rich in copper, my prince, as well as iron ore. Barrows interjected, and Aegon eyed the man calmly even as there were some discontented looks. Whilst they did trade with Slavers Bay, they tried not to trade with those they did not absolutely have to. Newgis was one of them. Prince Daemon has the stepstones all but under his control, my prince. Sir Baelon commented. We should be able to pass through freely now. Possession of the islands does not mean my brother has control over the islands. Aegon said to Sir Baelon with a look before he looked down at the maps. No more than we have control over the Basilisk Isles. The stepstones could only truly be secured by overwhelming numbers or through diplomacy, or both. Fortresses needed to be built and garrisoned, ports and shipyards were needed to maintain a permanent presence on most islands, and a watchful eye needed to be set upon the islands. Truthfully, if Viserys had anything like Jaehaerys or their father Baelon, he'd have figured out a way to keep Daemon preoccupied in the stepstones whilst fully backing Daemon with the full weight of the Iron Throne. Working with Daemon to grant lordships to second sons of wealthy and powerful houses, who would pay with coin and pride to secure the legacy of their sons. Of course, Daemon was not an easy man to work with. Aegon knew his brother. But, Daemon also wished for legacy, to be more than a second son. And having a son in Baelon could have been an avenue to exploit too. Do you really want your bronze bitch be the only one to gift your son land and lordship? Daemon probably would sneer and jeer and say that he'd gifted his son the greatest gift any man could gift, his blood, but, deep down, Aegon thought that Daemon would work twice as hard to get the stepstones to be truly his, and that of his son. We could secure a pass in the stepstones, my prince, independent of working with Prince Daemon. Muro suggested as gestured towards the pass between the Arm of Dorne and the stepstones. By now, the tale of our destruction of the Basilisk Isles should known by all in the region. They would not dare provoke us lest we visit the same fate to them. Murmur of agreement came from Baelon whilst others looked to Aegon for whether or not he wanted to take that option. No. Aegon said firmly. Whilst my brother has wrestled the islands from the pirates, Dorne and the Triarchy are stepping up their campaign against Daemon. It will only be a matter of time before the conflict turns hot again. The chances of escalation are too high. It will only take one foolish Triarchy or Corsair captain to get ourselves involved. Aegon finished coldly as he eyed his commanders. Aegon would never suffer a slight or attack against his family or his people, and he'd be forced into a situation where he'd delay moving, and that was unacceptable. Aegon looked away from his commanders and turned back to the map. We have far more important matters to deal with. Aegon said with a tone of finality, and he looked to Barrows with a look of consideration. Newgis is not the only source of copper nearby. Mirian mines copper in nearby hills, I believe. Aegon commented with a look of displeasure on his face. He had no desire to truly put more coin in the hands of the Mirianese, but in the face of need. Barrows sighed as he nodded. But their prices are exorbitant. Barrows said to Aegon with a look of displeasure. One would think because they use slaves prices wouldn't be so high. Why is their copper expensive? Gale asked with a frown. Bronze is not a highly sought after good, for arms or for much else. Their copper mines, whilst having deep veins, are not rich mines. Barrows explained before he looked to Aegon. Their copper ore are very poor per ton of rock, which is the part of the reason why it is expensive. The other part is that the mines there are poisonous. Barrows said with a shrug. Old slaves and troublesome slaves are sent to those mines to die more than anything else, and they have had little reason to change that, for they or their trade partners use copper sparingly, either as bronze decoration or ornamental purposes. If we placed a large order of their copper, you don't think we could source it cheaply from them? Aegon questioned intently. Barrows' expression twisted slightly. I doubt it. Barrows said honestly. Whilst we do trade with Slavers Bay, we do so because we need their coin to help pay to free slaves, and the great masters know it too. Barrows said meaningfully, and Aegon understood it before he'd asked. The incentive of increasing their mining was not truly there. Sure, the gold and silver would be useful, but it was incomparable to the slaves they made money of, and the coin would come from a man who they did not trust and very likely quite disliked. It wouldn't surprise him if they hemmed and hawed, only to quote a ridiculous price per kilogram ore. Noogies would have that problem too, would it not? Edwin asked with a frown. Barrows shook his head. No, because their copper stores are full. Too full. The problem they have is that no one is interested in coming to Noogies to buy copper, and they don't truly use it either. Barrows explained with a wry smile. The free cities don't use it or bronze, whilst in Westeros the Dornish, the Westerlands or the Vale can supply however much is needed. And in the east, they'd probably crack open a hill and find the richest vein of the ore should they ever have need of it. Barrows finished. Aegon thought on it for a few moments before he glanced at Baneth. Can you still build 2 galleon a moon and a half at full production, or can you improve on it? At present, we can probably build 2 a moon and a half, but that is only because we have had the copper ore smelted and beaten into shape whilst also having stores of hardwood cut and sized. Baneth answered. We could possibly keep that rate up if we get the sheets and cut wood in our shipyard ready instead of the men having to prepare everything and build the ships. We will build a few more smelting furnaces by the shipyard and assign some of the blacksmith apprentices. Aegon said to Baneth. Beating the copper sheets into shape was unfortunately necessary. As much as he would like to cast the inch or so thick sheets into shape, it was not truly productive at all given the contour of the hull. Aegon took to look at Gale and Edwin with an inquisitive look. We can assign the work of woodcutting and copper work to the newly arrived men. Most of them are still weak from malnutrition, but they should be fit soon. Aegon more stated than suggested, and Gale nodded. I was having trouble where to place them, so this is convenient. Gale looked to Baneth. Although I would suggest you look into some of the men. Many of them are decades-long sailors. They may be of help. Gale told the man. Baneth bowed his head. I will do as you bid, my princess. Aegon glanced at Edwin and the man nodding, having taken note of what has been decided, and he turned back to Barrows. Prepare a trade mission to Noogies. Select your most persuasive merchants. I want to trade goods for the copper and limit the spend of our coin. Barrows stroked his beard. It will be difficult. Noogies is not a wealthy place, at least in comparison to the free cities and Slavers' Bay. They will want coin. Everyone wants coin, Barrows. The trick is make them want something else more. Aegon said to Barrows. I'm sure you'll succeed in making it so. Barrows looked somewhat amused and put off at Aegon's words, but nonetheless he nodded his acceptance of the mission. Good. Aegon turned to Baneth. Noogies is 3, or 2 if the winds are favorable, moons away, there in Beck. At this point in time, you are fully to focus on the production of galleons. Aegon nodded to Edwin. Give him the list of material and men you need to maintain the 2 galleons per moon and a half production. I will also want you to look into what can be done to increase production to 3 or 4 galleons a moon. As you command, my prince. The last point I will share is that we will be opening our gates to our neighbors in 7 days. Aegon looked to Muro and Gala. Annis have a garrison of the men-at-arms. Report to Sir Cedric. I will task Sir Cedric to have his men and the garrison remain vigilant on the people who enter and leave our town. After the affirmative nods, Aegon looked away and looked around the table. That concludes our meeting for today, unless someone wishes to raise a point. Aegon posed to the council members, and when he received negatives from his councillors, he dismissed them, leaving him, Gale and Edwin behind. I think we may need a scribe next time. Aegon said dryly to Edwin, and an amused smile was plastered on Gale's face. It would make my life a lot easier. Edwin said with humor in his voice before a look of seriousness took hold. It may be time to set in motion the administrative functions. Edine half asked, half stated. At present, the way Corinth was ruled was through the council. Each council member was in charge of critical industries or functions within their society, and those who worked in senior position below the councillors were either appointed or approved by him and Gale. In all honesty, they leaned heavily on the guild system, whereby the councillors, outside of Muro and Gale Annis, organized themselves as guild masters, directing work and training, which also included apprenticeships amongst the younger members of society who wished to take on a trade. They'd also recommended salaries to Gale, who ran the financial and budgetary portions of their society, and set quotas based on Aegon's determination of the needs of the town. There were other guilds too, the Alchemist Guild, the Scholarly Guild, the Guild of Pottery and Porcelain, and many other such guilds, but they were more under Aegon's, Gale's, and Edwin's overview. At present it worked, but it was not a framework that was enshrined in law, nor would it work in the long term as their population grew and the positions grew in power. Long ago, Aegon had worked Edwin to develop and adopt a framework of administration, law, and government of whatever new lands they'd call home, whether it may be east or west, and at present, Edwin was suggesting that they install a more cohesive administration of the differing sectors within Corinth ahead of time. Aegon looked to Gale, a silent question on his face. She knew of this, though she wasn't entirely on board with the type of rulership he was dead set on implementing. It was only the argument of what has happened in the past in their family and what was happening now that stymied her disagreements. I agree with Edwin. It would make things smoother, especially when the people are familiar with the system when we've full settled the lands. And if you're wondering if the councillors will oppose for fear of the loss of power, they will not, Gale said after a few moments, especially if they understand why it is being implemented. Besides, Aegon began before he continued after meeting Gale's eyes, it's not as if they have much room to create instability amongst their subordinates. The loyalty of Corinth was with Aegon and his family, first and foremost. Gale nodded before she frowned slightly, though I expect they may be less happy about the way we will be appointing holdings. It was a concern Aegon had as well, which was why he had no intentions of letting it be known to the public until after the Slavers' Bay campaign was complete. There will be no feudal lords in the new lands, and he'd make it enshrined within law that it is forbidden for nobility to have personal armies and fiefdoms within their new lands. The land will remain undeveloped for decades to come, and I'm not certain if we can develop the rest of the continent even if a century passes. Edwin commented before adding as he shook his head, their opposition can be argued away with the question why they'd even want such useless land, since the majority of our people will be either in the capital or in the countryside, farming and keeping livestock. They may feel cheated. Gale pointed out. Cheated over what? Aegon asked rhetorically. That they haven't been given enough, when they are to be elevated into nobility with substantial personal land that is to do with whatever they wish. They will raised up and given honors for their service to our house. The things they will not be permitted to do or have, are nothing to feel cheated about, for we never made promises nor have we done anything to deprive them of what they already had. No. Aegon said firmly, they cannot have any reason at all. He will not allow the nobility to have any influence or power over the state. It will be hard enough to ensure his descendants make sure to uphold the rulership he sought to implement. The last thing he needed is to have the nobility have power to influence the fate of his new home. Gale was skeptical and likely thought that it wouldn't be the end of it from the way she looked at him, and Aegon disdained the idea that it might not be, as he remembered the comments she made about a few of the men who'd been on the Lady Dawn and Discovery, but on this, he would not yield a single inch. Aegon turned to Edwin, returning back to the subject at hand. Do you have a list of those who may be well suited to integrate into the administration? I do. Edwin confirmed. Good. Gale and I will look them over. Aegon stated before he rose up and extended out his hand to Gale, who took it as she rose. That'll be all for today, Edwin. Edwin bowed to them before he left, leaving behind Aegon and Gale. Break. 109 AC Corinth. Captain Bryce Arrenter POV. My prince. My princess. Bryce bowed from the hip after he stood still once he'd been escorted into the solar of the keep of the royal family. Please sit. Prince Aegon said as he nodded to the chair at the end of the desk, and Bryce did as he was bid. He took a hidden glance at his surroundings, noting the books on the shelves and the various kinds of naval instruments and several other instruments he could not quite figure out what they were. Beyond all of that, however, there was little within the solar, a solar that was as grey as the rest of the keep and the town of Corinth. When they arrived in these lands, there had been nothing for leagues, only sparse villages. A tough time, to be sure, Bryce mused to himself. They came not but with their ships, their food and supplies, and their skills. Now, 6 years later, Corinth was a fully fledged town on the cusp of turning into a city, built with their hands and their skills and their sheer will, with every family prosperous and flourishing beyond their wildest dreams. Every man and woman aided in the production and laying of the whetstone, each hand having had a hand in the building of the home of their neighbors, and he remembered the feeling of pride when the prince had worked alongside him to lay the whetstone for one of the homes. That the prince himself, member of the last Dragon Lord family, was working alongside the commoners, had stirred the people of Dragonstone on, the feeling of having made the right choice in choosing the prince growing even more resolute. Bryce was not sure if the prince knew how deep the loyalties of the people ran, back then or now, as they worked hard to build a home on these lands until the time came to leave for the promised lands. They all saw, back on Dragonstone, how hard the prince had worked for the betterment of their lives, and when they arrived on the Summer Isles, they had seen that the prince was working with his own hands alongside them to build a safe place for their people. To Bryce, and like 1,000 or so others, who had come from the mainland on Westeros, it was a strange and unheard of sight, for a prince, let alone a noble, to care and labor as much as the prince had done for the common folk, something that only increased drastically when they arrived in the Summer Isles and founded Corinth. And now that the new lands the prince had promised had been found, that loyalty was beyond anything Bryce could describe. It was infectious, the loyalty and cheer and the excitement that seemed to fill the air of Corinth, so much so that it was confusing the 7 hells of the former slaves of the Basilisk Isles, and Bryce was much the same in this rapture. For how could Bryce not feel this loyalty? His life was far better than he could have dreamed when he chose to leave for Dragonstone, and now, his name would forever be enshrined in the annals of history, Captain Bryce, the man who led the men to the promised lands of the West, and the opportunity came only because of the faith the prince had in him, a commoner who the prince saw something in, just as the prince saw in others of their people. And this was above all what the people of Corinth, former slave and of Dragonstone alike, cherished from the prince and princess, and Bryce knew that the coming years would see the people of Corinth work hard to repay that faith. Though, Bryce mused as he sat down in the chair, there was a part of him that was regretful that all that they built in Corinth, all that Corinth meant, would be left behind when the last ships departed for their new homeland. I'm sure you have seen the increased work in the shipyard, Captain Bryce. Prince Aegon asked Bryce, drawing him back. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, my prince. I have seen the building of the new galleons, Bryce answered. He'd also seen the carracks being loaded and prepared for departure to the Far East and elsewhere. 5 and 20 would depart for the Far East led by Salon Barrows, whilst smaller fleets of 5 or 10 ships would depart for places like Carth, Pharos, Volantis and the Sunset Sea cities of West Eros to trade goods for coin or other goods, resuming trade with the wider world. They managed to produce a stockpile of goods since the doors had been shut and the ships were made to remain, so Bryce expected good amount of coin to be produced in the coming moons. He also knew of other fleets that were sailing to Umbru and Yahala, which also included the dragon barges, fleets that would bring in hardwoods needed for the production of the galleons. The forests of Baelon did have them, but it seems like they weren't going to rely on those hardwoods alone. The prince nodded and, as he spoke next, his piercing gaze was leveled upon Bryce. Yes, and I'm sure you know what that means. My prince. Bryce straightened up a lot. You wish to send more ships west. He suspected that was the reason he was here, and why none of the crews of Lady Dawn or Discovery were being assigned to any of these trade missions. That is correct. Aegon said with a nod and a faint smile. We will be sending all of our galleons and the 9th one nearing completion to our new lands, though they will first go to the Targaryen Islands to further develop the islands as a waypoint. Bryce nodded. That is good, my prince. If we have a safe port like the Targaryen Islands, which should only be 2 moons travel now that we have charted the sea, it would settle my and many other captains' nerves. One long journey between Corinth and the new lands was dangerous. They were fortunate they were well provisioned during the search. Having the Targaryen Islands developed as a in between Corinth and the new land was the best choice. They'd already started previously, but now it was time to make it fully developed port. We agree. The princess said with a smile. Which is why once the fleet arrives at the Targaryen Islands, it will be to drop off a select number of our people to build up the port in the Isles before returning to Corinth and picking up the first settlers of our new lands. By that point, we expect another couple of galleons built. The princess paused for a moment as she exchanged looks with Prince Aegon before she continued. All in all, between the Targaryen Islands and our new lands, within 6 moons we expect there to be 3,000 of our people to be there. Within 1 year, we want that number to climb to 8,000, and within a year and a half, we expect that number to be 15,000. She finished. Bryce's eyebrows climbed high. That is ambitious. Bryce said carefully. We are aware. Prince Aegon said with a smile in his eyes as he looked at Bryce, but it is achievable. The prince paused for a moment as the smile in his face faded away, and the prince asked Bryce, can our carracks make the journey? Bryce was startled by the sudden and unrelated question, and he paused for a moment, a frown adorned on his face as he considered it. He'd thought about it before. In the spring, yes, but I fear come summer and autumn, I believe even our galleons would be hard-pressed to weather the storms. Bryce said honestly. It wasn't impossible to get there with the compasses and with the locations of the stars. It was just the nature of the ocean that was truly perilous, and he did not know how much more perilous it could get with the seasons. Bryce would not dare do it even for all the gold of the world. Are your graces thinking of using the carracks as well? Bryce asked hesitantly. We are not, you may be rest assured. The prince said to Bryce before he added, I raised the point merely because I was curious to see your thoughts on the matter. I had not thought it wise, for I considered mayhaps 3 and 5 would be lost or wrecked should fate not favor the ships. The prince paused for a moment before he continued. As you can see from our timescale, we are talking about years before we all move to our new lands, and we will continue to trade during that time. Bryce understood and he grimaced. Not all captains were tight-lipped, even if their loyalty to the prince and princess and to Corinth was not in doubt. So the knowledge that we can be assured that our new lands are safe from others, at least for a while, does much to relieve us of our worries in this regard. The princess told Bryce. And Bryce also considered that the only ones who could possibly get there were himself, his second-in-command, and Locke and his second-in-command, along with eventually the other captains and their second-in-commands. People whom Bryce expected would be handpicked. As to the ambitious timescale, our farmers will be able to turn them into farmland in the time that we have. Prince Aegon said firmly, and everything after that, we will able to manage. The prince smiled slightly. Just as we did when we arrived here. Bryce nodded firmly. I will do all that I can to help, my prince. Even if my old bones may not be as much use as the youngsters. All you need to do is command, Admiral Bryce Arrenter. Aegon said to Bryce, and Bryce's eyes widened. He looked to the princess, who smiled at him. Admiral? Him? Your leadership was praised by all of those on both ships, Admiral Bryce. You helped handle the mutiny situation admirably, and you managed to keep the ships together despite there having many chances of either ship losing sight of another. The prince leaned forward slightly. You are the right man for this task, and I have full faith that you shall execute it as ably as you managed to find the lands of my dreams. The prince said with intensity in his voice, and, as he leaned back in his chair, he had one more thing to say. Do you accept the post, Bryce Arrenter? The look on Bryce's face as he got to terms with the promotion must have been enough for both the prince and princess smiled at Bryce. Break. 109 AC Corinth, 3 weeks since Aegon's return. Edwin POV. Edwin sat staring at the black glass candle before him, as if it was a particular passage within a text that he was trying to decipher. Twisted like rope and with edges that were almost as sharp as steel, the black glass candle was sitting with an unnatural light around the edges of the candle, like the light that may be seen around the edges of the moon during a solar eclipse. I must look like a madman. Edwin muttered to himself as he eyed the glass candle with some wariness, waiting for something to happen. Prince Aegon had pulled him away from the legal document the prince had asked him to poke holes into for this, claiming that he finally managed to get the things to do more than just light up like the sun in his hands. The prince had been huddled over the problem of these glass candles for a while now, whenever he had some spare time which hadn't much all things considered, and had done something to the glass candles which he had called disparate communicators and thought that he finally solved the riddle. And here he was, almost in ho. Edwin reared back before he knew it when the glass candle began to light up with an unnatural white light, whiter than even the whitest porcelain plate, though what baffled him the most was what he saw, or rather heard, next. Edwin. The call of his name startled him and broke him out of his stupor. Edwin looked around and saw no one else in his office and the door was as shut as it had been since he'd arrived. Edwin? Do you hear me? Edwin gazed back to the glass candle. He was hesitant as he spoke. Is that you, my prince? His voice was wary though there was some awe in there too. Laughter rang from the other side, a sound he so rarely heard. Yes, yes it is. Finally. I got it to work as I wish. The jubilance in the prince's voice was clear. And it was well earned too, Edwin marveled. Glass candles had not worked since the time of old Valeria. Hold on, let me try something. The prince said and the glass candle grew dim once more. Edwin was sat still as he stared at the glass candle, his mind drifting away in thought. This success. The applications of the glass candle. Edwin had known that the prince had long valued the glass candles as an absolute must relic to obtain and understand, and Edwin had understood. It was a way to no longer need ravens to communicate vast distances, and such application would wield great boon. Information could be traded with nary but a glass candle, armies and fleets could be directed and mustered with but an order hundreds of leagues away. It was a revolutionary means of communication. The glass candle lit up once more, breaking Edwin out of his thoughts. Aegon. Princess Gale's voice was hesitant, likely as hesitant as his had been. It's Edwin, my princess. Edwin said respectfully. Ed, I'm here, Gale. Edwin's eyes widened at the voice of Prince Aegon and his mouth slightly went ajar. So it really works? Gale asked Aegon. Yes, it really works. The glass candles are all paired and can be used simultaneously. Aegon said with glee in his voice. I did not think that was even possible. Edwin said hazily as he stared at the white candle that he was now noticing resembled a little like the hottest parts of Miss Aragorn's flames. I wasn't sure either. Prince Aegon admitted. Since the green candle seems to be the controlling type, I reasoned that there might be no reason for the glass candle not to be able to connect to the others. Edwin shook his head. The prince's intuitions were strange, but they seemed to be more right than they were wrong. I take it we will hand one of the candles to Admiral Bryce? Edwin asked. We will. Prince Aegon confirmed. Whilst we may not be able to affect what happens there, we will at least know, and mayhaps we may be able to act in time. Edwin nodded, though he quickly realized that the prince wouldn't see his understanding. I understand. Edwin voiced out. Now that you have tested the candles, do you need me for anything more, Aegon? Gale asked. No, Gale. That was it. Thank you, my love. Prince Aegon said, and Edwin felt somewhat uncomfortable as he heard the uncharacteristic warmness in the prince's voice. It felt like he was intruding in a way he ought not to. The connection to Gale's glass candle has been cut, Edwin. Prince Aegon said. I see. Edwin said before he frowned as he thought. You consciously control the connection. I do. Prince Aegon confirmed, and Edwin was somewhat disappointed. It meant that it will always need someone versed in magic to control the glass candles. And even knowledge of magic may not be enough, given that the candles seem to only work in the hands of those with Dragon Lord blood. It's not unlike controlling flames, to tell the truth, but instead, you control the links between the glass candles, and I am unfamiliar with this kind of magic. Edwin had no frame of reference what that meant, links and streams and threads of magic. He had never truly had a frame of reference, and he doubted he'd understand even if he devoted decades to the higher mysteries. Not any longer, it seems, my prince. Edwin said with a small smile. No, I suppose not. Prince Aegon said before he added, come to my solar, Edwin, we may as well discuss what we have to discuss in person. Before Edwin could respond, the glass candle went dim and Edwin sighed before a wry smile grew on his face. It seems like I won't be working on the legal documents today, he said as he stood up, his head shaking. He carefully placed the glass candle in the protected box and made his way towards the prince's solar, which was a floor up from his office. He was led into the prince's solar by the guards and saw the prince huddled over a journal as he sat on the central table, his quill in hand dancing across the pages. There are other applications for the glass candles, though I am no closer to figuring out those, yet. The prince said, still writing in his journal. Seeing across vast distances and visions and dreams. Edwin asked as he placed the box onto the table. The prince looked up and looked to Edwin before he inclined his head. Yes. The prince paused for a moment before he frowned, though I am leery of it. The prince placed the quill down and looked towards the map that was hung over by his desk. I am still not certain if no one else can hear what we say on other glass candles scattered in the known world. Edwin nodded. He knew of this concern of Aegon's. Even if they can hear, if we are careful. Information without context is of little use after all. The prince said as he turned back to Edwin. We have time to teach Admiral Arrenter coded language. Edwin nodded before he frowned. And you think that this possibility of others, the prince grimaced the way Edwin stressed others, can do something. Aegon hummed before he leaned back in his chair, his hand drifting to his beard. He seemed to gaze at Edwin for a long few moments before he nodded slightly. I am not sure what the nature of visions and dreams are. Why they exist. Greensight and dragon dreams are both ways of sight that should be completely unconnected, yet both are capable of seeing the future. The prince frowned heavily. Even if greensight is more flexible. There was a dark shadow that hung over the face of the prince, though it seemed to disappear almost as soon as it arrived. Prince Aegon looked to Edwin once more. There is a chance that greensight and dragon dreams are truly not simply magical. The prince said this carefully. Edwin frowned. I am uncertain what you mean, my prince. You mean to say that it may be? Edwin hesitated for a second before he continued. Divine. The prince seemed to struggle for a moment with something before he answered. Yes. Edwin looked upon the prince and saw that the prince was entirely serious. Edwin took a seat opposite the prince as he contemplated this. You think the gods truly sent you the dragon dreams? Edwin wasn't sure what to think of this. Mayhaps. The way the prince said it was doubtful, or mayhaps they allowed me to see the promised lands. Nevertheless, I believe the gods have an influence on the what and why of dreams and visions. The prince gestured the green glass candle. And I know that there are more gods, or things that masquerade as gods out there. The prince said with a solemn note in his voice, this time a lot more stronger and more convinced of what he was saying. You believe that you may be affected by. Edwin trailed off as he stared at the green glass candle. By something if I try and figure out how to obtain visions and dreams? Yes. The prince said to Edwin. Edwin studied the glass candle intently. There was some measure of sense in what the prince was saying. Greensight was heavily linked to the old gods, a talent that was said to both occur in the children of the forest and the first men. Dragon dreams, much less was known, and all that was known was that it was what led Daenerys the Dreamer to guide her family to make the choice to escape the doom some 3 and 10 years because it happened. Is it truly different than communicating through the glass candles? Inciting visions from the glass candles? Edwin wondered. The prince seemed to hesitate for a moment before he answered. Yes. There is a physical and mental component in using the glass candles to communicate which is straightforward. It is akin to staring at your hand and flexing your fingers with that purpose in mind, instead of your fingers moving as you desire without you noticing. With inducing dreams? I have come to the conclusion that I must let go of control, just as you would be without control in your dreams, and let the visions and dreams happen. The prince said as his face grew into grimness. Edwin was beginning to understand the dangers of what the prince was saying. To give yourself over to the magic of the glass candles when you're not sure what is out there, whether it is these things or gods or whatever the prince thinks exists, is not at all a good idea. The answer is simple then, my prince. Edwin pointed out with some amount of horror as he glanced at the glass candle. Not so. Prince Aegon said as he shook his head. I have reached an impasse with fused stone and I have made no progress in the creation of Valyrian steel, the prince said solemnly. You don't have to rediscover those lost arts, my prince. Edwin said earnestly. He knew why the prince was so keen on rediscovering both Valyrian arts. To create indestructible walls for their homes and cities in their new homeland, to arm their soldiers and their people with Valyrian steel in defense against any who threatened them. It was an obsession of the prince, and all of the magic the prince had learnt was solely towards rediscovering these 2 lost arts. I must. The prince said with a shake of the head before he met Edwin's eyes again. Our people will never more secured with these 2 arts rediscovered, and the prince's gaze turned distant as he seemed to look past Edwin. One day, the living may come to depend on us for the weapons and the forts we may build. The living. What did he mean with that? Before Edwin could ask, the prince continued. It is either this or shade of the evening, and though the volunteer has confirmed that the elixir is safe for consumption and recited what he claims were visions, the prince grimaced. I do not like the way the volunteer craved for more of the tonic. The volunteer the prince was speaking of was one of the men who consumed a quarter of a glass of the elixir. Edwin had not been there, though he'd heard that the man had been delirious, his eyes going unseeing and his tongue tied. though, once the effects of the elixir had lessened, the man had said that he'd seen things that included a dragon of the color of steel and eyes of red and blue flying over a brown and red ocean, and things like red and green fires that burned an oak table at either side, and some other things that Edwin had not yet discovered. Shade of the evening may yet be safer, my prince. The effects seem temporary at least. Edwin said, though he was not happy to say it. He'd rather the prince used neither. I wouldn't call the effects of severe addiction temporary. The prince said dryly before he shook his head. Imagine how bad that elixir is after 2 consumptions. Edwin grimaced. The prince looked at him and sighed. I think for now I will set this aside. There is plenty of other things that must be done anyway. Edwin readily agreed with that. The prince seemed to ponder something, and it was moments later that the prince spoke. Edwin, do you remember the dragon armor we shelved for some time? Edwin was surprised by the question. I do. Edwin said with a nod. Back on Dragonstone, amongst the many ideas they'd explored to see if they could work, the dragon armor was amongst the most ambitious ideas. Edwin studied the prince for a moment and asked, you wish to create it now? I do. Prince Aegon confirmed, his eyes were hard and unyielding as he spoke. We've proven that it can be done, our forging and casting techniques have improved immensely and our blacksmiths are as skilled as any now. The prince paused for a moment. Save for mayhaps the Kohori. The prince conceded. We don't have nearly as much hide as we need. Edwin thought as his mind calculated what they would need. The answer was many hides. And we'd deplete all of our steel ingots. The steel we took from the Basilisk Isles can be reforged either for use for the dragon armor or for weapons. We also have the option of Noogies whom we know, now at least, have ample steel to sell. The prince pointed out. And as for hide, the prince continued, there are plenty of animals on these isles that we can hunt or trade to get hide. It would take moons upon moons and it would take many of our blacksmiths away from their other duties. Edwin said to the prince. I'm aware. It is why I want the armor complete no more than in a year and a half. Edwin sighed and the prince seemed amused by his reaction. You were disappointed when I shelved the idea for a later time. You are unhappy now that I am going ahead with this. The prince said with a raised eyebrow. I'm not unhappy. Edwin stressed out as he looked at the prince flatly. Why would he be unhappy about creating something that no one has done before? I'm just dreading all of the issues I have to solve. Gods, there will be many, Edwin thought drearily. From the shape of the scales, to the way the steel scales are connected to the hide and so many other little things that was making his head dizzy. You won't be alone in this. Prince Aegon promised. Edwin looked at the prince curiously. I will be working the steel as well and I will be inspecting the work very closely. You'll be working in the blacksmiths? Edwin asked surprised. The prince said with an inclined head, not only to encourage the men but also so that I may find some inspiration. The prince said with a frown. Of course. Well, Edwin wished him luck with that. He did not know how the prince managed to leap to the techniques and thoughts and theories that he did, only that it worked, and if this was another of those ways his intuition was pushing him towards, well, who was Edwin to judge or cast doubts upon? He'd seen enough times the prince's madness had a way of working. Edwin stood up in that instance. Then, my prince, I shall begin to add the dragon armor to my list of tasks. The prince chuckled quietly and after being dismissed by the prince, Edwin left to exactly as he told the prince. Break. 109 AC, Corinth. Sir Uthric POV. Your Grace. Uthric bowed before the prince as the doors behind him closed shut. What do you ask me? Uthric said with a bowed head. The prince gestured him forward and Uthric walked towards the prince and the prince waved at the seat, a faint smile on his face. Please sit, Uthric. After Uthric settled in his seat, he met the prince's gaze. I will asking much of you, Sir Uthric, but I must still ask it of you. Prince Aegon told Sir Uthric. Uthric shifted in his seat before he straightened up. My prince, there's nothing you can ask me of that I will not do. Uthric said with honesty. Uthric owed too much to the prince and all that he had and all that was because of the prince's kindness for him. And, Uthric thought to himself, he thought he had a good measure of the prince's character. Working as Uthric did in the shadows, he was subject to many of the schemes and the unsavory parts of the prince and yet, none of it was anything he believed to be wrong or evil. He'd seen too much of such things to know it on sight. You will no longer go back to Westeros. I have need of you in the east. Uthric was surprised and he looked at the prince with a curious look. The prince's hand went down below the table and brought out a scroll and after the prince rolled it out, Uthric recognized the map. Uthric looked upon the map with a careful expression. Slaver's Bay, what could the prince want in that god's forsaken land? I need you to go to Slaver's Bay. Prince Aegon said and Uthric looked up from the map. The prince continued to every city. Illyria, Tolos, Mirian, Yunkai, Astapor. He said as his mismatching eyes pierced at Uthric's own. Each and every city in Slaver's Bay, and I want you learn everything you can about them, particularly the wise masters. The good masters. The great masters. The way the prince said the titles of these people was with condescension, though Uthric had little moment to think on it, for the prince continued, and Uthric thought the prince's expression had turned harder than marble itself as he spoke. I want to know where they live. Where they go. Whom they speak with and who they deal with. I want to know the names and locations of every noble family of these cities. Prince Aegon leaned forward. I want to know everything. I might not be able to do that, my prince. Uthric said hesitantly before he glanced at the map. He knew that these kinds of places were difficult for outsiders to get into, and he doubted that he, a foreign-looking man, would be welcomed, or go unnoticed. Even with the men I assign to you, no, I can't imagine so. Prince Aegon agreed. But with the slaves you'll purchase from each city, you will have the help you need. One of the captains who regularly treats with the Lysane slave masters will come with you to help you pick the best men suited to aid you in this mission. The prince paused for a moment before he continued. We'll also be increasing our trade with the slaver cities, so you'll have some cover and escape routes should you need it. I also want you to use these ships to send the slaves you think are smart, resourceful, and have drive to Corinth, to me. The prince met Uthric's eyes as he spoke once more. You will need a backstory for this. You will be masquerading as an outcast Pentoshi who is lying low from enemies he made in Bravus and in Pentosh. You will be borrowing a name of one of the men who died amongst the enslaved. Of course, you are not to risk yourself, Sir Uthric. Get the information, but not at the risk of getting caught and at the cost of your life or that of your men. Uthric's eyes widened slightly as he was beginning to understand. You want me to put myself in their society? Yes. That and a number of other men who will fashion as your guards and confidants. The prince told him. I am not sure if I can succeed, my prince. Uthric admitted as he averted his gaze from the prince. This was different from the way he worked. Uthric's talents lie as a man who no one noticed, not as one who becomes someone else. You underestimate yourself, Uthric. The prince said firmly, and Uthric looked back up to meet the prince's gaze. You have a way and smarts about you that few others are able to even understand. There is no accident that everyone likes you, Uthric, for you have made yourself likable to all that come across your path. Uthric's eyes widened and the prince offered him a reassuring smile. Do not think much of it nor think that you did anything wrong. It is a skill like any other. Uthric resisted the urge to swallow. He did play up the likability about himself, but it was not done out of malice, nor was it done with anything in mind. He simply thought it was a better way to be than any other way. My prince, if I may so ask. Why? Uthric humbly nodded. Prince Aegon looked up from the map and turned towards him, his mismatching eyes boring into Uthric with sheer intensity. I think you know why, Sir Uthric. The prince's voice was quiet but resolute. Uthric tore away his gaze from the prince and stared at the map. He owed everything to the prince, and, as Uthric thought of the stories he'd heard from the sailors who spoke of Slaver's Bay, this was a good better than any he could come to achieve in his life. Uthric looked up and saw the prince staring at him and only had one thing to say. When do I depart, your grace? Chapter 17. Early to mid 109 AC Isle of Women, Abolu. Dromerin POV. Spread out the seeds, Laria. Dromerin said loudly as he tapped his staff against the stone barrier of the terraced farm. Use the line of the wall as a guide on where to spread the seeds. He added as he gazed down from the uppermost terrace farm. The soil could not sustain good growth of crops if there were too many seeds planting in the same location. The soil they imported every year from the summer Icelanders may be good, but the weather was too frigid on their island, so they had to be careful with what and how they planted. Yes, grandsire. Laria shouted out, and he could hear childish frustration in her voice as she continued to spread seeds from her basket, though he could see her regain her focus. Good, Dromerin thought to himself as he walked achingly across the stone wall that functioned as a path. His granddaughter may only be 1 in 10 name days and hated working in the field, but everyone needed to do their part for their community, his eyes parting from his working granddaughter to the others who were planting seeds. Young and old, there were none who did not do their duty and work for the community. It had been like that since the day Nymera and Druz Elka abandoned them here. Dromerin continued to walk along the length of the wall, his old eyes studying the laid stone for any that might need replacing. Though rain was sparse, when rain did fall, it fell like waves upon shores, drowning land and stone with hard rain. It was part of why they had such difficulty growing crops on the flatter lands, and the terrible rock soil only made it worse. For generations, they struggled to feed themselves, but, with time and desperation, they managed to tame the island and its harshness and managed to succeed in sustaining their people from the land and the seas. Dromerin made his way down the steps that ran down the side of the terraced farms, his eyes washing over them and the stones that kept the soil and the sandy and rocky soil that lay beneath. That was until Second Cataclysm. It took them another 200 years before they developed this method of farming, high on the mountain and beyond the easy grasp of pirates that had plagued his ancestors for generations after the Second Cataclysm, where they built on the lone mountain, building terraced farms where they laid the imported rich fertile soil of the summer isles on top, where underneath, there was sandy and rocky soil which itself was on top of gravel and rocks. The terraces never flood as the water is filtered down through the soils and stones until it sinks into the mountain below, where the rain gets collected in caves and in aqueducts that fed into the many wells that their people and their livestock used. Dromorin gazed upon his people who worked to plant the seeds in time for harvest. The few scrolls that remained were long written after the second cataclysm, though the memory of it had still been fresh in the minds of the generations after, and had spoken of the despair that had befallen on his ancestors in the years and decades after their people had been whittled down to just 1,000. Even now, centuries later, as Dromorin looked upon the hundreds of people who were planting seeds, their numbers had only surpassed half the numbers of the time of what sadly could be considered to be their golden age, and it had been a true struggle to reach even that number. They were still plagued by pirates who sought to enslave them, though they found it not easy, for their people had learned and were all learned in the art of the spear, girl and boy and women and men alike, and they often lost too many to them, he thought bitterly, but they were as good a place they had been in centuries, he thought with some bitter sweetness as he tapped the butt of the spear against the weathered steps their ancestors carved into the mountain as he made his way down towards the path that lead up to a series of steps that would take him to the village's topside. It was on this path that he saw a few of the boys running up the steps towards him, boys that should be on the water fishing, and he knew immediately something was wrong, and there could only be one thing that would send these boys racing up the steps in such a fashion. Elder. The boy named Siren called out in a pant as he raced up the last few steps. Ships are approaching. Quentin has rallied everyone to the fortress. Dromorin's hand tightened onto his staff as he thought on the situation. He had hoped that the last few years of peace would last a while longer. Go. Dromorin said hurriedly, get the others. Quentin had sent these boys to call upon all men and women still strong enough to wield a spear, Dromorin knew. The boys scurried off, and before long, as he made his way towards the juncture of stairway that would lead directly to the fortress' southern side, scores of men and women with their spears ran down the steps towards the fortress, and Dromorin kept an eye out for his granddaughter, and he caught her by the arm when she tried to pass him by. No. You are too young. You know the rules. Dromorin said sternly as he looked upon his granddaughter's deviant face. Their people were too few, and should the worst happen, the young must be plentiful enough so that their people could carry on. Those like him would be burdened with teaching them all that their people knew, so that the little they knew and remembered would not be forgotten. The rules are stupid. I'm the best with the spear amongst my age. I could help. She said angrily as she tried to jerk her arm free from his grasp. Alaraz, your daughter is a handful, Dromorin said with a sigh, and he let go off his staff and placed his free hand onto her shoulder, holding her still. Laria of House Trebur. Dromorin said with a strong voice that verged just below shouting, and it made her fight less against him as she looked at him with desperate and betrayed eyes. You are the last of our family, Laria. My family. You cannot fight. Dromorin said firmly as he met his granddaughter's brown eyes. She was his last surviving grandchild, her brother Borin having been taken by the winter chill 2 years ago. Out of 6 children and 4 grandchildren, she was his only family from his seed left. What would our family legacy be if I abandoned the fight like Nymera and the others abandoned our family, grandfather? Laria said angrily as she managed to jerk free her arm from his grasp, though his hand was still on her shoulder. Father would want me to fight the pirates like he did. Laria added, and a smack rang as his hand connected with her left cheek, turning her face to the right. Your father doesn't want anything more. His voice was still bitter despite nearly a decade having passed by, his hand resting heavy on her shoulder. I am left, he stumbled as his hand that been on Laria's shoulder gave way when she twisted and crouched, suddenly felt nothing but air, and as he caught his balance once more and tried to grab at her, and failed, soon he saw nothing but her back as she raced down towards the fortress, a feeling dismay washing over him. Laria. He called out after her, yet he heard nothing in response, and he quickly, as much as he could, followed suit as others from the villages above raced past him. He arrived at top of the steps that lead down the pass into the fortress, a fortress that was carved into the mountain, where all on sides except for the pass at the back of the fortress was rocky and sharp and incredibly difficult to climb, and impossible for lazy pirates, and saw in the distance 2 large ships and a single rowboat that was approaching the shores, and he frowned heavily at the sight. This was not ordinary pirates, as they would have come with more than just 2 ships and would have launched a dozen rowboats to attack. The ships were clearly not swan ships either, and thus very unlikely to be summer Icelanders too, who had never come to their island for as long as he had lived, which was why he could not discount that these were not pirates, and all in all, he was unsure what this situation was. He heard shouting down the fortress, shouting that echoed against the rocks of the pass, a feature they often used to relay messages back to the top, as the channels they carved into the mountain carried sound well, and he made his way down to the fortress. The hundreds of warriors were surrounding the leaders of the warband, Quentin and Obella, who were arguing about whether or not they were to meet the pirates on the rowboat on the shore, and whether or not they were to kill them or to take them for interrogation. It seemed that they were just as confused as to what was happening. We should not attack until we have to. The 1-20, Quentin said harshly as Dromorin made his way through the crowd of warriors, his eyes searching for his granddaughter, who he had yet to see amongst the bodies of warriors. Boy, you're advocating for things you do not understand. The 8-40 named old Obella said calmly as she stared down Quentin, her likely successor as the primary leader of the warband. These are not summer Icelanders coming to trade. They have not come to our shores for 10 generations. They have no reason to come today. Obella said with authority, and her words were keenly agreed by with the rest of the warriors. Their people might to go Baelon or the other smaller islands near it to trade for their soil and their fruits twice a year, but beyond that? Even if you say that it could not possibly be the summer Icelanders, we see only one boat coming to our shores, which is clearly a sign that they do not come with foul intent. Provoking them when there is no need is folly. Quentin returned heatedly, and Dromerin sighed, knowing that the young man had a point, though it seemed that his words divided their warband more than the words of Obella did. There is only one reason why others would come to our island, boy, and it has been so for as long as we have made this island our home. Obella gestured with her spear towards the direction of the shore beyond the walls of the fortress as she spoke again, and that boat carries those who wish to see what our strength is. This had gotten approvals from the elder warriors and a good few of the younger warriors that were not in Quentin's camp alike. We can decide after they've come to shore. Dromerin said before Quentin could respond, and eyes turned to him. He continued, we know the likes of pirates and slavers. That should drive our decision. Dromerin said, and it was then that he saw his granddaughter stand amongst a group of youngers, older boys and girls that he'd seen her practice with countless of times. She'd tied her long brown hair into a tail and seemed to be given an old weathered wooden shield that Dromerin did not think could remain intact after more than 1 or 2 blows. Yet from the look on her face, he could see that she would not be dissuaded from her course. Dromerin, Obella said respectfully, even if her face was cold as she stared at him. It would be a mistake. No, it would be a mistake to cause a conflict if there is not a need, Obella. You know as well as I do the cost of conflict. Are you so eager to see more of our kin follow our children to death, when there might not be a need? Dromerin's voice was quiet, and he knew it was a low blow, but the older warriors really should know better than to let their anger speak for them. Quentin looked at him with a grateful expression on his face. How strange it was that the younger generation was more careful and mindful of the lives of their people than their elders, who should be the ones with the pearls of wisdom. Dromerin looked around and saw that his words resonated with the majority, and that was all that he needed. And all that Quentin needed as he began to speak again, and began making strategies and assigning people to tasks and groups. He himself was tasked to go speak with the foreigners. I should run you with my spear, Dromerin. Obella said coldly as they walked on the stony shore towards the men by the beached boat. You hadn't done it 25 years ago for a graver offense, Obi. I wouldn't think you would be so angry for truthful words. Dromerin said as he glanced at her and saw that she wore the same cold face, though he could see the anger in her eyes. Goyen isn't here anymore to make me to think again, and his memory has long since faded. Obella said calmly, but the intent of her words were anything but calm as she mentioned the name of his firstborn son of his first wife. Goyen had wooed Obella, who had been 8 years his older and a woman much vied for she had been a beauty and the best warrior amongst her generation, and had been a man any father could proudly call son and any woman proudly call husband. Both Goyen and Mor's, Obella's and Goyen's only child, had died in the deadliest and heaviest slaver attack for over 4 generations, along with his eldest daughter and third son. Whilst Dromerin had lost much of his vigor in the wake of the deaths of 3 of his children and a grandchild, Obella had instead turned colder, incredibly careless, that most mistook for bravery and skill, and even more so brutal, having led their warriors on 2 other occasions. Pirates and slavers attacked their island, brutally impaling the surviving slavers and pirates onto the shore for the seagulls to pick it. Dromerins nodded silently as he looked towards the men by the boat, who he could tell from their dark skin were most certainly summer Icelanders, much to his relief, though it was tempered with heavy wariness. They came to a stop some 100 meters from the summer Icelanders, and the summer Icelanders made their way towards them. I am so Dabas Coxos, the summer Islander said in Roynish, his head bowed, catching both he and Obella by surprise, though neither of them showed it to them. Coxos was a noble name, a prince's name at that. Why have you come, summer Islander of Ombaru? Your people have not come to our island for as long as we have been here. He kept his voice level even if he felt some bitterness about it. The summer Icelanders had kept their distance from their island, from their people, since the moment they gave them this rock to settle many centuries ago. He'd been to one of their islands before, when he'd been a young man. To see their lands so rich and lush, in comparison to their practically barren rock they fought with blood and hunger to make worth something, was something that stuck with him, and he imagined, had stuck in the mind of all of his ancestors. Coxos inclined his head respectfully. I have not come on the behalf of the princes of the Summer Isles. I have come on the behalf of Prince Aegon of House Targaryen, the last of the Dragon Lord families. Obella, wait. Dromerin's voice was sharp as Obella raised her spear. And Dromerin stepped across from her, initiating some hesitancy in her, enough for him to catch her gaze, and, as he turned around to hide his face from the Summer Icelanders, he did all he could to signal to her to understand him as he looked upon her with an expression that he hoped she would understand as we cannot fight against one of them. It seemed to drag like a lifetime, when their eyes met, and finally, Obella regained her wits and brought down the butt of her spear to the ground, and Dromerin let off a silent sigh of relief. We have heard of this Dragon Lord. What does this Dragon Lord want from us, Summer Islander? Dromerin asked calmly, not acknowledging what had just transpired, and he turned around to face the man who looked onto them warily and unsettled whilst the other Summer Icelanders had their hands on their swords now. He has a proposal for you, Lord. Coxos trailed off with an expectant tone. You may call me Elder. Dromerin said, unwilling to share his name amidst the rising concern about the whole situation that was fast growing far too fraught, and he asked the Summer Islander, what does the Dragon Lord want from us? The Dragon Lord does not want from you, rather he wants for you, Elder. Coxos said, meaning behind his words, and Dromerin narrowed his eyes. Coxos continued after the silence from both him and Obella, who gratefully was letting him do the speaking and acting. Prince Aegon has learnt of your. Coxos took a special care to look around harsh situation and has bid me to present you an offer that would see your people prosper in a different land and, in time, come to grow numerous enough to be able to take back your River Royne and your ancestral lands and keep it. What? Obella's incredulous and harsh voice sounded out exactly what Dromerin was thinking. You must think us fools to believe such nonsense. Obella sneered coldly at the Summer Islander as her hand tightened on her spear, and she was unfazed by the looks of concern from the armed Summer Icelanders as she stared down Coxos. This is nothing more than a scheme to enslave more of the last of the Royner. Foolish and stupid as always, but this new scheme of yours truly descends into a new low even for your kind, slaver. Obella spat out, and this made the Summer Icelanders bristle in anger. We are no slavers. Coxos said sternly, anger showing in his face. Do not accuse us of such monstrosity, not when us all have felt the bite of chains around our wrists and feet. Obella scoffed. You claim to have been slaves. Obella looked them up and down. Some kind of slave you are. Obella mocked, and Dromerin knew that she was trying to provoke them into showing their true colors. He did nothing to stop her. He also needed this scheme to come to an end, and he'd happily die if he had to. We were captured but not yet sold. Prince Aegon and his people destroyed the camps in the Basilisk Isles before they could sell us on the markets on the mainland. Coxos said to them. The gods smiled on you then. Obella said mockingly as she smiled bitterly, and Coxos nodded to her words. Yet you work for the Dragon Lord instead of your own people. Dromerin asked leadingly as he studied the man, trying to discern his deceptions. I owe him and his people a debt that I must repay. In the end, you're still in chains working for another. Obella bit out cruelly. Are we all not in chains in some way or another? I and my fellows to our debt, and you to your people to ensure your community survives. Coxos returned, and this made Obella scowl lightly at the man, though she did not immediately respond. We do not believe you, nor do we believe you are here on the behalf of this Dragon Lord. Dromerin interjected. He'd heard from the others that had gone to the Summer Isles over the past 5 years that a Dragon Lord had taken roost on Waelano along with his wife and children, all of whom had dragons of their own. He had difficulty believing, even when there were too many accounts for it not to be true. Dragons, truly still existed and had still existed for over 2 centuries even after the doom of Valyria. He is willing to come here and speak with you. Coxos immediately said, and Dromerin ignored it, though it was not easy when he spoke again. What is this offer of new land he is offering? Some time later, Coxos and the other Summer Icelanders returned to their boat, and he was left to walk back towards the fortress with Obella, his mind astray with heavy thoughts. You're considering it? Obella asked, and he was startled out of his thoughts and turned to look at her. If it is truly an honest offer. Obella scoffed, and her face was marred with bitterness and scorn. What honestness can we expect from a Dragon Lord? You know the tales, Dromerin. We would be casting aside ancient wisdom. To call frightful stories ancient wisdom is beyond the pale, Obella. Dromerin said disapprovingly. Dragon Lords and dragons were spoken around the fires during their remembrance festivities in the same breath as the monsters in the deep, people and beings that were blights and curses on the living. Yet Obella also was speaking truthfully too, for it would be the same reaction most of their people would have should they hear of the offer. He was almost certain they'd dismiss right out of hand, and he couldn't help but think that it would be a great mistake. The offer was too good to be true, far too good to be true, yet Dromerin could see the genuineness in the Summer Islanders' expression. Could it be that their curse was coming to an end, at the hands of the ones who set it upon them? There was an old legend, a folk tale that most ruefully thought about but now kept on repeating in Dromerin's head, one that spoke of the curse that followed them when the last of the Royner escaped from the ashes of their cities into the open sea, a curse that withered away at the children of the Royne to penalize them for running away from the mother who even to this day sang their names and called them home. Yet those stories are all that we have left from our legacy, Dromerin. Dromerin looked to Obella again and saw the bitterness on her face. A legacy that his forebears has helped all but destroy. We cannot trust he and his ilk. Not even if it could lead us home. Dromerin asked quietly, and Obella sharply turned her head towards him. Even if it was true, which I do not and could not believe even if I saw happen before my very eyes, Obella said with a scowl, it would require to hand over the fate of our people to this Dragon Lord. I would rather die than let that happen. Isn't our fate in the hands of the Dragon Lord anyway the moment he came to know of us? Dromerin returned to Obella. You choose to value the old stories now, so you must know that we are at his mercy, and if what you think of him is correct, we're already all dead. Obella scowled heavily, and if looks could kill, he'd be dead now. Dromerin sighed as he shook his head. We will convene a council to discuss the matter. They would reject the offer, he knew, but nonetheless. For once, O Bella, do not try and influence their decision. Dromerin said quietly, and after he received another cold glare he continued, we will come to know the truth of the offer if that dragon lord comes with his dragon. Dromerin looked at her as he spoke intently, and if it is true, know that whatever happens to our people, will be because of us, because of how we have influenced our people. Dromerin turned away from O Bella. I can live with the advocacy I intend to share. Can you live with yours, O Bella, and what it may cause? For the rest of the walk, they walked in silence, both of them too occupied with their troubled thoughts. Break. Early to mid 109 AC, Lotus Port. Prince Jala POV. The sounds of a chilling roar shook his court into silence that lasted for a few moments. After the roar came to an end, and it broke when Jala stood up from his seat. Whispers broke loose as Jala glanced at his wife, who smiled kindly at him, though he could see the lines of displeasure on her face, no doubt unhappy by the spectacular entrance that Aegon had undoubtedly was making, one that reminded all of the imbalance of power that existed on their island. The doors to his hall opened and his vizier walked up before he bowed and said fretfully, Your Excellency, Prince Aegon of Corinth has come with his dragon. Yes, we heard. Have the kitchens bring forth salt and bread. Jala told his vizier. Of course, my prince. His vizier said before he whispered in the ear in one of his servants who walked away out of the doors, and Jal turned to his wife, Sola, with his hand stretched out, and she took it. He kissed it gently before he spoke up. I may not be back till sundown. I understand, my prince. She said, and she rose from her seat. I will see to our children. She said before she came up closer to him and gave him a kiss on his cheeks before she turned and left towards the doors that lead to the royal quarters, and Jala sighed silently, though he kept his face schooled when he turned and walked down towards his vizier and the guards. I take it he is in the gardens? Jala asked calmly as they walked out of the doors and into the hallways. The gardens were large enough for that dragon to land, and it had done so once before. His gardeners had been most unhappy about it. He wasn't looking forward in hearing their complaints again, and his wife liked the gardens far too much for him to impress on them too harshly. His vizier nodded. He and 3 others came on the back of the great beast. My prince. Don't call the dragon beast when you're in its presence. It's smart enough to understand most things, even those that are said in our tongue. Jala said to his vizier as he glanced at the man. His old vizier, a man who had served his father and grandfather, had died 2 years ago, and Hulabar had not been present for all of the times when Aegon had visited, with and without dragon. I had heard the claims, my prince, but I find it difficult to believe. Those eyes are far too primal. To think such a dragon could also be as smart as a man would be truly far too fearsome. His vizier said quietly and disturbed. Yes, those large serpentine-like eyes were very disturbing. Almost as big as a man's head, those eyes were as fearsome as the teeth in its maw. And behind those eyes was a mind like a man, yet far too alike a man's if the little he'd seen of the dragon and what he'd been told by Aegon was true. At least it is no panther in its behavior. Jala said to his vizier, who laughed a little. Yes, thank the gods for small mercies. We would all be in trouble if panthers were as smart as us. They're already far too smart already. They made to the courtyard, the sight of the dragon laying down seen long before they approached it and the men who stood in front of the dragon, and Jala couldn't help but be in awe every time he set his eyes on the dragon. His memories always seemed to be so underwhelming every time he was in front of the dragons that seemed to upend the world that men created for themselves, a world where the gods were a distant, out-of-the-way presence, and yet, being in the presence of a creature, with its jagged spikes and curving horns, that was as tall as his palace, which was as tall as 10 men stacked vertically, with rows of teeth that were as long as swords, such ideations of their world being so far removed from the physical touches of the gods dies away. And this dragon, whose rider it was guarding carefully, with his discomforting coloring that was of the same hue as that of blood and the blue of the approaching night, a dragon that was staring at him with its serpentine eyes, reminded all that it was not gods that commanded them to touch upon the world, but rather those few men who were as close to gods as men could get. Jala tore his gaze away from the dragon and turned them towards Aegon, who was dressed in royal clothing befitting his station, though Jala could see the chainmail beneath the clothing, and made his way towards him when Aegon began to move towards him. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the servant following him along with the guards, and as he came at a stop before Prince Aegon, the servant offered the bread and salt on a silver plate to them both. Prince Aegon, I welcome you to my palace. Jala said with traditional old summer tongue before he gestured towards the bread and salt on the plate. I accept your welcome with gratitude and graciousness, Prince Jala. Prince Aegon said within the same old summer tongue before both of them broke off a piece of the bread and dipped them in the salt and took a bite off of the bread. Once the servant took away the plate, Prince Aegon stuck out his right hand and Prince Jala took it, and his middle finger snapped against the middle finger of Prince Aegon's, greeting each other as equals. Though, the entrance and of course the dragon itself, Jala mused as he glanced at his vizier and then towards the other nobles that were far back, dissuaded any notion of equals. I fear I will displease your gardeners once more once they come to see what my dear Miss Aragorn has done to their gardens and plants. Prince Aegon said with remorse in his voice, though there were hints of mischief in his eyes, and Jala twisted a mild smile. They will be most certainly unhappy. That is, of course, until they get to organize the garden to its most beautiful. Ah, a labor of love, then. Nonetheless, I have brought over some seeds to smooth over some of their displeasure. Seeds of truly beautiful plants my people had been lucky enough to obtain in the Far East. The prince said as he unclipped several small bags tied into a bundle, and Jala gestured his vizier to take the seeds. My gardeners shall be sure to thank you. Although they'd curse his name several dozen times before they did so. Prince Aegon said nothing and simply inclined his head, and Jala took that as a signal to move past to the reason why the prince was even here in the first place. Hours later. Jala kept his eyes on the bongo that they'd stalked for the last hour, the white-stripped brown antelope that called jungles of Baelon home, his breathing low and slow as his bowstring was pulled with slow deliberate motion, and, as the bongo looked up towards the direction of the party he knew to be approaching on his left, he let fly the arrow and he hit the bongo right on its side of the head, instantly killing the beast even if its body did not know it yet. He let off a breath before he strapped his bow on his shoulder and gestured his guards to start moving again, the sounds of their movement sounding far too loud after nearly 20 minutes of silence. Bongos were somewhat predictable in their movements, especially during the day where they often kept themselves to particular parts of the jungle. It was why they'd split off in 3 different parties to lure the bongo towards him so that he could kill the striped animal. One of his guards whistled loudly, signaling to the other parties that the kill has been made, and Jala made his way towards the downed bongo. The beast was still twitching and Jala took out his dagger and dug it into the beast's head, killing the beast in totality. I thank you for your flesh and I offer your blood to our shared ancestral lands. Jala said as he cut open the throat of the bongo, its blood dripping into the soil. May you find safe passage to the spirit lands. Jala said in prayer with a respectful bow of the head before he stood up, and his guards took out their daggers and got to work in cutting the body into carryable sizes. It was some time later, the bongo having already its forelegs and hind legs cut off with much else already having been cut off, that the other parties began to arrive. With how sensitive the hearing of the bongo was, the beast would keep moving several hundred meters ahead of its trackers. A clean kill? Prince Aegon asked as he arrived with his 3 guards in tow, his gaze on the nearly entirely cut up bongo. As clean as circumstances allow. Jala said. Prince Aegon nodded, and soon enough, they were on the move back towards Lotus Port. The hunt was a time-honored tradition amongst the nobility of the Summer Isles. In the times where night stalkers, panthers, and silver-pelted apes twice the size of men were as common as birds that roamed the isle's skies, it was a show of trust and honor to hunt with another. These days, with the silver-pelted apes all but gone, but in the most interior of the jungles and night stalkers and panthers reduced in numbers as the people of the Summer Isles swelled, there was little danger when one ventured into the jungles in a group such as this. Back in Westeros, the prince began as they walked alongside each other, flanked as they were by their guards. We do something like this hunt in the forests. Jala had heard of this. He even remembered that it was on one of these hunts that the prince's father had succumbed to injury. They called hearts, are they not? Hearts. Deer. Stags. Prince Aegon said with a nod. They roam the forests typically, though these days there are but few large enough to sustain their numbers. The Westerosi and the SSE did not respect nature like they did in the Summer Isles. He'd seen that all too much. They were often too blinded by the pursuit of personal ambitions and wants and gold to care for their nature. The only ones that seemed to be somewhat different were mayhaps the Kohori, but then they only truly cared because of the defenses their nature provided against the Dothraki. Most of the reason why the forest still exists is because of the legend that exists amongst the Westerosi. Prince Aegon continued as they walked through the dense jungle towards the plain lands. Legend? He asked curiously as he glanced at the prince. The legend is mayhaps not the right word, for the white stags do exist from time to time. Prince Aegon said to Jala before he looked away into the depths of the jungle. They are believed to be good omen, that which bids good fortune to those who have brought them down. We have similar legends. Jala said. Such as the night stalker that was as pale as the moon, a harbinger of great triumph of some kind or another. It is said that Xanda Kuo had hunted the pale night stalker at the height of night with but a golden heart bow and 3 arrows, bringing it down on her very last arrow. Prince Aegon nodded at him. I imagine so, and you can imagine that white stags have been particularly of interest to kings and princes. Jala inclined his head to Prince Aegon. Yes, any ruler would wish the legitimacy of what such a legendary animal would bring to their rule. Appearances and symbols matter a great deal to us humans, more so to those who depend on it to remain in power. Prince Aegon said, and Jala's expression remained the same, though he could feel the coldness seep into the very air. Jala turned to Prince Aegon and saw him keep his eyes at his front, and Jala returned his gaze back to the front as well. The men who are with us are those I trust completely. Jala said after a long few moments of silence. He'd understood enough from their correspondence that this discussion of theirs was to be secure. I will take your word for it, Prince Jala. Prince Aegon said as he turned, and Jala turned as well, meeting the Valyrian's mismatching eyes, and Jala knew that the prince did not trust him nearly as much as his words indicated. You think I have fallen sway to the discontented nobles? Jala asked him directly, unwilling to dance around the topic. It was the reason why they were meeting, even if neither of them had spoken of it in their correspondence. Not yet, though. It doesn't help that your wife is in their camp. Prince Aegon said as he stared with unblinking eyes at Jala, and he bristled silently at the accusation. She is not in their camp. Jala said sharply, though it did not faze the prince, and Jala berated himself for letting himself react so strongly. She is not in their camp, but her concerns over my rule are not unwarranted. Jala said as he turned away from Prince Aegon's gaze. Concerns that she had raised with him more than on one occasion, concerns that suggested that others were starting to believe that his rulership was allowed by the dragon lords that made their home to his east and ruled over the lands Jala had gifted with an impunity that was unheard of. With that, I agree. Prince Aegon said with some tiredness in his voice, and Jala looked to him carefully. Prince Aegon continued, I am aware of how enemies can make use of the slightest openings to cause a deadly wound, and my family's continued presence on your island is an easy opening to exploit against you. An easy opening, yes, but not an opening they can use to pull open a wound. Jala returned with some coldness in his voice. There is no challenger who could defeat him in a challenge, nor did any of them possess the kind of men that could win against him or the men Jala had in his service. Jala continued, his countenance shifting slightly as he spoke, the thousands of freedmen and women you dumped in my city did not help matters. Jala's voice was sharp, and Prince Aegon narrowed his eyes slightly before he relaxed and inclined his head in acknowledgement. Having to deal with the thousands of freedmen and women not of Summer Islander heritage had caused significant damage to his reputation. The Dragon Lord commands, the Prince of Baelon does the bidding. Lotus Port is the only safe port that is visited freely by ships from around the world. It was the only place I could send them that was reasonably close by, that I could be assured they would not be enslaved again. Prince Aegon told him, and whilst that was true, you did not consult me. Jala said harshly as the feelings of slight grew bolder within him, nor did you warn me of their arrival, simply expecting my cooperation in this mess you created. A mess I created. Prince Aegon's tone was calm, but the look in his eyes was not. Was I meant to let them fend for themselves on the cursed Basilisk Isles? You could have taken them in yourself, or at the very least taken them to friendlier ports such as those in Westeros. Jala returned before he sighed and continued. Do you know that not even half of them have gone yet? Some of them have run out of coin and are little better than beggars just to sustain themselves. Prince Aegon's expression twisted slightly before he nodded faintly. Tell me of the captains that are willing to make journeys to wherever these people call home. I will pay them for the service. The matter has been settled. Jala said after a moment as he met the Valyrian's gaze. I have already charged the merchants to take them home. By the end of the moon, Lotus Port would have rid itself of the troubled lot. It was a shame that it was coming to this, but quite a few of them truly were troublesome. Their hospitality was not boundless, nor was their sympathy unlimited. It was not my intention to cause strife for you, Prince Jala. I have no reason to think you would, yet nonetheless, no matter how good or benign intentions are or can be, they can often cause as much damage as intentions meant to harm and damage. Prince Jala said meaningfully. Prince Aegon nodded to that, and they fell into a long silence, and it was some time after they were on flatter lands in the jungle that one of them broke the silence. We'll be gone in less than 3 years' time. Prince Aegon suddenly said, and Jala looked at him with some wariness but mostly surprised curiosity. Prince Aegon caught the look and offered him a faint smile. We've decided where we're going to make our home. I am sure you've heard of happenings in my town. Yes. Jala said as memories of reports obtained from the villagers around Corinth was brought to the forefront. Tales of galleons, monstrously large ships that dwarfed any that Jala knew of, being built relentlessly, tales that spoke of the people of Corinth preparing to leave to go somewhere else, some of them even claiming that they were going west, were amongst the most occurring of tales. 3 years. Jala said in an inquisitive tone. If I had my way, I would have done it sooner. Alas. Jala waved away with his hand. That is not my intent, my friend. Jala said as he met Prince Aegon's gaze. Merely surprised that I and my people actually leaving. Prince Aegon posed with some dryness in his voice, and Aegon raised his hand in a diplomatic way. I jest, Prince Jala, and mayhaps I do so in poor taste given the seriousness of the matter concerning the instability my and my family's presence caused to your rule. You give yourself far too much credit, Prince Aegon. Jala said with an unimpressed look. Whilst it was true that his rule was not entirely comfortable, especially since his way of ruling was different from the absoluteness with which his uncle had ruled with, one way or another, it would have been not comfortable anyway. As much as he had right and blood to rule Baelon, he had been away for many years, having spent most of his life away from his home island than in it when he won back his father's crown, and it would always have been a point against him. Jala had been as good as exiled even if he never took part of the challenge, and it would be a weapon that would be used against him for as long as he, or his enemies lived. Today it was the Dragon Lords that provided the Scorpion Bolt to their arsenal, but tomorrow it would be simply something else. Ironically, with the presence of the Dragon Lords, and the friendship he shared with Prince Aegon, their conspiring was hardly much of a threat given the fear the dragons inspired in them. None would like to burn alive with their families after all. Nevertheless, My surprise is merely that 3 years is quite long given that you should be able to travel to your new home much sooner than that given the hardwood you have been purchasing. Jala said with a probing note in his voice. We're building up our fleet before we depart. I'm sure you know that those hardwoods are intended for the construction of our galleons. Jala nodded, though he was not sure why they were so focused on building those huge ships. From what he could tell, only something like 50 more people could travel on them, yet the ships were easily twice the size of one of their carracks. Not for the first time was he wondering if the tales of discovery of a route west was true. Those ships were most certainly built to withstand the mountainous waves of the Western Sea. I see. Jala said carefully as he stared at the prince, debating on whether or not to ask directly. He decided against it, in the few moments of silence, knowing that it would do little but sour their discussion if he confirmed his spying on Corinth. Will you cease purchasing the freedoms of your people in that time? Jala asked. No. We aim to purchase as many as we can in the time we have. Unfortunately, that'll be less than we would have ideally wanted, but... Prince Aegon trailed off. Still, when we depart, we will have a good number of people with us. Prince Aegon returned his gaze to Jala. And that will leave Corinth to do as you please. So, you will return the lands I gifted you. The lands were never meant to be gifted in perpetuity, Prince Jala. Prince Aegon said with an amused glint in his eyes. Of course it was not. Prince Jala said with a shrug of the shoulders. I am glad that you have not failed to understand that. There was humor in his voice. When the prince had come to him to discuss how Jala could repay him for the debt, he'd made sure that Prince Aegon understood that it was not to be a permanent gift. Mayhaps had the prince been something other than a dragon lord, someone far less threatening to the prestige and power of to the position of Prince of Baelon, mayhaps the gift could have been made permanent. There have been occasions such had been done on the home isles after all. Prince Aegon chuckled before it petered away and a look of soberness came across his face. Corinth will hold a special place in my people's hearts, Jala. Prince Aegon said as he met Jala's gaze. It has been a place where my people have grown in ways I could scarcely hope to see. Yes, the people of Corinth were an impressive and industrious lot. If only half of his people in Lotusport had shown the same industry, Lotusport may well have been able to compete with the likes of Bravus and Asabhed for most visited port. Though, Jala had to admit to himself, mayhaps they could have been had he been even half the kind of man Prince Aegon was, and as much as he was as envious as he was impressed by the achievements of the prince before him, he knew that he did not wish to be driven by whatever drove Prince Aegon. The boy he'd known on Dragonstone and in King's Landing, the boy that rarely rested and always seemed to be preoccupied with something or another, had grown into a man that had the power and will to see into vision his wants and desires. Commerce, inventions, people, none were anything the man was uninterested in tackling, and it would not surprise Jala if the man barely slept. No, Prince Jala thought to himself, he was content with his way of life and there was no shame in that. And it is why I wish to share with you the ideas I have with what to do with the town when we leave. Prince Aegon said, drawing him out of his thoughts. Jala looked at the prince curiously, and so the prince shared his ideas and what Jala would gain in return for his agreement with his plans. Admittedly, Jala was surprised by the somewhat sentimental ideals that Prince Aegon had in mind when he presented his offer, one that Jala couldn't help but ponder on long after the prince and his guards departed on the dragon. Will you tell me what the dragon prince has said to have you deep in your thoughts hours later, husband? Sola's question brought him out of his mind and back into their bedroom, and he turned to face her. He'd not told any of his advisors and his vizier on what had been discussed between he and Prince Aegon, not since he had not quite decided if he was to accept the offer or not. Previously, he'd wished to raise a city in the lands where Corinth was now, which many centuries ago hosted a prosperous city in its vicinity before it was burned to the ground by slavers. Unlike Lotusport, which had been rebuilt after being sacked in the time of his grandfather's childhood, the city and its name had been lost to history, only songs remaining of the tale, and the lands around it had been left for nature to recover it. Nothing was to stop him exactly of doing what he had planned, merely, allow for the city to also stand symbolically for something else. He presented an interesting offer to me, he said in response. An offer? Sola said questioningly with some suspicion in her voice. What offer? When he and his people leave Corinth, he wishes the town to be a haven for those who have need of it, like the people Prince Aegon has taken in. Prince Jala said absent-mindedly. They discussed far more than that, like the secret behind liquid stone that he'd give to Jala should he accept the terms, but it was the heart of the matter. Wait, the prince and his people are leaving? Sola questioned, latching on to the part that was most important to her. Yes. In a few years. Jala said as he began to undress himself of his clothes. That is good news. Sola said with heavy relief in her voice. It will dissuade most from joining the likes of Xanados when they hear of the news. You concern yourself too much about him, Sola. Jala's voice was sharp as he turned towards her. He is a half-wit that believes too much in his own strength. A half-wit that those that supported your uncle, who still support your uncle even now after he's been exiled, would prefer see in your place. Sola said harshly before she exhaled heavily in a challenge, it does not matter nearly as much if you have the wits or not, only that you have the skill and strength to win and Xanados. Let's not bring up the same argument again today, not when we both know that nothing has changed even with this news, even if you think that our enemy's cause will be weakened when we both know that Prince Aegon's presence mattered not even in the slightest. Jala said to his wife with a fixed look. Just as we both know he will challenge me one day and that day will likely come as soon as Prince Aegon has gone. Jala said critically. Xanados was his second cousin and so he had a claim to his title. A tempestuous cousin who lusted after his title and the benefits it gave him and a man who was far more amenable to manipulations unlike Jala, or his uncle. Jala walked up to his wife who still bore a pinched expression. He'd unmake that pinch soon enough and his expression must have been clear to see for his wife lost the aggrieved glint in her eyes and in its stead came a look that he liked very much. Break. Early to mid 109 AC Corinth. Trita's POV. The ground shook and the air seemed to shake too as the sound of boots simultaneously moving in lockstep rang, whilst sounds of wide rectangular shields moving mixing with the sharp sounds of 5-feet-long spear-like weapons whistling in the air as the weapons were jabbed forward. Rows upon rows of scores of men were side by side, shoulder to shoulder by one another, draped in light armor as they wielded shield and spear. There were about 1,000 of these men who had had some training in sword and bow but had always still remained farmers instead of training to become a men-at-arms like others were and would always truly remain farmers. Not that most of the men-at-arms and these men would not be farmers at heart anyway, something they'd be full-time once more when they finished their years of service and got their land rewards, just as he was yet a sailor at heart and would get to live his life out in the waters around their promised lands when he was done. Trita's eyed the men before him. These group of men, a mixture of largely the earliest freed slaves and a few of the men and sons of the people of Dragonstone, were different than the other men they were taking to train fully into men-at-arms who could fight well enough against the likes of knights and sellswords. These men were being trained to fight as a unit, like the old lockstep armies of the Giscari or the Valyrian armies, to be greater than the sum of their parts, and Trita's mused as he looked upon the narrow and long tip of the spear which also bore axe-like heads close to the base of the spearhead end, that mayhaps they could be as fearsome as the legends tell of the ancient armies. And march. The drill officer assigned to this group of men bellowed out, a knight who sustained permanent injuries in the Basilisk Isles, and the men did as ordered and they moved forward as a single body, their steps so controlled that there was not a single boot that was laid to ground. Raise shields. The shields rose with mesmerizing synchronization. Raise spears. The spearheads rose. Kill. The spearheads came down at an angle before they were drawn back and jabbed forward. The spears in the 2 rows behind the men in front were perfectly placed in the spaces between the shoulders and heads of the men in the rows in front, all of their arms angled differently yet all in such a way that the tip of the spear would bury itself in the stomachs of their enemies. To think that only a few moons of training could see them improve so much. Lomaris said with a grunt in his voice, a grunt that Tritas had come to know as Mina as somewhat impressed. If only the other new recruits could be so useful. Instead of yet having to know the difference between the sharp end and the hilt of the sword. Useless. Lomaris said dismissively and Tritas grinned amused at his friend's scathing assessment. Their training is different to the men-at-arms and far more limited too. Tritas commented and Lomaris snorted. Obviously. Lomaris said unimpressed. The men-at-arms were trained in 2 different categories. The bow and the sword. The bowmen were trained in both the longbow and in the crossbow whilst the swordsmen were trained the most vigorously in the art of the sword. Their conditioning as the prince liked to call it, was also far more intense than any of the other men, training which mirrored the training the squires that were intent on becoming a knight were having to do, and so the point of when they'd become useful was more long-term. And, Tritas mused to himself, given that the conditioning also included some amount of strategy and military ideas, the same kind of training Tritas had gone through as one of the guards and the same kind of training Lomaris had taken as a squire, it was to be expected that their readiness might take quite some time. Doesn't mean that these men show far more usefulness than the current lot of recruits in what should be the core of our army. Lomaris said critically and Tritas couldn't but agree as he turned his gaze towards the trainees who continued their drill. He'd been somewhat surprised when he heard the prince initiated the training of a new kind of army that didn't consume so much time training men like men-at-arms or knights did and he'd been skeptical of its success. It sounded too much like the days of yesteryear, when common folk were given a rusty sword and a broken shield and sent on their way to fight for a king they had not even seen once. That was until he saw them train, as he was now and he'd been slowly convinced of its success, especially when he saw the success of the spears against armored horsemen which were the bane of all footmen. Yes, he'd hate to fight against this kind of army, he mused before he looked towards where the prince was said to be. He wasn't sure why the prince had called upon him, especially here. We have time. I doubt we'll see any combat anytime soon. Tritas said as they continued to walk towards their destination at the far side of the racetrack, the largest open space for training this many a number men, where Prince Aegon was with Muro and the other instructors. I suppose so. The prince wouldn't want to leave now that so many newly freed slaves are set to arrive. Lomaris commented and Tritas looked at the man. Most thought Sir Lomaris as a simple brute who know little else than the sword, and the man rarely gave them impressions for much else. But it would be wrong to dismiss the man. For all that his brother Sir Makar was known to be a smart man, Lomaris shared the same blood that flowed in Makar's veins. No, I imagine not. Tratas agreed. They'd been lucky so far. Almost 40,000 of Corinth were former slaves, and almost all of them had come to adopt the ways of the people of Dragonstone. Those who did not, still fitted in seamlessly amongst their people. And with time, as they settled their promised lands, the differences between those who had been raised in Essos and those who had been raised in Westeros would come to an end. It helped that most of them had been children when they came and had been taken in by the people of Dragonstone, but even so, there had been many a young men that had come from a life of bondage and now were suddenly free. Men they did not know, and men who were, whilst beaten down, young enough to be full of folly and arrogance, unbroken by the chains of slavery, and not understanding that to be free did not mean you were free to do as you pleased. None but the gods themselves were that free, and men who were deluded enough to think themselves to be that free, were men that had no place amongst them. They'd been fortunate enough that only a few of these kinds of men showed themselves, and every year, amongst the thousands, they'd have to make examples of the ones who proved themselves to be unsuitable to be amongst them. This time though, there will be no expulsions from the community. Tratas continued as he placed his arms behind his back. In most instances, where the crime or crimes in accordance to the law did not fit the punishment of executions, the men were expulsed from Corinth and taken to one of the uninhabited islands around Kajay where they would fend for themselves. Tratas and his men were tasked to carry out the verdicts handed out. It had been why he and his fellows had been the best suited to interrogate the pirates, though now he was a little unsure of his role given that he and his men were rolled into the city guard under Sir Cedric now. Not surprised. We wouldn't want tongues waggling before we are ready to leave. Lomaris said with an approving grunt. Tratas nodded before he eyed the training men again. Have you heard anything about what we are preparing for? Tratas asked as he took away his gaze from the men and turned them towards the prince, who seemed to be in deep discussion with Muro and the instructors. No, but it doesn't need to be said, does it? Lomaris said with mocking in his voice. Tratas turned his head towards Lomaris and gave the man a look that would send all but a few scurrying away from him. All it did for Lomaris's cause a mad grin to form on his face. Bloody fool! He was addicted to combat as the wastrels of Flea's Bottom were to drink. It doesn't know. Tratas conceded with the kind of strain that it took to squeeze out water from stone. It was almost certain that they were preparing to sack Myr, the city that set the pirates against them and took their people, one of which had been his good friend Jace, a man who Tratas considered to be all but a brother. Tratas' eyes darkened slightly as he remembered, and he kept the look as he spoke further. I'd love to see their heads on pikes watching on as we pilfer their manses and their vaults. Lomaris laughed shortly. Wouldn't that be a laugh? The loot would be 7 damned wonderful too. I have half a mind to think that it'll be the other half the reason as to why we'd sack the bastards in the first place. It's not as if we're short on gold. Not any time soon. Tratas said as he lost the hard glint. Their sailors and merchants were out in the known world selling everything and anything they can. That man Barrows had left with 25 carracks stocked with goods, and they assigned a full garrison to that fleet. The gold they bring back would be overflowing. True, I suppose. Lomaris said with a shrug of the shoulder before he glanced at Tratas before looking at the prince. But then it's not just gold that we're taking, is it? These free cities value their gold more than they value their own mothers. I can't imagine they wouldn't quake in their nice little boots at the thought we could come and take that which they value so much any time we wished. Tratas stared at Lomaris for a long few moments before he snorted. Let's deal with Myr first, Lomaris. Taking that city won't be easy, even if it does not possess the famed fused stone walls of Tyrosh. Myr was well defended, better than Lys, but its walls were not unsurmountable. Especially if you had a dragon like the prince's. Pa! With the alchemists on our side and the prince's dragon, those walls will pose no challenge. With or without their supposed scorpions. Lomaris dismissed. We wouldn't take this long to take out the enemy. Many of their fellows were curious and dismissive as to why the war in the Stepstones was taking so long. Whilst the enemy Prince Daemon and Lord Corlys were fighting against were undoubtedly better prepared and better armed than the pirates of the Basilisk Isles, it should not have dragged out this long. Yes, the islands in the Stepstones were numerous and undoubtedly the enemy was clever in hiding from the dragons, but their ships were no challenge to the Blood Wyrm. How difficult was it to set traps and lure out their ships? Or better yet, how hard was it for Prince Daemon to go to the ports of the free cities, particularly Myr and Tyrosh, and burn them down one by one and focus on choking Tyrosh from the sea? And Tratas thought himself somewhat darkly. He knew, as someone who had only been a farmer's son, the importance of food to a community. Burn down the farmlands of Tyrosh and Little Tyrosh and wait until panic and hunger set in the city, and there it was, Tyrosh would destroy itself. The support the free cities gave to the corsairs would wither away, and then they only had to clean up the Stepstones. Whatever danger Myr and Lys would then pose could be managed away, especially since the free cities were incredibly soft when it came to danger they themselves directly faced. They never fought to the death, and always they fought in something he heard Muro describe as proxy wars, where they hired sell swords companies to fight somewhere else and never in their own lands, and when the pressure was racked up, they would rather negotiate a treaty they would break only a few years later. Treacherous bastards. Tratas shook his head. Enough for now. Until the prince confirms it, we're just speaking nonsense. He said as they were approaching the prince and their commander Muro. Lomaris seemed like he wanted to say something but he wisely kept his mouth shut as eyes fell on them. My prince. Lomaris and Tratas said respectfully as they bowed their heads towards their prince who set his mismatching eyes upon them after he turned his head fully to face them. There was always something unsettling the way the prince looked at people, as if he could see into their very being with that green eye of his. Mayhaps that is the eye through which he sees the prophetic visions, Tratas mused to himself. Sir Lomaris. Tratas. The prince acknowledged with a slight nod. Come, Sir Lomaris. Commander Muro said with a jerk of the head, and so Tratas was left behind with the prince and of the other instructors. The instructors themselves he knew somewhat. He thought he remembered that he fought alongside of them in the Basilisk Isles. Could have taken a sword for Tratas, he mused. It might have been where he'd gotten his limp. As he walked alongside the prince, he kept his silence as he listened to the prince speak with the instructors about the men training with their spears. Commentary like how to further drill them into an unshakable group, how to get them to fall back on their training in difficult situation, and more was discussed. What do you think, Tratas? The prince asked him, and the sudden question directed at him caught him unawares, though he quickly recovered. My prince. Tratas said with a bowed head, and he took a moment before he spoke, a quick glance given to the men who were sweating heavily as they were drilled relentlessly with spear and shield in hand, which he knew was to build up their strength. They caught on to the lessons quickly, my prince, but the concerns that they may see it only as lessons and training is true enough. Come battle, they may let fear sink in, or they may not, like any of us men who trained with the sword might. Still. Most of the men were freed slaves. Men who were born and bred into slavery. They might have suffered slavery, but these men had also been born in a place where they were seen as valuable commodity to taught a trade and sold to some wealthy noble or merchant in the free cities and towns surrounding them. They knew hardship, yes, but it was not the kind of hardship that hardened the heart and forged iron will. Years amongst the people of Dragonstone had washed away some of that weakness that came from their origin, for certain, but it still remained. That was not to say that it would always remain there. If there was one thing that would break these people out of their weakness, it would be the thought of what they had to protect. Most of these men had started families, and no man fought harder than when he was fighting to protect his own. A problem that even the trainee men-at-arms are facing. The instructor who Tratas thought could have saved his life, Sir Brackwell, said. Yes, but they are paired up against one another and against trained men and knights. Tratas returned before he gestured towards the training men. They are not facing anyone in this training of theirs. When the screams and shouts and the dying starts, they will know nothing like it. At least the trainees will recognize some of it from their experiences. A fair point. The prince said with an acknowledging tone before he glanced at the instructors, and one that has been made a few times now. I will think on the best way to expose these men to such experiences. The prince said, and it was with a sense of finality in his tone. They watched the men train for a while longer before the instructor drilling them called an end to it, which garnered relieved and exhausted joy, but the instructor told them to remain, and it was then that the prince stepped forward and faced the training men directly. There was a hush that fell amongst the men as the prince simply looked at them, his head moving from one side to another. Foremost, the prince was almost a mythical man. A man they saw in Corinth or like this, in the training yards and so on, but that did little to break the wonder and reverence they had for the prince and the princess. For the people of Corinth, former slave and common folk alike, the prince and princess were akin to the gods amongst men, the ones who broke their chains, the ones who provided meaning and prosperity to their lives like they never else experienced, or, as the religious would have them believe, the chosen prophets blessed by the seven to take them to the lands that were a piece of the seven heavens themselves. Tratas did not put much stock in the stupidity of the ones who thought themselves as the new septons, but there was a part of him that had wondered when he heard the prince talk about his visions and the gods. The prince broke his silence, and his voice seemed to travel to the ends of the racetrack. Look to the man on your right. The prince's authoritative voice rang, and the men did as the prince commanded. Now look to the man on your left. The men did as the prince bid them to. The prince began to move slowly as he spoke. These are your comrades. The men who fight alongside you. Capture their faces and burn it into your minds so that when you think on your comrade on your left and your comrade on your right, you know their faces so well that you can remember even the smallest mole on their faces decades later. The men began to look at each other some apprehensively, and then looked to the prince once more, who stood watch with his arms behind his back straight. Do you see, men? The prince posed to the men before he waved in a gesture towards the assembled men. Do you see the men who will fight alongside you? Who you will depend on? The men who will see you survive battle after battle, men who will save your life, men who you will call brother and in time will come to mean it with no hesitation. The prince's voice was loud, though it was not a shout, for there was not a single sound made as the prince spoke, and Tartaz could see the words having an impact on the men who were drenched in their sweat. The prince continued. These men who fight alongside you will help you reach the age of 5 and 60, when you are so old and withered that you need your wife and good daughter to wipe the shit off of your arse. This garnered some laughter amongst the men, and Tartaz thought he could see a smile hidden in the prince's beard from the side of the prince's face he saw. And as you are on your deathbed, surrounded by your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren, you will remember the faces of the men on your right. The men on your left. The prince took a more solemn note as he said so. The prince continued, the solemnity giving way to sincerity as the prince spoke passionately. You will remember the life you saved, you will remember the man who saved your life. You will remember the victories and the ale and wine you shared after the victories with the men who you became brothers with. Tartaz could see the smiles the men shared with one another and the whispered jokes they shared. The prince waved his hand towards them. And that started yesterday. It starts today. It starts tomorrow. The prince raised his hand that turned into a fist. Every day that you train and drill and grow stronger, is a day that ensures that vision, of your being old and weak, but at peace and happy with your legacy and your family secured, will happen. It will be because of your training, because the men you call brothers, because you developed the spine and the iron will to make that vision come true, not only for yourselves but also for the brother on your left and the brother on your right. The prince's voice rose and it invigorated the tired men. So nurse your pain and nurse your mind, for it is for that vision you're fighting for. The prince finished and a good bunch of the men cheered whilst some of the others were deep in thought at what the prince told them. Tartaz couldn't help but marvel with the ease with which the prince had spoken so directly to them, nor with how sure that the prince meant every word of it all. It was some time later that the racetrack was empty and left behind only Tartaz, the prince, and the guards assigned to him. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you to me, Tartaz. Yes, my prince. Tartaz admitted as the sun began its final march beyond the horizon. The prince smiled faintly at him before he gestured Tartaz to come walk with him. I have something in mind for you and the men who guarded the prisons where we kept the pirates, Tartaz, the prince said after a few moments, and it instantly captured his attentions. My prince? Tartaz said inquisitively. No doubt you have ascertained that all of this is for a coming reason. The prince posed and Tartaz only nodded affirmatively. The prince continued, I have not divulged where and whom we are to fight to anyone, nor do I plan to do so for quite some time, the prince said before he turned fully to meet Tartaz's gaze, and such information is not important at this moment in time, the only thing you should know is that it will be for a just cause. Do you understand, Tartaz? I do, my prince. Tartaz said firmly with a hard nod. The prince inclined his head and some of the intensity in his stare was lost as he spoke up next, his gaze turning towards the horizon. Yet there are also some things within the just cause that needs addressing. Things that are distasteful and immoral, yet at the same necessary for goodness and hope for a better future to take fruit from that which came before, the prince said with a solemn note in his voice. Tartaz did not fully understand what the prince was talking about, but he could understand why he was called on by the prince. You wish me to handle the immoral and distasteful actions? Tartaz asked. The prince turned to him, meeting his gaze, and came a stop. Tartaz and the guards also stopped. Yes. The prince said simply as he placed his arms behind his back. What I have need for is not anything I can entrust in the hands of anyone. You, Tartaz, I trust with my life, and I also know that you are able to accomplish the task I will set on you. The prince's hard look broke and Tartaz could see a look of tiredness wash over his face, and the prince's expression turned apologetic. I do not wish to ask this of you, and I will not command you to accept the position I offer you, the prince said to him, and Tartaz looked away from the prince's gaze. He was sure now that the prince wanted him for a task that aimed at far worse than torturing pirates. Such a thing would not have fazed the prince. Goodness and hope for a better future. If it was mere they were talking about, something he was not so sure anymore, that meant gone with the old, root and stem. Even the youngest of stems. Is it necessary, my prince? Tartaz asked seriously as he turned back towards the prince, whose expression turned hard at the question. Not for all of them, I hope. The ones too young to remember will be spared. But for many, yes. Peace and prosperity will demand it. The prince said, and that made the decision for Tartaz. He couldn't say that he was pleased with the task, but he also knew that there would be none other that could do nearly half a good job Tartaz could. The last thing they needed was some fool let it come bite them on their arses decades later. Very well, I accept, my prince. Tartaz said with a bow of the head. Tartaz felt a hand on his shoulder, and Tartaz looked up and met the prince's gaze, and for a few moments, Tartaz thought he had an entire conversation with the prince without a word said. The prince took his hand off of Tartaz's shoulder. You may choose the men you want in this task of yours. 50 to 100 men should suffice. For now, they'll be made to believe they have been chosen to be part of an elite group of soldiers. Choose only those you know their loyalties are absolute and their stomachs lined with iron. The prince said. As you command, my prince. Tartaz said with a bowed head, and the prince nodded to Tartaz before he looked away at the horizon, and Tartaz heard the prince say. What we do for a brighter future? For a brighter future, Tratas thought to himself as he steeled himself for what must be done. Break. Early to mid 109 AC Corinth. Pola Ares POV. Pola Ares woke up in a startle, his eyes distant as images from Tyraxes flashed before his mind's eyes, images that showed the moving mountain that was Miss Aragorn crawling from his slumber past Tyrax's stable, the dragon keepers following like sheep to a shepherd. Ugh. Pola Ares groaned out as the images stopped, though not before he saw Tyraxes hiss a little threateningly at the dragon keepers who were trying to settle his Tyraxes down, but Pola Ares knew his girl wouldn't be so easily put back to sleep after being wakened in such a sudden way. She was grumpy like that, he thought to himself a little tiredly as he cast away the bedding and moved towards his cabinets to dress himself. Once he was dressed, clothing haphazardly thrown on, he quickly made it out of his room and made way towards the guards at the far side, towards the only entrance into their apartment, the light of the candles that adorned each side of the wall the only thing that prevented the halls from descending into total darkness. He never liked this apartment. There were no windows, not even in their own rooms, which was very different from the Red Keep according to the older servants who had come with them to the Summer Isles. He hoped that when they built their new home in Ilamaris, father would make sure the rooms in the towers would have lots of sunlight coming in. Although he wondered if he should to hint about it. Pola Ares came in sight of the guard's post in front of the twin doors as he descended down the stairs and saw the 4 guards talking quietly as they played a game of chess, a game that father had introduced, until one of the guards caught sight of him and stood up and bowed slightly, the other guards quickly following suit. "My prince," Sir Jason said respectfully before he glanced at the short, stout burning candle that the guards used to measure the passage of time before looking at Pola Ares again. "You're up very early today, my prince. I'm only going to see Tyraxes down in the stables. You can come with me if you want, Sir Jason," Pola Ares said to the guard who wanted to stop him. They couldn't exactly say no, not really, especially since Pola Ares wasn't going anywhere outside of the fort. They looked hesitant. "You can wake my parents if you think it's necessary, but you know that they'll only say that it's fine for me to be in the fort as long as I don't leave and you'd make them lose sleep," Pola Ares pointed out, though he was stretching the truth. "Very well, my prince. I will escort you to the stables." Sir Manfred, one of the other guards, said after the guards had shared a look, and Pola Ares was relieved at the acquiescence, though he also suspected the guard would tell the other guards that guarded the stables to keep an eye on him. Pola Ares nodded satisfied at the answer from them, and so he made his way towards the stables with Sir Manfred behind him, and after a quick word with the dragon keepers, Sir Manfred left him behind, knowing that none of the guards were permitted beyond the entrance of the stables without permission from his father or mother, and Pola Ares walked into the dimly lit stables with the dragon keeper. Tyrax's growls were the most vocal, and irritated, though Pola Ares could hear the other dragons too, but he didn't think it would be long before they went back to sleep once he got Tyraxes calmed down. Galathox, Castore's golden dragon, was like the dragon in Father's Tales, Smog, a dragon that was lazy and preferred to lay roost in comfort, the only difference being that there was no gold for the dragon to hoard, Pola Ares joked to himself. Shrikos was indifferent to the other dragons until it was roused into anger, at which point Shrikos was probably the most ferocious of all the dragons, including Father's dragon. Mother's dragon was the calmest of them all, and also the dragon that all of the other dragons liked the most, even Shrikos, especially now that she's had her first clutch. "You felt her agitation, my prince." Nalandus, the dragon keeper who looked 100 years old, a man who once worked in the dragon pit in King's Landing and on Dragonstone taught all of the other dragon keepers with his 2 sons, asked. "I did, Keeper Nalandus." All dragon keepers who passed their trials were referred to as Keeper, a title father had bestowed on them after finding references to the title in some of his tomes written by dragon lords. It seemed like his ancestor King Jaehaerys had taken an old practice instead of coming up with it. "You're much like your father. He too has a rare bond with Miss Aragorn that few of your blood are lucky to possess," Nalandus told him with his old and wizened-sounding voice, and Pola Ares smiled happily at the comparison, and soon enough they were before Tyrax's stable, where a few dragon keepers were standing by with a non-threatening posture, the carcass of a sheep left unburnt by them. Pola Ares quickly stepped up his pace and walked past the dragon keepers and walked towards Tyrax's, whose growls died in her throat once she caught his scent and saw him. "Shush, calm, Tyraxes," Pola Ares said soothingly as he stepped up to his dragon, whose head was now several times the length of his body with teeth that were as long as his hands. I know, it was rude of Miss Aragorn to wake you up like that," Pola Ares said with a laugh as Tyraxes pushed her snout into his hand, and Tyraxes growled a little deeper as if to make a comment that was meant to be a much ruder than the words Pola Ares had chosen to say about Miss Aragorn. Pola Ares' laugh was strangled in his throat, though he couldn't help but let a few sounds escape from his throat at his moody dragon. "I shall leave you to your dragon, my prince." Pola Ares turned around and caught an understanding look on the face of Nalandus whilst the other dragon keepers placed torches in the torch holders by the side of the stables. Pola Ares didn't quite know what the look meant and was for, and instead simply nodded, though as Nalandus and the other dragon keepers turned to leave, he asked, "Has the clutch hatched yet?" It was a question he and his brothers probably asked far too often, but it was exciting to know that there would be more dragons amongst them soon, and finally Rena and Solanis, mayhaps Bryanii too, would have dragons of their own. Not yet. Nalandis said as he turned to face Polaris again. Without the flames of Dragonstone, the hatching of eggs is more fate than it is nature, my prince. So they might turn to stone then? Polaris asked more curiously than disappointed, and he turned to look at his Tyraxes. Tyrax's egg had turned to stone too, but it still hatched after father helped. Mayhaps, mayhaps not. Your father's idea to use dragon flame to keep the eggs warm keeps them alive much like the dragon mont does. Nalandis commented. Dragon eggs were rarely kept in King's Landing, he remembered mother saying, since the dragons needed the heat of the dragon mont. Dragon eggs were brought from Dragonstone to King's Landing only when there was a new son, to be lain in the crib, and if that failed after a few weeks, then the egg was returned to Dragonstone, and another egg tried, either in the crib again, or when they were older if they wanted to hatch their own egg. Though father said that none had yet chosen to hatch their own eggs as older boys. His uncles, Viserys and Daemon, both refused to pick their eggs and decided to wait to mount an older dragon. All right. Polaris said with a nod, not knowing what else to say, and thankfully the dragon keepers knew when the talk was over and he was left alone with Tyraxes, who was silent but kept watchful eyes open. After Tyraxes calmed down, she decided after all to eat the sheep after burning it to a crisp, and Polaris spent much of his time in silence as he leaned against her side, preferring to relax and listening to her breathing as he closed his eyes. There was little to talk about to her after all. He already talked with her about his day yesterday evening, about his lessons and his training, even about the new galleon the shipyards have built. It was some time later that he heard footsteps of a single person grow louder, and he wondered why there was a single dragon keeper coming his way. The footsteps made Polaris open his eyes, and he waited until he could see who it was. Father. Polaris looked surprised when his father was the one who came. Did they wake father, or have I lost track of time? Son. His father said with a curious smile as he looked to him and Tyraxes before meeting Polaris' gaze again. You're up early. Tyraxes was unsettled, so I woke up a bit early. Ah. His father said with a little bit of surprise as he looked curiously at Polaris, though he lost it as he spoke next. Miss Aragorn must have awoken her. His father smiled a little as he turned to glance at the other stables, which were silent now though. Probably enjoyed it too. The old man does that streak in him to let others know of his presence. Aren't you older than Miss Aragorn? Polaris couldn't help but retort, and his father laughed warmly. About a year I think, but Miss Aragorn has an old soul about him. Father said with a fond smile before he looked at Tyraxes with a curious look, and I think you understand what I mean, at least a little, don't you son? If father meant that Tyraxes also had something about her, like Miss Aragorn did, then yes, Polaris thought as he turned to look at his dragon, whose eyelids were halfway down, still keeping an eye out on her surroundings. I think so. Polaris said with a little smile and petted the snout of his dragon. He couldn't help but think that his Tyraxes was a little bit more special than the dragons of his siblings. None of them had the kind of bond Polaris had with his she-dragon. Did the guards wake you? Polaris asked after he turned his head. No. I have been awake for some time. Miss Aragorn left the stables because of me. His father told Polaris, and Polaris' eyes widened. Oh. Polaris simply made out before frowning a little. Do you think I'll be able to tell Tyraxes what I want her to do even if I'm away from her? You see through her eyes, do you not? Polaris nodded. He told his family about it when he was younger, when it first happened, and his father had told him that it was not common for that to happen and asked Polaris not to repeat it too often. Not that he really wished to anyway. His brothers didn't really believe him. Then it is likely that you will be able to. His father confirmed to him as he walked up to him and Tyraxes, and Polaris placed a hand on her head to make sure she behaved. His father smiled a little at him as he spoke again, his eyes fixed at Tyraxes. Of course, a bond with a dragon is one of partnership with an intelligent being, so how much she will let you command her will be different to how much Miss Aragorn allows me to command him. Only you will know the limits of the bond you have with her. I wish they could speak. Polaris said a little quietly as he petted Tyrax's head, his eyes studying the spiky head of his grey-blue she-dragon. His father hummed. I do too. And Polaris looked to his father, who seemed to wear a strange look on his face. Imagine what stories Baelon could have told our family of old Valyria. Or Viagar about the first few decades after the Doom. His father then turned to look at Polaris, a small mischievous smile on his face. Although I imagine they'd much rather prefer to talk about their most memorable hunts and their most memorable battles they'd been a part of. Or if Baelon was anything like Shrykos, he'd threaten to burn you if you asked any questions, Polaris said with a laugh in his voice, his father chuckling quietly. Their laughs came to an end, and his father looked at him for a long few moments before he spoke up. Come with me. Polaris tilted his head a little unsure. I'll be working in the forge for the next few hours, until dawn, and you might as well come with me if you are not going back to sleep. His father added, and Polaris' eyes widened and he quickly got to his feet. Really? Polaris said with some excitement as he made his way to father. He'd finally get to see what father was doing in the forge that he'd built some way off the path of the dockyard and the blacksmith's quarter at the port, which had been only recently completely. The blacksmith's quarter and father's forge, which was some way west of the dockyards, were almost as guarded as well as the dockyards in the city. His father had not told them what he and the other blacksmiths were doing, saying that he wanted to keep it a surprise for a little while longer, though it did not stop everyone from throwing up ideas of what his father was doing. Nico and the others thought that the blacksmiths were building the hull of a metal ship whilst father was forging Valyrian steel ramming poles, and those ideas were amongst the less wild stories that the squires were making up. Really? His father said as he placed his hand on top of Polaris' head, though Polaris could see the mild frown on his face. It doesn't mean that I have absolved you from the mess you and your brothers have made. Polaris grimaced and he looked down at the ground. We didn't know the stories would be spread like that. Polaris muttered. They wanted to share the amazing stories they grew up on. Who could say that some people were taking to believe the stories were really true? I know. Father said in an understanding tone. It is why I am not angry and merely a little disappointed. Polaris flinched and father saw it, and father placed his finger below Polaris' chin and he met father's mismatching eyes. My disappointment with you is not because you shared stories that you loved, but because you shared them in a way that led those boys, and others, to think that these were not stories but instead legends like the tales of Brandon the Builder. Father said to him before smiling a little, though his eyes seemed to grow distant. We are the keepers of our people, Polaris. Our words, our deeds, are kept to a greatly different standard, and so we have a responsibility to be wise with everything we do, even if it's quite unfair. His father said to him gently. I understand. Polaris muttered. We did tell them that they were only stories, but they don't really want to believe us. Polaris said to his father. His father winced. Now that is probably my fault. His father said with a sigh. I have woven the stories I tell you boys with legends of the past that people know with that of my stories. Father said as his face turned into a contemplative look. Mayhaps it would be good if I have the stories written as a play so that people understand it, that it is only really meant to be stories. Why don't you just tell them that it is stories? Polaris asked curiously. Wouldn't that kind of stop everything? His father's expression darkened a little. People are already convinced that I am a prophet with the discovery of Illuminaries, so even when I say, no, I do not know the true history of the world and that of the gods, I'm not quite so easily believed. His father said with a lot of exasperation in his voice. But never mind that. His father said with a shake of the head as he guided Polaris by the neck out of Tyrax's stable. Come on, let's go to my forge. Be mindful that you can't tell anyone other than your brothers in privacy about what you'll see. Father's expression fell a little as Polaris studied his father's face. I think it is time that I teach you and your brothers some of what I have come to know. Polaris looked at his father oddly. Weren't they always learning that anyway? What was different about this forge? They descended down the hill, towards the keeps at the bottom. The darkness of the night seemed as if there was a blanket of light hiding behind a curtain of black silk, so illuminating was the night that they hardly had much need of the torches, and after Polaris was on his pony, he and his father and guards rode off to the town. Though the town was mostly asleep, there were still people milling around, especially by the taverns, but it was still odd to see the town so quiet. Especially with how busy everything has been lately. From the porcelain makers in the city centre to the men-at-arms training in the barracks and training yards to the shipbuilders to the blacksmiths at the port, there was hardly anyone not doing something, either making loads of stuffs for the merchant ships to take and sell in every port in the known world, or making stuff for the galleons like the sails or hinges or 100 of little other things. Mother had said that the news of their new home had sparked a fire in everyone, a fire that grew from a desire to be part of something special, and so Corinth was very busy from dawn to dusk. The only ones that were a little different about everything were the newly freed men and women who were beginning to arrive from Lys. They were still getting used to everything, especially the men, some of whom had already broken some of the laws, but most of them were doing lots, like everyone else, for Corinth, like preparing the wood for the galleons or working on the farms, all whilst being given lessons in whatever they wanted to do after they were integrated like father described. He'd heard that quite a few of the newly freed slaves working in the farms were wanting to be part of the men-at-arms, which wasn't surprising since anyone who fought in service of their people, could easily own lots of farmland in Illuminaries. Soon enough they were out of the town and on the paved road to the port, where they veered off onto dirt tracks to father's forge. He could see hammers ringing faintly as they approached, a sound that grew louder when they were by the gates, and Polaris' eyes widened once they were past the wooden walls that enclosed the place, his eyes latching on to Miss Aragorn, who was unmissable. At the back, Miss Aragorn towered over everything and everyone, including the huge round thing which had a few pole-like arms and a little square box thing stuck on the side of the round thing. Was it made out of liquid stone? That stood right in front of Miss Aragorn, whilst on the other end inside of the wooden walls was a stone building that took up like a quarter of the large space where he could hear the sounds of hammers on steel coming from. By the building there were all kinds of things, like a staircase that looked like it could move and very long shovels with deep grooves in the shovel heads. As he followed father towards the stone round thing, he caught a look and saw that there were people working inside of the building. Are there blacksmiths in there, father? Polaris asked, and father looked down at him before he looked towards the stone building. They are working the new steel that was smelted from a week ago. His father said, and Polaris nodded before he frowned and looked up at his father. But why are they working now at night? Once a night every week, I have them work the steel I and Miss Aragorn smelt. Father explained patiently, I do not wish to take all of their time on this project of mine, nor do I wish too many pairs of eyes on what I am doing here. Oh. Polaris only said. That made sense. Polaris felt a hand on his shoulder and it startled him a little. He looked up and met his father's gaze, who looked very serious. You will stand over there, his father said sternly before he turned Polaris and gestured towards an area far from Miss Aragorn before he turned Polaris back to him, and you will stay there with Sir Darren until I call for you. Is that understood? Yes, father, Polaris said a little nervously, and his father's stern expression fell a little and Polaris felt father grip his shoulder a little tighter. Good. Now go. Polaris scurried off with Sir Darren following him, and so Polaris waited and watched as the men began to dump black rock into the round stone thing furnace Sir Darren had explained when he'd asked the knight what the thing was called, and it took ages before they stopped, and so Polaris kept on waiting for something to happen. And he waited. And waited. He decided to look around a little, and he noticed that a few of the alchemist guild were here, including the man he thought might be Dorland, the man who replaced For Orlan. Finally, Miss Aragorn lifted his head as father approached the large dragon. The men began to bring over a chest that seemed to be filled with something iron sand, Sir Darren explained, and brought by the furnace, which Polaris could see was 3 large round rings stacked on top of each other, which was getting connected to something called a blower feeding air into the furnace, which he could was connected in the bottom round ring, and then father moved away from Miss Aragorn and moved towards the furnace. Father then unhooked what looked like a little door to the little square box thing on the side of the furnace and then turned back to Miss Aragorn, and Polaris saw his father move a little strangely before he said something to Miss Aragorn. Polaris' eyes widened in shock when he saw Miss Aragorn draw himself up slightly, his maw opening and telltale glimmers of blue embers shone between his teeth, and Polaris felt a strong hand on his shoulder as panic rose within him. I'm sorry, my prince, but you must not move as your father commanded. Sir Darren said to him. But... Polaris began to protest, but Sir Darren shook his head. Your father knows what he is doing. Just watch him, my prince. Whatever Polaris was going to say was cut short when he heard the sounds of dragon flame, and his head swiveled so fast that it might well have come off of his shoulders, and his eyes widened to as far as wide as they could go at the sight of what he was seeing, and his mouth had fallen open in shock. Miss Aragorn's blue flame had spewed out of his maw, the world set alight in the hue of a blue that was bluer than the clearest and bluest a day has ever been, yet, that did not surprise him, no, and neither he pay much attention at the time at Miss Aragorn's flames, which were far lesser than a dragon his size was capable of. No, his attentions were firmly set on his father. His father, who shone as blue fire, surrounded him, like a white-hot steel ingot in the darkest of nights. His father, who moved and moved his arms in such ways that the flames of Miss Aragorn were dancing to the tune of his father's arms. Licks of flame and fire was being guided into the box thing as if they were not but cloth attached to strings, his father's arms the puppets, and he was mesmerized by it all. Father. Father was doing magic. Real magic. The fire crackled, and whatever the black rock that was in the furnace was, that too crackled and began to glow a little, and the top began to glow a little too after a bit of time. Soon, men began to use the strange large triangle-like blower things, and there were 3 men on each one, moving the handles up and down, and up and down. Polaris stared wide-eyed when the top of the furnace began to glow blue, and it wasn't long before blue flames began to come out of the top of the furnace, and Polaris watched on as men began to climb the movable stairs and spread more black rock on top of the furnace, and they did it a few times, and then they started to spread the iron sands onto the flames. Miss Aragorn stopped his flames not long after, and after the last flames had gone into the box thing, father walked towards the box, closed it shut with his own hands. It should have burnt, father, shouldn't it? Polaris thought in amazement before he realized that it was probably magic that made father fireproof. Father stepped away from the furnace and watched on like everyone else as iron sands kept on being added after little breaks, sometimes even adding a lot more black rock, and the blue flames kept on burning. The flames were so tall, almost half as tall as father himself, and Polaris kept on staring at the flames. He didn't really understand why the flames were blue, but he knew that Miss Aragorn had something to do with it. Beautiful, isn't it? Polaris startled, and he only realized that it was his father who spoke to him when he looked up. His father looked at him a little amused, and Polaris took in a long breath before he fired his questions to his father in one long breath. Polaris, hold on, breathe. His father said in a chuckle as he placed his hand on top of Polaris' head, softly ruffling his hair. Try that again, but this time, one question at a time. Father said with a gentle smile. Since when were you able to do magic? And why did we not know about it? Everyone else seemed to know that father could do magic, he thought as he looked around at the people who were around. From the blacksmiths to the alchemists to the guards, they knew father could do magic, and yet Polaris had never heard of it. I knew I could magic before you were born, but I only learned it since you were born. Father explained to him gently before he looked away towards the furnace. I scraped and scraped to know what I know, my son, and I still know only a little still. Father said in an odd tone before he shook his head and looked back down at Polaris. What you see tonight is nothing but tests to try out to rediscover something that was lost many years ago. Valyrian steel. Polaris said with awe before he looked back at the furnace with amazement. Gods, he could imagine the faces of Nico and the others when they realized that some of their craziness wasn't so crazy after all. That is my hope. His father said, and he could hear the sigh in father's voice, and he looked back up at his father with some confusion on his face. His father saw and said, there is a reason why Valyrian is a lost art, Polaris. Those who could create it all died out in the doom. You know how there are families who keep what they know and know how to make in the family, like the special porcelain only the Wensington family can make. After seeing Polaris nod, his father continued, well, Valyrian steel is much like that. What I am trying to do, is trying out all kinds of things hoping I get lucky and find the right track. Like the glass experiments you did with Maester Edwin. Polaris offered, and his father smiled at him and nodded. I, quite like that, though this is proving to be much more difficult. His father admitted to him, and Polaris drew himself up a little straighter. I want to help. Polaris said strongly and excitedly. He wanted to learn magic and do what father did with the flames. When you're older and stronger, you may help me. His father said before he turned serious, but I will not have you learn magic without my supervision or without my knowing, do you understand me? His father said sternly. Polaris nodded quickly, and his father stared at him for a long few moments before he nodded. Good. I almost died a few times, and it is only thanks to the 7 that I did not perish to my folly. I was more than just lucky, Polaris, so do not think you will come out of it safe and whole without me. His father said quietly but sternly as he gently laid his hand Polaris' cheek. I won't disobey you, father. Polaris said honestly, shaken up as he was by his father's admission he almost died because of his magic learning. His father looked at him for a long while before he nodded and drew Polaris into him. Ask your other questions, Polaris. The wait before we take out the steel will be long. And so Polaris asked his questions long into the night. By the time of dawn, the flames had gone out, and a little while after that, the men began to hook up the top ring. Some of the men hammered at the seams of the ring, and then they heaved up the ring. They moved the ring away, and ashy black stuff dropped to the ground, which some of the men brushed away before they hooked up the second ring and did it all over again. When they moved the last and bottom ring, Polaris saw what was on the ground amidst the ash and glowing hot rocks. It seemed like it was a stone carved into a raised circle, and he thought that mayhaps it was where the bottom ring sat on. The hot rocks were picked up by the men, who hastily ran towards a bucket of probably water and dropped the rocks into them, and Polaris saw the steam rise from the bucket. Polaris followed father towards the bucket, and Polaris' eyes widened when he saw what was inside of the bucket. Animal blood. His father supplied, and Polaris turned to look at his father, who seemed to study him carefully. What are the oldest words of our family? Fire and blood. Polaris whispered as he stared wide-eyed at the bucket of blood, which seemed to have a few odd kinds of color that swam like strings onto the surface of the blood. Was that normal, he wondered. Yes, there is a lot of things packed in those words, my son. His father said to him before he put his hand into the still steaming bucket of blood and took out one of the rocks. He then walked over to another bucket which did have water and dipped the steel rock into it until it was clean. His father came back and showed Polaris the steel, which seemed to have all kinds of color in it, colors that was a bit like the strings of color that was in the bucket of blood. Is it Valyrian steel? Polaris asked hesitantly. His father smiled at the question before he shook his head, and Polaris felt some disappointment at it. It is not quite Valyrian steel, his father said in some tired, amused voice before he grew a little serious. It's stronger and harder than normal steel, but it is not nearly as indestructible as proper Valyrian steel. An in-between. Polaris said with a frown. Just so. His father said, and Polaris looked at his father a little apprehensively. Mayhaps it needs spells. Polaris offered carefully, and it made his father chuckle before his father ruffled his hair, and Polaris looked at his amused father with a look of annoyance. He was being serious. Mayhaps. His father said seriously, much to Polaris' surprise. His father tugged on his beard as he frowned. I considered it, but I have not come across any hints that spells are a true form of magic. Oh. Polaris only said, not sure what to say about that. Polaris felt his father's hand on his head move again, and it drew his attentions, and he looked up to his father. Go with Sir Darren, I need to finish up with the men before we return home and grab something to eat. Yes, father. Polaris said dutifully before he taken back to the front by the gates by Sir Darren. Sir Darren. Polaris began a little hesitantly. Yes, my prince. How long have you known father could do magic? Polaris asked the knight. Sir Darren seemed to think it over before he answered. For a few years now, my prince. Sir Darren answered, and Polaris looked at the knight surprised. Oh. Polaris only said, not sure where to go from there. Thankfully Sir Darren continued, I have seen your father only truly work with fire, however. I am not sure if there is more your father can do. Only fire. Polaris questioned curiously. Only fire, my prince. I believe it is something that comes naturally to your family, my prince. Sir Darren said to Polaris as he looked down at him, and he seemed to look at Polaris with some amount of scrutiny. You seem disappointed, my prince. Polaris' eyes widened. I'm not disappointed. Polaris said quickly. I just thought. You thought your father could a lot more than that. Sir Darren said in an understanding tone before the knight shook his head. Mayhaps your father could, but your father will not. Polaris frowned a little confused at that. I don't understand. Sir Darren looked down back at Polaris. Your father has warned you not to try magic without him, did he not? Polaris nodded. Sir Darren continued, his eyes boring into Polaris. Your father knows that most magic is evil and foul in the eyes of the seven. It is why he refuses to blacken his soul with the kinds of foul magic sorcerers practice. The seven have granted your father and your family their blessing, but their blessing knows a limit. Sir Darren looked away from Polaris. Your father knows the limit stops at what comes naturally to your blood. Fire and blood. Polaris said in a whisper. Fire and blood, Sir Darren repeated, and it was words that stick long into Polaris' mind, long after his father returned, and long after he was back at the fort, breaking his fast amongst his family. Chapter 18. Thank you for your patience, it is greatly appreciated. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. Late 109 AC Illuminaries. Admiral Bryce Arenter POV. Admiral. The shout, accompanied with a harsh knock on the door, jolted him out sleep. Cook's about to finish up the stew. Bryce recognized the voice, realizing it belonged to Horvan, one of the younger boys serving on the ship. All right, boy. Bryce shouted out a little groggily and a little hostile too. Gods, he hated mornings, he thought as he removed the lion skin bedding from himself, and with a tired sigh he sat upon his bed before he cleared the sleep dust from his eyes with a weary hand, the sound of the pattering rain against the hull of the ship falling into a faint and distant echo. He'd barely gotten a decent night's sleep for the past 4 or so moons since he'd been here. When he reopened his eyes, he turned towards the window of his cabin and saw that it was barely dawn. He shook his head and finally decided to get about his day, the planks beneath his feet creaking as he moved. A little while later, after he'd dressed himself, he'd made it out of his cabin towards the great cabin that functioned as a mess hall where the crew and officers congregated in the morning, the smell of fresh bread baking a heaven sent as he walked down the steps. He arrived at the great cabin and saw the food being served up by the cooks. Admiral, the sailors acknowledged whilst some of the younger ones saluted, and Bryce gave them a sharp nod before he sat down next to his second officer, Selden, a boy of 24 with the hair and looks of old Valeria but with mossy green eyes, who had sat alone and away from the rest of the crew, as was the standard of the prince's navy. Sir. Selden said before he pushed a bowl of stew towards him, and Bryce nodded to the young man who he'd gotten to know well over the past 8 or so moons after they'd sailed from Corinth. He had a good shoulder on his head and he was loyal and dutiful too, and Bryce mused that he'd done well in picking the boy as his second officer. His previous second officer had been promoted to take possession of one of the new-built galleon, just as Fisherman, Locke's second officer, was promoted to captain. If the boy continued to do well over the next few years, he'd be promoted to captain a galleon in due time. Mayhaps not even take a few years, he mused. From what the prince was telling him, they'd managed to improve the shipbuilding yard to be able to build 3 galleons a month, and now they boasted a fleet of some 20 galleons, half of which should be arriving in Illuminaries with another few thousand men. Though Bryce suspected that the shipbuilding rate was to drop off the coming moons, since it wasn't cheap at all build that many galleons, nor was it easy on the men. He ate largely in silence, preferring to listen with half an ear to the chatter of the crew. Conversations were less cheerful, the novelty of setting foot on new lands that no man has ever been on before had long ago vanished. It tended to be so when you were needed to put in hard labor like the rest of the pioneers, as the prince had chosen to call them. Whilst the lands west, the Silver Mountains that crested the horizon south and east of their present location, were largely flatland, there were still many forests and plant life they needed to clear to make way for farmland. The reddish-brown trees had soon become the bane of many a man with their tough bark and wide girths, and the task of cutting the logs was no easy feat either, though he supposed they were lucky enough that they brought enough horses to help pull the stumps out of the ground and level the land with iron land levelers. He glanced at his crew that sat at the tables before him. None of them had complained, at least not in such a manner that it reached his ears, that they were tasked to help out the farmers, the men-at-arms and the builders in getting the lands prepared for farming and settlement. Still, whilst the men were less cheerful, they were still committed to difficult task at hand. They'd been chosen exactly because of this hard-working nature of theirs. Their food stores could last them for over a year, along with the abundant deer-like animals that roamed these lands, whilst the strange predators of these lands were slowly being rooted away for leagues around them by the men-at-arms. They had shelter on the ship, and if they had to stay by the clearing sites, there was enough tents to go around. Truthfully, the concerns they had was neither food or shelter or safety, but rather the damn biting pests that seemed to come alive when the rains fell. There had been nary a man who hadn't had marks of red pin bites on their body, even him. There was no escaping them if you were by the river or the lakes several leagues northwest, and the men, those who could not find board on one of the 2 ships anchored in the river, had taken to tent out in the forest where they were not so inclined to go, at least until the cabins were good enough to keep the pests away. The prince had oddly been concerned about the nature of these pests, more so than the burning ants or the yellow-tailed scorpion to whom they'd lost a man to, but after a few weeks, when none of them had fallen ill, the prince had relaxed. Over time, they learnt that the pests were most active during dusk and dawn, so a strict schedule had been issued out to the men working in areas where the pests were likely to ravage, and they were more than happy enough to work to it, though, of course, they were less so happy to work during the night when it was their turn. Bryce hummed silently. Whilst their concerns were few, all things considered, and the promise of land, well-earned gold and well-built homes like the kind the builders had shown them plans for was a powerful motivator, there was no denying that, despite their willingness to work for the future of their people, that there was a deep need amongst the men. Most of the men were married, another powerful motivator to ensure they succeeded, but they were missing their families, and quite obviously, they were missing the comforts of a woman. 8 moons without one was a long time, and most of these men were not the hardened sailors like his old crew was. He was going to raise the issue with the prince today. After he was done eating, he and most of his men disembarked from the ship, and they made their way down on the muddy and trodden ground towards the settlement where the builders and the men-at-arms would be at the time of day. Some of the crew separated away and made their way to the fields to which they were assigned to, whilst others followed him to the settlement where they would carry out their assigned work. Long before he set eyes on the settlement, he could hear the sounds of axe hitting wood and the sounds of hammer hitting nail and wood, and when he arrived at the settlement, he saw the several hundreds of men working on the felled trees. Already they'd built several dozen cabins, each that could house 4 to 6 men, and he expected in the next fortnight, they'd build another dozen of them, allowing the majority of the men on the ground a roof over their heads instead of living in tents. Whilst there was little concern anymore of the demon birds or the strange lion-like animals, both of them having been hunted to death in their area in the first few weeks of their arrival, having the comforts of good solid walls against nature and its dangers would do the men good. He spoke briefly with Maros, the knight in charge of overseeing this site, about their needs and their food stores, before he left him and his men to their devices and made his way with young Tobin and 2 armed men to the cartographers and the builders that should have returned to their main camp, a camp that was past the main farming fields which laid several leagues to the west of the settlement, and they did so with the warm sun beating on their backs. If there was one thing he loved most about these lands, it was the pleasant weather that was much like that of Corinth. Even when it was raining hard and fast, which rarely happened in Corinth, it rarely got cold, even during the coldest night it was but a pleasant cold like autumn on Dragonstone or King's Landing. He'd been to the Reach a number of times in his long life, and, as he glanced around at the rugged but mostly flat green land, he could imagine that these lands would be as productive and heavenly as Corinth or the Reach had been. Though he doubted he'd live to see it become like the Reach and its never-ending golden fields. For all that these lands were fertile with plentiful local source of water, he knew that flattening these lands and preparing them for crops and building the irrigation channels would take many, many years. Preparing the fields on this side of the river, which had been largely forest and shrubbery free, would very much take considerable time, more than it took to prepare the lands of Corinth, which had been blessed with lands that had long ago been flattened even if they had been abandoned for centuries at least. They continued to walk for several hours at a steady pace, his sea legs having been strengthened by practice over the past few moons, causing him to no longer need his walking stick, and by the time they arrived, they were greeted with the sight of black earth amidst largely seas of bumpy greenery against a backdrop of distant forest at the far side. The sun approached that of the noon sun. With the naked eye, the amount of land that was leveled and turned seemed much, but he knew that they'd only prepared something like 250,000 acres thus far at this site, which was the main farming field, and only several dozens of acres prepared at other sites which included the flood grasslands. This particular site, whilst not as flat as other parts of this land, was much closer to a tributary of the main river which ran on a downward slope to this area. These lands would allow a lot less time to build the irrigation system to feed the crops than other lands despite their easier conversion into farmland. For a few moments, he took in the sight, enjoying the way the sun hit blades of green and embers of black, and for a moment, he imagined seeing it all turned into golden fields and rows upon rows of plants of all kinds of shades of green, and a faint smile came across his face before he shook it away and carried on. He briefly spoke with the man in charge of this work site, a farmer called Duran Sala, over bread, rabbit meat and a side of dried fruits before he continued on his journey towards the builders' camp beyond the forest. The builders and the cartographers had found several locations for future stone quarries on this side of the river, closer than the stone quarries on the other side of the river but still some 4 leagues away from the settlement. Presently, some of the builders were planning out how to mine for the stone when it would be needed, though it wasn't their only purpose. The builders he was going to see, led by a man named Lazyros Anero of Bravasi origin, one of the few men who had spoken with the prince through the dragon glass candle, had been tasked by the prince to look further for marble and other coveted stones such as granite. The prince wanted them to be certain that there were nothing of such value for 24 leagues around them. The cartographers that had gone with the builders were tasked to map these places. In a way, these men had become their scouts in this direction. Before his once-in-a-moon call with the prince, he wanted to know if any progress that he could tell the prince. He'd told Anero to meet with him on this day back at the camp. The journey through the forest took several hours, in which time they'd encountered a few more of this land's native animals, taking particular care to look out for any yellow-tailed scorpions which seemed to dwell amidst the fallen leaves, though fortunately not the hairy bear-like creature which were twice as bad as the demon birds. By the time they made it to the clearing, he was honestly exhausted and reminded himself to remain insistent when he came to face Anero who'd refused him last time to come back to the settlement on the 28th day of every moon. He came to see 8 men at the camp who looked a little surprised at the sight of Bryce, Tobin, and the 2 other men before one of them made their way towards them. Admiral, the man he thought was called Bander, said with a respectful nod. Bander, is it? Bryce asked, and after he got a nod from the man, Bryce continued, where is Anero? He asked after a glance at the men who decidedly did not have Anero amongst them. The man, looking to be in his mid or late 20s, grimaced slightly, almost sheepishly as he answered, Admiral sir, he won't be back yet I don't think until probably tomorrow. Bryce frowned heavily. Why? He knew that I would be coming. The damn uptight bastard even insisted that Bryce come to him. He also knew why he was here too. Bander nodded. He didn't forget, sir. Bander seemed to hesitate a bit before he continued, it might be best to just show you why he's not back yet. Bander said before he turned around, leaving Bryce to follow the man with a heavy frown. Bander spoke with a few of the men before one of them went towards one of the tents and brought out a bag. This better be a damn polished marble stone. Bryce said a little harshly. If only, sir. One of the men said in a nervous laugh that seemed a little off, and he could see why when the man carrying the bag brought out a skull, of something. The skull, grey verging on black in color, was in the shape of a human skull, but that was where the similarities all ended. The temples bore small but hook-like bone that strangely curled inward, whilst there were 2 fang-like bones the size of a little finger in its jaw, much like where the incisors in his mouth were, but in this creature, they were part of the skull. We found several cave entrances 3 leagues from here. We thought mayhaps we could find gemstones like the caves in Corinth, but instead, we found this amongst other bones by the water inside of the cave. Bander explained. Bryce extended out his hand and the man holding the skull dropped it in his palm. He rolled it in his hand before he picked it up and looked at it even closer. He'd seen a fair few skulls in his life, and this had many more differences than simply the 2 sets of strange bones. For one, the back of the skull was rounder and shorter, and the cheekbones were thicker than that of a person. What the 7 hells was this damn thing? He knew of rumors of strange fish people in the north of Essos, and he'd also heard of the accounts of the men who went with the prince to Toad Island about the frog-like people and their worship of a demon god, so strange men-like creatures existing was not so strange to him. But find such an existence here? Did the boat and the arrowhead belong to one of these creatures? Gods, he hoped not. He looked at the skull closer. It was old, very old. It could have been only a few years since this thing had died, since caves were not kind to bones, but he had the impression it was much longer than a simple few years. Tell Anehor I want him back at the settlement in the next day. Bryce finally said after he peeled his eyes away from the skull and turned to look at Bander and then the other men. You were not meant to look for gemstones or bones of long-dead creatures. Bryce said harshly before continuing after taking a deep breath. Do you have anything worth telling me? Bryce asked with a harsh look. It was harsh to say that this skull was not worth anything. Far from it. But concerning themselves about things that were long gone from this world was not what they should be doing. Yes sir. We have discovered a source of slate. Bander explained, a little subdued. After giving the man a look, the man continued, it's used mostly for roofing, sir. It's desirable in places like Kohor and Norvos because it's a good stone to prevent leaks coming in, which you get in rainy places like those free cities. That's good. Bryce said after taking the bag from one of the men and throwing the skull in. So far, it seemed it rained heavily for a few days each moon, though he was not sure if it was because it was summer. They showed Bryce a few of the rocks which didn't look like much in truth. Given what he'd seen in the plans, he wasn't sure the prince would like this stone to cover the roofs of the buildings and homes of the city. No signs yet of granite or marble. Bryce asked the men as his eyes flittered across the faces of the men when he looked away from the stone. They shook their heads. No sir. The boss, I mean Anehor, Bander quickly corrected after seeing the frown on Bryce's face at the description of calling the irritating man boss, and the cartographers think that we may have to look in the valleys further upstream of the settlement nearer to the mountains there. Very well. Bryce said after a few moments, and he paused before he shook his head. If that is all, I will take my leave. Damn Anehor for making him walk all this way for nothing. Well, almost nothing, he thought with a sigh as he glanced at the bag he held. I will take this with me, he said when he saw their looks after looking back at them. And if hear a single word about this creature, I will string you up by the balls myself and hang you to die, is that understood? Bryce said with a heavy note in his voice, with his eyes promising that he meant every word of it. He didn't like ordering people even if he was given the authority to do so by the prince, or threatening them as he was doing now. In any case, each of the men in charge of this colony knew their roles and responsibilities, and he had not needed to use his authority to get them to comply to do their damn jobs. But in this instance, he knew that spreading word of monster people possibly living in their lands was not something they could have. Bander and the other men looked at him with great surprise on their faces. I said, is that understood? Bryce said in a half growl. Yes sir. All of the men said, and Bryce didn't nod, but the slight lessening of his facial muscles was enough to assuage the men. An Anehor must return to the settlement within the day. Make sure he understands that is an order, is that clear? Burse said with a no-nonsense tone. We'll make him understand sir. Bander and the other men said, and after that, after quick meal with the builders, he left them and began the long damn journey back to the Discovery. Speak your seven damned mind, Tobin. Burse said with an irritated voice as they journeyed through the forest after having seen one too many glances at the bag. His words seemed to make the boy jump up a little, but he quickly recovered from the sharp demand. Do you think there are any like that still alive? The boy asked a little tentatively. He could see the curious looks from the two other men too. No. Burse said curtly before adding, I do not think so. Otherwise we would have seen them. His voice was resolute though inwardly. He hoped none of these beasts still lived, which was far from what he wanted to know, or what the other men should be allowed to know, at least at this stage. Do not concern yourself over legends such as this, boy. Bryce said to the boy, who looked a little contemplative, a look that was strange to see on the normally thick-headed but charming boy. Such creatures are long since dead, much like the children of the old gods. Bryce said before glancing at the men who nodded to him, silently giving him their word that they would not speak of this either. He'd speak with the knights in charge anyway to make sure that they would act as they were needed should things turn ugly. Bryce sighed a little. It seemed like this meeting with the prince would take quite some time to finish, and they already had much to discuss regarding what they need delivered to them in the third arrival. Break. Late 109 AC, Corinth. The flame within the dragon glass candle dimmed as he broke the connection with the mating candle in Ilmaris, and his hands moved away from either side of the candle, a look of contemplation on his face, though inwardly deep concern ran. Quite like him to add such a profound discovery as an afterthought to everything else. Edwin said with an almost exasperated tone in his voice. Aegon looked towards Edwin, and an amused half-smile grew beneath his beard. He did look distracted during much of the briefing. Probably wasn't sure how to tell us and decided to just say at the end. Aegon said before he shook his head as his expression shifted into something more serious. It was disconcerting to find evidence of whatever they were. The only thing that he could say was a positive, truly, was that there was no evidence of settlements. That would have been so much worse. For one, that would have meant that they were at least an advanced species with intelligence and, importantly, capable of cooperation. Of course, not finding anything that suggested such a thing didn't mean it didn't exist. Absence of something is not proof of the non-existence of that something. Especially since they had only explored a fraction of Ilmaris. Does this change anything? Edwin asked him, breaking him out of his thoughts, and when Aegon met the man's eyes, he could see that he had similar concerns. No. Aegon said after a few moments, resisting the urge to clench his teeth in both frustration and also, a little, trepidation. It changes nothing. Not yet at least. They were far too deep in their plans to relocate to Ilmaris. If these creatures or people or whatever the fuck they were, still existed, it might change things. His memories went back to the fish-like, frog-like, people of Toad Isle and the thing they worshipped. This time he couldn't stop the urge to clench his teeth. Were these also the consequence, or similar consequence, of whatever happened to those people of Toad Isle? Or were these truly something else? Something more natural? I will speak with the knights tomorrow at noon their time and order them that they are to ensure that the information does not make it past them. Aegon told Edwin. He'd told Bryce to bring the knights in charge in Anehor to bring them in so he could speak with them. The last thing he wanted was superstition to take root. Aegon closed his hands to settle his nerves. There were already plenty of that nonsense taking root already here in Corinth. The last thing he needed was people to think that Ilmaris was cursed. But even you don't know that for sure now, do you? An irritating thought he couldn't control came into his mind. And he had to admit it to himself, no he did not. The fact that such pristine land was so untouched by humanity worried him greatly. The only real alleviation for him was that he'd known places like New Zealand had been untouched by humanity until like the 14th century or something like that, due to how far it had been and disconnected from land and largely sea routes during the tens of thousands of years of human migration. And it was a weak alleviation too, since this world was not Earth, far from it. Supernatural things existed in the crooks of this world, just at the edges of the periphery, waiting, watching, hungering, like some kind of Lovecraftian horror. Who is to say that every land in this world hadn't been settled by humanity at one point or another, only to become heavily depopulated at some point in history? Aegon's hand went to his forehead and he massaged it with his coarse palm and fingers. If only the damn worries could just remain to be worrying about disease-carrying insects and the wildlife rather than worrying whether or not he'd be condemning his people, mayhaps his family even, to be playthings for some evil horror. My prince. Edwin's concern's voice broke him out of his thoughts, and Aegon looked up at him after shaking his head. Just a mild headache, nothing a good night's sleep won't fix. Aegon said with a put-on amused look on his face, and Edwin looked surprised for a moment, and Aegon didn't allow Edwin to notice too much of his slip as he spoke next. We can send the supplies Bryce has requested to the Targaryen Islands with the next galleons set to return from their maiden voyage, Aegon said, changing the topic. One of the ships anchored in Illymaris can make the journey to the Isles. He added before he looked at the list Edwin had written down regarding the supplies he wanted, such iron nails, ropes, more dried fruits and so on. Edwin caught on easily enough and nodded with a mild frown. It would give the new captains much needed experience at present. A combination of promoting merchant captains and second officers of galleons in the budding navy was used to man the galleons they were building. In addition, their merchant fleet of carracks were gradually being reduced in experienced sailors, moving them to man the galleons, whilst letting younger men take their place in the merchant fleet, further increasing the pool of potential captains. They were running out of suitable captains, and, considering that they were set to build, in total, 40 galleons over the next 2 years, an expenditure that made him internally wince, precaution and careful planning was necessary. It would. Having the newly promoted captains make the journey to the Targaryen Islands was a good way to let them gain experience. The summer sea was much calmer than the sunset sea, which was treacherous and often subject to towering and ravaging storms, and he could only imagine how dangerous the sunset sea was during autumn and winter, which probably wasn't too far away now. We'll need to adjust our plans for the third wave. Aegon continued as he sat back in his chair. I had not considered the loneliness Bryce has observed in the men. Not to that degree anyway, Aegon mused to himself. In his old life, he remembered a little about how tough the first settlements had it in America, particularly those of North America. It had been why he'd been so focused in ensuring that the men had food, shelter, and weapons in great abundance. In all of that, he'd largely missed out the human element of all things. Edwin nodded slightly. Yes, an oversight on our part. Edwin paused for a moment before he met Aegon's gaze. How many of the wives and children should we send? We cannot separate the women from their children, so the number of men we can send in the third wave will be practically nothing. Edwin commented. No, we cannot. Aegon agreed as he tapped his finger on the table, but it is not so much of an issue, truth be told. With the arrival of 3,000 men to Illymaris in the next fortnight, along with the leveled and prepared land, we should be able to get to a point whereby we can plant at least 5,000 acres of crops in the next 8 to 12 moons. Whilst Bryce was skeptical in their estimations of farmland in the next 8 to 12 moons, Aegon believed that his skepticism was born largely from the early days and weeks of hard labor that adjusted their expectations of the promised land. Whilst they unlikely thought that it wouldn't take work, they didn't expect it to be as much work. Fortunately, it seemed like it hadn't impeded their duties. Most of the women who will be making the journey are the farmers' wives, and at least women who have worked with their hands in some capacity or another. They can help with the planting of crops. Aegon continued. It would also leave the men to continue to turn more land into farmland with planting and the majority of the other necessary work being taken care of by the wives. Edwin stated, and Aegon inclined his head. I will inform Bryce, the knights, and Anehor tomorrow of my decision and have them share this information with the men. It will be well received. Edwin said with a little smile on his face, and Aegon chuckled a little, which was enough to say how much he agreed with the sentiment. Aegon shook his head as he remembered something. It's likely near the time of our 7th day Massachusetts. Aegon said as he rose from his seat. Edwin blinked a little before he looked at the half-gone wax candle. Yes, we've been here for a few hours. Edwin said, a little surprised at how easy time flew by before he frowned and looked at Aegon. We've missed our meeting with the scholars. Do you want to meet with the scholars today but after Mass? Aegon considered it before he looked at Edwin. Has there been much to discuss with them? Edwin shook his head. No, the lessons of the former Slavers' Bay slaves are continuing well, and so far, we haven't had an issue again since. Edwin trailed off and Aegon nodded. They had to quietly dispose off of several men who proved to be untrustworthy. One of them in particular he was happy to get rid of. A silent type that had the kind of eyes you'd see in truly dangerous men, predatory eyes that observed and logged everything in his mind, to be used at a later date. Even if these people had once been slaves, it did not mean that they were not people. Their circumstances were unfortunate and undeserving, for no man or woman or child deserved to live in chains. Yes, and more than likely most of these people were, for a lack of a better word, decent people that could be easily molded into compliance, but not all of them were decent. The tens of thousands of slaves that lived in Corinth had a fair fraction of such people amongst their ranks, and just as he'd gotten rid of those people, he got rid of these people amongst the freed Giscari. Then no, we won't. Arrange with them a more infrequent briefing. Aegon told Edwin. The scholars in question were tasked to teach a modified form of governance, bureaucracy, and economics that he'd see incorporated in Illymaris, which would be well suited to their cities and their culture. Stability after pulling out roots of cultural, societal, and political norms was the name of the game, and having ready-made leaders who understand the people, the culture and more importantly were like them, would go a long way in allowing him to be at least somewhat confident that when he left them, he wouldn't leave them defenseless and rudderless. Edwin nodded and soon enough they made their way out of his solar and Edwin left. He made their way through the halls of his fortress home flanked by his guards, and Aegon paused briefly by the royal apartments where Rena, Solanise and Baelon were attended to by the pseudo-governess and 2 other servants. He smiled as he spent a little time with his youngest children, with Rena and Baelon chatting his ear off, and he was a little relieved they hadn't asked to go see the dragon hatchlings to which all 3 of the children had bonded with. Out of the 4 eggs that consisted of Liz Maria's clutch, 3 of the eggs, which had been nurtured with dragon flame, whilst the 4th one had been allowed to turn to stone, 1 for each of the children, had hatched. Whilst he used dragon fire to nurture the 3 eggs, much like how the fires of dragonstone would nurture clutches, he'd been deliberately starving the eggs from the magic that was contained in the fires of dragon flame by allowing the eggs to rest on pyres with dragon flame for a very small amount of time. The elderly dragon keeper had been useful with this finding, who imparted his own thoughts on the matter of hatching dragon eggs, which made Aegon wonder how many others in King's Landing might know a few things about the dragons they probably shouldn't know, and with his help, he was able to prevent the eggs from turning to stone whilst also reducing the chance of the eggs hatching. It wasn't a problem per se, since he knew how to hatch a dragon from stone, but it was wrong to let the dragon eggs die, in a matter of speaking, if he could avoid it. He glanced with a long look at his daughter and niece who had taken to show him a few of the drawings they'd made, which he'd praised with a smile even as he continued to think with half a mind. The 2 girls had gotten on like fire to a dried bush, and their relative close age, with Rena 3.5 name days old and Baelon about 4 name days old, made it all the more easier. And in all honesty, Baelon had fitted in well their family altogether. His sons had welcomed the girl, and Gale, well, Gale had taken to her as one of her own, in some way considering the girl as the 6th child they were destined to have. And all of that made it difficult to disallow the girl from having given an opportunity to bond with a hatchling. He was fond of the girl, to be sure, but the precedent the girl set was one he was not happy with, a precedent Aegon allowed to be set. He cared not that she was born out of wedlock, but he did care what it meant in the future. Their power was based, rooted, in their dragons, and as much as he was doing to institute his family as a cornerstone over these people he was leading, culturally, socially, religiously, he knew that dragons would be the glue that bound the foundation together. It was the symbol of their house, and now there was a bastard girl, though with a Targaryen father, that had a dragon. The implication of it was dangerous. Understandably, the situation he considered, a distant situation, did not convince Gale that it was reason enough to deny the girl that had started to call Gale mother and him father after seeing Rena and the other children call them that. Gale's argument that they'd taken responsibility for the girl, that they'd taken her in as one of their own, and so, to refuse the girl the opportunity to bond with a dragon was akin to declaring her to be not part of their family, and as the Baelon grew up, she may well come to resent them for it, and that it could have consequences later when they wanted the girl to marry one of their sons. Promising the girl a dragon upon marriage with one of their sons would only deepen that resentment, she'd suggested. For a very brief moment, he'd wished that Gale had more about a typical faith of the 7 worshipping woman. He'd been in half a mind to leave the hatching of the dragons at a later date, but of course, fate wouldn't allow him the time to decide one way or another, and made the decision for him with all 3 of the dragons hatching at the same time less than a moon ago. Stormfire, a blue-white male dragon that bonded with Solanise, his 2 name-day son, who named the dragon so after Valar egged the toddler on in his ear. Tyria, a brown she-dragon with silver hues, named after an ancient Valyrian city, bonded with Rena, whilst Baelon named her green-brown dragon Laisha, another Valyrian city, after a cute discussion with Rena. It is what it is, Aegon thought with a shake of the head. The most fortunate thing about the situation was that Baelon was a girl, and mayhaps he could twist the situation factoring in that along with the fact that she was getting raised as a Targaryen. He only remained for a little while before he left, knowing that the children would soon go to bed after they were tired out by his staff. They were too young to go mass, and neither he nor Gale liked their youngest children out of the fortress. He passed by the dragon stables and passed all the way down towards the training yard where he expected his sons to be at this time hour after having completed their lessons earlier in the day. Gale was already in town, having gone in the morning to sort out the final arrangement of the new paper mill, and would meet with them at the congregation. One of the scholars from the Learned Guild, the institution of science, mathematics, and philosophy where all scholars and apprentices learned their trade and experimented, had come to them to provide the funding to create a larger-scale paper mill than the one they used for their own purposes and that of Corinth. Recently, they'd improved on the quality of the paper, and now were able to produce larger number of sheets through water-powered mills, opening up the potential of selling paper abroad. The Learned Guild wanted to use the funds of the paper mill as an independent source of income, something they were a little adamant on since their entire budget came from his pocket and he was not inclined to provide funds for anything that he could not see any use for, and so, they were keen to become more independent in the projects they wanted to do. Aegon wasn't against it, truthfully, he was rather supportive of it, but there were a few finer points that needed to be settled, namely how much his family owned and what the pricing they could set for the reams of paper. He was also quite intrigued to see where this would lead. Most of the industries, though there were privately owned family businesses, were fully in his control, from the lowliest textile-producing family, to the largest porcelain-producing factory. This paper mill might well become the first industry that his family had significantly less control and ownership over. Lo and behold, his sons were training with their fellow squires, boys who were likely set to be joining the military as officers after he'd formalized and codified the miliary into an administration within the state when he'd returned to Illimaries permanently, just as he'd do so with the navy. The boys came to a stop when they saw him, though he'd bid them to continue, and he smiled a little to himself when he saw his sons train with a little more vigor, knowing that he was watching them. Over the past moons, he'd observed a marked change in his 3 sons, all of whom had learned of Aegon's capability in performing magic when Polaris told them about that night and when Aegon confirmed it further to them. It seemed like they'd heeded his words very much, though he suspected their vigor would likely drop off sooner than later once they lost their fascination about magic. They'd practically hounded him about learning the magic, but he'd remained steadfast that they'd only learn it when they were older and if they showed enough responsibility, adding a number of fabricated horror stories about what happened to those who misused magic as a reason why magic is not to be considered lightly. And though some of the stories were fabricated, he'd added enough truthful stories of what he experienced that reflected reality, that magic was genuinely dangerous in this world, to the user and to the people, even if magic, in many ways, was almost symbolic of power in this world. The crueler the magic, the more powerful it seemed to be. Sacrifice of others, sacrifice of self like Bran Stark had done, were all multipliers in the strength of magic one could bring to bear, a lens, no, a mirror of the kind of sacrifice of humanity many of the peoples in this world do, gaining power as they trod on the steps of cruelty on their ascent to power. Blood and sacrifice and cruelty led to power and victory. Of course, he wasn't so ignorant to think that this nature of the peoples wasn't similar to that of Earth in the medieval era. Far from it. Earth's history was teeming with abundant cruelty and monstrous actions, and many of these people were reflective of their counterparts on Earth, albeit almost to the point of being poor facsimiles. Aegon shook his head clear of those thoughts that served no use, and returned his attentions to his sons, and how he taught them. He often stretched truths or, in some instances, blatantly lied to his sons. For their own good, and the good of the family and their people, he needed them to adopt a worldview that would be lasting, a worldview centered on skepticism, on realism, and on responsibility, whilst trying to instill in them a sense of wanting to strive to be better, but only when the situation allowed for it. He wanted to shape them into pillars that would stand tall and strong against those who wielded hammers and axes intent on bringing them down, whether they did so in the open, in the field, or in their solars. He had no intention of allowing his sons to grow up naively about how dangerous this world was, especially to a Targaryen. Their family being the last dragon riders was as much a blessing as it was a curse. The dragons granted them power, the dragons earned them Westeros, but the dragons also painted a target against their back. Covetous plotters with power would plague their family for all time, and he had to prepare them for that. And, as he watched Casterys best one of the squires, he wanted each of them to learn to manage the dangers of the worlds on their own, and together. He was fortunate that his elder sons each had their own distinctive interests and personalities, distinctness that would see them thrive in their own ways. Polaris was curious, studious, and with a mild disposition that he could see do well in furthering Aegon's studies of the arcane and the threats of this world. Valar was an explorer through and through. Bold and brave, his third son had a kind of curiosity that may well see him explore the world at one point or another. And he had a feeling that his third son would be like a fish to water if given the opportunity. Mayhaps one day Valar would find the route west that led to Uti. Casterys worried him a little. Casterys was more greatly affected by the pressures he feels he has, pressures that compared Casterys to him, and despite their lessons together, despite their talks, he knew that Casterys still felt the responsibility of measuring up to Aegon. He'd been spending more time with Casterys to address these issues with his firstborn, and he hoped that he could get through to Casterys that he didn't need to stress himself out to live up to Aegon, especially since everything else he knew about his son was showing him that Aegon was fortunate to have Casterys as his successor, who absorbed the lessons and topics Aegon was teaching him. Once Casterys grew into his own, Aegon had no fear that their family was in safe hands when he passed his position as patriarch of the family and the future title of Archon of Illimaries to his eldest son. Aegon continued to watch and, on occasion, offered advice to his sons and to the other squires, and just under an hour or so, one of his servants informed him of the nearing mass, and so Aegon and his sons made their way into town where all those not still on duty would congregate. In Westeros, typically such gatherings didn't happen on a weekly basis save for the largest cities like King's Landing, Old Town, or in Lannisport, and he supposed Corinth now too. The Seventh-day Mass was a citywide religious congregation that built on the sense of community that had been fostered in Corinth, where hymns of the seven-pointed star were sung and sermon was given by the Septon. The Seventh-day Mass, Aegon's eyes dulled slightly as he remembered when it came about and how quickly it was adopted as a standard evening of worship. One of the former slaves from the first arrivals had been extremely taken with the faith of the Seven and begun to host congregations over 2 years and a half ago, which grew more frequent a year or so ago. At first, it hadn't been much to pay attention to. Gale hadn't and Aegon hadn't when he returned from the campaign in the Basilisk Isles, But over the past year, the strength of the faith of the seven in the hearts of the people of Corinth had grown substantially, and he and his sons were partially responsible for that. The rest of the fault was entirely on the head of this septenario. The stories that Aegon had told his sons, such as the story of the Lord of the Rings creation myth mixed with that of the faith of the seven. It was a great tale, and it should have stayed a tale, but it took a life of its own and it became more complicated with the finding of Illimaris, the promised land, which Aegon had blundered into practically claiming was shown to him by the gods, and it caused uncomfortable comparisons of his person to that of Huger of the Hill, the king of the Andals, the equivalent of Moses in the Andal religion. He knew that he'd been playing a dangerous game when he proclaimed that the promised land had been shown to him by the seven, for the sake of his family that was as compatible with the current form of the faith of the seven as Buddhism was with the Dothraki, but he'd not expected that he'd be embroiled in the faith as much as he was now. Aegon shook his head. There was little he could do about it. Religion was exceptionally powerful and meaningful, especially to people had long had little power, and to act against what was happening was only inviting problems. For now, all he could do is ensure that Septenario and others like them remained firmly under his and Gale's control. Truthfully, it wasn't all bad, this increase in religious fervor. Already, the faith of the seven was not alike to that of religion he'd been taught in King's Landing. The conversion of tens of thousands of slaves, who outnumbered the people of Dragonstone by a factor of 5, from a culture that was very different to that of Westeros, made it all but inevitable that the religion would change, especially when you consider how much more of a focus there was on the parts that disparaged slavery within the seven-pointed star. In Westeros, there was more of a focus of living the right way, living in accordance to the way the Septons, who spoke with wisdom gleaned from the seven-pointed star that few of the common folk would get to read, and much of that right way was living in obedience, with piety, and against sin. Here, in Corinth, there was far less focus on that, thanks to the lack of influence of Septons who benefited from telling the pious how to live, and more of a focus on community and piety, which resonated with many of the people, especially the people who, before Corinth, had only known chains. And, Aegon mused to himself with a silent expression, he could tell that there was a want of a kind to feel special and a certain amongst his people. Already, the people of Dragonstone had such a bearing about them, having taken pride in their ancestry of being descendant of the people who'd left old Valyria with Enar the exile, something he'd fostered in them, and it has since taken on a will of its own. The former slaves also had such a want of destiny too, the freedom they'd gained under him and the beckoning new land where they could truly start a new life. People had a sort of thing about them, to want to find meaning in things. He himself had sought that out too, why he was reincarnated and why in this era. And as much as he wished he didn't need their reverence for his family to ensure their safety and long-term prosperity, he couldn't help but be happy for his people to find meaning, to believe that they were being chosen to be gifted these lands. He knew the value of such a thing. After all, he'd found his own meaning in his family and in doing his best for his people. They arrived at the main square of the town, which had crowded as over 40,000 people, just under 4/5 of Corinth, congregated in front of the podium that stood in front of the September, an expanded building that once served as a textile manufacturing building. He and his sons made their way, escorted by a small army of guards, to the podium where Gale stood waiting on the right side where he and his family were seated. Gale huddled the boys over to their seats whilst Aegon stood by his wife, his hand settling on her back. Gale smiled a little as she felt his touch. She turned to him and he leaned to her ear and whispered if all went well with the town meeting. Yes, we've settled on a price and a 40% of ownership with 60% of the profits until our investment has been paid off, and in future, they would come to us for approval and funding should one of their fellows wish to start up their own business. Gale told him and Aegon hummed thoughtfully. A good agreement? Aegon said to her. Especially the point of approval. He had a lot of ideas of what to introduce to his people, though rarely did he have enough time to experiment to make the ideas work anymore, like large-scale steel production which would be made feasible by the abundance of wood in Illimaris in the absence of coal. Mostly, the Learned Guild had primarily focused on developing mathematics, astronomic charting, chemistry, and with a few of the more philosophy-inclined helping Aegon with the codification of laws and morals into a detailed body of civil law. Having such an agreement was a good precedent for not only the Guild, but also for the rest of their people, that they had a chance of receiving funding for their business ideas. With the gold that would come from Slaver's Bay, there would be plenty of that to go around anyway. The meeting with the Admiral? Gale asked a little quietly. Requests for more supplies, but generally, the settlement is progressing well. Though there was something they discovered. After seeing her curious look, he continued, I will tell you later. Aegon said to her. Gale nodded, and it wasn't long before the seventh-day Mass began. The Mass took over an hour and a half to finish, as the Septon went on a sermon and hymns were sung by a few Septas and volunteers. Before he left, Aegon spoke briefly with Septenario, a conversation that he dreaded most oftentimes given the fervor of the man, and was only glad to be finally in their bedchamber. As they undressed, Gale asked about the discovery, and he described to her the discovery of a skull that may have belonged to a kind of ape-man, not unlike the brindled men of Sotho Rios. Gale showed some interest in the topic, though animals and discovery was rarely much interest to her. Of course, he knew that would change if he shared his concerns that he omitted. Sharing the concerns he had about the creature or his concerns of how little they knew about Ilmaris, would only worry her possibly needlessly, so he wouldn't share them, at least for now. He sighed internally. Hopefully, over the next few years, before he and his family left for Ilmaris, any such concerns of nefarious forces will fade away. Otherwise he might well have to rethink everything, including his plans for Slavers Bay. Something is eating you. Gale said suddenly, and Aegon looked back at her and he saw her studying him intently. Nothing is eating me up. Aegon told her, and she looked at him skeptically. Truly? You've been wearing that face of yours, the same face you wear when you are troubled by far too much. Gale said with a raised eyebrow. That face? Aegon repeated after her with a curious and bemused expression. This face. Gale set her face in a grim, solemn, almost pouting face as Gale did her best to replicate his face. Aegon's laughter rumbled out of his throat and he looked at her fondly, her teasing replication making way for a teasing smile. She knew his facial cues too well. He looked at her with a touch of exasperation as he slumped his shoulders a little. Am I that obvious? Only to me. Gale said softly as she peered at him, and Aegon's fond look grew in affection. Aegon pulls her in closer. There's just so much to do. Aegon finally said after a few moments. Ensuring the colony survives and thrives, the ships, our people, our trade fleets, the integration of the slaves, even the issue of our children's marriages is often on my mind, finding them appropriate matches. Though he was sidestepping the present thing that was occupying his mind, all of these were issues and matters that he had to address and manage, including the topic of his children's marriages. As much as he disliked arranging the marriages of his children, he knew that he couldn't afford the luxury of his children choosing their brides. Too much hinged on developing the ideal alliances and connections. And, he thought to himself, he needed to make sure the matches for his sons were not problematic. The last thing he wanted, was an over-ambitious harlot that placed her own priorities over the family, the Targaryen family. They were solving the issue of marriage for one of their sons with the presence of Baelon almost certain to marry one of his sons, but that still left 3 sons and a daughter he needed to find matches for. He'd been firm to Gale that he would not allow his children to marry one another if he could help it. He'd prevent sibling marriages in their branch altogether, and thankfully she did not fight him on this. She knew his discomfort about such marriages, even if she likely assigned the reason of his discomfort to his visions of the future rather than an inherent discomfort. Of course, he knew the children of his children marrying one another was an inevitability, but he's made his peace with the cousin marriages. To maintain power in the family, it was necessary. Aegon mentally shook his head. Anyway, most of Westerosi nobility was out of the running since they brought little to the table. There were only 5 houses in Westeros he'd consider matches for. House Lannister, House Redwyne, House Reyne, House Stark, and House Celtigar. House Lannister had, beyond wealth, the people that interested Aegon. Jewelry makers, miners, artisans, and a swathe of professions that would mesh well with Ilmaris, and it would be them he would want as dowry. And fortunately, House Lannister had a number of girls within appropriate range of his sons. From an objective point of view, a daughter from House Lannister marrying his eldest son was the best option amongst the options available, and if he played it well, he would have their support should things go awry. House Redwyne and House Reyne were similar to House Lannister, though several factors lesser, but the advantage of these houses was that cajoling them into compliance was less difficult. House Stark and House Celtigar were options for entirely different options, namely their blood. The main branch of House Stark did not have any daughters, but the 3rd and 4th sons of Brandon Stark, the son of Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt, had sons of their own, and each of these Starks had granddaughters about the age of his own sons, whilst his old friend Bartimaeus Celtigar had a daughter of 5 name days now, and his younger brother had a daughter too, though she was around 3 name days old. The Celtigars were of Valyrian descent, and though they did not have Targaryen blood, they had an unbroken line of marriages with Valyrian houses, with Bartimaeus' mother actually being from a cadet branch of House Velaryon. Their blood was made them as good a match as any outside the Velaryons and his family, even if their prestige and value paled in comparison to most Westerosi nobility. It was a similar situation with the Starks, though it was different. Whilst he could consider the likes of House Blackwood as a match, since Bloodraven was proof that the blood of the first men ran strong in the Blackwoods, he knew that the Starks were the special ones amongst the first men. The chances of wargs being introduced into his family line was stronger with them. Marrying one of his sons to one of these Starks, perhaps Valar or Solanese, would provide that opportunity. The only concern he had was the connection the Starks had with the hive mind that were the old gods. He hadn't forgotten the anger of the Child of the Forest about what his presence had wrought, the change in the Song of Ice and Fire, nor did he forget the contract they'd bound them to about his city. There was a nagging thought in his mind that he was playing with fire should he tangle with the Starks, even the Starks that were far removed from the main line. His thoughts were broken when he heard Gale hum a little quietly, and he met her gaze when he looked back at her. We have time for all of those things, and our people have things well in hand in all of those things outside of our children, she said. She peeled herself off of Aegon and looked him directly at him with unblinking eyes as she spoke. Plus, you left out your schemes in Slavers Bay, that which occupies your mind the most? The way she said schemes was unpleasant. She was not fond at all of his plans with Slavers Bay, the little that he shared. It had come about after she'd noticed, early on, before anyone else, the increased training and his moves to standardize the units of men into a more professional army, and it hadn't been difficult to put one and one together. She was the only one outside of Uthric and Edwin about who they were targeting next, and that he planned to have her and their children relocate to Illimaris before he went to war. This war doesn't need to happen, Aegon. Her voice was quiet when she spoke. We have enough to deal with. We can't solve all of the world's problems, no matter how awful they are. Aegon looked away from her gaze, a wave of tiredness washing over him. Why was she asking him about this now, after not inquiring about the details for moons? The few times they'd talked about this had mostly been talking around the war, namely Aegon leaving behind Gale and their children in Illimaris to go to war, never the reasons why he was actually going on it. Aegon shook his head and decided to just tell her his reasons. That is not why I am planning this war, Gale. Aegon said to her after a few moments as he looked towards the maps that were stacked on the desk, one of those maps being that of Slavers Bay that bore the cities, the towns, and the farming fields near the great cities. I have no interest in destroying slavery, nor do I think I am capable of it, he said to her as he turned to face her. Then why? She asked patiently, her face gentle as she met his gaze unblinkingly, seemingly unwilling to push him further into the mood that was gripping him. There is no singular reason, Aegon said before he sighed heavily. I could say that it is because it is the right thing to do, but it wouldn't be true. No, the reason why I am planning this war is because it is opportunistic in several different ways. The fact that I will cause the destruction of the sickness of the worst kinds of slavery is merely a side effect that will bring me great contentment, Aegon said with hard eyes. Opportunistic? Gale parroted, stepping back a little, and the look on her face was one of shock and more than a little dismay. Do you hear yourself, Aegon? Gale was more forceful now when she spoke. Of course I do, Aegon said calmly, but his eyes were stern as he continued. Do you think I want to go to war again? Yet I will, because our family, our people will benefit from it. A war where I will commit half a dozen atrocities, even if it is against slaving families. You have no reason to go to war, Gale said heatedly as she gestured to the maps on the desk. We literally have a home free of people waiting for us where we can live in peace and undisturbed. Frustration crept in her voice. It is because we have a home that is peaceful and undisturbed that I must go to war against Slavers Bay, Gale. Aegon voiced out, his face determined. They needed the wealth, the people, and the allegiance of the cities of Slavers Bay. Wealth that would secure their position financially, a source of people that could help populate their lands, an allegiance of hundreds of thousands, if not several million, of people who they could rely on as allies and as trade partners. And, whom they could rely on as a distraction and as an agent of change throughout Essos with careful management and planning. What? Gale said in confusion, and Aegon sighed as he brushed a hand across his face before he walked over towards the desk and took one of the maps that laid below several other maps on top, and it was a map of Illimaris, the land masses of their new home. It is everything I hoped it to be, Aegon admitted to her, softer, his bush of a beard barely moving. It is isolated enough, and it will take decades for us to be truly threatened, if ever. We could live in peace like we always wanted, Aegon said to her. Which is clearly not enough for you, Gale said scathingly, and it surprised Aegon how strongly she felt he was in the wrong in this. Aegon looked at her sadly, an almost forlorn smile not quite hiding behind his well-kept beard. It is, Gale, but peace cannot be had without winning it. Not in this world. Aegon's expression darkened, his eyes turned unseeing. And what I do in Slavers Bay will win us a peace, and if I have my way, eternal allies that should our descendants and our people secured for generations. What do you mean? Our departure will be noticed. It is inevitable. Already, I am certain that we are being monitored by Viserys and the Free Cities. And when it is discovered that these lands exist, they will take interest, Aegon told her. Who's they? Anyone, Aegon said with a raised and frustrated voice. Everyone. Aegon looked at her with intensity in his eyes. This land is new. Untouched. Brimming with potential. When words reaches their ears, they'll imagine wonder. Gold. Silver. Gems. A land that is different, and riches that can be reachable and tamed, unlike Sothorios, which had been tried and tried to be settled to no avail. An age of exploration might well be kicked off once everyone knew of Illimaris. Whilst it was unlikely that they would try and muscle in on Illimaris, who is to say they won't do so in any other lands nearby? Essos, whilst huge, was also plagued with Dothraki who have destroyed dozens of cities and were directly responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. The Free Cities staved off the Dothraki only because of their walls and their gold and tribute, and even they were still subject to lose entire settlements on the whims of the Dothraki. Having the chance to settle colonies on new virgin lands that may be profitable would be an irresistible allure, and may even offer the mother cities the capital they need to expand further into Essos, especially Volantis. This was also one of the reasons why he wanted these cities in Slavers Bay to be free and strong. Their existence would prove to be a valuable distraction as Illimaries grew stronger in the west. We will burn them if they dare come and infringe on our lands, and if that isn't enough, we'll come to their lands with our dragons. Gale said with heat in her voice, and Aegon smiled a little. It should not come to that, Aegon said to Gale, not after I show them the folly of standing against our house. Aegon said firmly. Gale calmed herself and asked, tell me. What are you planning? Aegon's expression lost its darkness and his eyes turned hard, his voice as hard and sharp as Valyrian steel as he spoke. I plan to take the cities in Slavers Bay and uproot their society from root to stem. The masters, the nobility, and those who support them will be done away with. Aegon spoke with dangerous undertones, and from the way Gale's eyes widened, she was understanding what he meant. For a moment, he regretted telling her the scale of his cruelty, but he stamped it down and continued, their gold, their silver, even some of their people, we will take, and, in the process, from the ashes of the old, new states shall form in the hands of those who once wore shackles around their wrists. Those people that came on the trade ships and are learning, you're going to use them to bring about these new states. Gale said with understanding blooming. Yes. Edwin and the other learned men who have been helping me with developing the laws and institutions for Illimaries are educating them on how to bring back stability to their cities along with turning their cities into republics. Aegon confirmed. How? How will you even accomplish this? You obviously don't want to destroy the cities, and we don't have the men to accomplish even a fraction of what you are wanting to do. Gale asked. We don't have the men, yes, Aegon agreed, and that is why we will take Astapor with subterfuge first and grow our army. From there, with an army thrice the size, Yunkai, Mirian, and the other cities will be no challenge to take intact. Volantis and the Triarchy will see this as a threat, mayhaps existentially too, but they will come to understand that we have no interest in conquering Slavers Bay. Aegon said as he went into one of the drawers of the desk, bringing out a stack of letters from one of the hidden compartments. These are letters I made Sathos San write. There will be other letters, correspondence letters from the masters of Astapor and Mirian, that will give us the justification for the war, and we will share that with the rest of the free cities. Aegon said as he turned back to look at Gale. In those letters, there will be plans directly aimed at enslaving our people because they serve our family, the last dragon lords, and how these people would be prized amongst the nobility of the Slavers Bay for this fact. It gives us an image of reciprocity rather than one of naked aggression. And at the same time showcasing the consequences of attacking or enslaving our people, our family. Gale finished as she was coming to understand the depths of Aegon's scheme. Exactly so, and at the same time, we grow our wealth to an obscene level with the coin we take from the Slavers Bay nobility, whilst also creating allies in the former slaves who know they owe their freedom to me, to our family. The free cities won't stand for it. You'll disrupt the entire slave trade. Yes, the destruction of the slave trade in Slavers Bay would reverberate across Essos, no, the entire known world. How unfortunate. He'd make enemies of much of Essos, and he was certain he'd face assassination whilst he was on this campaign and when he was stabilizing the region. If his scheme with the Iron Bank failed, one that would see them give their support, perhaps their full support instead of tacit support that he suspected was more likely, he might even have the faceless men after him. It was partially why he was so focused in having the Slavers Bay cities turn into republics, so that the Iron Bank specifically did not see this as a conquest. They will have no choice but to stand for it, and they'll be warned that they are to leave the newly abolitionist cities alone, lest I come and do the very same as I did against the slaver cities. And as for disrupting the slave trade, good. The havoc I will create will cause internal instability. Gale looked at him for a long while before she shook her head, her hands gripping tightly on her dress. How long? She asked, and Aegon sighed heavily. After I leave Illimaries, I think 3 years. He admitted to her. After taking Astapor, he'd need a few weeks to conquer the rest of the lands near it, particularly the farms, and also to set up the Republic. Yunkai and Mirian would mobilize, though their forces would be limited. Even if he was unlucky and they had sellswords nearby, it was not nearly much of a concern, not after he had Astapor and the Unsullied. Presently, there were 13,000 Unsullied with half that still boys. Astapor itself had about a population of something 5 or 6 to 1 slave population, and oftentimes that number could swell to 7 or 8 to 1 when the Dothraki brought captured people into the slave city. Convincing another few thousand men to come to war with him won't be an issue, and his numbers could swell to over 30,000 with only a third of it being his men. If he could manage to convince some of the princes of the Summer Isles to join him in this campaign, that number would swell even further. Aegon stepped forward and took her hands before he guided her face to look at him directly in the eyes. I know, I am asking a lot. Aegon said quietly. He really was. Asking her to manage Illimaries, a colony of tens of thousands, even with the help of the likes of Edwin, Cedric, and Uthric, was a lot. But this will go a long way in securing our family and our people. If you die in this war? Gale asked quietly, a war of emotions playing out in her eyes. She didn't need to say what happens to our future then. It was implicit. It was a possibility. His death. A decent possibility, and if Bravos oppose him, for whatever reason, it would jump up to a very good chance that he'd die. I will not. Aegon promised her as he pulled her into him and he kissed her on the head. I promise you I will return to you and our children, my eternal flame. He'd do all he could to succeed and return. His children still needed him. He would not let himself die in the damn desert. For a long few moments Gale didn't move. Only when he felt her arms snake around him did he relax a little. He knew that he had not won her support on this, but that was fine, it would be years before it was time. Chapter 19 Part 1. Tony McNuckles, re your point about the strange beings. I'm really pleased that you are asking what their culture and temperament is. The fact that it is a lone skull with nothing else near it is an ominous thing to be truthful. How did it get there? How long has been there? Why is this being so different to humans? All that and more questions to be asked. Federer Mod. I always hear this, that Aegon is unlikable. I do quite agree in some points to be truthful. For the most part though, I think it's largely down to the fact that he is quite combative in his own way. Oftentimes with himself and sometimes with others when he doesn't need to be. But that is a flaw of his. Just one part of many flaws. He is an imperfect person. With regards to the loyalty and devotion shown to him by others, much of that is due how he comes across to them. You have access to his thoughts, they do not. They do not see that his actions are measured and careful, but you do. They only see the effects of his actions and hear his words that accompany them. In any case, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. I always read the reviews even if I don't comment on them. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. Mid 110 AC The Stepstones. Lord Corley's POV. He stood on the foredeck of the ship, his sight set on the dimming smoke that likely had clouded the horizon less than a day ago, smoke that emanated from the ruins of their fortress they'd built on the northern cliff of Bloodstone. Rage bubbled within him, an ugly look on his face as he stared at the ruins with eyes full of fury. This island was garrisoned with an army 1,000 strong and with walls that should have seen the fortress stand for moons, yet it fell within 7 days after they'd sailed to the last refuge that once again fell prey to another attack by sea by a fleet that set off from Dorne or from Tyrosh. He heard his brother Viamond bellow out orders to his men, orders that were repeated on the other 45 ships that sailed with him back to this rock once they pacified the last refuge, and soon enough, near enough 100 boats were set towards Bloodstone searching for any remnants of the enemy left in the surroundings though, Corlys thought bitterly, he highly doubted any of them remained on the island, least of all anywhere that had the open sky above them. Hours passed and by the time the twilight of the evening came, his men had returned. As expected, there were no signs of any survivors or enemies remaining, only corpses though most of the men who died, had died after they had surrendered to the enemy from the sounds of it. It brought Corlys a small measure of pleasure to hear the traitors died a gruesome death, their bodies cut apart and laid out for the birds and animals to feed upon. These had been Daemon's most well-paid sellsword army and they'd been most eager to sit out of the fighting to retake the islands, their only task being to hold the island at all costs. One less sellsword's army to pay. Mayhaps the last sellsword army to pay. Good riddance. Only the moment of pleasure only lasted a trifle of time though, and it did nothing to quell the anger that raged in his heart as he threw the silver goblet against the hardwood table, the sharp cluttering of the sound silencing all of the men's arguments and complaints in his cabin with immediate effect. Enough. Corlys said with a sharp voice, his tone tinging with heavy anger, his eyes setting on his nephews Durin and Rhaegar before his eyes travelled to his vassals who came aboard his ship. This is enough. Corlys said with a deadly calm washing over him, the storm that had brewed within that left him stewing suddenly having lost its violence and its tempestuousness. No more. So much gold spent. So much gold wasted. Curse the Triarchy. Curse the filthy Dornish. Curse the damn Targaryens. He had enough. Years he spent on these worthless rocks and years has he spent his gold and his men on this damnable war only to lose more and more with every day that passed. We won't be able to hold these islands. Corlys continued as the men in his cabin remained silent and waiting for him to speak. The acceptance was bitter but Corlys had to accept it for what it was. His pride was harmed but he knew when a cause was lost. We let it slip through our fingers. The words only barely passed through his mouth, only the small comfort that this loss came not at his own hands pushed it through for him to admit their failure. No, this was not on me. None of it was on me. All of this lays before the feet of Viserys with his folly, and Daemon was not blameless either. Corlys thought bitterly. Daemon had been a problem at the beginning, preferring to wield Dark Sister than he did ride Caraxes, the desire to be the one who took the head of Crab Feeder causing them to maneuvered around by the Corsairs island from island. Many of their men, Valyrian men and sellsword men alike, had died fruitlessly in the first year, and even when Daemon acknowledged the need of him prowling the skies and burn away their ships, preventing their easy escape, the circumventing of their forces on the islands had been a persistent issue. Only later, when they finally decided to remain patient with their conquest and hired Volantene captains with the gold of the Bravacy to aid in the blockade, had they managed to truly secure the islands against their enemies. They starved out the filth island by island until all of the major and minor islands were cleared for good, no more were the caves a safe refuge from which to resist them. A mocking smile threatened to form on his face as he remembered the moment that led to Daemon beginning to listen to his counsel, and he would cherish it always. News of the Basilisk Isles and the fate that had befallen it at the hands of Prince Aegon the Elder, in what was the calling of the Basilisk Isles as it was named moons later, had sent Daemon into a jealous-filled rage that almost saw the man climb onto Caraxes and fly to Tyrosh to burn it to the ground. Only his words of warning against it, warnings that hinted to exile and assassination should he burn down a free city, had stayed the dangerous prince. Truthfully, he'd feared the consequences to Driftmark's trade should the war extend beyond the borders of the Stepstones, the very last thing he wanted and the very reason he convinced Daemon to act in the Stepstones. And equally truthfully, even if he would admit it only to himself, he regretted warning Daemon away from attacking the Triarchy directly given what has happened now, emboldened as they were with the shackles Viserys had placed on them. He was sure they had known that Viserys would not permit them to act against the Triarchy, or the Dornish, and now, it had all fallen apart. Only moons after he crowned Daemon as king of the Stepstones, fresh fleets carrying thousands of men arrived to these accursed islands from the ports of Tyrosh, never numbered more than 25 in any fleet, enough to carry men to take islands and few enough ships to hide in the many wide bays of hundreds of islands, and the conflict they thought they'd won suddenly restarted, as if it never once ended, wiser and far better stocked and informed than the corsairs they'd been fighting before. 6 islands, one of them being Rexstone, in the northeastern side had fallen within days of one another. The garrisons they'd left behind had to abandon the islands or were killed to a man. It was the beginning of a struggle that made the previous years of war seem as if it had been nothing more than the trifling raids that took place in the marshes. No matter how effective, Corlys sneered in his mind, Daemon had been in burning whatever fleet that he managed to catch 5 fleets thus far. The ships kept on coming and the task of starving out the Triarchy men on the islands they barricaded themselves in, stocked with supplies and food to last them for more than a year, had become completely ruinous as even with Bravecy-backed gold and whatever meager gold Viserys supplied them could not bring them the men they needed to fully pacify the islands, nor was it nearly enough to hold them against thousands. And Bloodstone, an island that possessed a fourth of their army, could not even last the week before they fell against the Triarchy. Prince Daemon won't be happy. His nephew Rhaegar by his deceased brother Jacaerys, said with a fretful expression, and it stoked the calming storm within him back into fury. I do not give a damn if Daemon will be happy or not. Corlys bellowed angrily as he fixed an icy glare at his nephew, choosing to keep the more deserved words he wished to curse Daemon with to himself, for now. Daemon may not be as responsible for this failure as Viserys, but he was a culpable factor in this failed conquest. Leave. All of you except my brother. Corlys said with disgust in his voice, his face turning away from the men before him. They all left, and soon enough he was left alone with his brother, who had kept silent through much of the arguments that had been going on before he'd thrown his goblet. Nothing to say? Corlys questioned as he stared at his brother. His brother gave a thin smile before he shrugged. I happen to agree. Vaemond eyed him carefully before he continued to speak. Given you're disinclined to involve Laenor in this war. Corlys shot his brother a hard look at the mention of his heir, a look that once would have left his brother cowed but now left him unfazed as a consequence of being battle-hardened. I do not see us winning this war with the rules we're bound to, and even, we do not have the men to keep these islands. Vaemond scowled slightly as he leaned back in his chair. I doubt even the number of men on Driftmark, young and old, would be enough to secure these islands. With Dorne to the west, Tyrosh and Myr to the east, all of them allied in cause, the chance of them securing these worthless isles were practically non-existent. That much was clear, and laughably, any infighting between these damnable enemies was brought to a low with their presence in the Stepstones. No. Corlys shook his head. Even if we recalled my men back to the Isles and levied more of the island's common folk, we'd only lose more of them in the long run. He'd sent back half of his ships and 3/5 of his men back to Driftmark when he'd crowned Daemon. He was glad for it, truth be told. The fewer men made had him cautious, and chances were that he would have lost a good bulk of them before he could admit failure. So we sail back tonight then? Vaemond said after a few moments of silence, and Corlys clenched the back of the chair before he sighed and nodded. Aye. It's time. I'll send a ship to Daemon in courtesy. Corlys said with a twisted and wry smile which made Vaemond snort. Make sure to send a captain you won't miss. Vaemond muttered, and Corlys sighed knowingly. Planned on it already. Corlys answered with a tiredness washing over him before he took a seat. He won't give it up, will he? Vaemond questioned him, and Corlys looked up to meet his brother's gaze. Nay. Not for some time at least. He'll see this as betrayal, and the man is driven by his emotions. Corlys paused for a moment before he continued. It'll suit us well to keep supplying Daemon and his sellswords, for a time anyway. You're thinking of keeping the door open with the prince? Vaemond pondered aloud, one of his eyebrows raised. He is many things, but dull he is not. He'll see it for what it is. Perhaps he will see it. Corlys conceded, but he will also know that I am the only one he can still call ally. The Bravacy stopped their funding when they discovered Daemon was crowned and that gold will soon run out, if it has not already. Hiring the Volantene, their most bitter enemy, was fine, but it is too much when a crown touches a head. Vaimon said with a laugh. They probably wanted to pull their support for some time. The crowning of Daemon was the right moment without any loss of face or duplicitous mutterings. Corlys said to his brother. Plus, he mused to himself, the economic war they played with Myr had paid off, and now there was not a place in Westeros or Essos that did not purchase Bravacy glass instead of Myrish glass. One of his contacts in Pentos relayed information to him as well that Myrish ships that sailed the narrow sea were inexplicably lost at sea, and he did not find it difficult to believe that the Bravacy were using them as cover to truly harm the Myrish, to the point that they were willing to turn away their gazes from Bravacy ships which must have succeeded. And from what I am hearing from back home, the previous Sea Lord who died 4 moons ago was also used as a political sacrifice to explain away the waste of coin. Corlys thought with a grimace. A mess that he'd need to deal with as well, given that his daughter was betrothed to the man's heir. Corlys shook his head. No matter. He said before adding, Daemon will have no reason to spite me. Daemon would be reluctant, yes, but nevertheless, he'd allow Corlys' ships to pass through the passes under his control. It would give Corlys time to continue re-establish his trade beyond the narrow sea. A few words of promise here and there would be enough to keep up the hope that Corlys may continue to aid him later. Of course, he would not, nor did he think Daemon would not recognize that his conquest was folly, sooner or later, thus freeing Corlys from any perceived obligation. The 7 know Daemon has no one else beside me or Viserys to call ally. Corlys said with a note of bitterness in his voice, and his brother picked up on it. We're soon to return to the realm, brother. You'll have to address the king by his title lest he takes your tongue. Vaimon japed and Corlys laughed, and it was not friendly, not a single bit. Viserys acting like a true man with a spine? Pah! Pigs would sooner fly than that ever happening. Gods, there was only one man still living that Corlys loathed more than he loathed Viserys, and there were moments he truly hated Viserys more than he ever had hated the smug Hightower cunt. He hoped Jaehaerys looked up from the 7 hells with dismay at what he caused to happen to the Iron Throne. A man that was as ill-suited to the throne as Aenys ever was, but unfortunately, there was no faith militant to stoke up rebellion in the realm and send Viserys to an early grave. To think that Viserys came from the seed of Baelon the Brave. He may have been aggrieved on behalf of his wife when Jaehaerys had passed over his wife in favor of Baelon, but he'd grudgingly respected it, after some time. But Viserys? A man that he'd thought to be unworthy to be king, and his actions since he'd been crowned only understated his unworthiness, that useless, worthless, sack of flesh and bones. Anyone with a measure of wisdom would know the dangers of letting the stepstones fall in the hands of the Triarchy, but the fool preferred to listen to the snake in his ear, urging caution when Driftmark and King's Landing were suffering heavy loss with the tolls and the loss of ships in the stepstones. Even now, when the involvement of the Free Cities and Dorne were unmistakable, with ample proof provided to the Red Keep, Viserys still refused to act in any capacity. And now, it was clear to see that without bringing the might of the realm against the Triarchy and Dorne, the stepstones would only fall into their hands. But no, the fool considered the words out of the Hightower as if they were absolute truth and not the poison that they truly were. Gods, it would be laughable if it were not so dire that such a selfing cunt was the only man who had Viserys' ear. Corlys shook his head, banishing away the pointlessly angry thoughts, and he got up. Inform the fleet that we are to sail back. The journey would do well to clear his mind before he returned home. Vaimon got up and left to do as he'd bid, and he was left on his lonesome in his cabin, and he began to think on his plans going forward. He knew the stepstones would fall into enemy hands, but he knew he could manage the problem if he played it smartly. He glanced at the map that lay on the table, and his gaze veered towards the south. Aegon the Elder. Ever since his victory in the Basilisk Isles, his ships had increased their trade many folds more than they had been. Yes, he knew that the wayward prince was trading with slaver cities, but that mattered not to him. What mattered to him was that Aegon the Elder rarely traded with Westeros. He knew he could work out an agreement with the prince that could help him recuperate his losses in a substantial way. He just needed an opportunity, and he knew exactly where to get such an agreement. A trio of Celtigar ships had been allowed to pass through Velaryon-controlled passes a moon ago, and he found out that the ships were headed to the Summer Isles, to the wayward Targaryens that roost there. Why exactly, he did not know, but he could guess at the reason, and he did not think he was guessing wrongly, given that the Celtigars offered little outside of their blood. Bart Emos Celtigar, heir to Claw Isle, had 2 daughters, one of them only a few years younger than the eldest sons of Aegon, and the other daughter old enough that the wait for her flowering would not be severe. The younger brother, Ethan Celtigar, who was aboard the Celtigar ships, also had daughters to marry off, and his wife was half Sunglass, half Darklan, both houses that had traces of Valyrian blood in their veins, even if it was diluted. Corlys tapped the hardwood table with his finger as he stared at the map. He'd half forgotten about Aegon the Elder, and his family, until the Basilisk Isles. Likely many of the realm had done so too. When Aegon the Elder departed, refusing the lordship offered by Viserys, he'd thought the boy foolish in letting a good opportunity go because of his unwillingness to swallow the slights when it hindered him and his legacy. But now, He was wondering if it had not been an inspired choice, much like his choice to sail to the farthest corners of the known world in his youth when no heir would dare to risk it. The numbers of ships that carry his flag were said to be larger than any other fleet, ships in his fleets that were larger than even the Ebane's whaling ships. That coupled with the rumors that this Corinth was home to tens of thousands of people, many of whom were freed slaves and of Valyrian stock, all producing sellable goods like the porcelain he'd begun selling in the last days before his departure from Dragonstone. His wealth must rival that of House Valyrian presently. Wealth that he would not have earned himself had he remained in Westeros. Mayhaps Aegon the Elder gambled on the idea that the lordship would still be on offer should he return, having earned his wealth through illicit trading, returning with tens of thousands of people loyal to his family, with 5 dragons under his control, likely more with Lysmaria, the queerly named she-dragon, at an age that it would sooner or later lay a clutch. The likelihood that every child of Aegon the Elder having a dragon of their own was disturbingly high. Corlys chuckled to himself before he shook his head. And had Aegon the Elder not made himself known in the Basilisk Isles, such a realization may well have been missed by him and others. Corlys' chuckle petered out as he continued to stare at the map, his finger having stopped tapping. Allying himself with the third-born Targaryen son of Baelon through trade and marriage is the best option available at present once he rid himself of the unworthy Bravecy he was stuck with, and in return he'd get a family of dragon riders with Casterys. He recalled the name of Aegon's heir being. The boy should be nearing 1 and 10 name days old, only a few years away from being able to marry. His Lena may be 8 name days older than the boy, but it was no matter. Yes, he mused to himself. He could see House Valyrian recovering both in wealth and in power with an alliance with the Aegon branch of House Targaryen. Truthfully, it was his only route to maintain his influence in the realm with Princess Rhaenyra, the only blockage the Hightower cunt cannot unblock, much to Corlys' pleasure, being out of his reach with her betrothal to Daemon's son Baelon. Corlys scowled lightly. Jaehaerys had spiked him with that betrothal, he knew from the center of his heart. Rumors of Emma's infertility had been circling for some time before Jaehaerys had forced Daemon to perform his duties. Corlys shook his head. No. Princess Rhaenyra was out of his reach. He'd considered mayhaps causing an accident to Daemon to pave the way for Laenor, but he suspected that nothing short of Baelon dying would allow for such a thing, and he was not so craven to cause the death of a boy, even if he was Daemon's son. Aegon the Elder's heir will do for him, and it was doubtlessly the same for Aegon the Elder. After all, Laena was the rider of Viagar and her blood was as pure as that of Aegon's family. Break. Mid 110 AC Corinth. Casterys POV. Casterys put down the journal and looked up towards his father. Today's lesson was about the importance of reputation. Like in other lessons, father had written what he calls scenarios, a word that in Greek that didn't have the same word available in Common or High Valyrian, where there would be 3 different situations that were different in circumstances but similar in eventual effect, like the loss or reduction of reputation of the 3 men in the scenarios that father had written. Father looked up from his writing after having sensed that Casterys was ready, and after a go-ahead look from father, Casterys breathed in a little before he spoke. Reputation is a type of power, an important power that is equal to that of skill in arms. Casterys said to his father as confidently as he could. The first scenario was of a man who was considered to be a fool by the people of the village thanks to the machinations of a jealous man who had once been humiliated by the man they now called a fool when they were young boys. The fool who was not truly a fool had ignored the attacks on his character for many years after having decided that the opinions of the village did not matter to him and simply carried on with his life. One day, after having gone to the river, he noticed a menacing band of men coming his direction, and he realized that they were on the path to the village, and so he had hurried back to the village. He warned them of the danger, and he'd been laughed off by the village, who considered the man a fool. He begged, he pleaded, he cursed them, yet they only laughed at the fool of the village, and the man began to doubt himself in a way he had never done so. He should not have. The menacing band of men came to the village much to his dismay, and that of the village, and the village was destroyed, its men killed and its women enslaved. The second scenario was similar to that of the first but not as bad or as senseless as the first, though the third scenario was one that he liked a lot. It was a scenario that spoke of a great general known for his cunning and trickery who found himself encircled by a great army when he himself only possessed a small fraction of men. His defeat was all but certain should the enemy great army attack, but the reputation of the great general was known to all, and the general used this to his advantage. The great general remained calm and dressed himself as a monk and played songs, and the sounds of his army were that of merriment, not one of fear and worry as those who were encircled and fated to be defeated ought to be. The enemy general grew suspicious, then worrisome, until fear triumphed and forced his army to retreat, for he feared defeat, and for he feared defeat through trickery and humiliation. And father prodded lightly as he smiled a little at Casterys, his eyes intense as he closed his journal. And that reputation can make you win because you strike fear in the hearts of your enemies and make them make mistakes that they otherwise would not. Or even not try to make themselves your enemy because they are afraid of you would do to them. Also reputation is also dangerous because if you have a bad reputation, you are unlikely to be able to repair it, and that will mean terrible things for you and also your people. Casterys said with his eyebrows knitted together as he tried to explain what he thought he understood from the scenarios. Good. Father said with a pleased note in his voice. That is a good understanding of what reputation means. Father said, and Castoris flashed a happy smile at the praise. Father continued, reputation is an invisible hand that can take from you or it could give to you. It is a means to make yourself unassailable but also a means to weaken you. It is also a constant battle that you will face throughout your life, and it is easier to damage your reputation than it is to improve it, and if you ever damage it to the point of losing your reputation, that is truly when things become dangerous. Father said seriously before he restored his smile to his bearded face. Wisdom is to reputation to what victory is to war, Castoris, and wisdom comes from experience and from learning. Keep your mind, your ears, and your eyes open, and you shall have the wisdom to never let your reputation suffer. Father declared. Castoris thought it over and nodded once he got a hang of what Father was saying. Wisdom meant to know and understand when to act, what to say and when to say nothing or do nothing, and all of that was important to keep your reputation. Castoris thought he had a good reputation. At least he thought so, and he asked his father if his own reputation was as good as he thought it was. Father smiled at him before he nodded slightly. You do have a good reputation. Our people think well of you. You are very good with your sword already at your age, and your dutifulness when I was away and now when you are shadowing me has been noticed. When Father had been at war, Castoris helped as much as he could, which wasn't much, truth to be told. Mother didn't really let him or his brothers much freedom. But Castoris did make his fellow squires put in a lot more work in the training, so that seemed to count a little at least. Now though, he was older and Father was taking him to the training yards of the army and having him learn more about the army and how Father acts with the army. The only thing I would say is that you should try and do better with mastering your emotions. You feel strongly, Castoris, and much of it is geared towards chastising yourself in an unhelpful manner. Father said gently. It is good to have high expectation of yourself, but it is not so good to drown yourself in them. I've been better. Castoris protests, and it was true as well. He always wanted to be like his father, and he hated it when he wasn't doing so well. It took a long time for him to understand that Father really didn't want him to be like him but wanted him to be Castoris, himself, rather than be exactly his father. You have been. Father agreed, but you do sometimes show more frustration than you should. As the eldest son of our family, you are the one who our people and our family will look up to. Your frustrations will and are felt by those around you. Father said to him before continuing. A leader must be resolute, and you do this by first mastering your emotions. Learn to control and manage your frustrations, your anger, your fears, all of it, and no one will be able to exploit you through your emotions. Father told him, and Castoris nodded a little hesitantly. He was doing better, as he said to his father, with regards to beating himself up about his mistakes and failures, but it was hard to not show it as his father wanted him to be able to do it. But he will continue to try and do, though, he resolved to himself. Their lesson continued, though to call it lessons was not quite right too. It felt more like a conversation, where he and Father discussed all kinds of examples of men that Father knew of, men that Castoris had never heard of before, and none of the examples were exactly the same, often differing in fate or how they ruled or led a war. Towards the end of the lessons, when they were discussing a king who lost his kingdom because his vassals abandoned him in his time of need, Castoris was half distracted by a thought that had often occupied his mind in the past year or so. His father noticed and asked him to speak up, and he did so. Father, why don't you want to be king? Castoris asked tentatively. Castoris knew that many people wanted Father to be king, even the people from Dragonstone. Everyone didn't really like that Father was not wanting to be king of their people because his elder brother, who was far away from the Summer Isles and further away still from Ilmaris. Father sighed heavily before he smiled a little wearily at Castoris. I expected this question, though I am surprised that it took this long for you or your brothers to ask this question of me. Father turned gaze away from Castoris and seemed to stare into the distance. Father remained silent for a long few moments, and Castoris worried that he asked something he should not have. There are many reasons why I do not wish to become king, Castoris, though there is one winning reason why I seek to avoid it. Father said to him as he turned his gaze back towards Castoris, and he was surprised to see Father look at him with great intensity. And that reason is you, my boy. His father said quietly as his eyes softened slightly, and when Castoris understood what his father meant, a sharp pain of betrayal entered his heart. His father didn't want to be king because of him? Did H. Castoris. Father's sharp voice cut through his thoughts, and he met Father's sharp eyes. Do not finish the thought that is written on your face. Father's voice was softer when he continued to speak. Remember what I taught you about not jumping to conclusions. Father said, and he calmed himself, though it wasn't easy. His mind went back to the lessons, one of the first of many lessons. Father taught him and his brothers not to act without having as much information available and verified if possible to them, that it was unwise and would leave you to the mercy of luck, and that only fools and the desperate depend on luck. Father smiled softly at Castoris and he nodded. Good. Father then sighed before he washed his hand across his bearded face. I could have worded that better. Father muttered before he shook his head and refocused and looked at Castoris. When I mean with you, I mean that I do not wish to burden you with all that comes with kingship, Castares. Father said heavily. Kingship for the likes of us is something that will eat us alive from the inside. I don't understand. Castares confessed after he digested what father was telling him. Eating us alive. Father nodded slightly before he leaned back in his chair. I will explain, but first, tell me what you believe it means to be a king. Castares thought about it for a moment and he remembered everything he saw of his father and then he answered. A king protects his people and a king rules his people. A king is righteous and fair but also strong and fearless. A king is to be obeyed but not a tyrant. A king cares for his people and makes their lives better. All of which father was in all but name anyway, which he was sure everyone knew too. Father smiled slightly before he nodded. That is what a king should be in the eyes of his people, I agree, though I would say that the first and foremost principle of that of a king is to provide stability and order to the land and to the people. Father paused for a moment before he continued. And yet, the nature of kingship is inherently unstable, Castares. Father then frowned a little as he spoke. You are more than simply a leader as king. You are a warrior, a scholar, a ruler, a septon, the embodiment of your people as king. It is a position of power that is absolute as that of the gods, where you, as king, can decide life and death and the course that those lives take. You can decide who lives and who dies, who is rich and who is poor, and it is a position that is corruptible when the king is meant to be incorruptible for the role it symbolically and factually has. Father said to Castares with a heaviness in his voice. Castares thought it over for a few moments before he looked to his father. And you think I would be corruptible? Castares couldn't help but ask. Father looked at him and smiled softly at Castares. Castares, you'll be a better man than I am. At just 1 in 10 name days old, I am confident enough that I can say without deception that if I die tomorrow, the fate of our people and our family will rest assured on your shoulders. Father said sincerely to Castares. Castares blanched. Don't say that you'll die. As much as father's confidence in him pleased Castares a lot, the thought of father dying terrified him. Father chuckled. I won't die anytime soon. Father said a little amused as he leaned forward and ruffled Castares' hair before he leaned back into his chair. Castares really didn't like the way father made so much light of his death. Father grew serious once more as he spoke. Nevertheless, though I do not believe you will be corruptible, what I do believe is that the position of king will become corruptible over time. The nature of power, the allure and attraction of the position of king is one that is irresistible and that covetousness comes in many forms. Father said to Castares seriously. Take the tale of Maegor for example. Father said as he leaned back into his chair. Maegor did not rebel against his brother Aegon when Aegon the Conqueror died, even though it was clear that Aegon was a soft man and of weaker constitution still. Father said as he looked directly into Castares' eyes. Had Maegor wanted it, he could have deposed his brother, even kill his brother and his nephews and nieces, the moment he mounted the Black Dread. His mother Visenya may well have helped him do it. Based on what you read and were taught about our house, do you agree? His father asked him. Castares was dismayed by the idea of brothers killing each other, but he knew that Maegor was a monster that killed his own nephews. Yes. Castares said uncomfortably before he breathed heavily. Maegor was monstrous enough that killing his own sibling would be possible. He could have killed his own brother. Father nodded slightly before he spoke. Yet he did not do so out of love for his brother Aegon. Father frowned heavily as he spoke a little quieter. A love that did not extend to his nephews when Aegon died. Maegor took the crown instead of swearing fealty to Aegon's son, Aegon, and instead, killed him and his mount in battle, becoming an accursed kinslayer in the process and became twice over a kinslayer when he, at the very least, presided over the gruesome and awful death of Viserys, my grand-uncle. Father then waved randomly with a hand. What happened next is not of much import to this discussion regarding kingship, for the matter of Maegor ascending, and how he did so, to the throne, is what is relevant. Father looked him directly in the eyes. Maegor may have loved his brother, but he also loved and coveted the throne. His love for his brother died when Aegon died, and unfortunately none of that love extended to Aegon's children, who suffered as a consequence. There may have been circumstances that pushed him to act on his desires for the throne, such as the faith militant, but ultimately, Maegor could not resist the attraction of the throne, and nor could his aiders and abettors resist to join him in his usurpation of the throne in their own hunger for power. And though Maegor was cruel even as a young boy, his usurpation is not one that is resigned to those of cruel constitution, for the allure of kingship is simply that great to many and most. Father said as he breathed out wearily. And for our family. Father said as he smiled a little tiredly. For our family, the allure of kingship is ever more dangerous when we possess the very means to make oaths and laws matter less than the paper they are written on. Do you mean our dragons? Castares asked. Father nodded seriously. Had Maegor not possessed Baelon, the chances that he could have taken King's Landing is minimal. Had Maegor not possessed Baelon, the chances of him being able to kill Aegon in battle would have been nigh impossible, given the rightful support Aegon, son of Aegon, had from the realm. Our dragons, particularly those who live to be more than 100 years of age, make armies and younger dragons worthless. And that brings me back as to why I believe kingship will eat us alive should I declare myself king. Our power is manifested through our dragons, are bonded life mates, who every named Targaryen has a right to bond with. In such a circumstance, every Targaryen is made equal. We are above all else in this world, and though I may be cynical, I believe that it is a belief that every Targaryen has felt and will feel throughout their lives. Father leaned forward. Our very strength, our very power, is ultimately a danger to the idea of kingship, Castares. You will have children, your brothers and sister will have children, and those children will have children, all likely possessing dragons of their own. One day, another Maegor will come from those descendants who covets the throne and disregards the bonds of blood should the position of kingship, with all of its allure and power, exist. Castares twisted his face unhappily at that, but before he could speak, Father continued. Castares. Father said gravely. Proclaiming something to be impossible simply because you hate the idea is not a good habit to have. Castares clenched his hands before he nodded a little jerkily. Father looked at him for a long while before he sighed heavily and continued, it is also a day that I fear will destroy Illimaris, along with destroying our reputation and our family in general, if our dragons in all of their numbers dance against one another. For all of that, do I believe kingship is something we should never rise to in Illimaris, and instead, I believe we should look to old Valeria on how they managed to rule the 40 families. Castares said with widening eyes. Father nodded, though he looked slightly amused. Though I hope you and your siblings and your children do not take this as a challenge to create 40 different branches of House Targaryen. His father said in a teasing note, and Castares looked away from his father in an embarrassed look. Anyway. Father said in a chuckle, though our ancestors have done and accomplished many things we should not replicate, there are some parts like the Archonate system that will suit our family and our people very well. Oh. Castares said in response, a small frown appearing on his face as he tried to recall what he remembered about the freehold and what it means to be Archon. Aren't Archons elected? Castares asked. He remembered that quite easily. It was very strange, the idea of electing your ruler. They can be. Father said as he nodded slightly before he added. But Archon of Illimaris will not be an elected position. You will be the Archon after me, and your son shall be Archon after you. But neither me, you, or your son shall rule alone. No, Archon will not rule alone. No, our family will have a voice that matters to them, much like the 40 families had voices of their own. But why not have a Lord Paramountship like in the 7 Kingdoms? Castares asked his father, a little unsure. Wouldn't that be better? No. Father said firmly. It would not. From such a governing would come the problem of the nobility, Castares. The vassals of the Lords Paramount are capable of raising armies that are collectively several times larger than the lord they are sworn to. Father looked him directly in his eyes. And you should know by now the problems that can come from self-interest and ambition. Castares swallowed and nodded. There were plenty of examples that Father shared with him about the kings and rulers that were foolish enough to tread dangerously with their vassals and the people they governed. The Archonate would not have this problem. Father said, recapturing his attention. There will be only one land, one army, and one ruling body, all led by the Archon who takes counsel from the members of House Targaryen, family. Father paused for a moment before he continued. I understand that it is a lot to take in, and there are many things that I have not fully explained, which I will in due time, but you know now at least some of my reasons of why I do not wish to be king and what I plan for you, our family and our people. Father said as he looked at him directly in the eyes. I understand. Castares said as he nodded carefully to his father. Father looked at him strangely, but he returned the nod and he stood up. All right. I think it's enough for now. I'm sure we've missed the beginnings of the first games of Olympic. Father said, and Castares shrugged. The first 2 games were the qualifying rounds of shield throwing and spear throwing, and neither were games that Castares really liked anyway. He would have been upset if they missed the rugby games though, he thought as he felt his father's hand on his neck as they walked out of his solar. Chapter 19 Part 2 Tony McNuckles. With what Aegon is planning for his people, making sure that literacy, education, technology, science, everything, is accessible to the public, he is aware that the ruling system is using, not only for the sake of his family and descendants, is flexible enough to allow for changes to occur, changes such as greater political voice of the people. Not quite democracy, I don't think. There is very little basis for democracy, ironically outside of Valeria, which landowners supposedly having a voice, so it will have to be something developed by his people over centuries. Jury Sten. Agree the chance of rebellion rising thanks to greater number of dragons. It is why it is so important that a political system is incorporated that mitigates this risk. Also, culture is very important too. For example, there are nuances and traditions in cultures in our world that make political systems incompatible to a certain degree. Because of history. Because of culture. Because of what those people value and cherish differs greatly to those who shaped those systems, in part because of their history, culture, and national identity. Aegon has added a lot of focus on his children with this in mind. A lot of Targs are shit people because of shit parents and family. Fostering a kind of collective us and responsibility and duty amongst his children was and is important, and it is something that will definitely be a part of the latter parts of the story. In any case, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. I always read the reviews even if I don't comment on them. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/Boombox117. Mid 110 AC, Port Corinth. Ethan Celtigar POV. They and their escort of ships finally arrived at the mouth of the river that led to the city of Corinth, finally ending his very long journey. Still, it had to be noted that the journey from Lotus Port had been sedate enough for the past half-moon as they hugged the coastline of this summer island, greeted endlessly by white beaches untouched by man, though, what struck Ethan was the number of times ships bearing crimson and blue-colored sails on their journey to this Corinth. Thrice they encountered fleets of 10 or around that number as they followed the northern shores of Baelon all the way east to the mouth of the river that led to Corinth, patrolling against pirates as the envoys who were aboard his ship described. On one occasion, he got to see the behemoth ships that were twice or near enough twice as large as the carracks that escorted them, and he'd noticed they bore oddly square-shaped door-like openings on the sides of the ships. There were rumors about them, these ships, though when King's Landing had dismissed it out of hand, so did the rest of the realm, thinking it to be the same kinds of ships that Prince Aegon had constructed before his departure. It seemed like they were wrong, he thought wryly. He'd wondered if Prince Aegon would be willing to sell one of the ships to House Celtigar. Once they passed the mouth of the river and began to sail upstream, he walked towards one of the envoys who was in discussion with one of his sailors. "How long until we arrive at the port?" Ethan asked after he stopped by the summer islander envoy named Coxos, unable to contain his impatience. The port of Corinth was several leagues upstream, they'd said, and the city itself was half-hour's ride from the port, and Ethan admittedly was deeply curious to see how much of their polite boasts were true. Depending on the winds, the journey to the port could take some time. Coxos turned towards Ethan, a polite smile on his face as he inclined his head respectfully. "Perhaps an hour, likely less if the winds remain favorable further upstream, which they tend to be," he said, and after a few more words exchanged, Ethan nodded and left the man be, choosing to turn his attentions to the river. He preferred not to speak with these envoys if he could help it. After he'd gotten all of his questions answered, or at least as well as they wanted to answer them, there was little to talk to them about, and he was glad for it. They were a strange lot, these envoys. There were 4 of them, one of them a summer islander and the other 3 clearly with the blood of old Valeria in their veins, even if none of them had the full set in their features. They were polite, clear, and well-spoken, friendly even, but Ethan could tell that these were not the merchants like they were dressed as. Envoys. That was what they introduced themselves as when they approached him. When they explained who they were and what they were doing for the prince, he understood then that these were akin to that of messengers who often were knights tasked to deliver sensitive information to another. Though, Ethan mused as he glanced at the talking envoys who were now talking amongst themselves at the edges of the upper deck, it was clear enough from his discussions with them, when they spoke with some level of authority and knowledge, the kind of authority and knowledge that ought to only belong to the nobility, that these men were not simple messengers, nor were they simple merchants. Ethan shook his thoughts away and instead set them back towards the river they were travelling upstream on, full sails up, towards the city that was boasted about. Boasts that spoke of a thriving city of 50,000 and more, a harbour that at its busiest could host hundreds of ships, and where you could find anything you desire in the markets and the merchant shops for much less than what it would cost you in the free cities or in King's Landing, from much coveted purple dyes to yarns of silk. Such was their happy boasts when he dug for information about where he was headed. He was skeptical of it, not believing that such a place could have goods that cheap, nor did he believe a city of tens of thousands could be built in 10 years. Gulltown, a city many centuries old, had numbers like that, and it took centuries to get there. He was sure that they were overinflating Corinth like the SSC loved doing when they talked about themselves or their riches or their lineage. Corinth was likely impressive, to be sure. After all, even on Claw Isle, they'd heard of the prince's wealth, ill-gotten or not, bolstered as it was with the bounty of the Basilisk Isles, but he was doubtful the city had the people and splendor the envoys were claiming. Double the number of people that had come with him from Dragonstone, he could believe, but 50,000, 4/5 all former slaves? Still, he mused to himself, as hard as it was to believe, there was a large part of him that reasoned that he could not completely dismiss their boasts. After all, he'd found out the truth of the matter soon enough, won't he, so why lie? The sense of excitement within him grew stronger as they drew nearer to Corinth, which unfortunately was tempered with the expectations that was levied on his shoulders. He had to return with something to show for the journey. He shook his head, though the demands his father placed upon him could not be shaken from his mind, or the shame such failure he'd bring upon himself. He sighed a little, a considering look settling on his face. When 3 large SSC carracks were seen by the fishermen of Claw Isle, they worried that the Triarchy were expanding their war to the houses of the Narrow Sea, since a number of Narrow Sea houses had sent men and relatives for fight for Prince Daemon. The last thing they expected was for the ships to belong to Prince Aegon, and their worries had soon enough turned into excitement when that was understood. And his father had spared no expense in welcoming the sailors on the ships after father had read the letter they brought that bore the seal of Prince Aegon. The letter, which he had read with his brother, who'd confirmed Prince Aegon's handwriting, invited representatives of House Celtigar to Corinth, and vaguely referenced opportunities for their house that would be clarified when he'd meet their representative. Bart Emos had immediately offered to go himself, an offer their father immediately dismissed out of hand, for fear of Bartimeau's safety at sea, and instead, their father turned to him to be their representative, the spare son whose loss would not be so damaging to their house, and he obeyed as was his duty. Of course, it was not difficult to obey, for the danger in the stepstones had been the lowest it had been since the war had begun, and also particularly because this was as much an opportunity for him as it was for House Celtigar. The prince's exploits in the Basilisk Isles, and his rumoured wealth meant that there may well be a place by the prince's side once he'd agreed a trade alliance between Prince Aegon and House Celtigar for goods like porcelain, ivory, and more. First, get the alliance. Ethan muttered to himself as he shook his head. A significant portion of their argument for the alliance depended on the goodwill of Prince Aegon for House Celtigar. House Celtigar, whilst not destitute or without strength, had much of its influence in the realm dry up when the prince departed from Westeros, something he was ordered to carefully hint towards by his father if it seemed like the prince was more uninterested than they'd hoped. Bart Emos had not been pleased with their father on this matter, but there was nothing they could do against their father's will, and truthfully, Ethan agreed with their father. House Celtigar needed to grow, and if the means for their growth, their rise, presented itself like it had now, then they needed to take it by all means. They were only one of 3 noble houses remaining of old Valyria. The upstart old blood of Volantis were nothing but descendants of peasant army commanders, yet their status in Westeros was that of lesser nobility when House Velaryon, a house that once was their equal in nobility and in prominence before the conquest, before the birth of the conqueror by way of Laena Velaryon, was considered to be the second house of the realm. All of it thanks to House Targaryens, to whom the Velaryons could thank their rise and prominence to, even if the Velaryons have forgotten it, and House Celtigar must do the same by allying itself to the one Targaryen who can provide them with the opportunity to secure their rise. And Ethan was sure that Prince Aegon would not be opposed to helping them rise in a deal that should be favourable to both parties. After all, House Celtigar, or rather his brother Bart Emos, was amongst the few who had remained loyal to the third son of Baelon when rumours existed about his wrongdoings with Princess Gale. At first, his brother's loyalty had been rewarded with a voice that was heard in the Red Keep and with cheap porcelain their merchants sold elsewhere in Westeros and Essos, but all of that fled when the prince left the realm. An irritated look flashed on his expression before it disappeared. Now, neither King Viserys or Prince Daemon paid much attention or favour to House Celtigar, let alone the other houses of the Narrow Sea, beyond that which is called Velaryon, and with the shipping lanes beyond the stepstones drying up, so did the little trade that came to Claw Isle that had already suffered when Dragonstone's industries collapsed when its people left with Prince Aegon. Much of their recent trade that came to Claw Isle was that of merchants needing to resupply on their journey from or to King's Landing to or from Bravos. With less trade passing through the stepstones, there was less much desired goods available at any given time, so that meant that merchants would have less reason to travel to the cities on the opposite sides of the Narrow Sea in order to turn a profit. And though Claw Isle was by no means Spice Town or Gull Town, it was a good port that still attracted merchants to resupply should they find themselves in need to, and it was a good income even if the wealthy houses would sneer at their low income. Income that was all but gone, and now their house was feeling the pinch of it, having had to reduce their spending in order to make sure they didn't dip into their savings. And so, the arrival of Prince Aegon's ships were seen by their house to be a chance to drastically change their fortunes whilst at the same time increase their influence with King Viserys as they become the link that connected the sons of Baelon. But first Ethan had to get the agreement, he thought to himself, and for the rest of the journey upstream, he readied himself for that task. A little while later, the sight of piers on both sides of the river was curious, particularly since they were mostly empty, and because the port itself was some way away in the distance where he could see ships anchored. Dozens upon dozens of ships must be able to dock here. It reminded him somewhat of King's Landing further along the Blackwater River, though not even the capital had that many piers away from the main harbour, or piers that long. From what one of the envoys were telling him, they were lucky that none of the trade fleets have returned, otherwise their speed would have been much slower, that is, if they were even allowed to dock at the main harbour. He caught the look of the shipyards as they neared, and he could see the front of what looked like 2 halt-built ships, the behemoths that the envoys called galleons, in the shipyards. I should take a look if I get the chance, Ethan mused to himself. The other 5 ships were made to dock at the edges of the harbour whilst his ship was guided towards the inner harbour where they were reeled in when they cast down the long line, and it hadn't been long before they walked down the gangway and onto the pier towards the 6 men who were waiting on them. As he got closer, he took the opportunity to scrutinize the well-attired man who led the guards and who was walking towards Ethan, a sword on his belt. The man was silver-haired and had a rugged face which bore hard blue eyes. He looked familiar, Ethan thought. Lord Ethan Celtigar. The man said with a low bow of the head, low enough to be respectful of his nobility but not so low to be subservient, the kind of bow knights of friendly houses would give. It was also an indication that this man was no noble despite his attire. Prince Aegon has sent me to welcome you to Corinth. I thank you and the prince for your welcome, Ethan said with a respectful nod before he asked, though I would wish to know your name. Sir Gaelana's Carcarus, Lord Ethan. I am a commander of the Corintha's army. The man named Sir Gaelana's answered swiftly. Commander. Corintha's army. Ethan wondered as he filed away for later. Instead he nodded in acknowledgement and asked House Carcarus. The knightly house of Dragonstone. A house established during the conquest, one of the more noteworthy knightly houses, if the information the maester had given him for the journey was correct. He'd not realized that many properly established landed knightly houses had left with Prince Aegon until he learned of it from the maester. In fact, a fair number of houses like Carcarus that had exemplary ancestors during the conquest that left with Prince Aegon, houses that had land in places like Massey's Hook or Crack Claw Point, had gone with Prince Aegon. If the man was surprised that Ethan knew of him, he did not show it. Sir Gaelana's said with a faint dip of the head. Though I expect that I no longer hold the privilege to call myself of Dragonstone. There was a trace of amusement in the knight's voice. Ethan suppressed the urge to snort at the comment. Yes, there was little doubt that the land that had been his family's was any longer in House Carcarus' possession. Whilst none of the land had been granted away, as far as he or the maester knew, it was doubtful that this man or any of his house had a claim left, particularly if that Hightower hand had anything to say about it. After all, the knightly houses had made their choices when they attached themselves to the third prince instead of the Targaryen of Dragonstone. Quite. Ethan instead simply said, ending that direction of conversation as his eyes veered to the ships that were docked some way away from the main harbour, an act that the man caught, and he spoke up in answer. If you wish, we can wait for your men to arrive before we head to Corinth. The man offered. Otherwise, the men I sent can take them there after they are fed and watered along with the rest of your crew on the ship. Ethan considered it before he answered. No need to wait, Sir Gaelana's. They can follow, Ethan decided. The knight nodded. Follow me then, I shall lead you to Prince Aegon. He is at the games with the majority of our people. Games? Ethan asked as he, his two guards, the envoys, and the party led by the knight walked towards solid ground. The Olympic Games. Sir Gaelana's clarified, and Ethan could see the glimmer of excitement in the man's eyes. It's much like a tourney, though there are many more competitions than what you would see in a tourney. Sir Gaelana's said, and Ethan nodded in understanding, though he wondered what other competitions there were. So we have not missed all of it? One of the envoys asked, strangely hopeful, and similarly there were such expression on the faces of the other envoys. Sir Gaelana's laughed. No. At this moment, the spear throwing finals are starting in about an hour. You just missed the bull leaping finals, and there is yet the final of the chariot race to go. The second semi-final and the final of the rugby games to go are set for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Bull leaping. Rugby games, he recognized chariot racing at least, some of the SSE cities were said to hold them. This seemed to please the envoys at least somewhat. Ethan wondered how long these games went on for, if they had an outside hope that they would not miss the entirety of it. By the time Ethan and his ships arrived, the envoys had already been there. Ah, I wanted to see the wrestling. One of the envoys lamented before he turned to Ethan and explained, it's a game of physical strength. You win by making the opponent yield once you have trapped them. The envoy said in explanation. Ethan nodded in appreciation, after which point the envoy asked the knight, did Tratas win it at least? I had bet a good sum on it, the envoy asked with eagerness, and Ethan was inwardly surprised by it. He'd not liked the envoys for their stiff and strange demeanor, yet here he was seeing them behave unlike what he'd seen them be for the past 5 and 10 days. Tratas was in the final, but he lost against a man named Tobaz. Gaelana's answered, which caught the envoys all off guard. It was a very good contest. Ethan was silent during the rest of the conversation as they talked about these Olympic Games, most of which he overheard them talk about the rugby games, which seemed to be Gaelana's favorite. From the sounds of it, he also competed in the contest, though he and his team had lost in the second round against the team who had won their semi-final game. As they walked through the harbour, he noticed that there were few people there. He did catch some conversation from the dock workers, who seemed to speak only in High Valyrian, strangely enough, that were there, and heard them talk about this rugby and how they wished they could attend them. The envoys fortunately did explain a little about what rugby was, and it seemed to resemble the team melees, though he didn't understand the appeal of it since no arms were being used, nor did he understand the appeal of throwing something to one another in order to win. Strange people. Nonetheless, it seemed to be a popular game, and he'd see it for himself since the game was to start after the spear throwing contest. They travelled past the docks and rode out for the city, travelling on level roads made of grey stone, the hoofs of the horses clattering as they made way on a steady pace, and he wondered how it was accomplished. He'd asked that question, and he'd been shocked to hear that the stone was made and not cut as he had thought it may have been. It was an invention of the prince and the Grand Scholaridine, a title that sounded like it boasted the same honour as that of Archmaester. By the time they arrived at the 20 feet tall walls of Corinth, much of his attentions were set upon the dragons that flew overhead. There were 3 of them, though outside of their colours, which he could barely tell from this far away, and in the glare of the sun, he could not discern how large or small they were. They're the eldest young dragons that belong with the young princes, Lord Ethan. Sir Gaelana's said in explanation. They've returned from their hunt. You see that dragon there? Sir Baelon pointed out before he continued that one has either a whale or dolphin in its claws. Ethan could see something resembling what Sir Baelon was telling him. The knight continued. It's a common enough sight these days, especially since the dragons have been ridden by the young princes. It seems to have caused them to be more active, particularly when it comes to hunting out at sea for dolphins and whales, which they seem to enjoy the most. I see. Ethan said as he watched them fly. He'd had the opportunity to see Malay's, Princess Rhaenys dragon, and Miss Aragorn, up close. Dragons were as wondrous as they were fearsome. His eyes widened slightly at the sudden thought. Eldest young dragons. Do all of Prince Aegon and Princess Gale's children have dragons? He asked as he turned to the knight, the sudden thought he had having instantly left his mouth. Ethan was rewarded a side glance from Sir Baelon as he paused before answered, a slight pause yet still noticeable, just as the glance. Yes. All of the children have had their eggs hatch for them. He noticed the absence of the number of children in Sir Baelon's answer. As far as he knew, there were 5 children of Prince Aegon and Princess Gale, information that was gained from King's Landing, though. So there were at least 7 dragons on this island. Ethan thought in wonder. And 7 dragon riders, or at least future dragon riders. How dangerous! Ethan mused to himself in wonder as his attentions returned to the dragons, and for a moment he wanted to laugh. If this branch of House Targaryen were to return, who were presently all but ignored if not forgotten back in the realm, they'd be instantly the most powerful faction. He inwardly shook his head. Why King Viserys would want Prince Aegon to return was beyond Ethan. The journey through the city once they were past the gates were as eye-catching as the dragons had been, the sight of many people walking the wide streets of the city, flanked by tall buildings, homes and shops and inns and more, colored with shades of reds and oranges that were not unlike the buildings he'd seen in Lotus Port, though, were it different substantially from Lotus Port, was the sight of the majority Valyrian people. There were still many peoples of differing heritages, some are Icelanders, Essecy and Westerosi, but the majority were clearly of old Valyria. The people remind of Lys. Ethan commented as they rode towards the center of the city, his gazes meeting the gazes of those few curious people and children. Though, Ethan had to say that the similarities ended there. The people here looked better clothed and fed and clean than the people he'd seen at the docks and the outer parts of the city during his journey here. And little had to be said that there were few such places in King's Landing that could boast the same, and all of them were in the noble quarters of the capital. Many of them are from Lys, or at least from Lys-controlled lands. One of the Valyrian-blooded envoys, Vimar, said before adding, just as I was. Ethan glanced back at the envoy, hiding his surprise. You were a slave? Vimar finished for Ethan as he inclined his head. Yes, I was, until the royal family bought my freedom. I was amongst the first lucky thousands to be freed. Vimar explained to Ethan before turning away from Ethan's gaze and back towards what seemed to be the city center. It is a tale you will find amongst the majority of the people here. Vimar added. I see. Ethan merely said in acknowledgement, and the conversation more or less ended there. Fortunately, there was plenty of else to observe as they arrived at the city center, including the wondrous smells of spices and foods that made his belly forget the bread and cheese he'd eaten not more than 3 hours ago. Colorful silks and cloths and potteries lined the streets, in quantities he'd not seen before, leaving him stunned in the wealth that was freely displayed, and when they passed by one of the shops, he saw rows and rows of vibrant gems alongside that of gold and silver jewelry. When he asked about it, he got the explanation. Most of the luxuries there have been cut or made by the family who owns that shop. Another envoy explained, this one named Tala Amer. The envoy continued, there are a few rich mines or locations nearby, some are islander villages by the mountains, and we trade for the luxuries with goods that we make or produce here, like good steel tools, potteries, crops, and so on. Most of it, outside of the small amount of gold and silver that is mined, is taken by the trade flotillas to be traded away for coin and goods. The rest is kept to be traded or sold amongst the people of Corinth. And the prince of this island allows this? Ethan asked, perplexed. For common folk to do as they like with such valuable goods is unheard of. The summer Icelanders do not rule in the same way as the lords do in Westeros. Sir Baelon asked as he met Ethan's gaze. They are the rulers of this island, yes, and they hold supreme authority, but they do not hold absolute ownership of the land. They see themselves as shepherds of the people and the land, and so, outside of the lands in the immediate surroundings of Lotus Port, much of the land is simply shared amongst the people. That said, Vimar interjected as he gave a respectful nod to Sir Baelon before turning his gaze to Ethan. There are rules and tariffs attached to us, so we do not exploit the generosity of the summer Icelanders. Ethan was somehow doubtful that the tariffs were significant, he thought to himself as he looked at the rest of the city center, and then looked at the buildings that stood on tall hills that reminded him somewhat of the hills of King's Landing. The wealth of these people, these common folk, must be substantially greater than even the merchants of King's Landing. It seemed like the envoys hadn't quite lied. It boded well for his house when he accomplished his task. One thing he certainly noticed as they journeyed beyond the city center, was that the city looked emptier than a city of its size ought to be. It seemed like almost of the people were already at this Olympic tourney ground, and when he caught sight of the tourney ground, he was surprised to see that it was a permanent ground made of stone. He was given an explanation that the tourney ground at the start had been often in use by the knights, so the decision had been made early on to simply build and expand the ground to accommodate frequent tourneys, justs and race tracks. When they arrived at the entrance, they unhorsed themselves and were taking into the structure without their arms, rising sounds on the other side of the stone wall hearable, walking up several flights of stairs before they arrived at a guarded entrance, and they were let in only moments later. As he walked into the large room, he was greeted with the sight of familiar mismatching eyes, though the color of them was the only thing familiar, and the same could be said about the man in general. The face of the man staring at him seemed to be made of marble stone, flanked by a thick but well-cropped beard and a head of short silver blonde hair. He wore a simple styled black and silver tunic, though the frame of his muscular body made it seem more than it was, though it could as easily be the air of authority that seemed to surround the man. Ethan remembered Prince Aegon, clever and friendly, yet such was not to be found now. It seemed like Prince Aegon was now a very different man indeed. "My prince," Ethan said with a befitting bow from the waist. "It's an honor to see you again." At that the prince's hard look broke and he smiled faintly in response, though it was hard to tell with that beard. "Likewise, Ethan Celtigar, or it is Sir Ethan now?" Prince Aegon asked idly. My prince. I was knighted 5 years ago." Ethan answered humbly. "Bartimaeus?" Prince Aegon questioned. "Nay," Ethan said with a shake of the head before continuing. "One of our household knights who I squired for." Prince Aegon nodded slightly as he turned his right and gestured to one of the servants before returned his attentions to Ethan. "The servants will bring you and your guards a hearty and warm meal." "My prince, there is no need, I have eaten." "Stale bread is no great substitute for a good meal, Sir Ethan. Besides, consider it an elaborate display of bread and salt." Prince Aegon said with a dismissive note, and before Ethan could answer, the prince continued, "When you are done eating, one of the guards will bring you to me." The prince said before turning and walking away towards the pathway where Ethan could see the open sky, leaving Ethan flummoxed and somewhat aggrieved, though it lasted not long, for it was only moments later when the servants arrived with assortments of steaming food on silver plates. By the time Ethan and his 2 men were done eating, the roar of the crowd barely noticed during their feast. Any slight was long forgotten, for their bellies were full and their tongues already missing such excellent tastes. He was guided by one of the armed guards to the prince, his 2 men made to wait in the room, and as he arrived at the balcony, his eyes latched on his surroundings and they widened when he took sight of the number of people that were in the stands. There must be tens of thousands, he mused as he recomposed himself. When he turned his head, he saw the prince and his family some way down a few steps at the front of the balcony, isolated from the rest of the people seated around the prince and his family, and he was taken to them by one of the guards who remained standing where they were. When they caught sight of him, he got a good look at the Targaryens. Prince Aegon was seated in the middle with Princess Gale next to him and a boy about 10 or 11 named Days on the other side with the other children, 5 others with 2 of the other elder-looking children sitting on the side of the likely heir, whilst the youngest were by Princess Gale. The 3 eldest, Castaris, Polaris and Valar, looked to be just a few years of reaching manhood, whilst the youngest, a boy and 2 girls, were yet still children. Princess Gale looked much like she had done the last time he'd met, though it seemed like she'd grown more beautiful as she aged, and it seemed like 6 children had not affected her figure overly much. "Sir Ethan, you have grown well," Princess Gale said warmly as she stood when he was but a few steps away from her. He bowed from the waist and he extended out his hand to take hers, and he placed his head on top of her knuckles. "Thank you, Princess Gale, for the kind words. It is an honor to see you again. Dragonstone misses your warmth," Ethan said flatteringly, and he was rewarded with a gentle but sweet tickling laugh. "It seems like you are more alike to Bartimaeus than just simply looks," Princess Gale said with a humorous but warm smile. Briefly Ethan wondered if this was how Queen Alice Anne had looked at her age. He'd never met the widely loved queen by that time she'd retired from court and the wider public, but he wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. "My brother does know some things that are worth paying attention to," Ethan said with a chuckle, and soon enough he was introduced to the rest of the Targaryens. The eldest boys were respectful but proud in their brief interaction with Ethan, surprising Ethan too with their knowledge of House Celtigar, and he'd felt satisfied that the boys knew of his house's loyalty to House Targaryen before the conquest, whilst the 3 youngest, Solanise, Rena and Brienne, whose name surprised Ethan, had quickly lost their interest in him as children their age were wont to do. The conversation didn't last long and he was soon directed to take a seat by Sir Gaelaenis, who sat several steps up from the Targaryens, and he began to watch these games as they played out, understanding that any discussion would not happen until after the games had ended. The spear throwing had been going on a little while before he arrived at the tourney ground, and he'd heard the crowd through the stone walls, but seeing the reactions to men throwing spears was interesting. The crowd seemed to love it, and Ethan could understand it a little. The men throwing the spears were strong indeed, for they were able to make the spears travel lengths that left him raise his eyebrow at the sight. They were able to throw the spears across much of the length of the ground, most of them falling around the same region, though as the games continued, one of them seemed to be strongest and most skilled of the lot, as the man managed to outthrow the rest by several body lengths. Sir Baelon was useful in explaining the popularity of the sport, explaining that the men who participated in the spear throwing were part of the spear battalions, which he explained meant a special name for men-at-arms had grown competitive amongst one another in this particular sport. They talked for some time, only half paying attention to the tourney as their conversation veered to the discussion of the war in the Basilisk Isles and the effect it had on the people, and he gladly absorbed it all. The brutality and the ease with which the knight spoke of what they'd done of the war surprised Ethan, though he came to understand the reasons behind it. It seemed like Prince Aegon spared none of the slavers, or their towns. From what Ethan had come to learn of the Basilisk Isles back in Westeros, it seemed to be quite right. Few ships had returned from the Basilisk Isles, those few lucky ones that managed to escape the war fleet and the dragon, and from what was rumored, the Basilisk Isles were made desolate. He also wasn't surprised to hear of the great disdain, nearing on hatred, Sir Baelon had on slavery. The majority of the people he was charged to protect were former slaves after all. The next set of tourney games, after the spear-throwing contest had been won, had been the chariot races, which had been far more exciting, and the crowd had agreed with him on that, with the volume of the crowd rising several times more than it had been for the spear-throwers. Crashes and chariots breaking had been a common sight during the final as horses were pushed to their limit and men were thrown from their chariots. Ethan had to admit the chariot races were as exciting as the best melees, though the risk of injury seemed to be far greater than any tourney contest back home. The winners were eventually granted golden medallions of some sort around their necks, with the second and third placed men granted silver and copper. It wasn't longer after that when people began to depart, the chariot race having been the last game of the day, and soon enough, Ethan was the only one remaining with the prince and the guards, his family having departed for wherever they called home. "Impressive, my prince," Ethan complimented when the prince asked him as they sat down across from one another in the mostly empty balcony. "I have not seen such an entertaining contest for some time." The prince smiled faintly. "The chariot games are the most loved games by the people, outside of the melees and the rugby games, of course." There was an amused glint in his eyes when he spoke next. "It is why such games are last and contests like spear throwing are earlier." Ethan gave a wry smile. "I understand. It was the same with archery. To be sure, the skill was commendable, but it did not excite the blood like melees or justs did, and it was also why the archery contests were the first to be completed in tourneys. I have to say," Ethan continued as he looked at the empty stands that were cast gold and red under the light of the sunset, "you have built an impressive holding, my prince. I admit I was skeptical when your envoys effused praises of Corinth, but it seemed they did not lie." Prince Aegon nodded slightly as he sat back in his chair. "It took considerable time and care, certainly, to get where we are." Prince Aegon said with an incline of the head. "Of course, the efforts of the people of Dragonstone were considerable in the success of Corinth." Prince Aegon said with a note that Ethan couldn't quite identify. Smugness? Arrogance? Ethan was not sure. "How is Dragonstone anyway? As you are aware, there is substantial distance between Corinth and Westeros, so I am not so well versed on the happenings of my ancestral home. Dragonstone is faring well as it could." Ethan answered with a knowing look, a look that the prince more than understood. After all, the prince was responsible for the down of the island, and its neighbors, he thought privately. He continued, "His Grace is preparing the island for the ascension of Princess Rhaenyra for when she becomes of age." "How is my niece?" Prince Aegon asked, and Ethan could tell that it wasn't a simple question, and so he answered, though he did so carefully. Though he had not met the princess, his father had when he swore an oath to her, and whilst his father had said good things to say of her, particularly her beauty, he also said that the insistence of His Grace of keeping Princess Rhaenyra despite the birth of a male heir named by the Queen after the Conqueror no less, was confusing. Of course, Ethan said nothing of the sort to the prince, and his unchanging expression made Ethan suspect that he was more aware of Westeros than he was letting on, regardless of his comments suggesting otherwise. Ethan paused for a moment as he eyed the prince, the topic of the princess having come to an end, and spoke up once more. "His Grace, your brother, would most certainly and greatly appreciate you and your family's return, my prince, though from what I have seen of Corinth today, I do not expect it be more than a visit." This was as much a lord's holding as any Ethan had seen. And considering the work and coin that must have gone into this place, he was becoming doubtful this branch of House Targaryen would ever return to Westeros. Ethan was rewarded with a faint nod. "I wouldn't expect anything less from Viserys, but unfortunately circumstances will not allow a return in the near future," the prince said, and Ethan was not surprised by the words. Prince Aegon continued, "Of course, circumstances as they are presently does allow opportunities, particularly for your house." And Ethan had to work hard to contain his reaction. Ethan nodded. "Yes, my father, who sends his regards and thanks, as does Bartimos, was pleased to receive your letter." At the mention of Bartimos, Prince Aegon smiled faintly in appreciation before it grew as he spoke. "I suspect equally it was surprising," Prince Aegon said. "You would be correct," Ethan admitted before adding, "but nonetheless, my father and House Celtigar in general, is most eager to learn of the opportunities that are available to it." Prince Aegon was silent for some time, and Ethan felt like it was stretching, but thankfully it was broken when the prince spoke up. I have not forgotten the loyalty of Bartimos, nor that of House Celtigar or the majority of the other houses of the Narrow Sea. Ethan bowed his head. We knew you, Prince Aegon, and we knew that you were honorable. We could do no less than to stand by your side. Ethan said humbly as he resisted the urge to smile. The prince did smile at Ethan, though he seemed to look at Ethan for a good long time before he spoke up again. And as I gotten wealthy, my old friends back in Westeros have been made to suffer difficult times as a consequence of the triarchy. I wish to remedy that. The prince said, and Ethan slightly leaned forward, intent on listening raptly. The prince then began to speak of the possibilities trade alliance with House Celtigar and with a few other houses such as House Sunglass, whereby goods from the Yetish and elsewhere would be sold in Westeros through the trade alliance. The prince spoke of securing one of the islands in the Stepstones, an island nearby the shores of Dorne, and using it as a base for his ships to unload their goods, and the Narrow Sea Alliance to load and sell to the rest of eastern Westeros. Ethan asked and pointed out throughout the conversation, particularly around the concern of the Triarchy and the corsairs that roamed the Stepstones, but the prince was dismissive of it, claiming that the situation would be handled with diplomacy rather than with the force of arms or claims. Ethan was skeptical of it. Years of war in the Stepstones, with the dragon to bolster the forces, had not brought order to the region, and Prince Aegon thought he could accomplish more with less men and coin. Still, Ethan knew any opportunity would need some resolution with the Stepstone matter, and this was at least one such resolution. His father and the other lords would have to see if it was the best path to enrich their houses. They continued to talk for some time, the split of the profits predominantly, which heavily leaned in the favor of Prince Aegon, and when the last light of the sun began to die out, the prince brought up suddenly a topic of discussion that surprised him. Prince Aegon asked about his children and that of Bartimos, their ages, their demeanors, and before Ethan could ask on the questioning, Prince Aegon spoke. Bartimos' daughters and your own are of a similar age to that of mine own sons. Ethan's eyes, this time, couldn't help but widen as he was beginning to understand where the prince was heading. The other opportunity, beyond that of trade which is independent of my second offer, is for two of House Celtigar's daughters marrying one of my eldest and my youngest son, Solanese. Ethan was shocked. You wish to tie our houses together? This was beyond Ethan's expectations. Not even his father, with all of his ambition, would have thought tying their houses was an option. Yes, though there is a condition. Prince Aegon said simply as his gaze bore down at Ethan. Your family is not wealthy, nor is it powerful, be it with men or with ships. Ethan resisted the urge to simultaneously wince and look slighted at the harsh but unfortunately truthful description of his house. However, Prince Aegon said, your house is loyal, the prince said, pausing for a moment before continuing, and your family has the blood of old Valeria in its veins, even if it is not as strong as it once was. Whilst I could secure betrothals for my sons with daughters of noble families in Lys and Volantis, I'm sure you understand the difficulty that comes with that. Ethan nodded slightly. Whilst Ethan was doubtful that Prince Aegon and Princess Gale cared much for the opinions of the lords in Westeros, it would impact their reputations greatly back home. Already there were question marks about the dealings of Prince Aegon with the slaver cities of Essos. His father had said that most thought the freeing of slaves was a pious and righteous act of the prince and princess, but also said that others, particularly those who felt slighted by Prince Aegon, were not quiet about the close relations of Prince Aegon and the slaver cities. One of his sons marrying a daughter of these slaver cities would tremendously aid them, whilst also potentially affecting the reign of his grace, considering that Prince Aegon was after all his brother. So, yes, Ethan could understand the hesitation. For those reasons, your house is the best choice for my sons. Prince Aegon finished, and Ethan took a moment before he carefully responded. I will have to speak with my father and brother before I can agree to the betrothal between one of my nieces and one of your sons. Ethan said truthfully. He could not agree to it for them. It would be acting beyond his station. He breathed in a little before he added. But I can say the betrothal between my daughter Viera and your son Prince Solanese is agreeable. It was said as calmly as he managed. Viera was his daughter, and though his father had a say in her betrothal and marriage, the decision was Ethan's to make, and he would not let this chance go. His grandson, or granddaughter he presumed, would become a dragon rider. He would never let it go, and his ancestors would curse him if he ever did. Prince Aegon smiled slightly as he nodded. Good. Prince Aegon intoned before he spoke up once more, the other betrothal between House Celtigar and House Targaryen shall be needed to be answered with post-haste. Yes, I shall leave in 2 days. If you can provide provisions for the journey. Provisions shall be given along with the terms of the trade alliance for your father and the other lords to decide on. Your ships shall also be escorted by 20 of my ships to Claw Isle. Prince Aegon said, and Ethan was momentarily surprised before he quickly nodded his assent. He got what he and his father had wanted, that and more. There was no reason for him to remain. Not presently. Of course, the prince continued, and Ethan caught the change in the note. The matter of betrothals comes with a single condition, as I have said. Ethan remembered and was quick to ask, and that is. Your daughter and one of Bartimos' daughter must come to Corinth as soon as possible. Ideally, back on the 20 ships I will send to Claw Isle. Ethan frowned. Why? It was unusual what the prince was asking. Prince Aegon sat back further in his chair as he remained silent for a moment before he answered. I do not wish for my sons to get to know the women they are marrying after their marriage. Though it can work, it is not an ideal circumstance. It is better for the children to know one another whilst they are still young. Ethan considered that before he responded. It may be difficult to get Bart Emos to agree to the condition. Bart Emos would hate to be parted from one of his young daughters, as would Ethan's good sister, especially for these distant parts of the world. I can understand that. Prince Aegon said with a slow nod. However, it is a non-negotiable condition. Prince Aegon said firmly, and if my old friend refuses the condition, I can always approach House Velaryon for their daughter's hand. Lady Laena is betrothed to the Sea Lord's son. Ethan denied with a heavy frown. The former Sea Lord's son. Prince Aegon corrected. And I suspect that Lord Corlys would much prefer my heir for his unwed daughter instead of a man that is quickly turning into a pauper by gambling his father's accumulated wealth away. The prince said, and Ethan could see the knowing and somewhat amused expression in the prince's face. Ethan's eyes widened slightly and he just about managed to prevent himself from chuckling. Yes, the prince was most certainly well versed the happenings of Dragonstone, and much else it seems despite the distance. How, Ethan was not sure, but it mattered not to him. I will relay the message to my brother, and our father. Ethan said carefully, to which Prince Aegon nodded slightly. Ethan continued with a sure voice. I have a condition of my own. Prince Aegon gestured him to continue. There must be a place for me here. Ethan said firmly as he met the prince's gaze. Myself, my wife and our son. Any condition with House Celtigar about its daughters staying here with your family will require a presence of our house, and this would go a long way in getting Bart Emos to agree if he knows one of his daughters is looked after by me. Prince Aegon was quiet for a long few moments before he nodded slightly. I can agree to that, provided you and your family swear an oath of fealty to me and my branch of House Targaryen above all else, and know that your place shall not be one that is unearned. Prince Aegon's voice was unyielding on the matter. Of course, my prince. Ethan said with a bow of the head. He did not know what the prince meant with unearned, but nonetheless, he was sure he could manage. Good. Prince Aegon said, and after that, the conversation had turned away from negotiations and into lighter conversation. The next few days passed by quick, barely having had a chance to see more of Corinth that would soon be his home for at least till his daughter was wed, and soon enough he was on his way back to Claw Isle with 20 more ships in tow. Break. Mid 110 AC, Corinth. Why you're bothering with those people, I'll never know. Gale muttered over his shoulder, and she rested her chin on his shoulder as her arms snaked around him. Blame my curiosity. Aegon said as he tilted his head slightly, so much so his cheek was touching that of her own before he turned back towards his notes on his desk, notes that he was revisiting ahead of the visit. Gale sighed heavily that bore shades of glumness. Whatever your curiosities about the Rhoynar are, we both know, may the Seven have mercy, the entire known world that still remembers them knows, you won't find them sated on that isle. She said to him. Unless you want me to take a trip to the orphans of the green blood, the Rhoynar of the Isle of Women are the best chance to get to know at least some about these ancient peoples. And maybe their magic too, if they still had that information. Don't even joke about that. Gale said with a mild huff in her voice. They'd sooner poison your bread and salt with a kind and welcoming smile on their faces before they ever tell you anything useful. Aegon chuckled at her characterization of the Dornish as he took her hand and brought her around, which she allowed to happen, and she settled in his lap. The Dornish would probably do that, especially to a Targaryen. Besides, Gale continued as she met his gaze as she sat on his lap. From what Coxos has said and from the way they looked at you and Miss Aragorn, it is clear that they will refuse the offer. He'd gone to them not long after Coxos had returned and provided them with the offer of settling them better land. It was a genuine offer, one he didn't let them refuse until his next visit, especially as he resolved to go onwards with his plans for Slaver's Bay, even if it was made in mind of squeezing out whatever secrets they may hold of their ancestral magic. Slaver's Bay would need independently minded people to help it recover, part of which he was doing with the education of the Giscari former slaves, though their education was more bureaucratic and management, and the Rhoynar were a hardy people that in the right circumstances could provide another pillar of leadership and direction the hundreds of thousands, likely more, slaves would need in the advent of the collapsed structures. Mirian would be the most ideal city or region where he would want them to settle. I know. Aegon said with a tired sigh as he glanced away from her pointed look and turned towards the notes. But he trailed off. Truthfully, when he did see them, he had come to the suspicion that whatever they might have had long since been lost. Their South American style of farming was inventive and testament to their hardiness and their endurance as a people, but none of it spoke of anything magical. He'd hoped that maybe, just mayhaps, there was something ancient remained in their people, but it was more of a hopeless hope. You're right. Aegon said with a shake of the head before he met her gaze. They've lost more than we have of our ancestors, and it is apparent. Gale looked at him closely. But you still want to go? Knowing they hold little value? Knowing they will refuse because of inherited grievances? If only to get the refusal and to be done with it. Aegon said with a shrug. Besides, I might be able to convince them. Aegon said to Gale with a wry smile, and Gale rolled her eyes slightly. I somehow doubt even your silver tongue can dislodge centuries of grievances and hardship inherited and passed down through the generations. Gale said drily. Silver tongue. Aegon repeated with a raised eyebrow, though shades of flirtation tinted his expression as he spoke. My tongue is many things, but silver it is not. Aegon jested, and Gale slapped at his chest at his insinuation, and it made him laugh. Behave. Gale said, though there was little heat in it as she struggled to contain her smile. Still Gale continued, the moment of jesting losing its strength. I know, but I still want to try at least. Aegon admitted to her. He was aware he would fail, but he still wanted to try. Perhaps part of it was because he felt a little bad for them, especially after the way they'd looked at him, as if he was the source of theirs and their ancestors' ills. He wasn't, of course, and they were fools to believe such a thing. Especially since he was offering them a way out. The Isle of Women was truly a barren rock, and anything that grows was only due to their ingenuity. He respected them for that. Such peoples could do better things. Idealistic, mayhaps, realistic, probably not. Still. Not everything will go your way, you know that. Gale pointed out. She continued, their use for the Liberty Bay plans is minimal. You're better suited to visit and continue the friendship with the Summer Icelanders of Umbaru, who will be better able to help provide the leadership you want after the war than the Royner, and they'll be much more willing when the time comes. I don't want to give them any indication of my plans. If I go visit out of the sudden, and often too, they'll recognize the strangeness of it, so will the other Summer Icelanders. Aegon shook his head. Only when he was back from Illimaris would he involve the Summer Icelanders, and he'd do so in a small frame of time, just before his fleet departed for war. Secrecy and subterfuge would be key to take Astapor and the Unsullied. Not even his men would get to know of the plans, even if they knew that a war was planned. The cleverer ones of the Giscari former slaves might have a better clue, even if they were told they were being trained for civil administration positions when they all moved to Illimaris, but they were smart enough to not ask questions. Fine. Gale said, a little defeated. Go and sate your boredom masked as curiosity with the savages. She said as she tried to get up from his lap, but Aegon wouldn't let her. Can't let you go after that, dear wife. Aegon said as he placed his hands on her hips, quite harsh. Aegon said with a little wry smile. When reason won't help, well. Gale said in a flighty tone of voice, and Aegon's wry smile twisted into a full smile. He liked it when she was feisty. Mayhaps I need convincing in another way. Aegon trailed off as his hands began to travel across her body. The soft gasp was like music to his ears. Or mayhaps you can use that not silver tongue of yours to convince me, Gale whispered suggestively as she leaned forward and brought her lips to his own. Some time later. The trip to the Isle of Women proved to be as fruitless as he feared, and as Gale had known, as they refused his offer, even the offer of taking Corinth as their own when he and his people departed from the Isles, an offer Aegon presented to confirm if it was simple stubbornness and pride and grievance that made them so foolish, and it had been, and no amount of offering would change their minds. He could only shake his head at their refusal. Truthfully, it made him wonder if there was something supernatural about the way people carried history with them. Centuries, no nigh on a millennia, supposedly at least, had passed since the Royner settled the Isle of Women. So much had changed in the known world, one such change being the doom, yet these people still remembered the actions of long-dead dragon lords and the majority of the civilization that committed its brutality on the Royner as if it was only years ago. The looks of hate and anger and grief. It was what it was. Let them rot on their barren rock until time itself unraveled. The days passed on by easily, his days filled with his lessons with his sons, both in teaching them how to ride their dragons, which they'd started a few moons ago, earlier than previously planned, but with the plan to move to Illimaris sometime at the end of next year. It was necessary to get his sons better bonds with their dragons ahead of the long trip where the dragons would be on barges for moons, and also in teaching them lessons in their areas of interest. His younger children were also starting to be at an appropriate age to start formal lessons, though Gale said she wished to be more involved in those lessons, at least for the girls. In between his time spent with his children, whether that may be teaching or simply spending time, when he wasn't training the next group of Uthrix, he spent much of it at the port or with the council members. The construction of the next set of galleons was at a pace, and the captains and crew of the galleons that were out at sea were almost ready to join the next trip to Illimaris, likely being ready enough by the time the fleet returned from the journey in the next 2 moons, with the aim to send the next wave of settlers, between 4,000 to 6,000 people, half of whom only had their freedoms bought at the end of last year, would set out for Illimaris in the 10th moon of 110 AC. It would make it the 5th wave to Illimaris since 109 AC and the 4th wave of settlers. 3,000 people in the first wave, almost another 5,000 in second, hundreds of livestock and horses in the third, and recently, the 4th wave carried 4,000 people, bringing the total number of settlers to 12,000 souls. Only recently has there been enough acreage of farmland been produced to support the colony, over 15,000 acres of farmland with another few thousands of acres of rice fields that are cultivated. It marveled Aegon to know how quickly things are progressing and how much more things were set to change in the next year or so. Already there were stone buildings made, granite and limestone having been located nearby the settlement, and the process to begin building homes based on the city plan he and the builders had worked out would begin in the coming moons. In Corinth, things were also not standing still. Their coffers were growing despite their constant spending, their treasury being over 2 million gold and silver coins, and with their recent trade agreements with Lys outside of purchasing slaves, he was expecting their trade to continue to grow over the next year and a half. Speaking of growth, though the population was slowly shrinking, it would soon enough grow with the arrival of the first 10,000 children aged between 4 and 2 and 12 name days in the next few weeks, a huge intake especially considering that all of them would be dependents on the people of Corinth. They'd be able to deal with it, and if anything, the looming arrival seemed to have resolved his people to ensure it all goes smoothly, but it was still a huge ask and if proven to be more difficult than anticipated, it would affect their plans for the next thousands of children where they may take it slower. Nevertheless, things were moving at a fast pace and would go even faster by the turn of the year where 3 more waves of settlers would arrive, including his own family. Aegon was relatively sure that the secrecy of the situation would likely be lost well before he and his family made their way to Illimaris, but as far as Selyse and Johanna know, none of the parties that concerned him the most knew anything related to Illimaris, or at least knew not enough to be problematic to his schemes. During those days as well, he spoke with Admiral Bryce about the progress of the finer details. Construction of lighthouses on the northern coast, Draconis and a few of the other islands were being planned for completion in the next year whilst the first foals were expected due in the next few weeks, something that Bryce was excited to comment on, like he had done in the previous 2 calls. There were only 3 and 10 dozen horses in Illimaris presently and it was a point that Bryce often bemoaned and hinted they would prefer more to arrive soon. He had to refuse the request though he promised to send some more in the wave after the next. Mayhaps by then the population would have grown substantially naturally. Fortunately, it also seemed like the cattle, oxen, goats, and chickens were acclimatizing well to Illimaris. No diseases were catching his people or the livestock by surprise though it seemed like the mosquitoes and other insects were significant pests that'd need to be dealt with, somehow. Speaking of pests, the clearing of predators was largely a success. The terror birds were more or less pushed out into the deeper forests and jungles in the interior and the lion-like and bear-like predators have not seen for moons. As much as he may regret pushing animals into extinction, he knew that it was better for his people for there to be as few predators in the rural and urban lands to be. Once things were properly established, he would make an effort of it. Though it would prove to be a little difficult given that the few lion-like and bear-like pelts they brought back were selling enormously well in the Far East. Aegon and Bryce briefly discussed the next harvest and the plantation of more varied crops when the next thousands of acres of land were ready and tilled before Aegon ended the call and moved on to other things. The days continued to pass, Aegon involving himself or Gale where needed, be it civil matters or project progresses such as the light steel armor, and fortunately, their attentions were rarely needed for more than a brief time. So much so that in the days that Aegon was freer than expected, when his training of men he could trust to act as his hand in the shadows like Uthric or Selyse, he began to write his books for his children, books of wisdom and knowledge for each of his children that they could lean on in his absence though he hoped they would not need for a long time, and spent the rest of the time with the alchemist guilds and Dorland who now led the alchemists and the research. The alchemists were more under his control with the loss of For Orlan, who had remained controlled because of his fear for him and not out of loyalty, and with the trauma of what happened with that toadstone, Dorland was more than willing to institute boundaries in the organization itself which was growing more and more expansive in the matters of alchemy and magic. Aegon wouldn't admit out loud but he was almost thankful of the faith of the Seven's almost visceral disdain for magic. There wasn't anywhere near that level of disdain for magic in Corinth, thankfully the absence of Andal Septons and his family's almost messianic status did much to stymie that, but there was deep wariness and taboo about magic, which was about the level he wanted it to be. Too much magic was a problem. He was happy enough, for now. Dorland knew of his desires to limit magic to a narrow path, one that viscerally hated all human sacrifice-based magic, and Dorland agreed with the vision he had of what was acceptable and what was not. Although, Aegon knew that Dorland wanted to go a bit further, to explore ways to get rid of entities and oily black stone. He'd seen some of Dorland's notes on the topic and Aegon was in 2 minds on it. As much as Aegon wished he could get rid of them, honestly, he was uncertain of the kind of magic that would be needed to even harm them, let alone destroy them. For now, Aegon would let Dorland go in peace. Mayhaps part of it was also because he hoped Dorland would find a piece of wisdom or insight that would aid his own research into fused stone and Valyrian steel, both of which had seemed to have hit insurmountable roadblocks. Fused stone less so than Valyrian steel, the steel he'd produced much closer to steel than they ever were to true Valyrian steel, their sharpness and weight and indestructibility a pale fraction of the real thing, but even the fused stone he could make was a pale imitation. He hoped his men would be able to pilfer the books from the Alchemist Guild in Volantis before they burned the building and the people down. The days turned to weeks and it had been on an unremarkable day, one where he drilling with his army that a runner from the fortress came to get him on order from Gale. He arrived back at their home and when he saw Gale in their bedroom, grim-faced with eyes gleaming with concern, he knew that it was severe. "What's wrong?" Aegon asked with a concerned frown as he approached his wife, who gestured towards the glass candle. Selyse shared news with me. Gale told him. He'd taught Gale how to operate the glass candle and often took scheduled calls with Selyse or even Bryce if he was too indisposed at the time. News from Runestone. Gale expanded and Aegon's eyes widened slightly before they quickly narrowed. Is Baelon dead? Aegon asked sharply, a small bite of anger growing in his chest. He'd only met his little nephew once, and though the bonds of family was not quite there, he did care for the boy, and he pitied him too. A tempestuous father whose enemies you'd inherit, and to top it all off, Baelon would most likely have to fight for his wife's and their children's survival. That is if he makes it to adulthood, a prospect that wasn't as sure as it should be. Sometimes he wondered if he was responsible for what the boy is. No, thank the seven. Gale quickly said to him, and Aegon felt relief wash over him. But there was an attack on him and Lady Rhea whilst they were out hawking. Selyse wasn't able to tell me much more than that. So they could be injured? Aegon asked, and Gale shrugged her shoulders slightly. Or they could be fine. Selyse said a raven had come from Runestone to inform Viserys on the matter, but what else it said, she doesn't know. It seemed like the servants in the Red Keep couldn't overhear anything more. I got Selyse to return at the same time tomorrow and to see if she can anything more. Gale said, and Aegon smiled briefly at her foresight, though internally he was troubled. Bandits. Aegon mused. Bandits nearby Runestone was unusual to say the least. There was little around Runestone, and it was some way off the path of the Vale trade routes. It was sheep and farm country, as Daemon would say, albeit far more crudely. Do you think? Gale trailed off and he met her eyes. Even if it isn't, many will think the Hightowers had a hand in it. Aegon said with a sigh. The older both Baelon and Rhaenyra get, the more attention there is on them. From a practical point of view, Baelon living is a constant threat to the Hightowers, in a way that magnifies the validity of Rhaenyra's claim by Westerosi customs, at least in the eyes of the nobility who could stomach a queen with a Targaryen king consort, but it also misses one big factor. And I'm doubtful that it is the Hightowers' doing. Daemon still lives, and I have little doubt who he would blame. And you know what Daemon would do? Aegon said to Gale, and she nodded slightly with a grim smile on her face. The Hightower would burn, that was for sure. Daemon was many things, but those he loved deeply. Viserys and their father Baelon had been certainly those who Daemon loved deeply. And Baelon the younger was the last but not least that wormed into Daemon's heart. He may hate Rhea, but he could not hate a son that looked just like him, even if it came from her. Could it be the Royce cousins? Gale pondered. Aegon shook his head. I don't know. I would not put it past them. Envy does many things to the hearts of men. Wouldn't be the first nor the last time family killed one another to get what they believe should be theirs. Pettiness too. Gale said with a sigh. It could be the Triarchy just as easily. Yes it could be, though he doubted that. To attack Baelon to strike at Daemon would be unwise, but he supposed with the enemies Baelon and Daemon have, it was possible that they figured that striking at Baelon would not affect them overly much. We won't know for some time, if at all. Aegon added, and he doubted Rhea would be receptive now when she hadn't been before. The letter she sent back when he had his men deliver gifts to his nephew had been cold and terse, thanking him for his words but ultimately telling him to fuck off in the politest terms possible, and now that her son was no longer in danger but instead under actual threat should their fears be right. I feel helpless. Gale admits to him, and Aegon knew that she meant more than this situation. It seemed like their family back home had lost a North Star and they were aimlessly out at sea, under attack atop the sea and underneath it. And they were flying in the skies above, able to help but unable, or unwilling to do so lest they get tangled in the situation. And Aegon was not so sure their little family could get out unscathed if they tried to help. Not in this moment. Aegon moved to her and envelopes her in a hug. I know. Aegon murmured quietly as she snaked her arms around him. For a few moments they remained in silence until Gale broke it suddenly. I hated my father sometimes. He could be so cold and detached and dismissive. Aegon didn't say anything and simply listened. And mother, sometimes she'd be so overbearing, so much so that I now realize I was suffocating. Gale said before she continued. But. Gale said with a sigh. But I never felt like they were ever out of control. Even when they were fighting or when they grew older and Aemon and Baelon died, I never thought they were out of control. They always managed to find a way to keep control. Even if they weren't together. Even when our family was at odds with one another. Gale was silent once more for some time. But I feel like ever since father died, I have not felt it. I feel it even less as the days pass. I'm not sure I even know what I mean. Gale said with a shake of her head against his chest. I understand where you're coming from. Jaehaerys was a pillar that kept on standing, and even at his lowest, he was able to keep our family from fragmenting or go to war with one another. Looking back on the Great Council and back on what he managed to achieve, it looks ever better in hindsight. And Viserys was many things but a pillar he was not. I'll do what I can. Aegon said after a few moments of silence. If he'd lived long enough to see the dance, he'd already promised to himself to restore order in Westeros. Maybe it would be better to be a bit more proactive. If not for his nephews and nieces, at least for Gale.